My name is Zhao Huanshi. I moved with calm precision, dodging the wild goblin's spear and driving my own into its throat. While I fought like a master, my summoned goblin was, as usual, getting beaten up by another wild one. I had to save it, feeling frustrated that even after hundreds of battles, my summon was still useless. I sent it into the forest to lure more enemies for an ambush, but it returned with a massive boss and an entire army. I died again, feeling the familiar crushing pain. I woke up in my room, staring at the ceiling. A message informed me that I had failed the beginner trial again. I now have 99 evolution points, just one more, and I could finally upgrade my weak goblin card. It was incredibly annoying to be so close yet so far because of my summoned stupidity. Before I could even process the failure, my phone rang with a work alert. A new illusion rift had appeared nearby. In this world, fantasy rifts invade our reality, and cleaners, like me, have to destroy the cores before the areas become permanently contaminated zones where technology fails. I grumbled about the constant work, but didn't waste time. I put on my leather armor, grabbed my steel greatsword, and jumped from my third-floor window to the street. I rolled to break the fall and ran toward a shared electric bike. Life is dangerous and chaotic now, but I still have bills to pay and a sister to support. As an awakener, I have to keep fighting these monsters to survive and move forward. I reached the illusion rift in 13 minutes, riding a shared electric bike. The officers at the entrance looked at me with amusement because I didn't have a private car, but the truth is I'm just poor. Most of my high salary goes toward paying off a massive loan I took to try and save my parents' lives. Now, I work to keep my sister in university. Stepping through the rift, I felt a familiar dizziness and found myself in a damp cave with 5 other scavengers. They were relieved to see me because my combat skills have improved drastically from fighting goblins in my dreams every night. We were quickly ambushed by blind cave dwellers. While the others used shields and bows, I moved through the shadows with my steel sword, taking down 7 or 8 of them with ease. One scavenger, Li Guangcai, mocked me for not having an official class like his warrior profession. He doesn't know my secret. I am actually a rare card monster summoner. I gained this power by accident when I touched a profession stone during a previous mission. It vanished into my hand, which terrified me. If the authorities knew I had used such a valuable resource instead of turning it in, they would execute me. Luckily, the power didn't change my appearance, and I passed all their medical checks. Li Guangcai is a coward who almost got me killed once, so I find his boasting annoying. He thinks he's superior because he can use a heavy slash skill, but I know that if I ever revealed my true identity, he would be blinded by envy. For now, I keep my head down, fight effectively to keep my team safe, and focus on clearing the rift so I can get paid and keep my secret safe. I have a long history with Li Guangcai, a coward whose panic once nearly got me killed and executed. I've since gotten a bit of revenge by causing trouble in his personal life, but today we had a mission to finish. As we moved deeper into the cave, my teammates mocked his apprentice warrior title, urging him to lead. He tried to act brave, but when the cave dweller leader attacked, he fell over in a panic. I laughed, brushed past him, and took control of the fight. We cleared the nest easily. I killed the leader, and soon a message in our minds confirmed the rift was destroyed. We grabbed some loot and escaped before the illusion collapsed. After handing in the items and checking my phone, I grabbed some food and rode my bike home. In my neighborhood, I saw elderly neighbors practicing with weapons. The world is dangerous now, so the government encourages everyone to learn to fight. I finished my meal, sent my battle report, and went to sleep. Immediately, I was back in the forest of my dream trial. I have died here hundreds of different ways over the last 6 months, usually at the hands of a mutated goblin warrior. I've explored every inch of this restricted zone and even sent my summon to spy on the nest, but it found nothing but trash. I remembered my last death, where the goblins threw me into a pot to be cooked with colorful mushrooms. That's when it hit me. Mushrooms. The goblins use safe ones for soup, but I can find poisonous ones. If I can get my summon to sneak poison into their food, I might finally kill that warrior. The plan is risky. If my summon gets caught, it'll be burned alive, but I'm tired of dying. I need a way to distract them, maybe by using a stuffed bird trick. I don't know much about catching wild chickens, but I'm going to try. It's better than dying the same way for the 100th time. I sat on the ground, staring at the sky until a perfect plan formed in my mind. The wild goblins in this trial dream were about to eat a meal they would never forget. I decided to use my knowledge of the area to gather poisonous mushrooms and catch wild birds to create a deadly gift. Catching the wild chickens was harder than I expected. They were incredibly aggressive and scratched me up pretty badly, but I managed to grab two. I plucked them, cleaned them out with a sharp stone, and stuffed their bellies with the poisonous mushrooms I had collected. Then, I summoned my goblin. It looked confused and hungry, trying to grab the chickens for itself, so I had to give it a quick flick on the forehead to remind it that these were props, not snacks. I sent it toward the nest with clear instructions. Get these into the cooking pot. I waited nervously in the distance, worrying about the time limit of the dream. While I waited, my summon was actually doing a great job. It swaggered into the camp like a hero, showing off the chickens to the wild goblins. They were so impressed that they cheered as my summon dropped the stuffed birds into their soup pot. The smell of cooking meat filled the air, and even the massive goblin warrior couldn't resist. He ate a huge portion, including a whole chicken, while the other goblins fought over the leftovers. My summon, being greedy and petty, managed to a leg for itself. I realized later that this was its downfall. Back at my hiding spot, I felt a sharp sting in my mind. My goblin card had been damaged and entered a 24-hour repair cycle. I feared the plan had failed, so I rushed to the nest to see for myself. The sight was haunting. Goblins were scattered everywhere, dead or dying with creepy, frozen smiles on their faces. The poison had worked perfectly, causing them to hallucinate before they died. I quickly finished off the survivors. I realized my own goblin had likely died because it couldn't resist eating the poisoned meat it helped cook. Just as the victory sank in, the dream world began to blur, and I started to wake up. Beginner trial complete. Trial success. Class tier unlocked. Current tier, Apprentice Card Monster Summoner. Class enhancement, all attributes 5. Basic skill gained, Flying Card. Flying Card. You can now throw a monster card within a 10-meter range to summon it. The distance will increase as your class level rises. Class level, LV1. Gain more cards or summon monsters to complete activities, earn summoner experience, and level up. Leveling up grants new skills and attribute boosts. Evolution points gained, 100. Current evolution points, 199. Trial reward. White equipment card, Thief's Rusty Dagger. Beginner trial cleared. New reward card obtained. Trial dream regenerating. Wow, 100 evolution points. I'm rich. Zhao Huansher sat up suddenly, a bright smile spreading across his face. After working hard for half a year, he had only managed to earn 99 points. Now, one trial had given him 100 at once. 100 points, just enough to evolve his goblin card. As he laughed, his eyes grew a little misty. He had spent months dealing with those goblins, trying every trick and trap he could think of, only to find out the real solution was in that pot of soup. So what did all his effort mean? Just that he had found more creative ways to fail. Forget it. All the hardships are behind me now. It's time to enjoy the rewards of victory. With a twist of his fingers, 3 card-shaped illusions appeared in his hand. He looked curiously at the newly appeared card, Rusty Thief's Dagger. Information about the card instantly surfaced in his mind. White equipment card I Rusty Thief's Dagger, a magical dagger custom-made by a thief, accidentally lost in the wilderness. After years of wind and rain, the blade is no longer sharp, but it still holds a trace of magic. Attack, 0 to 2. When equipped, the monster's stealth ability slightly increases. Small weapon, usable only by certain small or medium-sized monsters. Can be linked to one monster card only. Equipment cards cannot be summoned directly. They must be linked to a monster card to enhance it. Each monster card can link a different number of equipment cards. Linking or unlinking cannot be done while the monster card is summoned or destroyed. So this is equipment for monsters, huh? Looking at the image in the center of the card, a small, rust-covered dagger, Zhao Huansher doubted it could even hurt anyone. No level, and it can't evolve either. But since it boosts stealth, it's still a nice accessory, even if it's not powerful. He then turned to another card, its edges glowing with rainbow light. In the center was a grand treasure chest, beginner's reward. In an instant, Zhao Huanshi understood how to use it. He tossed the card forward. It shattered at once, releasing colorful light that gathered into a golden treasure chest, about the size of 2 palms, covered in gems. It landed softly on the blanket. Huh, that's quite the ceremony. Smiling, Zhao Huanshi bent down, picked up the chest, and opened it. Inside lay a single card. Its edges were pitch black, and in the center was a glowing purple gem surrounded by a faint halo. Information appeared in his mind. Special consumable card, Gem of Greed. A magical gem filled with powerful greedy energy. Can be used on a monster card to trigger mutation or transformation. The consumable card disappears after use. The information was too brief, leaving Zhao Huanshi a bit puzzled. After he took out the Gem of Greed, the ornate golden chest instantly dissolved into light and vanished. Zhao Huanshi didn't really care. Well, maybe he did feel a little disappointed inside. If that chest had really been made of pure gold, selling it would have been enough to pay off all his loans. Because nearly half the world had become a polluted zone, mineral reserves had dropped sharply, and the prices of all metals had soared. Gold, in particular, had increased several times over. If the world's population hadn't also been cut in half, the remaining metal resources probably wouldn't have been enough. Now came the main event. Zhao Huanshi pushed aside his thoughts. With a light rub of his fingers, 2 cards vanished instantly, leaving only the damaged goblin card that was still being repaired. I wonder if it'll still be that silly thing after evolving. Although he always complained about it, after spending half a year together, Zhao Huanshi had grown somewhat attached to the goblin. Looking at its mischievous grin, he sighed softly. He muttered, "Evo. Wait, I should wash my face first." Such an important moment couldn't be faced looking messy. What if the goddess of luck refused to bless him because he looked too untidy? He put the card away, got up to wash his face and brush his teeth, took a shower, dried his hair, and changed into his card-drawing outfit. It consisted of red underwear with golden patterns for good fortune and clothes covered with words like luck, great fortune, and best blessing. Once everything was ready, Zhao Huanshi faced east and raised the goblin card high. His expression turned serious, his eyes sharp, his voice steady and clear as he said, "Evolve." No golden light descended, and no rainbow glow appeared. The goblin card simply changed from a gray border to a white one, and the image in the center shifted from 1 mischievous goblin to 3 mischievous goblins. Zhao Huanshi blinked, thinking his eyes were playing tricks on him. He rubbed them hard and looked again. Still 3 grinning goblins. White monster card 3 goblins. What does 3 goblins mean? It means you can now summon 3 goblins at once, outnumbering the enemy. When your side has more members than the opponent, the goblins' combat power increases slightly, and their courage rises greatly. Wow! A single goblin turned into 3, and their fighting power tripled. Zhao Huanshi raised his voice, pretending to be surprised. The next second, he threw the card in his hand angrily. "Come on, Li Liang. You think this is a battery? 3 are better than 1. The card spun through the open window, and about 10 meters away from Zhao Huanshi, it shattered and disappeared. He let out a long sigh and dropped onto the sofa. With a light pinch of his fingers, the card 3 goblins appeared in his hand again. Honestly, compared to 1 goblin, 3 goblins were more than 3 times stronger, especially with their outnumber the enemy ability. Still, after working hard for half a year and waiting so long, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help feeling disappointed that the card's evolution turned out like this. 1 goblin was easy to defeat, and 3 just meant a bit more effort. He was a summoner, yet the creatures he summoned weren't even strong enough to be useful. What was the point? Were they just there to cheer for him from behind, like a group of fans? Yikes! What a scary thought. The image he imagined made Zhao Huanshi shiver. After calming down, he thought carefully. A reward from a beginner's trial that upgraded a gray card to a white one, changing 1 goblin into 3, there was nothing wrong with that. Maybe the mysterious being who designed this profession never expected that a beginner's trial would take him half a year to complete. If they knew, they might have taken back his profession stone out of frustration. Right? I still have that greedy gem, don't I? It's just a beginner's reward anyway, so it can't be that valuable. Holding 3 goblins in his right hand, Zhao Huanshi rubbed greedy gem with his left. Disappointed by the earlier evolution, he didn't bother with any dramatic gestures. He simply said casually, "Enhance." Unlike the small reaction from before, this time both cards suddenly flew from his fingers and hovered in midair. The surface of the greedy gem cracked all over, then exploded with a loud bang. It was as if a seal had been broken, and a strange, terrifying power was about to be released from within. With eerie whispers, a thick purple mist poured out, quickly wrapping around the three goblins and covering them completely. It tightened, seeped in. When the purple mist finally faded, the card had completely changed. The edges had turned from white to blue, with mysterious purple runes carved along the border. In the center, the image still showed three goblins, but their appearances were now very different. One stood in front, rubbing his hands together with a sly grin and greedy eyes. Another stood to the side, messy and filthy, as if he had just crawled out of a pile of trash. The last one hid between the other two, peeking out with a cunning look and a mischievous half-smile. Special Blue Monster card. The three mischievous goblins, affected by the power of greed. The three goblins have mutated and gained strange new abilities. Goblin Thief possesses basic stealth and skilled pickpocketing abilities. In both battle and non-battle situations, he will attempt to steal valuables, supplies, or equipment from all non-allied targets. Goblin Scavenger enjoys searching forgotten corners for lost treasures. When dirty, he gives off a strong, unpleasant odor that makes others instinctively avoid him. While this often gets him chased away, it also greatly reduces the chance of other monsters attacking him. The Goblin Merchant believes in fair trade, except for children with no money and old men near the end of their lives. Everyone else can be slightly tricked, just a little. It carefully chooses its customers and uses clever words to trade its goods for something more valuable. The Goblin Merchant needs some starting funds for business, so it always carries a few items when it travels. But in the dangerous wilderness, not everyone it meets is willing to talk. Whether it earns a fortune or gets attacked right after leaving depends on its luck that day. Pressure of Greed. The combined greed of the three goblins is too strong for the current card to handle. Each time they are summoned, only one of the three will appear at random. Upgrade the card's level and quality to let it bear more of their greedy power. Remote Summon. Besides normal summoning, the three goblins have a special remote summoning mode. When using Remote Summon, the three goblins will appear somewhere between 10 and 30 kilometers away. If there is a goblin tribe within that range, the Goblin Thief and Goblin Merchant are very likely to appear near it. When the remote summon lasts more than 24 hours, or when the three goblins are defeated, the summon ends. Born Greedy. The three goblins can sense the pleasant scent of nearby wealth and follow it to find treasures. When they are defeated, there is a 50% chance that the items they carry will not drop. Greedy Space. The three goblins share a 5 by 5 by 5 meter universal storage space, totaling 125 cubic meters. When the summon ends, they store all carried items inside the Greedy Space. Before going out, the Goblin Merchant selects items from this space as its starting funds. If the space is full, the three goblins cannot bring back more items. The card summoner can take items from the Greedy Space at any time, but cannot put new items into it. Card Level. LV1. When a monster is summoned and takes part in battles or other activities, it gains card experience and levels up. Every 5 levels, the summoner must use certain materials to strengthen the card before it can continue leveling up. Blue Card Level Limit. 15. When a card reaches its maximum level, it can be upgraded in quality by using evolution points and materials. Zhao Huanshi sat on the sofa, his mouth slightly open and his eyes blank. He only came back to his senses after fully processing the information in his mind. Isn't this just like an idle game? I just need to tap a few times every day, and the goblins will keep bringing things back. Wait, if goblins appear in the city, they'll be wiped out right away. I'll have to send them to the polluted zone instead. Holding the card in his hand, Zhao Huanshi looked at the 3 mischievous faces on it and shook his head slightly. These 3 have almost no fighting ability. If they really go to the polluted zone, they probably won't last long. From the description, the Goblin Scavenger, though disliked by everyone, might actually survive better. The Goblin Thief's stealth ability. Who knows how that works? Oh, and there's that rusty little knife. Maybe I can equip it to them. Zhao Huanshi took out the rusty thief's dagger and silently thought, equip. The white card automatically attached itself to the three goblin rascals card, shrinking into a small icon in the corner. At the same time, in the image on the three goblin rascals card, the goblin thief's grin grew wider. More information appeared in Zhao Huanshi's mind. The rusty thief's dagger was now in the goblin thief's hand. Each goblin in the three goblin rascals card has its own equipment slots. Equipment cards linked to the three goblin rascals will automatically be assigned to the most suitable goblin. Normally, the three goblin rascals can link up to 9 equipment cards. That makes sense. Still, Zhao Huanshi had been hoping that if he equipped the rusty knife, all 3 goblins could each get one, saving him some effort. He rubbed his fingers together, hesitating whether to use the normal summoning method to call out the 3 goblin rascals in his room for a test. The phone suddenly chimed with a message, interrupting his thoughts. Zhao Huanshi looked down and saw a transfer notification from Dongchuan Bank. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 5 zeros. 1,300,000. A scam? Just as Zhao Huanshi was wondering where this unexpected sum had come from and was about to call the bank, his phone rang. Seeing the name Jai Jile on the screen, he couldn't help but smile. That was the note he had set for his sister's number. He had chosen a name that was somewhat related but not obvious, in case someone stole his phone and tried to trick her. As a cleaner, Zhao Huanshi had to stay on call 24 hours a day and couldn't leave the North Zone 6 area easily. His younger sister, Zhao Lijia, studied at Dongchuan University in the East Zone 3 of Dongchuan City, quite far from home. Because she was an awakened one and had excellent grades, her mentor had chosen her to join an important research project. She hadn't been home for more than half a year. Hello? Lijia, why are you calling all of a sudden? Missing your brother already? Not really. Did you get the money I sent you? Zhao Huanshi was surprised. What? You sent that money? Of course. You got it, right? He frowned. Wait a second. Where did you get so much money? Didn't I tell you I joined an important research project with my mentor? The project made great progress recently, and this is the bonus we received. It was just paid today, so I sent it all to you. Come on, don't fool me. I may not have finished college, but I'm not stupid. You're just a student. Being allowed to join a project is already a big deal. How could they give you such a huge bonus? That's because I made a big contribution. You wouldn't understand, Mr. College Dropout. You're sure you didn't get it from someone rich? Zhao Huanshi, do you have a death wish? Her tone sounded genuinely angry. Ahem. Just kidding. It's just that the amount is really large. Fine. You're hopeless, but I'll forgive you. Use the money to pay off your loan as soon as possible. Don't worry about it. Don't worry. Pay off the loan and quit that scavenger job. I don't want to get a call one day telling me to collect your death benefit. If the loan isn't paid off, you probably wouldn't get the benefit anyway. Zhao Huanshi. I'm not joking. The girl shouted angrily through the phone. Zhao Huanshi smiled faintly. All right, I get it. But if you gave me all your money, what about you? I still have a few thousand left. That's enough. Just quit that scavenger job soon and find something safer. Okay, I know. After hanging up, Zhao Huanshi stared at the screen and sighed softly. Silly sister, this job isn't that easy to quit. I signed a contract, after all. He looked toward the east, in the direction of Dongchuan University. I should take some time off to visit her, he murmured. But he didn't know that his sister, Zhao Lijia, wasn't at Dongchuan University at all. In the western zone 4 of Dongchuan City, there was a large area surrounded by concrete walls. For several kilometers outside the wall, there were no residential or commercial buildings. Inside, however, stood many military defenses and futuristic research facilities. Deeper inside, through a faint white mist, lay a wild area full of lush plants. Farther beyond, across a wide trench, stretched a dense forest where many green figures lounged lazily. This contaminated zone was formed when a small to medium rift merged with reality during the first appearance of the illusion fissures in Dongchuan City. Later, it was turned into the West 4 research zone, allowing scientists to safely study the contaminated area. Humans had discovered that keeping a certain number of monsters in the contaminated zones could reduce the chance of new rifts appearing. So, most of the monsters in the West 4 research zone had been cleared out, leaving only a mid-sized goblin tribe of nearly 1,000 members and a few weaker creatures. After ending the call, Zhao Lijia exhaled softly. Her expression calmed. returning to that of a composed and intelligent young woman. He put his phone back in the cabinet, straightened his clothes a little, left the dorm, and walked toward the research base. Halfway there, he ran into his senior fellow student, so they walked together and chatted about their project. The double vein air mushroom is almost used up, but we still haven't found a new one. The cell cultivation also failed. The teacher is so worried that he's almost losing his hair. Shoo! If the teacher hears that, he'll get angry again. Didn't they say that the double vent air mushroom grows alongside the giant rock-armored burrowing worm? They even sent people to the contaminated zone to hunt them, right? Yeah, they killed several of those worms, but didn't find any mushrooms. The losses were pretty bad, so they had to retreat from the contaminated zone. Didn't they post a bounty with the Special Affairs Bureau? They did long ago, but even the Bureau's people couldn't find it, so we can't really count on the explorers. True, but, Senior, why do they call it the oval double vent jet mushroom when it looks just like a pig's nose? Why not just call it the pig nose mushroom? Because this name sounds more sophisticated. High-end ingredients often need only the simplest cooking methods. Zhao Huanshi was lazily lying on the sofa, watching TV. On the screen, a strong man in a chef's uniform, muscular enough to look more like a boxer than a cook, was teaching viewers how to make steamed pig brain using the brain of a mid-level magical beast called the Earth-Shaking Boar. Although Zhao Huanshi had promised Zhao Lejia that he would repay the loan, half a day had passed, and he still hadn't moved a finger. An interest-free loan. Only a fool would rush to pay that back. If not for the contract, he wouldn't want to pay a single coin. He'd rather drag it out for 80 or 90 years until he was gone, and it no longer mattered. Unless someone helped him or his strength improved greatly, it wouldn't be easy for him to leave the scavengers before the contract ended. He couldn't reveal his identity as a card summoner yet, and asking for help would cost him favors. So it was better to just keep working for now. Since he wasn't planning to leave, there was no need to hurry with the repayment. Just as Zhao Huanshi was relaxing, his phone suddenly rang again. He picked it up and frowned. Why is someone from the Special Affairs Bureau calling me? After a while, he hung up, his expression growing even more puzzled. Expelled? What's going on? Has my sister become so powerful after 2 years of college that she even has connections in the Special Affairs Bureau? Zhao Huanshi, full of confusion, rode his small electric scooter to the northern branch of the Dongchuan City Special Affairs Bureau. After parking, he looked up and saw that fool Li Guangcai standing at the entrance, glancing around as if waiting for someone. Zhao Huanshi pretended not to see him and walked straight ahead. Unexpectedly, Li Guangcai suddenly jumped in front of him, laughing loudly. Huh, Zhao Huanshi, you're in trouble. Zhao Huanshi was startled, his pupils shrinking as his face turned pale. Oh no, did they find out about me activating the profession stone? Seeing his reaction, Li Guangcai became even more pleased. The Bureau already knows you secretly sold the items you got from the illusion rift. You're about to be expelled. Huh, that's it. Zhao Huanshi blinked in surprise. That guy really scared me for nothing. He patted his chest and let out a long breath before realizing something. Wait, so you're the one who reported me? Li Guangcai didn't answer, but his smug expression said it all. Are you out of your mind? Doing something like that? Once others find out, you'll never be able to work among the scavengers again. Zhao Huanshi said in disbelief. Everyone in the scavenger circle did this kind of thing, and even the Bureau usually turned a blind eye. By reporting Zhao Huanshi, Li Guangcai would definitely anger the entire scavenger community. One day, he might just disappear mysteriously in a rift. Right now, because their voices were too loud, several people nearby were already giving Li Guangcai unfriendly looks. But Li Guangcai didn't care. He sneered proudly. Huh, I've already awakened my profession. I don't need to stay with the scavengers anymore. I'm joining my uncle's exploration team and heading to the contamination zone to make a fortune. Zhao Huanshi looked him up and down in disbelief. Seriously? With your strength and courage, you dare go into the contamination zone? Did you suddenly stop being afraid of danger? Li Guangcai's expression stiffened slightly. He definitely wasn't going to tell Zhao Huanshi that he had actually gone to the contaminated zone to do logistics work. With a cold smile, he said, You'd better worry about yourself. You lost your job as a cleaner, and the money you owe the Special Affairs Bureau is due soon. How much was it again? Over $1 million, right? With your skills, I doubt you can pay it back. Oh, that's right, you still have a house. You could sell it to cover your debt. TSK, TSK, how pitiful. Lost your job and soon to be homeless. As he spoke, Li Guangxi shook his head, looking extremely smug and irritating. Zhao Huanshi still looked puzzled. The Special Affairs Bureau wouldn't fire me just because of one report, would they? The cleaning team wasn't exactly short on people, but they were never fully staffed either. Compared to this dangerous job, awakened individuals had safer ways to make money. That's because his uncle has some connections in the bureau. A capable-looking middle-aged woman stepped forward, giving Li Guangxi a look full of disgust. Hearing this, Zhao Huanshi turned to Li Guangxi in surprise. So that's it? Using family connections just to get me fired? Did you plan this with my sister or something? The woman turned to Zhao Huanshi and said, "Don't worry too much, Xiao Zhao. I can help you convert your loan into a low-interest commercial mortgage, with a 10 or 20-year term if you like." Li Guangxi immediately looked anxious. That's not according to the rules, is it? Rules? You're talking to me about rules in the Special Affairs Bureau? The woman narrowed her eyes, her presence sharp and commanding. Li Guangxi froze, unable to say another word. "Don't bother with him, Sister Lu," Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. "It's not worth getting upset over someone like that. Thank you for your concern, but there's no need to trouble yourself about the loan. I'll pay it off myself later." An interest-free loan was already a good deal, but a commercial one was better paid off early. "No way. Where would you get that kind of money?" Li Guangxi asked in disbelief. Zhao Huanshi gave him a sideways glance. "Oh, a wealthy lady suddenly transferred me over $1 million this morning. I didn't want to accept it, but she insisted, saying she wanted to support me for life. I couldn't refuse her kindness, so I reluctantly accepted." Li Guangxi let out a cold snort. "TCH, did you not get enough sleep this morning? Are you daydreaming? Isn't that normal? Haven't you ever met a rich woman who wanted to take care of you?" Zhao Huanshi looked puzzled at first, then glanced at Li Guangxi and suddenly understood. "Oh right. With how you look, I guess that could only happen in your dreams." Li Guangxi's face darkened. He wanted to argue but couldn't bring himself to lie, so he just grumbled, "Keep pretending. I'll see how long you can keep it up." Ignoring Lu Jie's look of disgust, he shamelessly followed Zhao Huanshi to the counter to handle his loan repayment. When he saw Zhao Huanshi take out his bank card and pay off the loan, Li Guangxi's eyes widened in shock. You really got a rich woman to support you?" Zhao Huanshi tried hard not to laugh and looked at him with a confused face. "Yeah, otherwise, where would I get so much money? How could you let yourself fall so low?" Li Guangxi said through gritted teeth. "You must be out of your mind." Zhao Huanshi cursed silently, then shook his head with a helpless smile. "She said she wanted to help me and even told me to quit my job as a cleaner because she was worried it was dangerous. I was still unsure, but thanks to you, brotherly, I finally made up my mind." Li Guangxi's face turned red, and he struggled to breathe. When he saw Lu Jie, his eyes suddenly lit up. "Lu Jie, I want to withdraw my report against Zhao Huanshi." Lu Jie pointed at him. "Get out." Watching Li Guangxi leave in defeat, Zhao Huanshi sneered inwardly. Did that fool really think cleaners would always stay cleaners? Even someone like him could awaken a new profession. Others would too, sooner or later. After offending so many people, he was bound to suffer later. "Xiao Zhao, did you really get a rich woman to take care of you?" Lu Jie asked regretfully. "Ah, that was just something I said to annoy Li Guangxi. The money actually came from my sister. She's studying at Dongchuan University, and because she's such a top student, her professor let her join an important project. The money is her project bonus." When he mentioned his sister, Zhao Huanshi's face filled with pride. But Lu Jie didn't seem to care much about how talented his sister was. When she heard he wasn't being supported by a rich woman, her eyes suddenly brightened. "You weren't? Are you interested in meeting one of my friends? She saw you last time and thought you were quite interesting." Huh. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a little uneasy when he saw the gleam in Sister Lu's eyes. After finishing the paperwork, Zhao Huanshi practically ran out of the Special Affairs Bureau, jumped on his electric scooter, and sped home as fast as he could. He grabbed a cold drink from the fridge and finished it in one go. The chill spread through his body, finally calming his racing heart. What friend? It was obvious Sister Lu was talking about herself. She always looked so serious and professional, but who would have thought she could be like that inside? That look in her eyes was so intense it almost melted him. And when he hurried away, the sad, disappointed expression on her face. Zhao Huanshi couldn't help feeling like he had just broken someone's heart. Actually, Sister Lu wasn't bad-looking, and her family background was said to be quite good. Maybe he should just go along with it? Thinking of her gaze, Zhao Huanshi's mind started to wander. Then he shivered and snapped out of it. Get a grip. What nonsense are you thinking? He patted his face to wake himself up. He made a bowl of instant noodles for dinner and started searching online for information about the contaminated zones. Besides paying off his loan and canceling his cleaner's license, Zhao Huanshi had also registered as an explorer of the contaminated zones at the Special Affairs Bureau. An explorer basically just filled out some basic information so the Bureau could manage things more easily. With this identity, Zhao Huanshi could log into the Bureau's website and app to check the latest news, missions, and bounties. Of course, only official and legitimate missions appeared there. As for the shady or illegal ones, those had to be found elsewhere. When Zhao Huanshi logged into the app, he noticed that his profile had an explorer level. It was just like a game. Completing missions and bounties earned experience points and raised your level. Most missions had level requirements. If your level was too low, you couldn't even see the details, let alone accept them. Also, entering the contaminated zones through official channels as a registered explorer allowed him to skip some procedures and save a lot of time. Zhao Huanshi feels that with his current strength, he is not qualified to go deep into the contaminated area for fun. He thought about using a summoning spell near the entrance to the contaminated zone to summon 3 goblin troublemakers and see how effective it was. After the illusion merges with reality, the environment inside the contaminated zone is mainly influenced by the illusion. If the illusion is a swamp, the contaminated zone will also be a swamp. If the illusion is hills, the zone will be hills. When 2 contaminated zones overlap and merge, they influence each other, and the terrain can change accordingly. Sometimes, there is a boundary between 2 zones made of the real world that hasn't merged yet. This can create some strange phenomena. For example, on the left is a foggy swamp, and on the right is a hot, dry desert, with a foggy edge in between and a boundary only 10 meters wide or even half a meter wide. The 2 areas do not affect each other at all. Of course, the environment doesn't affect the monsters living in the contaminated zone, and they can visit each other freely. Sometimes, giant sandworms go to the swamp to drink water and accidentally swallow unlucky swamp crocodiles or swamp lizardmen. Then, the swamp lizardmen tribes gather quickly and run to the desert to fight sandworms. But once the lizardmen enter the desert, they find the sand is very hot under their feet, and their skin quickly dries out and dehydrates. Within a few minutes, the lizardmen hurriedly run back to the swamp. Around Dongchuan City, there are many contaminated zones. Besides some scattered winding paths, there is only one wide road to other cities on the north side. The road is guarded by many soldiers and special agents to prevent monsters from the nearby contaminated zones from attacking and to stop illusions from appearing, which could cut off the only large passage out of Dongchuan City. The city's edge is also heavily fortified, like ancient city walls, surrounding the entire city. There are various cannons and machine guns, smart surveillance systems, and many drones patrolling the sky. According to online information, explorers who want to enter the contaminated zone properly can choose one of the 8 checkpoints at Dongchuan City. To the east are the Poison Fog Swamp and Spore Forest. To the south are the extreme cold Great Lake and the Dragon Volcano. The northern checkpoint has strict requirements for explorers, probably because they fear that some less intelligent individuals might provoke powerful monsters in the contaminated area, threatening the northern passage. Besides some clever and malicious people, most recommend that new explorers without special skills should first go to the Green Forest in the west to get used to the environment. The Green Forest is safer and has weaker monsters, and the explorers there are also friendlier. They are more interested in your money than in harming you right away. The contaminated zone is truly a lawless place. Online information can be true or false, but official and Special Operations Bureau data are more reliable. After browsing for a while, Zhao Huanshi plans to visit the Green Forest tomorrow to see the situation with his own eyes before making other plans. For now, a good kid like him should wash up and go to sleep. He wonders what the trial dream will be like after the beginner trial. He's really looking forward to it. Trial goal: kill the plant symbiote. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and found himself in a hilly area. Looking around, he saw small hills rising and falling all around. The ground was sparsely covered with plants, mostly bushes and weeds, with a few short trees scattered here and there. Just saying to kill the plant symbiont, but not telling me what it looks like or its features, he muttered softly, then flicked his finger. The Goblin 3 appeared in his hand. He tried to place a summon, but received a message. Operation cannot be performed. Maybe the trial dream doesn't allow placing summons, or perhaps this trial is the same as the last one, with an activity range within 10 kilometers outside the summit's reach. He moved his finger, then threw the card onto the ground. The card shattered, transforming into swirling purple mist and blue light, which coalesced into one of the three, the Goblin Thief. The Goblin Thief immediately lowered his body, holding a rusty dagger in his right hand, with a cloth bag tied to his waist, and was cautiously observing the surroundings. He also knows to observe the environment first. He seems much more reliable than the guy who just stuck his finger in his nose and scratched his earlier. As soon as Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, he saw the Goblin Thief, realizing there was no threat nearby, stand up straight, stretch lazily, hold a small knife in his right hand, and extend his little finger to pick his nose. Is that some family secret technique? The Goblin Thief scratched his, looked up, and looked at Zhao Huanshi with confusion. Goblin, what is a family secret technique? Zhao Huanshi sighed, looking a bit helpless. It's nothing. Thinking about the card that showed the Goblin Thief has skills in stealing and hiding, he asked curiously, is your hiding skill in invisibility magic, or is it more like sneaking quietly when stealing? The Goblin Thief then showed a sneaky smile, his demeanor instantly becoming suspicious and sly. He bent down, squatted, and as his body sank, he slowly disappeared from Zhao Huanshi's view. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up with surprise. It's really invisibility. Although, upon closer look, the light and shadow where the Goblin Thief was seemed a bit distorted and strange, but it was still an impressive ability. If Zhao Huanshi could have this ability, then he definitely wouldn't go to places like women's bathhouses or changing rooms. The city's surveillance cameras have about 10% equipped with infrared, thermal imaging, and other sensors like sound wave detection and magnetic field scanning. These are meant to guard against monsters and awaken individuals with invisibility powers. But being able to hide would make him much safer in both the illusion cracks and the contaminated zones. As the Goblin Thief moved, the distortion of the light and shadow shifted more noticeably. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi frowned. Your movement makes the anomaly too obvious. Gobo Golan Gulu. The Goblin Thief revealed his form and muttered to Zhao Huanshi. Oh, does the darkness make it easier to hide? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was a clear, sunny day, the sun shining brightly, natural light at its brightest. That's still okay. He then looked down at the small knife in the Goblin Thief's hand, which seemed harmless, and pondered slightly. Looking like it has little fighting ability. I plan to go to the Emerald Forest tomorrow to test the effects of my summoned creatures. I can't let the Goblin Thief die. Maybe today I should just explore the surroundings. I don't expect to clear the level in one go anyway. Seeing Zhao Huan deep in thought and not paying attention to him, the Goblin Thief felt a bit bored. Gently flicking his finger, the rusty dagger in his hand twirled skillfully, like a gray butterfly dancing. The Goblin Thief caught sight of a large black beetle on the ground, pushing a ball of dung or something similar, retreating backward. With a light flick, the rusty dagger shot out swiftly, pinning the fist-sized beetle to the ground. He picked up the struggling beetle, snapped off its head, dug out its shell, and then ate the remaining body happily, chewing contentedly. Creaking and crunching. Zhao Huan snapped out of his thoughts when he heard the biting sounds. He turned to see the Goblin Thief chewing with a mouth full of juice. Half of the beetle's rear end was still outside his mouth, and its legs were kicking wildly. Hey, where did you find such a big bug? The Goblin Thief pointed to the ground, where a large, faintly smelly ball of dung was lying. Zhao Huan's face twitched. A dung beetle? You even eat that? Goblin delicacy. The Goblin Thief said it was very tasty. Do you want to try? He handed over the remaining half of the beetle he hadn't finished eating. Cough. I don't eat raw things. You can eat it yourself. Zhao Huan quickly refused. Hearing this, the Goblin Thief immediately stuffed the half-eaten beetle back into his mouth. So you can really eat stuff. Zhao Huan's eyes twitched as he watched. When the goblin thief chewed enough, he asked, "Do you know about plant symbionts?" Gulp. The goblin thief swallowed what was in his mouth and shook his head blankly. Funny enough, I don't know either. But I guess, since it's called a plant symbiont, it should be a monster with some kind of plant growing on it. So, you go that way, I'll go this way. Let's explore separately. Keep your invisibility active and don't die. If you encounter enemies, prioritize saving yourself. We'll meet up here later. Zhao Huanshe thought that the goblin thief, being able to turn invisible, had much better survival skills than himself. Letting it go alone might actually be safer. Although it would be safer to recall the goblin thief, and he was only exploring the environment this time. But what if? What if he found some clues and easily passed the trial dream? Zhao Huanshe had tried before that if he died before the goblin card wouldn't be damaged. So, as long as the goblin thief stays invisible, it can probably survive until the end. Even if it dies, it just means Zhao Huanshe can relax at home for a day. Anyway, the money he has left is enough for him to relax for a long time. No, he must try harder, or else he'll really have to rely on his sister to support him. Zhao Huanshe shook his head and pushed away those gloomy thoughts. Seeing the goblin thief disappear while invisible, he turned and headed in the direction he had chosen earlier. Halfway, he picked up a dry, over 1 meter long branch as a weapon, tapping the bushes and grass to scare away any lurking snakes or monsters. The snakes didn't notice, but 2 grass-green slimes jumped out, spitting at Zhao Huanshe. He easily dodged the slime attacks and used the branch to smash their bodies. Perhaps smelling the scent of their dead kin, or because his fighting noise was too loud, more slimes emerged from the bushes and grass, crawling toward him. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe quickly ran away, using his speed to escape the slime swarm. This hill area didn't seem to have any strong monsters, just too many slimes, some ground mice and rabbits, and a few black beetles about the size of a fist. After walking for a while, he saw a small hill in the distance that was slightly trembling. Getting closer, he realized it was a giant rock golem over 10 meters tall, covered in moss, vines, and various weeds and shrubs. Zhao Huanshe was startled and quickly crouched down, hiding behind a nearby bush. After hiding for a while, I didn't see the giant rock creature make any moves. Instead, I could faintly hear a hollow sound when the wind blew through the cave. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. The sound was long and steady. Zhao Huanshe quietly peeked through the bushes and saw that the huge rock monster seemed to be sitting on the ground, sleeping. He felt a small relief, but then a headache came on. It was clear that this enormous rock giant was definitely the target of his trial. As for why it's called a plant symbiont instead of a rock giant, it probably has something to do with the lush plants growing on it. Don't panic. Think about the beginner trial. There must be a way to solve this. Fighting it directly was impossible. Not only did Zhao Huanshe have nothing with him, no weapons or equipment, but even if he did, it wouldn't help. Unless he brought a tank or some rocket launchers to demolish the rock giant, as if it were an illegal building, nothing else would work. Zhao Huanshe could only think about whether there was a weakness on the rock giant that could be exploited with an unexpected but logical method to easily kill it. So, where's the key point of this trial? While Zhao Huanshe was pondering how to attack the rock giant, a goblin thief, chewing on a beetroot stolen from a mole's paw, also spotted a creature that looked like a plant symbiont. Compared to the towering 10-meter giant, the target the goblin thief found was much smaller. From head to toe, including the large golden sunflower on its head, it was only about 2 meters long. Its rough, greenish skin looked like old tree bark, covered with thick, tough thorns like those on brambles. The monster's 2 arms were thick and long, and it moved on all 4s, much like a gorilla. Maybe because it looked too much like a plant, the goblin thief felt this creature was a bit slow and sluggish. Since it had found the target, the goblin thief planned to follow Zhao Huanshe's plan and return to the previous spot to tell him about the monster. Just as he was about to leave, a deep, angry roar suddenly sounded from the distance, and the ground trembled slightly. The goblin thief found a nearby shady spot and crouched down low to hide. Soon, the ground trembled more and more, and the roar grew louder. From a distance, the goblin thief saw its summoner being chased around like a stray dog, crushed by a huge rock monster. Boom! A large rock fell from the sky, but Zhao Huan quickly dodged it with a move called Wild Dog Attack. The rock rolled twice before Zhao Huan got up quickly, ignoring the dirt in his mouth. Using the dust as cover, he secretly changed direction and kept running. Wasn't he supposed to go back and share information? Why was he playing hide-and-seek with a stone monster? The goblin thief scratched his head, feeling confused. Forget it. Human minds are too complicated. Goblins can't understand them. The goblin thief looked at a spot not far away, where the frightened creature had burrowed into the ground, disguising itself as a large sunflower-like green monster. He didn't know what to do now. After a while, the tremors lessened. A green slime, wrapped around a struggling black beetle, slowly moved toward the shadow where the goblin thief was hiding. The goblin thief's eyes lit up. Isn't this a perfect delivery? Should he grab it quickly? He grabbed his rusty little knife, quickly extending and retracting it. The black beetle inside the slime fell into his hand. The slime felt something poke it, and the food it had been waiting for suddenly disappeared. It reached out with its tentacle but couldn't find the enemy's figure. At this moment, the goblin thief had already silently moved to a different spot, hiding where the slime couldn't notice him. He sniffed the beetle, noticing a smell of decayed grass leaves, and felt a slight burning sensation on his fingers. Carefully, he looked closer and saw that the slime's fluid had contaminated the beetle, corroding his skin. TSK. The goblin thief made a disgusted face, casually tossing the beetle away. The black beetle rolled a few times on the ground and landed right in front of a plant symbiont that had just been pulled from the ground. The plant symbiont paused slightly, reached out, and picked up the beetle to put it in its mouth. Suddenly, a blob of green slime splattered onto the plant, sizzling and emitting a faint foul smell. The plant symbiont brushed away the sticky mucus, then looked up at the large green jelly in the distance. After a while, the goblin thief, chewing on some roots, crouched in the corner, watching a group of slimes that seemed to appear out of nowhere, happily fighting with the plant symbiont. Strange. Why did these creatures suddenly start fighting? Wow. That monster is completely covered by slimes. It looks like it's about to be overwhelmed. Can't go on. I'm reaching my limit. Zhao Huanshi was still running from the rock giant. His whole body was covered in wounds, blood mixing with dirt and grass, looking very miserable. Only Zhao Huanshi, who had been tortured for over 100 days during the beginner trial, hadn't broken down. His pain tolerance had greatly increased. If it had been someone else, being chased like this by the rock giant, they probably would have given up and waited to die. How much resentment does this monster have against humans? It's been running for so long and still won't stop chasing. Hearing the whistling sound behind him, Zhao Huanshi quickly chose a random direction and charged forward. He had used this method before, dodging several stone-throwing attacks from the stone giant. But this time, his stamina was really low. Even with all his strength, he didn't get far before a stone fell and hit him, smashing his lower body and burying him in the dirt. Bang! Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened as he suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood, weakly collapsing to the ground. This hurts too much. I might as well just be crushed to death. The heavy footsteps grew closer, and the ground trembled more intensely, as if the whole world was shaking. Zhao Huanshi's consciousness gradually blurred, sinking quickly into darkness. Trial ended. Trial successful. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes, staring at the ceiling of his bedroom, feeling a bit dazed, not paying much attention to the information prompts in his mind. It's just a failure report. Does it matter if I failed or not? TCH. Another painful way to die. Gained evolution points, 58. Current evolution points, 157. Huh. Wait, I remember I only killed 2 slimes. Why do I have so many evolution points? Zhao Huanshi finally sensed something was wrong. You have received a trial reward, a gray monster card, symbiotic original species. The trial dream is regenerating. Estimated time, 58 hours. Zhao Huanshi suddenly sat up in bed, looking very surprised. Gently flicking his fingers, a brand new card appeared in his hand, something he had never seen before. The card has gray edges, and in the center, there is an image of a large plant seed emitting green light. The seed is wrapped in a tough-looking shell, with a small green sprout emerging from the middle. Gray monster card, symbiotic original species. A seed about to sprout. It has no special abilities, Maybe you can throw it to smash the enemy's head with its hard shell. Card level, LV max. You can spend 100 evolution points to evolve it into a white card. There isn't much information about the symbiotic original species. It was quickly read. But Zhao Huanshi was holding the card, looking around with confusion. That rock giant roared so loudly, but it doesn't look like it's about to die. It can't be that the rocks it smashed are from itself, because it's broken too much and might collapse, right? Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Compared to such an unreliable guess, it's more likely that while he was unconscious, the goblin thief killed the rock giant? That doesn't seem very likely either. Forget it, I'll call it out and ask. He sat on the sofa, looking disheveled and sleepy. Flicking his fingers, he took out the Goblin Three Scoundrels card and casually tossed it on the ground. Maybe. A 1/3 chance. The card shattered, light and shadow reformed, and a goblin rubbed its hands together, giving a sneaky smile as it looked at Zhao Huanshi. It rolled its eyes, scanning the room as if calculating the value of the items inside. Then, a look of disdain appeared in its eyes. Hey, what do you mean by that? His summoned creature actually looked down on him. Zhao Huanshi, too lazy to argue with this greedy and materialistic creature, pressed his palm to its head. Come back. The goblin trader instantly disintegrated into light and shadow, returning to the card in Zhao Huanshi's hand. When summoning, you only need to throw the card onto the ground. Now with flying cards, you can throw even farther. Recalling is a bit more complicated. Zhao Huanshi must touch the summoned monster to turn it back into a card. At least I've met a trickster merchant. Now, the next step is a 50-50 chance. Bang. A blue-purple glow once again coalesces into the shape of a goblin merchant. Got it. Bang. Another merchant appears. After 3 or 4 times like this, Zhao Huanshi suspects that the summoning mechanism of the Goblin Three Scoundrels might be such that once one is summoned, no matter how many times you summon afterward, it's always the same guy. What? Is it luck? How could that be? His luck can't be that bad. Sometimes the card draws in the game aren't even guaranteed to be good. Let's try again. If it's still a merchant, I'll give up. If I go to the Emerald Forest, I should leave soon. Zhao Huanshi looked at his phone and muttered softly. This tactic is called distracting the enemy with a false move, similar to loudly shouting during card draws that if the game doesn't give good cards, he'll uninstall it, or mentally threatening the game company, that kind of thing. Bang. A goblin with a large bag on its shoulder, looking shabby and exuding a strong sense of poverty, appeared in front of Zhao Huanshi. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi clenched his fist excitedly. Yes, I knew this trick would work. The goblin scavenger looked around, and besides the summoner, he saw no other creatures. His drooping eyelids suddenly opened wide, revealing sharp, greedy eyes, and the poverty-stricken aura around him disappeared. Looking at the furniture and various objects inside the house, the goblin scavenger didn't dislike them at all. He even wanted to grab some and stuff them into his bag. Fearing that this guy might really start stealing, Zhao Huanshi quickly recalled him. He threw the card again and finally summoned the goblin thief. Zhao Huanshi let out a sigh of relief. If this guy didn't come out again, he would have to give up on uncovering the truth for now and head out to the pollution zone after freshening up. The goblin thief danced and chattered, allowing Zhao Huanshi to roughly guess what was happening. So, that stone man isn't a plant symbiont at all. So, if I had been chased for so long and then accidentally crushed to death by a stone, wouldn't that be a waste? Zhao Huanshi felt like his intelligence was being looked down upon. He looked up and saw the goblin thief wasn't paying attention to him. The goblin was curiously looking around, and Zhao felt a small sense of relief. He focused on the symbiotic original species and thought for a moment. Evolve. The edge of the card turned from gray to white. The seed inside the plant shell fell off and quickly grew into a thin green vine, with only a few green leaves and many tiny roots. White monster card symbiotic vine. The symbiotic vine will insert its roots into animals or monsters, forming a mutually beneficial partnership. Symbiosis. After summoning, choose an object to form a symbiotic relationship. Photosynthesis. When there is enough light, the symbiotic vine provides a basic healing effect, slowly restoring some stamina and vitality, and speeding up wound healing. The effect looks pretty good, but having so many roots stabbing into the body is a bit scary. Zhao Huanshe looked up at the goblin thief. He saw the goblin sniff out the smell, then dig out the chicken bone Zhao had finished eating from the trash, and happily start chewing on it. You, spit out what's in your mouth. If you wanted chicken legs, you should have said so. I could have given you a new one. The goblin thief heard the command. Though reluctant, he grabbed the chicken bone with his hand and slowly pulled it out of his mouth. While pulling, he kept chewing, as if he wanted to keep the delicious taste of the chicken on his tongue. In his mind, he thought, I should have just bitten it into pieces and swallowed it. Suddenly, the goblin thief sniffed a stronger, more fragrant smell. He turned his head and saw Zhao Huanshe opening a package and handing over a braised chicken leg. Phew! The goblin thief threw away the broken bone in his hand, spat several times, and cleaned his mouth of all the tiny bones. I took the chicken leg from Zhao Huanshe's hand and bit into it hard. Instantly, my eyes widened, and I showed a happy expression. Watching the goblin thief's exaggerated look, Zhao Huanshe suddenly saw it glowing and heard a familiar background tune in his mind. You're overdoing it. The goblin thief savored the delicious food in his hand and had no opinion about Zhao Huanshe's idea of using his body for experiments. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe pressed the Symbiosis Vines card onto the goblin thief's back. The card shattered, and a white glow formed into thin, half-meter-long vines that wrapped around the goblin thief's body, with many roots piercing into the skin. Even after experiencing so many deaths, Zhao Huanshe still felt a shiver and his teeth ached when seeing this scene. However, the goblin thief kept eating the chicken leg without showing any signs of discomfort. Even if what you're holding is delicious, you shouldn't feel no pain, right? Or do those roots have a numbing effect? Zhao Huanshe wondered silently. He moved to the window, slightly opened the curtain to let in some sunlight. He casually picked up a fruit knife from the table and waved it back and forth in front of the goblin thief, thinking about where to cut. The goblin thief suddenly stopped chewing, widened his eyes, and looked at Zhao Huanshe with a frightened expression. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe straightforwardly said, add another chicken leg, then cut yourself with it, and see how the symbiosis vines heal. As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin thief hesitated for a moment and then took out a rusty small knife to cut himself. Why did you cut so deep when I told you to just make a small cut? That rusty knife is full of rust. Aren't you worried about tetanus? Zhao Huanshe muttered while taking a braised chicken leg from the fridge for the goblin thief. He pulled it into the sunlight to observe how the wound was healing. It was clear that the bleeding stopped quickly and the wound healed faster. Especially when the symbiosis vines and leaves were exposed to sunlight, the goblin's wound even glowed with a faint green light, speeding up the healing process. It seems less effective than the basic healing spell I saw online. But spells consume magic power. Rumor has it that an apprentice healer can cast up to 5 basic healing spells before running out of magic. The symbiotic vine just needs sunlight to survive. Zhao Huan was focused on studying the self-healing effect of the symbiotic vine. The goblin thief finished the chicken leg, gnawing on the bones, eyes rolling around, occasionally glancing at the fridge in the kitchen. After examining the self-healing effect provided by the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huan wanted to see what happens when the vine is removed and the small holes where the roots poke out are exposed. He reached out and pressed on the vine, silently calling it back. The vine dissolved into a white glow and turned back into a card, returning to Zhao Huan's hand. No wounds. After the vine disappeared, Zhao Huan was surprised to find that the goblin thief didn't have the tiny, dense holes he expected. He couldn't figure it out, so he could only attribute it to the magic and the wonder of the card. No wonder the goblin thief didn't seem to be in pain earlier. Zhao Huan thought to himself, planning to try it himself someday. He grabbed his phone and looked at the time, realizing it was already past 10. Wow, it's so late. He reached out and pressed on the sneaky goblin thief passing by, summoning it back. He put on his leather armor and protective gear, grabbed his steel sword, and took some prepared food and water before heading out to the bus station outside the community. After some transfers, he boarded a bus heading to the West City Pollution Zone checkpoint. As a large city, Dongchuan City has many subway lines and inner-city railways. But now, most of these convenient public transport systems are shut down, with only a few special routes still operating. Both the illusion rifts and space cracks that release monsters pose a big threat to the fixed subway lines. If an accident happens, hundreds or even thousands of passengers on the train would have almost no chance to escape. Compared to that, buses are slower but much more flexible. If something goes wrong, only about 40 or 50 people would be affected if the whole bus is lost. Zhao Huan rested his arm on the window, watching the scenery rush past outside. Below his arm, on the side of the bus, there were some large red characters printed. Fighting inside the vehicle and threatening public safety. Death penalty. A distant alarm sounded faintly, as if a space had appeared somewhere in the city and monsters were emerging. TSK. They say the magic concentration in the air is getting higher, which increases the chances of monster cracks and illusion rifts. A rough voice sounded beside me. Zhao Huanshi turned his head to look at the back seat and saw a tall, muscular man in his 30s or 40s, wearing dark blue leather armor that emitted a faint blue glow. Seeing Zhao Huanshi turn, the man showed a friendly smile. It was clear that he was trying hard to be kind, but the scars on his face made his fierce aura impossible to hide. He looked like a powerful warrior, someone who could easily defeat 10 Li Guang-like fighters with a single slap. "Little brother, are you heading to the Emerald Forest?" "Yes," Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile, glancing at the large travel bag beside the man, feeling a bit confused. People with such strength usually ride motorcycles or travel in large off-road vehicles with their team, right? Why is this big brother sitting on a bus like a rookie? Of course, when Zhao Huanshi thought of himself as a rookie, he didn't mean it was his first time entering the contaminated zone. But he had worked as a cleaner for 2 years, personally killed countless monsters, and fought in trial dreamscapes with his bare hands. Even outsmarted a goblin hero with a clever plan. Compared to him, the young boys and girls sitting in the other seats, with innocent faces full of worry and hope, chattering nonstop, were the real rookies. Haha, who knows which kid's family they are from? Watching all sorts of crazy videos, then rushing into the contaminated zone for adventure. Just wait, they probably won't even get past the city gate, and might even call their parents or school to pick them up. The tall man smiled warmly. Hearing this, Zhao Huanshi also smiled, and then asked his own question. "Brother, with your skills, why are you taking the bus to the contaminated zone?" The strong man waved his hand and said, "What expert? Just good luck. I was fighting monsters and somehow became a mid-level warrior." Is a mid-level warrior not strong enough? Not really. Warriors are common cannon fodder, not like rare professions. Ahem. My name is Zhang Dashuan. I'm a member of the unemployed line exploration team. Huh. Your team's name is quite special. Hee. The team members used to be online friends who played games together. Not all of us are middle-aged like me. We just named our guild that in the game, so we used it for the exploration team too. Zhang Dashuan smiled warmly. Our team actually has an armored bus. We usually go out together. You know, the city isn't very safe, so we all moved to one place to look out for each other. Seeing Zhao Huanshi nod, Zhang Dashuan continued. But this time, I had something urgent, so I was a bit late. I see. Then Zhang Dashuan talked more about how good his team members are, how close they are, and how they never give up when facing danger in the contaminated zone. As he listened, Zhao Huanshi sensed something was off. The more he heard, the more it seemed like this guy was advertising his team for recruitment. Noticing Zhao Huanshi's strange expression, Zhang Dashuan licked his dry lips and said a bit embarrassed. "Li Xuanhuan, right? Actually, I know you. There's a girl in our gaming guild from the North District, a cleaner, who mentioned you." I'm Zhao Huanshi, big brother." "Oh." Zhang Dashuan suddenly looked like he was under a spell of silence, his face turning red. He opened his mouth but didn't know what to say. He quietly took out his phone and started typing quickly, seeming to chat with someone. Zhao Huanshi imagined a fitting voice in his mind. Family, who understands. At the west second public exit of Dongchuan City. Because he registered as an explorer, Zhao Huanshi just showed his face, then was scanned up and down by a bunch of machines. In less than a minute, he passed the check and left the heavily guarded checkpoint. The young boys and girls, just as Zhang Dashuan said, were stopped by a group of heavily armed police officers. After being scolded, they looked disappointed and sat down in a corner by the wall. Beyond the checkpoint, the distance to the polluted area, which is the Emerald Forest, was about 7 or 8 kilometers. This area was not empty. It was filled with quickly built simple buildings. turning it into an adventure town where many explorers and workers gathered. This place was very dangerous. Monsters often emerged from the pollution zone, causing the town to come under fire from the city walls. It was normal for the town to be bombed 3 or 4 times a year. However, after each destruction, the town was quickly rebuilt. High risk meant high reward. Even ordinary workers doing various services earned 3 to 10 times more than similar jobs inside the city. It was easy to see that merchants and capitalists doing business here made a lot of money. This place hardly has any surveillance cameras. It's like a gray area. Zhang Daxuan pointed at some explorers in the distance who were holding signs to recruit temporary team members. These guys are just scammers targeting newcomers. Zhao Huanshe raised an eyebrow. Oh, I know. I saw some cases online. They said that scammers in the Emerald Forest only want to make money, not harm people. Who knows? You don't even know who posted those stories online. Zhang Daxuan replied. You mean they? Zhao Huanshe started. Oh, those guys don't have that kind of courage. They just find some naive young people to scam for training fees or something. The real dangerous snakes hiding in the shadows wouldn't stand out so openly and attract attention. Zhang Daxuan explained. Anyway, I need to find my teammates now. Brother Zhao, I hope you'll think carefully about my suggestion. Our exploration team is really good. He looked sincerely at Zhao Huanshe and said. Zhao Huanshe smiled and nodded. Okay, Brother Zhang. I'll think about it carefully. Although Zhang Daxuan seemed friendly and was very sincere about inviting Zhao Huanshe to join their team, Zhao Huanshe knew that appearances could be deceiving. He wouldn't trust a stranger so easily. Moreover, he still needed to figure out the origin of his professional stone to avoid future problems. He ventured deep into the contaminated area and discovered a mysterious relic from another world that had just appeared and was yet to be explored. Finding a profession stone there seemed the most logical choice. Otherwise, he could have accidentally encountered 2 powerful monsters fighting and taken advantage of the situation by searching the corpses of humanoid monsters for strange profession stones. There are many such cases online. He could just pick one for reference. Zhao Huan was thinking to himself. Following a guide he found online, he placed his phone in a temporary storage shop in the small town. Then he headed toward the end of the town, where a huge white fog was thick. Although he was a stranger and alone, no one was foolish enough to approach him to teach or recruit him. People in this line of work tend to be perceptive. Zhao Huan's leather armor, patched many times, still bore signs of monster attacks and bloodstains, with dirt and grime layered over it. It was clear he was not someone to be easily bullied. He reached the edge of the contaminated zone, standing before the fog, and could vaguely see the scene behind it. A dense, primitive forest twisted into strange, bizarre shapes. Zhao Huan was standing in front of the fog, lost in thought. He wondered if the goblin trio's summoning would be affected by the rules of the contaminated zone. If he summoned outside the fog, there was a 50% chance the goblins would be thrown into the zone, or maybe they would always stay outside. He decided to try a few times to find out. He watched a team of explorers form a line and enter the fog. Their figures twisted into strange shapes, but no battles occurred. They simply moved straight into the lush forest. Once Zhao Huan could no longer see the team, he drew his greatsword and stepped into the fog. As he passed through, he felt a slight daze, just like when entering a dream through a space rift. He moved his fingers on his left hand and summoned the goblin trio. Placement summon. The card in his hand shattered and disappeared. Zhao Huan immediately stepped back, several paces out of the contaminated zone. His actions were smooth and swift, taking only about 10 seconds from start to finish. Seeing Zhao Huanshe go in and quickly come out again outside the contaminated area, a few explorers waiting for their teammates couldn't help but chuckle softly. Hey buddy, you're too weak. You should have stayed inside a bit longer to breathe the fresh air of the green forest. Otherwise, why bother coming here? Said a blonde-haired, buzz-cut explorer with a playful smile. Lu Xin, stop talking nonsense, his teammate quickly warned. Zhao Huanshe wasn't angry. He just smiled and replied, I'm a little nervous going in alone. I need to build up my confidence. Huh? With your attitude just now, I thought you were some expert. Wait, are you sure you didn't just hear online that the Green Forest is a beginner's place and come here foolishly to explore alone? Lu Xin, the blonde, said with surprise. Bro, let me tell you, the monsters in the contaminated zone are not like those silly programs in games. They are real and dangerous. If you want to be an explorer, you'd better join a reliable team. Oh, those guys over there don't count. They're just scammers. You should check with the Special Affairs Bureau to see if they're recruiting explorers. Those are more trustworthy. Lu Xian spoke quickly, rattling on a lot. Zhao Huanshi listened with a smile, thinking that this lively guy seemed pretty decent despite his flashy appearance. Wow, I didn't realize there are so many tricks involved. Thanks, brother. I'll go back and do some more research. Hey, we're all brothers. No need to be so formal, Lu Xian said casually with a broad grin. Watching Zhao Huanshi walk away, Lu Xian shook his head slightly. This guy's too bold, trying to go into the green forest alone. A woman with a long bow and quiver rolled her eyes. Come on, you. It was your fooling us into going to the green forest in the first place. We almost lost our lives. If it weren't for the boss showing up. Hey, boss, what are you looking at? The sturdy middle-aged man, who had been watching Zhao Huanshi's back with a puzzled look, snapped out of his thoughts. Oh, nothing. I just think that young man doesn't seem like a rookie. Lu Xian nodded. Right. I was fooled by his aura earlier and thought he was some expert. Turns out, he's just a clueless kid who doesn't know anything. Maybe. Deep in the lush green forest, a team of fully armed explorers had just been attacked by a group of poison claw demon cats. After a not-too-difficult fight, the explorers managed to drive away the demon cats and left behind the bodies of about a dozen of them. Some team members were now busy dismantling the bodies to take out valuable materials. Others sat nearby, tending to their wounds and taking antidotes. The demon cat's claws are highly poisonous. If scratched, a person's body would become poisoned, and the wound would hurt badly, making it hard for the explorers to fight or move properly. The fight had ended some time ago, but the injured explorers were still gasping for air. Ugh, this hurts so much. No wonder many teams prefer to go around and avoid the demon cat's territory. If only we had a healer or a water element mage in the team. One healing spell, and the poison would be gone instantly. Stop dreaming. Such an important support role isn't just recruited into the Special Operations Bureau for training. They either go with the breakthrough team to deal with illusion rifts or are invited by big groups to join powerful exploration teams. We can't possibly get one. Isn't there also a healer who was kicked out because they were too weak or stuck at the apprentice level? That's nonsense. You're just spreading rumors. If an apprentice mage gets kicked out, maybe. But for a healer, especially a special profession, even if they're just an apprentice, they wouldn't be discarded so easily. That's not always true. I heard a new formula for medical potions has been developed. Once mass-produced, these tech-made healing potions could be about 70% as effective as the low-level healing elixirs made by alchemists. Maybe apprentice healers won't have much use anymore. I saw that news too. The new formula's production cost is high, so it's uncertain if it can be mass-produced. Let's not rush to make healing potions. Has anyone talented enough to improve the antidote formula? Even if it's only a third as effective as alchemical antidotes, it would help. This pain is just too much. The team leader, a middle-level warrior in shining metal armor, scoffed. Instead of relying on those things, you should focus on improving your own strength. A few demon cats hurt you that badly? Stop complaining. At this moment, the member on guard suddenly said with suspicion, Hey, where did that goblin come from? It was nothing just now. Hearing this, the explorers immediately became tense and grabbed their weapons. The captain raised his large metal shield and said in a deep voice, Everyone prepare for battle. There's no need to be nervous. It seems to be just one goblin. Just one? How is that possible? Don't goblins usually appear in groups? Look for yourself. That goblin is all dirty, like it's been wandering somewhere. All goblins are dirty. Well, this one looks especially filthy, holding a torn bag, like a beggar. Can monsters ask for food? Probably not. At best, we could slap it away. Should we kill it? It looks kind of pitiful. Why waste effort? It's not threatening, and it doesn't have anything valuable on it. Yeah, strangely, the explorers didn't bother to attack the poor, scruffy goblin. Instead, they started talking about other things. That rotten leaf area is said to have giant burrowing worms. Be careful when you walk. If you feel the ground shake, move aside immediately. Got it. No need to be too nervous. Look at that goblin, walking on those rotten leaves for a while and nothing happened. Suddenly, the ground exploded, and a huge, toothy worm burst out, swallowing the scavenging goblin in one gulp. Dirt and rotten leaves flew everywhere, but the giant worm, with the goblin inside, quickly retreated underground and disappeared. Wow, what was that just now? Are we really going to deal with such a scary thing? Captain, I suddenly feel unwell. I think I have a stomach ache. Can I go back? You, a man, talking about a stomach ache? Captain, I have hemorrhoids and need to go back immediately for surgery. Enough, stop arguing. The team leader interrupted a few members' chatter, saying, the intel says the creature is a giant burrowing worm. Its body diameter is no more than 1.5 meters, but that one just now was clearly a rockshell burrowing worm, at least 3 or 4 meters wide. This is not an enemy we can handle. Let's leave now. Hearing this, the team members relaxed and quickly packed their things, walking quietly and carefully to leave the area. A few hundred meters underground, inside a large cave. Suddenly, the head of the rockshell burrowing worm emerged. It opened its mouth with a loud pop, spitting out a goblin scavenger covered in thick, sticky liquid. The worm detects enemies by sensing ground vibrations, hunting, and catching prey. Most of the time, the prey is dissolved in the worm's digestive fluids, so it doesn't even realize what it has swallowed. But as soon as the goblin entered, the worm felt a deep, penetrating sensation of sour, foul, and nauseating smell and taste. Wherever the goblin went, all its organs reacted strongly with rejection and resistance. For the first time, the worm felt disgusted and wanted to. Then, the goblin was spat out. It rolled on the ground twice, its sticky body smeared with moss and fungi. It stood up, looked back, and saw the worm again spitting out some more sticky liquid before retreating into the rock layer and disappearing. The worm's mucus is corrosive, leaving many burn marks on the goblin's body. That tattered sack, unknown what material it was made of, remained undamaged and was used by the goblin as a rag to wipe off the remaining mucus. Although the goblin didn't know where the worm had thrown it, it didn't care at all. Using the faint glow from the luminous plants in the cave, the goblin observed the surroundings, sniffed slightly, and headed deeper into the cave. Passing by a glowing mushroom, it saw a chubby worm lying on top, wiggling its and flashing, as if calling others for mating. The goblin grabbed the worm, stuffed it into its mouth, chewed once, then immediately spat it out with a loud bleh. After spitting, it stomped on the worm a few times. Ugh, what trash! It's even worse than me. The goblin scavenger wandered deeper into the underground cave, turning around and around. Along the way, it picked colorful mushrooms and glowing flowers, stuffing them into its bag. Following the faint smell of treasure, it entered a spider's nest but got caught in a transparent web and couldn't move. Then, a cave spider that heard the noise came and threw it out. The goblin struggled hard to break free from the web. Afterward, it kept wandering and found a place where the cave dwellers farmed. It grabbed a bunch of large, pig-nosed mushrooms and put them in its bag. The goblin was chased for a long time by the cave dwellers with stone spears. Finally, it escaped from the pursuers. When it looked up, it realized it had run into a tomb. The surroundings were filled with a rotten, evil, cold atmosphere, and the smell of a lot of treasure. Without thinking, the goblin stepped into the tomb's depths. Just a few steps in, it suddenly heard strange sighs above. Looking up, it saw a terrifying ghost emerging from an open coffin hanging in the air, snarling and rushing toward it. The goblin was overwhelmed by the frightening aura, feeling immense fear. It wanted to turn and run, but its body turned icy cold, limbs weak, and it couldn't move at all. Just as the ghost roared to pass through the goblin's body, intending to drain all its life force and turn it into a dried corpse, the ghost suddenly stopped and looked at the trembling, dirty green creature on the ground with confusion. Even though it had lost its sense of smell after death, it suddenly detected a strong, foul stench of poverty. In the ghost's chaotic, evil mind, it briefly remembered its life as a noble, encountering a disheveled commoner pulling a cart of waste passing by. Ugh, such a disgusting memory. The ghost's terrifying face showed disgust and dislike, and it seemed a bit angry. Then, it turned around quickly and flew back into the hanging coffin. Bang! The coffin lid, which wasn't tightly closed, was slammed shut. After the ghost left, the goblin took a long time to recover. He rolled his eyes at the hanging coffin and got up to continue walking deeper into the tomb. Wearing tattered leather armor, a half-mummified corpse with missing parts, clutching a rusty iron sword, surrounded by scattered jewelry, gold, silver, and drinking vessels. It seems the goblin scavenger was not the first visitor to this tomb. But who cares about that? Anyway, the goblin scavenger wouldn't care. Seeing the valuable items scattered on the ground, the goblin's eyes suddenly widened as if golden light was shining from within. He quickly ran a few steps to the mummy's side, snatched up the items on the ground, and stuffed them into his pocket. Just as he was happily collecting his loot, the broken mummy suddenly shuddered violently. Ghostly flames flickered in its hollow eye sockets, and its mouth slightly opened, emitting a hoarse voice with a cold chill. Hee hee. Physical armor, blah blah. What kind of strange words are those? The goblin scavenger didn't understand and stepped on the mummy's arm, pulling out the rusty iron sword from its hand and tossing it into his bag. Roar, stealing my treasure and grabbing my weapon? The mummy's undead spirit immediately became angry and lunged at the goblin scavenger. The goblin turned around quickly, clutching his bag and running away. Although the mummy's undead spirit crawled quickly on the ground, it was still slower than the goblin's 2 legs. It was unlikely to catch up on its own. However, the mummy's furious roar alerted other monsters in the tomb. A skeleton warrior in rusty metal armor, a tomb robber who died for treasure, and a restless ghostly spirit disturbed from its sleep. Perhaps because it had been sleeping too long, these undead were not very sharp after waking up and hadn't fully realized what was happening. Plus, influenced by the goblin's scavenging nature, it ran all the way into the deepest, most ornate chamber of the tomb. Along the way, it casually grabbed many miscellaneous items, stuffing them into its bag without even looking. Finally, the goblin saw in front of a magnificent coffin adorned with many jewels, a set of fierce-looking metal armor, and a black sword swirling with ghostly aura. The goblin scavenger suddenly went crazy, completely ignoring the intimidating aura coming from the ornate coffin. It spread its legs and rushed forward, grabbing the black sword and stuffing it into its bag. It also reached out with its claws toward the nearby armor. Suddenly, a loud roar came from inside the coffin. The lid flew off forcefully, like a cannonball, and quickly smashed toward the goblin scavenger. Boom! The entire tomb, along with the surrounding caves, shook slightly. The coffin made of some unknown material was driven into the ground, splitting the goblin into 2 parts, one on the east side and one on the west side. Even so, the goblin still clutched a metal helmet tightly in its hand. After struggling a bit, it realized it was too weak to lift the helmet and put it into its bag. With a regretful sigh, the goblin disappeared in a flash of light, along with its torn bag. Clang! As the helmet fell to the ground, a pile of items spilled out. There were gold and silver dishes used as burial offerings, colorful mushrooms with dirt still on their roots, a rusty iron sword, broken eggshells left by some unknown monster, and a large, round dung ball. The corpse, sitting up from the coffin, dressed in fancy clothes, suddenly noticed its black sword was gone. It let out an angry roar, sending out terrifying ripples. The undead in the tomb heard the roar and either lay on the ground or trembled in the corners. Only the hanging coffin at the entrance of the tomb slightly swayed, tightening its lid a bit more. After Zhao Huanshi left the contaminated zone, he didn't go straight back. He first went to the storage area to get his phone, then wandered around the small town. Zhao Huanshi didn't know how the ownership of the houses was decided after each rebuild, but he guessed it was probably related to the official authorities of Dongchuan City. All the houses in the town were shops. There were no residences. The only place to stay was a small, expensive inn that charged by the hour, offering a brief rest for explorers. Since Dongchuan City wasn't far away, if they needed to rest or sleep for a long time, explorers would definitely go back inside the city walls to a proper inn, rather than stay in this temporary town that could be attacked by monsters or bombed at any moment. If luck was bad, they might never wake up again. In the explorer town, most shops are either restaurants or taverns serving food and drinks. The majority are buyers who purchase the spoils explorers bring back from contaminated zones. These spoils include common materials obtained from monsters or gathered in the wild. Independent explorer teams, who dislike being controlled by big companies or groups and lack logistical support, usually sell their loot to buyers after their adventures to reduce trouble and burden. Some explorers also set up small stalls in the market area to sell items they find rare or unusual. Besides strange and rare materials, there are also magical equipment said to be found in ancient ruins, with various mysterious powers. Buyers generally don't have much to do with Zhao Huanshi, a new explorer with nothing in hand. He actually has his own sales channels, which he established when he used to handle black market goods as a scavenger. After working together for 2 years, he feels the other person is trustworthy. If possible, he prefers to work with familiar contacts. Food prices at the restaurants and taverns are 10 or even 100 times higher than outside the city walls, making Zhao Huanshi, who is poor, hesitate. He can only take out some prepared food, nibble on bread, drink some cold water, and wander aimlessly around the market stalls. He doesn't buy anything, just wants to enjoy the scene. He had seen online reports before about some unknown individuals, possibly awakening users, setting up stalls in explorer towns to sell fake goods. Things that seem real, but are not. They claim these treasures are excavated from ruins, setting traps to scam gullible buyers. Their tricks are similar to those who used to fake antique sales. Sometimes, online rumors say someone bought an unremarkable stone in a certain explorer town, only to find later that after soaking it in water, heating it with fire, or even burning it with fumes, it turned out to be a professional-grade stone, a powerful magic item, or something mysterious but very valuable. In short, it's about lucky finds, sudden wealth, and rising to the top of life. But not all stalls sell fake goods. Some do sell real items, though the prices vary greatly. People's opinions differ on whether it's worth it. The main reason is that the ways to obtain magical equipment are too rare, and the high demand from awakeners causes shortages. Besides getting materials from ruins, tombs, mysterious treasures, and various humanoid monsters in contaminated areas, only a very few professions like blacksmiths can craft magical gear using materials from these zones. Blacksmiths are already rare, and their efficiency in making magical equipment is low. However, it is said that, apart from profession stones, talented awakeners who keep making gear in contaminated areas have a small chance to awaken as craftsmen. Then, with continued effort, they might have a small chance to advance to blacksmiths or other professions. Similar cases include potion makers and alchemists, gardeners and planters, and so on. But these stories are only circulated online and haven't been officially confirmed, so their truth is uncertain. In Dongchuan City, there is indeed a blacksmith who awakened using a profession stone, Gao Qiguang, the youngest son of one of the city's powerful families, the Gao family. However, after 4 or 5 years of awakening, Gao Qiguang is still a beginner blacksmith. Many people online criticize him for having no talent and not working hard, wasting a rare profession stone. But according to rumors Zhao Huanshi heard from a certain uncle's cleaner, Gao Qiguang originally used a common profession stone and unexpectedly awakened as a blacksmith. He initially wanted to become a fire mage, but now, as a member of the prominent Gao family, he's forced to spend his days hammering at the forge. Well, he's really playing with fire. While Zhao Huanshi was daydreaming, he casually looked at the magical equipment displayed on the stall in front of him. He has no ability to appraise magical gear, and he's never heard of an appraisal profession. However, the city has several appraisal agencies with a mature testing process that can detect most abilities of magical equipment. But these tests are expensive, and only equipment with obvious magic leakage is usually sent for testing. As for the items on this street stall, it's all up to the awakener's luck, guess and hope. Zhao Huanshi thought that someday, when he could openly summon goblin troublemakers, he'd bring them to the Explorer Town stall area, use his sense of wealth to pick out the valuable items, and buy them all, suddenly becoming rich and reaching the peak of life. First, let's see if the 3 troublemakers' sense of wealth is reliable, and then I need to have some money. Actually, there was a large sword with a strange shape and a faint magical aura at the stall that caught his eye. Unfortunately, Zhao Huanshi was short on money, so it was destined to be out of reach. He sighed softly, stood up, and looked up to see a familiar figure in the distance. Huh. Li Guangxi, seeing Li Guangxi carrying a big bag and holding a bunch of miscellaneous items, following behind a few explorers like a pack mule, Zhao Huanshi was surprised. Is this guy claiming to be an explorer but actually just running around doing menial work? Although he saw his rival, Zhao Huanshi didn't get too excited. In fact, he couldn't tell if Li Guangxi was a troublemaker or a lucky star for him. If it weren't for him, Zhao Huanshi wouldn't have found the professional stone, become a card monster summoner, or escaped from being a cleaner so easily, without raising suspicion. Of course, he wasn't grateful. If there was a chance, Zhao Huanshi would definitely take revenge. But he had no intention of deliberately causing trouble for him. When I become stronger, I can easily crush these small fry. Seeing Li Guangxi, Zhao Huanshi lost interest in wandering around the explorer town. It was getting late, and he really should go home. He lightly pinched his fingers, but didn't summon the Goblin Trouble Trio, indicating the goblins were still alive. This survival ability is impressive. They're living longer than I expected. Maybe they can stay online for 24 hours. I wonder which goblin it is. Hope I can bring back some good stuff. With full anticipation, Zhao Huanshi returned to Dongchuan City and took the bus home. After he left, 7 or 8 hours passed, and it was midnight. Many explorers active in the Emerald Forest suddenly panicked and ran out. Run! The monsters underground in the Emerald Forest have revolted. Send a distress signal to the city wall. Requesting fire support. Everyone retreat to the city wall. That night, Zhao Huanshi didn't sleep very well. He had been tortured in the trial dreamscape for over half a year, and now that he was on vacation, his mind was a bit unaccustomed. I dreamed of the scene from the past when the illusion merged, the world was collapsing. My parents, along with my siblings, were mixed in the crowd, desperately fleeing from a horde of monsters. Zhao Huanshi suddenly opened his eyes wide and woke up. He looked at the familiar ceiling, and his rapid breathing soon calmed down. It's been a long time since I had this dream. Zhao Huanshi reached out and wiped his forehead, noticing it was covered in cold sweat. He got up, went to the fridge, and took out a bottle of water, drinking it all in one gulp. Since it was not fully dawn outside, he checked the time on his phone but saw a red warning message from the Special Affairs Bureau. Warning: a monster uprising has occurred in the Emerald Forest, with many undead monsters attacking explorers and others indiscriminately. Warning: the West 2nd Explorer Town in Dongchuan City has been attacked by an undead monster army. New information: the undead army attacking West 2nd Explorer Town has been repelled. The current situation in Emerald Forest is unknown. It is recommended that explorers enter the contaminated area from other locations. Click the link to see safer entry points near Emerald Forest. Latest update: there was a battle in West 2nd Explorer Town. No casualties have been reported so far, but some buildings were affected. Click to view the battle video. Zhao Huanshi paused in surprise. Huh? Explorer Town was attacked by monsters? Luckily, I came back early. As he said this, Zhao Huanshi honestly clicked on the link to the battle video. The phone screen automatically switched to the Explorer app, opening the footage of the battle in Explorer Town. In the drone footage, countless fierce-looking ghosts howled as they rushed out from the fog at the edge of the contaminated zone. Some lunged at the fleeing explorers on the ground. Others attacked the armed drones in the sky. Then, they were hit by laser beams and sonic waves from the drones, causing them to scream and collapse. There were also many skeleton warriors and mummies dressed in metal armor. As soon as they emerged from the contaminated zone, they were torn apart by the drones' machine guns, with debris flying everywhere. Finally, a powerful high-level ghost appeared, wearing a dark, ominous magic armor that looked very advanced, carrying a. Zhao Huanshi didn't see clearly what weapon it was holding, but the comments said that the powerful ghost's weapon was a strongest coffin board in history. The ghostly creature opened its mouth and let out a hoarse, unpleasant scream. It flew in the sky, attacking with armed drones that crackled and sparked, wobbling and falling down. Before hitting the ground, the drones exploded due to their ammunition, turning into bursts of fire. Some viewers in the comment section said that the ghostly creature used powerful mental magic. However, because the drones were far away, viewers watching the video couldn't feel the suffocating fear through the screen. Realizing the monster was very strong, the remaining drones quickly flew away to keep their distance. Then, from a distance, probably from the city wall, came several loud, urgent noises. As the screen filled with comments like, "High energy ahead, shield warriors hope," the strongest coffin appears. The heavily armored ghostly creature forcefully slammed a coffin board onto the ground. Ghostly energy burst out from its body, forming a huge black coffin-shaped shield in midair, blocking all incoming cannon fire. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded. 2 missiles shot out from the city wall of Dongchuan City. With a bright flash and comments like, "The strongest shield warrior falls. People from another world are not playing fair," and "The boss ate," the giant coffin shadow shattered instantly. The powerful monster was hit by a strong explosion and, roaring in anger, was blown back into the contaminated zone. Guided by the comments, Zhao Huanshe saw that on the ground hit by the missiles, there was even a half-broken coffin board sticking into the dirt at an angle. Wow, is this coffin board really that hard? The video ended. Zhao Huanshe looked at the comment section below the video. Some guessed the reason for the monster's uprising, others discussed the skills used by the powerful ghostly creature, and some envied its armor and coffin board, dreaming about them. It has nothing to do with me. I'll sleep a little more. No, the goblin is still farming in the lush green forest. It probably won't get killed by these undead, right? Suddenly, a thought struck him. The card of the Goblin 3 Scoundrels appeared in his hand, its surface covered with fine cracks. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 42 hours. Card level: LV2. So it really got destroyed. Wait, why is the repair time longer now? Zhao Huanshe frowned. Could it be that as the quality of the card improves, the time needed to repair it also gets longer? Or does it depend on the type of monster? Zhao Huan was guessing in his mind, his eyes fixed on the Goblin 3 Scoundrels. After looking at it for a while, his gaze seemed to pass through the card and see a void space filled with many messy objects. There were plants with muddy roots, brightly colored large mushrooms that looked highly toxic, strange fungi resembling pig noses, rusty armor parts and weapons, and ancient-looking, dust-covered gold and silver utensils, and a large black sword emitting an evil, cold aura. Ignoring the chaotic items, Zhao Huan's attention was instantly drawn to the black sword. With a thought, the black sword appeared out of thin air and fell straight down. Zhao Huan hurriedly reached out to grab the hilt, but saw the tip silently pierce through the floor. Then a faint black decay aura spread from the sword. The smooth, painted floor instantly darkened and decayed, as if buried in a dark graveyard for thousands of years. But Zhao Huan didn't have time to mourn for his floor. He clearly felt that this sinister black sword was rapidly draining his energy. The sword's hilt was clear and cold, looking like it was carved from some kind of jade, but Zhao Huan thought the sword's evil appearance suggested the hilt was made from the bones of some unknown monster. At the junction of the hilt and the blade, there was a white skull with fierce features, biting tightly onto the sword with its teeth. Its hollow eye sockets glowed with 2 red points of light. It looked like a malicious ghost awakened by Zhao Huan's life force. Zhao Huan loosened his grip, and the black sword was slammed onto the floor, leaving a deep dent. But after he let go, the decay aura from the sword quickly disappeared. Zhao Huan looked at his arm. Maybe it was just his illusion, but besides feeling a bit weak, the skin on his palm seemed to have aged quite a bit. Wow, is this the legendary evil weapon? In the morning, sunlight streamed through the window. Zhao Huan raised his right hand and exposed the entire entwined vine on his arm to the sunlight. The vine's surface shimmered faintly, and the green leaves gently swayed. Wow, this feeling is kind of awesome. Zhao Huanshe felt like a robot with a solar-powered battery. His body was fully charged, but a continuous flow of energy kept pouring into his arm. After holding the black greatsword earlier, he noticed his palm skin was a bit dry and wrinkled, but it quickly returned to normal and even looked more moisturized. As time passed, Zhao Huanshe felt more energetic, as if he had a lot of strength but nowhere to use it. He really wanted to do something to burn off this excess energy. Wow, if this thing were wrapped around my waist, and I picked a sunny day to do something fun outdoors, like playing soccer or basketball with all the collisions and excitement. That would be so fun. Zhao Huanshe looked around nervously. Although he was alone in the room, after doing or thinking about some awkward things, he always worried that someone might be secretly watching him. After experiencing the photosynthesis effect of the symbiotic vine firsthand, Zhao Huanshe turned his gaze back to the black great sword lying on the floor. He hesitated for a moment, then exhaled softly to calm his nerves, and reached out his right hand to grasp the sword's hilt. He wanted to see if wearing the symbiotic vine could lessen the negative effects of the black greatsword draining his stamina or vitality. The best solution would be to find someone to sell this dangerous yet powerful weapon. Selling it directly to the Special Affairs Bureau might cause questions about its origin, which could be troublesome. But selling it to middlemen who deal with black market goods wouldn't be a problem. Although the origin of the black greatsword was somewhat unclear, it definitely wasn't acquired through murder or theft, so there was no fear of someone investigating it specifically. Middlemen would offer lower prices, but they usually wouldn't ask too many questions about where the sword came from. If Zhao Huanshi wanted to know more, he'd have to pay extra. However, Zhao Huanshi was eager to get it. The strange, dark sword looked more and more appealing to him. If possible, he preferred to keep it and use it himself. As his hand grasped the sword's hilt, Zhao Huanshi again felt the strange energy emanating from the black greatsword. His palm didn't feel like it was being in, but something was continuously flowing out from his arm. A faint black mist escaped from the blade, swirling around the edge. The skull-shaped eye sockets connecting the blade, and the hilt glowed faintly with a red light, as if the sword was about to awaken. Unlike before, Zhao Huanshi now has a solar-powered charger on his arm. Under the sunlight, it continuously generates energy and vitality. Originally, this energy was meant to flow into his body, but now it is being used to feed the pitch-black greatsword. Being in the sunlight helps me stay balanced, but once I leave the sunlight, I can't maintain it. Zhao Huanshi's arm moved in and out of the sunlight, carefully feeling the changes in his body. He turned his head and saw a small metal stool with bent legs at his feet. He swung his sword, and without feeling any resistance, the stool was instantly cut in half. Very sharp, dark energy wrapped around, and where the metal stool was cut, it looked weathered and fragile, as if it had been exposed to long-term rain and wind. Zhao Huanshi didn't care about the innocent little stool. He looked at his arm, frowned, and whispered, "When I swing the sword, does the energy drain faster?" He used his foot to push the remains of the stool aside and placed the pitch-black greatsword on it, so it wouldn't damage the floor or table again. After letting go, the strange phenomenon of the greatsword quickly disappeared, and Zhao Huanshi's energy slowly recovered thanks to the symbiotic vine. As long as I don't hold it all the time, it's not a big problem. Plus, if I upgrade the card quality of the symbiotic vine, the healing effect should get stronger. Besides the energy consumption, I wonder if there are other issues. I'll hold it for 10 more minutes, then go to the hospital for a full body check. Feeling his body had almost recovered, Zhao Huanshi picked up the greatsword again and stood in the sunlight. As time passed, the sunlight seemed to grow stronger, and the healing ability of the symbiotic vine also changed. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi's phone buzzed with a message. He used his left hand to unlock the phone and check the message. It was from an unknown number, inviting him to join an exploration team. Super Fire Dragon Exploration Team. What kind of silly name is that? Can they really recruit members with such a team? Zhao Huanshi frowned in confusion. Soon, 2 more messages appeared from other unknown numbers, both inviting him to join exploration teams. What's going on? Are these exploration teams so short of cannon fodder? Zhao Huanshi wondered, feeling puzzled. Although I am somewhat known among the North District cleaners, I am still an ordinary person who hasn't awakened any special skills. Why would so many exploration teams actively invite me? Alert! Special Operations Bureau reminds you, there are no free lunches in the sky. Stay alert, beware of scams. If you want to join an exploration team, make sure to go through official channels. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow. So, I'm being targeted by scammers? Then the question is, who leaked my information? It's hard to guess. Just as he was about to block those numbers, he saw a message from Li Xiaoshui, a familiar cleaner. Most of the cleaners already knew about Zhao Huanshi being expelled. That fool Li Guang was almost becoming an enemy of the cleaners. After a few words, Li Xiaoshui said a friend asked him to see if Zhao Huanshi was interested in joining his friend's exploration team. The conditions could be discussed. Zhao Huanshi wasn't very interested in joining an exploration team for now. He was more curious about why so many teams were looking for him. Li Xiaoshui replied that, compared to inexperienced rookies, cleaners with 2 years of experience fighting monsters were more popular with exploration teams. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi's high combat talent meant he would eventually awaken as a warrior. However, Li Xiaoshui also warned him that most exploration teams actively recruiting Zhao Huanshi were of average strength. If he wanted to join a better team, he would need to seek them out himself. I see. So not all these messages are from scammers. Zhao Huanshi initially wanted to block all those numbers, but now he thought it was better to respond politely. Although he didn't know if these people genuinely wanted to recruit him or just wanted his money, they all seemed courteous on the surface. There's no need to cause trouble over such small matters and create enemies for no reason. While Zhao Huanshi was busy typing a voice message reply, he didn't notice that as time passed, the absorbed power grew stronger. The red glow in the eye sockets of the black sword skull finally reached its peak. A faint black silk thread crawled along his palm onto the skin of his hand, twisting into a strange black mark, which then gradually disappeared. Zhao Huanshi didn't notice any unusual changes in his body. After replying to all the messages, he hid the dark sword at home, strapped on his steel sword, and rode a shared electric bike to the hospital for a full-body checkup. The checkup found no problems. In fact, his physical condition was better than normal. After all, Zhao Huanshi has a 5-point bonus to all attributes from being a card monster summoner. Oh, now it's 6 points. He wasn't sure what the goblin, summoned by the placement, had done, but not only did the card level increase by 1, but his summoner level also went up by 1. Level and attribute bonuses for professions are not unique to Zhao Huanshi. All awakened individuals can increase their profession level and gain extra attribute bonuses. For example, when first becoming an apprentice soldier, the awakened person gains 3 points of strength and 3 points of stamina. With each level up, depending on their fighting style, they can gain 0 to 2 points in strength, agility, or stamina, totaling 3 to 4 points of attribute bonuses. Leveling up isn't done by fighting monsters for experience, but is related to the nature of each profession. For instance, an apprentice soldier might level up suddenly during training or combat, while a legendary alchemist is said to gain new insights while preparing alchemical potions, which can lead to level increases. However, professionals only know the extra attribute bonuses provided by their profession and do not know their full attribute values. Besides profession-based bonuses, awakened individuals can also grow through training, fighting, or even consuming magic items. They can also suffer setbacks like injuries, illnesses, poisoning, curses, or aging, which can decrease their attributes. Attributes like strength and stamina can be quantified by comparing them to the average strength and stamina of athletes, usually between 8 and 10. Using strength and physical tests, they can roughly estimate the current attribute values. But for attributes like intelligence and mental strength, there is no current way to quantify them. To find out specific attribute values, one must go to certain special ruins in contaminated zones for testing. 1 point of all attribute bonus means all 5 attributes, strength, agility, stamina, intelligence, and mental strength, each increase by 1. So, every time I level up, I get 1 or 2 more attribute points than other apprentice-level professions. Plus the basic 5-point all-attribute bonus. I could be called a versatile talent, Zhao Huanshi happily thought to himself. He is an all-powerful card monster summoner. Currently, he only has the support card, Symbiotic Vines, and the somewhat combat-capable logistics card, Goblin 3 Scoundrels, which is also in a repair state and cannot be summoned. In the past few days, Zhao Huanshi has simply chosen to relax at home. He watches TV and plays games. When he first became a cleaner, Zhao Huanshi would go to the Special Operations Bureau training base to improve his combat survival skills. Since activating his card monster summoner profession, he has been beaten badly by goblins every night and rarely goes to the training base anymore. When he has free time, he just lies around at home, doing nothing. He hasn't touched the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card in the greedy space for now. Maybe next time he summons, he will call out a goblin merchant, and he should leave some resources for it to start with, right? During this time, some people sent messages asking if he wanted to join the exploration team, but he politely declined each one. Then, another acquaintance of the cleaner, Lu Xingyu, a single mother and a strong woman skilled with a big bow, sent him a message. She said she is friends with members of the middle-aged unemployed line exploration team and had mentioned Zhao Huanshi to them before. At first, it was because Zhao Huanshi looked good. Lu Xingyu shared his photo with some women in her gaming group. Later, as Zhao Huanshi's combat skills improved rapidly, she mentioned this to the members of the exploration team, catching their attention. Lu Xingyu explained why Zhang Daxuan would recognize Zhao Huanshi on the bus, then carefully introduced the middle-aged unemployed line exploration team. The team is neither too strong nor too weak, mature and steady, with a main style of cautiousness. The team has been around for over 4 years. Except for losing 2 members early on due to an accident, no one has died since. Compared to other exploration teams in Dongchuan City, which often lose contact suddenly, this is a miracle. If Lu Xingyu didn't have elderly and children to care for at home, and if she had more free time as a cleaner with a more stable income, she might also join the exploration team. And if she died in the Illusion Rift battle, she could receive official compensation and her family would be taken care of. Probably, she would choose to join the middle-aged, unemployed line exploration team. Zhao Huanshi didn't refuse directly, only saying he needed to think carefully. Although he is not yet middle-aged, he has just lost his job, which makes him quite fitting for the middle-aged unemployed group. The Goblin 3 scoundrels finished repairing everything by around 4 in the morning. Zhao Huanshi had no plans to go back to the contaminated zone to place summons again. Tonight, the trial dream would open again, and he needed to check inside. He might need the goblin as a helper. My card collection is still too small. I need to go through more trials to get more cards. Zhao Huanshi thought to himself and gently released the Goblin 3 scoundrels. He wanted to find out which goblin had the black sword and where it had obtained it. Fortunately, he summoned the goblin scavenger on his first try. The goblin scavenger babbled and danced around, briefly explaining its experience. Seeing Zhao Huanshi sitting on the sofa, dazed and staring blankly, the goblin scavenger scratched its belly and looked around boredly. Zhao Huanshi snapped out of his daze, about to say something, but the goblin scavenger was already gone. He turned his head and saw the goblin dragging a bulging sack toward the kitchen. As it walked, it stuffed all sorts of miscellaneous items into its pockets. Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. What the heck? What scavenger? You're basically a thief. Following Zhao Huanshi's orders, the goblin reluctantly took the items out of the bag and put them back where they belonged. But none of them were in the right place. Feeling helpless, Zhao Huanshi handed the goblin a few packs of marinated chicken legs he had just bought, telling it to sit quietly on the floor and eat the chicken legs. He then carefully placed everything back in its original spot. Anyway, the goblin had just stolen the black sword from that powerful undead, so Zhao Huanshi definitely wouldn't scold or punish it. If he knew how much the goblin could drink, and whether it would go crazy after getting drunk, he even considered giving it a few cans of beer to try. After learning the origin of the black sword, Zhao Huanshi understood that the undead uprising in the Emerald Forest was probably caused by the goblin scavenger. He wasn't worried about bringing his pitch-black greatsword into the contaminated zone, fearing retaliation from the powerful undead spirit. Shortly after the undead uprising, the Special Affairs Bureau sent a strong team of professionals to the Emerald Forest. They said it was to calm the rebellion, but everyone knew they were really after the magic armor on the undead spirit. Soon, news spread that the undead spirit, who carried a coffin board to launch missiles, was defeated and destroyed. It was said that the battle was very fierce, and the terrain of the Emerald Forest was completely changed. The nearby monsters also suffered bad luck. Some were killed by the rampaging undead army, and later, due to the fighting, most of them died too. After that, whenever space cracks appeared, new monsters were sent in, or monsters migrated from other areas. The monster ecosystem in the Emerald Forest changed drastically. At first, Zhao Huan thought this had little to do with him and didn't pay much attention. Now, he was searching for related news on his phone. He didn't recall the goblin scavenger either. He gave it a bunch of snacks and even turned on the TV, teaching it how to use the remote. As a hero, he thought it should enjoy some perks. However, the goblin scavenger didn't feel like it was enjoying itself at first. Although the snacks were tasty, it preferred wandering around collecting things rather than sitting still on the ground. To it, that felt like punishment. Until it got bored and stared at the screen for a long time, gradually becoming absorbed. Trial goal: defeat the greedy wealth seeker. After a daze, Zhao Huan realized he was in an ancient underground ruin. The broken crystals on the walls and the glowing plants in the corners emitted faint light, preventing the surroundings from falling into complete darkness. TSK. The symbiotic vine I just got was banned so quickly? What's the difference between that and drawing a card and then cutting the strength? Zhao Huan complained a bit. But obviously, no one responded to him. He couldn't even find a place to leave a bad review for this trial dream. No place to complain, no review. And what is this greedy wealth seeker? It never explains anything clearly. Last time, I got beaten by a stone golem for nothing. Muttering to himself, he summoned the Goblin 3 troublemakers. I took a quick look at the greedy space, and it was completely empty. Looks like I can't bring anything from outside in. Well then, come out, Goblin Thief. The card shattered on the ground, turning into a blue-purple glow that twisted and formed into a Goblin Thief. Huh. It hit the mark right away. What's this? Using the light from the broken card, Zhao Huan sure caught a glimpse of something stuck in the corner of the wall. It looked familiar. When he moved closer and looked carefully, he saw it was a pitch-black greatsword. Huh? How did you end up here? Zhao Huan sure was momentarily stunned, doubting if he was under some spell or hallucinating. But his hand moved on its own, grabbing the hilt of the black greatsword. As his arm felt the familiar weight and the fatigue set in, Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened in shock. Is it real? He gripped the sword tightly and pulled the black greatsword from the ground. Although I don't know why you're here, but a twisted smile appeared on Zhao Huanshi's face. Finally, I got a greatsword. Now, monsters, prepare to die? Ha ha ha. He ignored the exhaustion, planning to enjoy the moment. After all, in this trial dream, dying was no big deal. It was a perfect chance to test the real combat power of the Black Greatsword. The Goblin Thief was first startled by Zhao Huanshi's sudden, strange laughter. It backed into the corner, eyes strange as it looked at its summoner. Then, its ears twitched slightly, and it suddenly turned its head to look into the distance. Snicket, there was an enemy. The Goblin Thief warned Zhao Huanshi and then entered stealth mode, completely hiding in the dim environment. Zhao Huanshi stopped acting crazy and quickly prepared for battle. His eyes narrowed as he used the blurry outline of the enemy and the low growl like a dog to quickly identify the enemy type. Orcs about 6 or 7. I can handle them, huh? An orange fireball whistled through the air. Zhao Huanshi hurriedly crouched down to dodge. Boom. Feeling the scorching heat wave behind him, he felt a chill in his heart. Wow, there are orc mages too. This is impossible to fight. He said that, but Zhao Huanshi wasn't planning to close his eyes and wait for death. Dodging the spear thrown by the goblin warrior, I took the opportunity to get closer to the enemy and swung my pitch-black greatsword with both hands. Whoosh! A head was instantly cut off, leaving behind a headless body that wobbled twice before falling to the ground. Upon closer inspection, the headless corpse did not bleed. Instead, it was wrapped in a cold, dark aura and looked unusually shriveled. Huh. Zhao Huanshi let out a surprised and doubtful cry. One reason was the sharpness of the black greatsword exceeded his expectations. The other was that after killing the goblin warrior, a force flowed along his arm into his body, quickly restoring the stamina he had just used and the energy drained by the sword. Wow, it even feeds back? Zhao Huanshi laughed happily. When another goblin warrior swung a big sword at him, he didn't dodge or block. Instead, he forcefully swung his sword to strike back. With a sharp, sparks flew brightly and then disappeared. The goblin warrior and its poor-quality sword were cut into two by the black greatsword. The goblin's life force quickly faded. Before it hit the ground, it and its broken sword turned into a decayed, time-worn corpse. One goblin took advantage of Zhao Huanshi's old-fashioned move and stabbed him in the waist with a spear. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi twisted his waist quickly, avoiding a heavy. Only a thin, long wound was left. Before the wound could bleed much, it healed rapidly, visibly closing up. After Zhao Huanshi swung his black greatsword and knocked down the remaining 3 goblins, he looked down at his waist. The wound had completely disappeared without a trace. Killing enemies and absorbing their life force not only restores my stamina, but also helps heal wounds. This is definitely an evil magic weapon. I love it so much. Zhao Huanshi held up his sinister-looking black greatsword and examined it carefully, feeling more satisfied the longer he looked. Maybe it was just his imagination, but after killing those goblins, the shape of the sword's guard seemed to change slightly. The skull with glowing red eyes looked even more vivid and terrifying. Hey, wait, where did that goblin mage go? Seeing his small fireball dodge the enemy, the goblin mage originally planned to shoot another one. At this moment, the goblin warrior rushed in front of Zhao Huanshi and started fighting him. To avoid hurting his allies, the goblin mage had to give up the small fireball spell and prepare a different support spell to boost his allies' fighting power. He used a special powder made from crushed metal or mixed with low-level magic materials, which he threw out and activated with a spell. The powder emitted a strange magical metallic smell, stimulating the goblin warrior's bloodline and making it enter a frenzy instantly. The goblin mage held a wooden staff in his right hand and reached for a small leather pouch hanging at his waist, which contained spell materials. But when he grabbed it, it was empty. He looked down in confusion and saw that the pouch, which was hanging on his belt just now, was gone. He sniffed the strong smell of the spell materials. Following the scent, he looked down and saw the small pouch lying a short distance behind him, with powder spilled all over the ground. The goblin mage muttered to himself, seeming to want to go back and pick up his pouch, but in that moment, he swung his wooden staff forcefully to the side of his body. Bang! A dull sound of impact. Suddenly, a goblin thief appeared where there was nothing before, baring its teeth and retreating backward while throwing a rusty small knife with force. Just as the goblin mage showed a proud, fierce smile, his right eye was pierced by the rusty knife. Before the mocking bark could sound, it turned into a painful yelp. The goblin thief seized the opportunity, grabbed the goblin mage's staff, and kicked him in the waist, knocking him to the ground. After grabbing the weapon, the thief used the staff as a hammer and wildly struck the goblin mage's head, killing him. When Zhao Huanshi arrived, he saw the goblin mage lying in a pool of blood, looking unwilling. One of his eyes was gouged out, leaving a bloody socket, while the other eye was wide open, as if he couldn't believe he was dying at the hands of a goblin. The goblin thief crouched beside the corpse, rummaging through the goblin mage's scattered charms, trying to find something valuable to put into his small pouch. Zhao Huanshi looked down and asked, "The things from the trial dream, can they be taken out?" This trial dream is like a game dungeon. Every time you enter, everything resets. Zhao Huanshi thinks that he probably can't take anything back to the real world from here. Otherwise, if he found a gold mine inside, he wouldn't need to clear the level. He could just bring his 3 friends here every night to stock up. What if he really could take things out? Wouldn't he become rich? Zhao Huanshi's eyes sparkled with hope, but the goblin thief, feeling bored, threw the small scraps in his hand away. He found it strange that the jewelry on the goblin mage was made of gold, but he couldn't smell any wealth. Turns out, it was all fake. Seeing the goblin thief's reaction, Zhao Huanshi immediately understood. His dream of getting rich was just beginning to grow, but it was quickly crushed again. This powder is probably the goblin mage's spell material. You can use it as lime powder, Zhao Huanshi said, pointing at the scattered powder on the ground. Gobo, the goblin thief looked confused. What is lime powder? Zhao Huanshi picked up a handful of the powder and sprinkled it toward the goblin mage's dead, unblinking eyes. See, just like this, throw it at the enemy's eyes. If they don't react quickly, their eyes will get hurt. The goblin thief thought for a moment and quickly understood Zhao Huanshi's meaning. Excited, he packed the scattered powder back into his small leather bag and hung it on his belt, within easy reach. Zhao Huanshi didn't know where the greedy for wealth was or have any clues. So, he simply headed toward the place where the goblin mage had appeared. Maybe because he had just killed 5 goblin mages and was full and satisfied, the black sword no longer drained his stamina. The skeleton's eye sockets glowed red, and black mist swirled around the sword, making it look quite ominous. Zhao Huanshi didn't mind the sword's current look. In fact, he thought it looked pretty cool. The only problem was that when the black mist thickened, it would emit a hissing, ghostly sound. It wasn't loud, but it was annoying, like a swarm of mosquitoes buzzing in his ears, gradually making him irritable. Fortunately, he didn't walk far before seeing a ruined building occupied by goblins. A few female goblins were busy, using cheap metal knives to slice mushrooms and lay them out on stone slabs to dry. There was also a group of kobold pups playing nearby. Perhaps because Zhao Huanshi's body carried a strong smell of blood, the kobolds noticed his presence before he got close. The female kobold let out a loud cry and picked up a nearby weapon, ready to fight. All the kobold pups silently ran into their nest. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi quickly stepped forward with his sword. Compared to the kobold warriors earlier, the female kobolds guarding the nest were much weaker. Zhao Huanshi easily knocked them down with his sword, turning them into shriveled corpses. After killing all the female kobolds, Zhao Huanshi entered the nest again and stabbed the pups one by one. He searched for a while but found no clues about the greedy treasure seeker. Instead, after the black sword slaughtered a few more lives, its appearance changed noticeably. The sword's guard grew fierce bone spikes, and the skull emitted a hoarse growl. Dark, ghostly energy was inhaled through the nostrils and exhaled from the mouth. The sword's blade was brushed by the ghostly energy, revealing strange runes gradually. Zhao Huanshi muttered softly, "Why is it using killing to unlock the sword's seal? Could some ghostly thing be escaping from the sword?" Fortunately, this was a trial dream. Even if something extraordinary did come out, he wasn't worried. Dying in the trial dream wasn't a big deal. In fact, if a powerful monster really hid inside, the first thing Zhao Huanshi would do after waking up was secretly throw the black sword at the Special Affairs Bureau's entrance. "Let me see what you can become." At this moment, Zhao Huanshi's goal in the trial dream shifted from finding the greedy treasure seeker to fully unlocking the black sword. Based on his previous experience with the beginner trial, Zhao Huanshi could only stay in the dream for about 8 hours. It had been about 2 or 3 hours now. He needed to kill as many monsters as possible in the remaining time to fully feed the black sword. "You are quite picky. Killing the spirit didn't work. Could it be that you don't like eating old cured meat?" The pitch-black greatsword didn't react at all. Only the ghostly aura from the skull's mouth grew stronger, and the whispers and screams of ghosts became much clearer. The already dim underground palace, combined with this spooky background music, became even more eerie and frightening. But Zhao Huanshi felt that now the sounds were much more comfortable to listen to than the faint buzzing of mosquitoes before. Strange, it should have been over 8 hours now. Why is there no sign of anything unusual? A cleaner needs to have some sense of time estimation so they can judge quickly if they encounter an unexpected situation in the illusion, whether to continue or to return to reality through and ask for help from the Special Affairs Bureau. Although the longer the time, the greater the error in estimation, Zhao Huanshi believed that judging around 7 or 8 hours was not a big problem. After all, during the beginner trial, whenever the time approached 8 hours, goblin warriors would rush out with their little followers. That time had almost become a psychological shadow for Zhao Huanshi. Maybe this trial's dream time limit is more than 8 hours? Because my judgment is based on the rules of the beginner trial. The last trial also ended with me being hit by a stone golem. Oh no. I was sent out after completing the task early. The goblin thief looked back and saw Zhao Huanshi talking to himself, ignoring him, then turned back to focus on the skull in front. The body of this skeleton was shattered, leaving only the head alive. The goblin thief took out some powder and threw it forcefully, causing the ghostly fire in the skeleton's eye sockets to shake violently, like a candle flame blown by a sudden gust of wind. It seemed about to go out, but always managed to reignite. The goblin thief's face showed curiosity as he picked up a stick and poked into the skeleton's eye socket. Accompanied by faint, relieved sighs, the ghostly fire inside the skull was extinguished by the goblin thief. 2 more hours passed, and Zhao Huanshi finally found a suspicious target in this underground palace ruins. In the center of a broken building that looked like a church ruin, a 2-meter-tall, bull-headed monster sat roasting the body of some creature over a campfire. The minotaur is very muscular, with clear muscle lines, and under the firelight, it faintly reflects a dark bronze metallic shine. Not far behind the minotaur, there is a large, over 2-meter-long treasure chest decorated with many pearls and gems, shining with a bright golden glow. Such a big chest. This minotaur must be a greedy guardian. The target is definitely right this time. Hiding behind a distant corner, Zhao Huanshi quietly whispers as he observes the minotaur's condition. "What do you think?" Zhao Huanshi turns to look at the goblin thief. But the goblin thief is staring eagerly at the big treasure chest behind the Minotaur, not paying attention to what Zhao Huanshi is saying. Staring at that chest won't help. We can't take the stuff here with us, Gobbleboard gored. Even if he can't take it, just opening the chest and feeling inside makes the goblin happy. All right, I'll let you touch it enough times when I get the chance. For now, let's leave here and go find other monsters to kill. Maybe we can figure out the final form of the Great Sword and think about how to deal with this Minotaur. The Minotaur is a mid-level monster, rarely appearing in low-level illusion rifts. Zhao Huanshi has no experience fighting it. According to information from the Special Affairs Bureau's official website, an ordinary adult Minotaur's strength and stamina attributes range from 70 to 200. When it enters an angry state during battle, these attributes can increase further. Zhao Huanshi thinks the Minotaur doesn't look very strong. With his own strength and the Black Greatsword, he believes he can at least fight it evenly. Cut into 5 parts, skewered and grilled to medium rare. If he can't beat it head-on, he can only use sneaky tricks. His first idea is to poison the Minotaur's food. However, after walking in the underground palace for so long, he hasn't seen any poisonous mushrooms. Otherwise, he could try the secret art of poisoning the stomach. He just doesn't know if the Minotaur would check its guts when roasting meat. Zhao Huanshi didn't find any poisonous mushrooms, but unexpectedly discovered a blue-striped giant spider. No, not an 8-legged creature, but about the size of a cow, with indigo patterns on its abdomen. This thing not only weaves webs to set traps, but also moves very fast. When it spots prey, it will pounce directly to bite. The blue-striped bull spider has 2 venomous fangs in its mouth. If it bites someone like Zhao Huanshi, who has little resistance to poison, the person will instantly become paralyzed all over and lose the ability to move. They can only watch as the spider wraps their body in silk. However, the blue-striped bull spider's body isn't very tough. Ordinary weapons can easily pierce it. With a strong black sword and a strange ability to absorb the enemy's life force, Zhao Huanshi just needs to be careful not to get bitten by the spider's fangs. He believes he can kill the spider with one strike. Though enemies killed by the sword will have their life force drained and turn into dried mummies. The venom inside the spider's poison glands will turn into powder. I wonder if adding water and stirring will still keep the poison active. Also, the spider's venom is injected directly. Heating it might make it ineffective if taken internally. Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment and returned to the place where he had previously fought monsters. He picked up a few spears and a dried corpse. He found the hiding spot of the blue-striped bull spider and threw the dried corpse onto the transparent web in the middle of the passage. The web shook violently. The blue-striped bull spider thought prey had arrived and quickly rushed out of its hiding spot. When it reached the web and looked, it was only a half-dried corpse. It felt like receiving a delivery of something unappetizing. The spider let out a furious hiss. Its eyes, glowing with crimson light, immediately locked onto Zhao Huanshi standing boldly in the middle of the passage. It jumped down from the web, its 8 long legs moving swiftly, charging at Zhao Huanshi like an angry bull. Zhao Huanshi stood still, holding a cheap metal-tipped wooden spear, until the spider was halfway and suddenly lunged to attack. Zhao Huanshi's sharp gaze flashed. He forcefully threw the spear. He didn't bother to see the result of the attack. Instead, he lunged forward, rolling out from under the spider's body. After getting up, he drew his black sword from the ground and prepared to defend against another attack. He saw that the spear he threw earlier had pierced through the spider's body and emerged from its back. The blue-striped bull spider had a long spear stuck in its chest. When it moved, the wound would tear open wider. In fact, when the spider was shot earlier, the spear wasn't inserted that deep. It was only after the spider fell to the ground and pressed down that the spear was pushed all the way in. Originally, after landing, the spider turned to charge again, but as it moved, the tip of the spear scraped the ground, tearing a large hole in its chest. The insect fluid flowed down the spear. The blue-striped bull spider let out a loud cry and stopped moving. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow and looked more relaxed. He stepped back a few paces, switched his dark great sword to his left hand, and picked up a long spear from the ground. He aimed and shot it. The spider tried to dodge, but the wound was pulled again, causing its movements to become awkward, and it couldn't dodge in time. A few minutes later, The spider's limbs were weak, and it collapsed on the ground, barely breathing and unable to resist anymore. Zhao Huanshi took a rusty small knife from the goblin thief and skillfully cut open the spider's head, removing the 4 poison glands from its mouth. The smell of the pungent, foul odor from the glands made Zhao Huanshi think that if the bull-headed monster wasn't dumber than the goblin, it probably wouldn't have eaten these. Forget it, I'll keep them for now. If needed, I can smear them on my weapons. He divided one of the 4 glands to the goblin thief, telling it to stab the rusty small knife into the gland and stir it when fighting the bull-headed monster. Although the rusty knife probably couldn't even cut through the monster's skin, he thought, what if? After removing the glands, the corpse of the blue-striped bull spider was not wasted. Zhao Huanshi stabbed his dark great sword into the spider's belly, watching as it was enveloped in cold black mist and quickly shriveled up. 2 hours later, at the edge of the underground palace, in the burrower's nest, Zhao Huanshi drove the dark great sword into the last young burrower. As the young creature's life force was drained, its body shrank rapidly. The sinister skull on the sword emitted a long, satisfied sigh. The cold, ghostly aura surrounding the sword suddenly quieted, retreating into the black runes on the blade's surface. On Zhao Huanshi's hand, a similar black symbol appeared, echoing the runes on the sword. Why do I have this thing on the back of my hand? Could this be the true cost of using this sword? An inescapable curse. Just as Zhao Huan was feeling anxious and guessing wildly, he saw the pitch-black great sword in his hand suddenly dissolve into a cloud of dark fog. The fog surged around his right hand, forming into a creature. Its main body was a black skull, from which 5 sharp, clawed fingers protruded, wearing a terrifying black bone glove. At the same time, some vague messages flooded into Zhao Huan's mind. Betrayer, Black Knight. Soul-eating great sword. Freedom, defiance. Slay its minions. All are falsehoods, the source of suffering. It was like a language from another world, translated into words Zhao Huan could understand through mental connection. However, because the original information was incomplete and some details were lost during translation, Zhao Huan was left confused, not understanding most of it. It seemed that the original owner of the soul-eating great sword was very powerful. One day, they suddenly awakened and, for reasons like freedom and dignity, broke away from their former master, escaping with their weapon. Was it a fall from grace? That was probably the meaning, right? Zhao Huan wasn't really interested in the origins of the soul-eating great sword. Knowing that the black mark on his hand was just a contract symbol bound to the sword's soul, not some evil curse that devours life, he felt a huge relief. According to the information from the soul-eating great sword, this mark was tied to Zhao Huan's soul and couldn't be removed just by dying once in the trial dream. If it really was a death curse, Zhao Huan would be pretty much doomed. Next time, I shouldn't just casually touch mysterious things like this, Zhao Huan thought with lingering fear. But he quickly realized that the sword could enter the trial dream along with him, probably because of this soul contract mark on his hand. The soul-eating great sword can turn into a glove because the monsters in the killing ground absorbed enough life force and were fully awakened. But logically, the monsters in the trial dream aren't real. After I leave the dream, will the soul-eating great sword revert to its unawakened state? Zhao Huan played with the black bone skull glove on his hand, pondering this in his mind. Forget it. Thinking too much won't help. Just go and see for yourself. Now, I need to go deal with that minotaur and complete the trial. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi was full of confidence. The next moment, Zhao Huanshi and the goblin thief dog were hiding behind a wall, secretly watching the minotaur lying by the campfire, snoring loudly in the ruins of the church. Good chance. You give the small knife some poison, then sneak over and stab the most vulnerable spot on the minotaur. Where's the most vulnerable? The throat. The throat seems to be quite thick. Maybe the eyes or the nose. The nose looks more fragile. Actually, it would be best if the goblin thief, carrying the soul-eater sword, sneaked in invisibly and gave the minotaur a strong attack. But after forming a contract with the soul-eater sword, no one else could touch it. Anyone who tried would have their life force drained. With the goblin thief's small size, holding the soul-eater sword, it hadn't even reached the church ruins entrance before it was drained into a mummy. The goblin thief nodded, stabbed the rusty small knife into the blue-patterned spider's poison gland, and moved it back and forth twice. Seeing the surface of the rusty small knife turn light blue, the goblin thief disappeared into the shadows and quietly crept toward the Minotaur. Originally, the goblin thief planned to follow Zhao Huanshi's plan and stab the Minotaur's eye or another weak spot. But as it slowly approached the Minotaur's head, the loud snoring suddenly stopped. The Minotaur opened its eyes and sat up. The goblin thief was startled, quickly retreated a few steps, and hid in the corner to wait. The Minotaur, holding a large axe, sniffed around, checking left and right, but found nothing unusual. It muttered some confused words and lay back down, soon snoring again. The goblin thief thought for a moment, then quietly moved behind the Minotaur and stabbed forcefully at a weak spot with the rusty small knife. In the ruins of the church, the large Minotaur-like creature suddenly let out a loud roar, jumping up from the ground like a carp. With bloodshot, bell-shaped eyes, it turned to see a goblin thief sneaking away quietly, body gradually disappearing as it prepared to go into stealth mode again. The Minotaur was instantly furious, so much so that it didn't even have time to pick up its weapons from the ground and charged forward, roaring. The goblin thief shouted loudly, broke stealth, and desperately ran away. Normally, with the Minotaur's speed, a single charge would be enough to catch up and crush the goblin thief. But some pain was too much for even a tough creature like the Minotaur to bear, especially with the effects of the blue-striped spider venom. The Minotaur's steps became more graceful, hesitant to take big strides, relying instead on its long legs to slowly close the distance with the goblin thief. Just as the Minotaur chased the goblin out of the church ruins, Zhao Huanshi, hiding behind the wall, launched a surprise attack from behind, slashing its thigh with a sword. Zhao Huanshi wanted to take advantage of the sharpness of the soul-devouring blade to deal a heavy. But the Minotaur's tough hide was as hard as iron, and its muscles inside were as solid as rocks. Zhao Huanshi, lacking strength, only managed to leave a shallow wound on its leg. No blood flowed from the cut, and under the faint black mist wrapping around it, the once lively dark red muscles quickly shriveled and dried up. The Minotaur's thigh ached, and the surrounding flesh and blood lost sensation, while numbness spread rapidly along the tissues. After being attacked twice by these tiny creatures, the Minotaur was truly angry. It lifted its head and let out a deafening roar, causing the entire underground palace to hum. Its eyes glowed red, and its body was covered in a crimson light. These tiny creatures, I will use my great axe. Hey, where's my axe? Zhao Huanshi wanted to strike while the enemy was stunned, but the Minotaur pushed off with its healthy left leg, causing the ground to shake suddenly. A strange force emanated from beneath its feet, throwing Zhao Huanshi off balance instantly. Although the ground was flat, it felt like standing on turbulent waves, making it hard to stay steady and causing a nauseous feeling. Zhao Huanshi raised his soul-devouring sword to block the Minotaur's punch, producing a clash of metal sounds. Then, the sword forcefully struck his chest, causing him to fly backward. He rolled several times on the ground, and as he got up, he spat out some blood. This thing is way more fierce than a goblin warrior. Although Zhao Huanshi kept dying repeatedly, he had an incredible tolerance for pain. However, injuries to his body couldn't be simply overcome by willpower. Maybe a warrior could do that with certain skills, but as a novice summoner, Zhao Huanshi really couldn't. He could clearly feel his body weakening, which would greatly affect his future fights. Fortunately, the soul-devouring sword was filling his body with the faint life force it had just stolen from the Minotaur, healing his internal injuries. It also slowly drained his stamina through his arm. The Minotaur, eager to crush Zhao Huanshi, had a stiff right leg due to muscle death and paralysis toxin from the blue-striped bull spider. It limped along, looking like an old man. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi inwardly admired that mid-level monsters really had strong poison resistance. Being poisoned by the blue-striped bull spider only made its legs numb. Feeling a bit better, Zhao Huanshi clenched his sword and charged at the Minotaur. The Minotaur, furious that this tiny creature dared to attack, opened its arms, ready to tear him apart. But Zhao Huanshi suddenly shifted his position, circling behind the Minotaur from its right side. Seeing the Minotaur hurriedly control its stiff right leg and turn around limping, Zhao Huanshi showed a relaxed expression. Just as I thought. The probing is over. Now, the real fight begins. With a sharp gaze, Zhao Huanshi charged again. Taking advantage of the Minotaur's difficulty moving and the height difference, he ducked under its large hand with a quick roll and moved to its side and back, aiming a strike at its right leg. The Minotaur lifted its leg to stomp the ground, but Zhao Huanshi leapt suddenly, jumping out of the Minotaur's attack range like a big frog. Huh. Same move. You want to use it again? The soul-devouring sword absorbed life force to heal Zhao Huanshi's wounds and restore his stamina. Looking back, the Minotaur's right leg had an extra piece of dead flesh, making it even harder to control. The Minotaur realized things were going badly and turned to return to the ruined church to retrieve its weapon. As it looked back, it saw the goblin thief sneaking out of the church ruins, dragging its long-handled axe. Seeing this, the Minotaur opened its big bull eyes and let out a loud roar. The goblin thief was startled, shrank back, and ran faster with the axe. Half an hour later, the injured old cow, unarmed and disabled, was exhausted and killed by Zhao Huanshi with a sinister black sword. When it died, the Minotaur's body was shriveled and blackened, with no good skin left. Rather than being cut to death, it seemed to be drained alive by the soul-devouring sword. Zhao Huanshi was filled with too much life energy, like eating 3 meals at once, making his body feel stretched and uncomfortable, like trying to burp but unable to. Strange, the Minotaur is dead, but the trial isn't over yet. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the ceiling of the underground palace, then down at the Minotaur's corpse. Since it's been drained to this state, it can't still be pretending to be dead, right? He was puzzled and was about to go up and cut off the Minotaur's head. Suddenly, from the ruins of the church, there was a scream. Zhao Huanshi went in and saw the goblin thief running out in panic, missing half of its arm, blood streaming from the wound. Behind the goblin thief, a magnificent treasure chest with embedded gems turned into eyes. The chest's mouth opened, with sharp metal teeth growing along the edges, and it moved swiftly on 8 golden legs that looked a bit like crab legs, chasing after the goblin thief. Wow! Is this chest alive? Zhao Huanshi was shocked by what he saw. The treasure chest monster looked terrifying, but its strength was weak, and it only seemed to attack with a biting move. Although the chest was very hard, so much so that even the soul-devouring sword only left a shallow scratch, it could still attack. Its 8 golden legs were just for show. They looked like gold, but were actually coated with a layer of gilded insect shell. After dodging the chest's attack, Zhao Huanshi rolled and swung his sword, quickly cutting off 2 of its legs. After losing 2 legs, the treasure chest monster's movements became much slower, and it couldn't even perform its only attack, a biting lunge. When Zhao Huanshi had just cut off all 4 of its legs, the creature surprisingly hid the remaining 4 legs under its body, retracted its sharp metal teeth into its mouth, closed its eyes and mouth, and disguised itself again as a beautiful, shiny treasure chest, emitting an attractive golden glow. The golden glow from the treasure chest monster seemed to be some kind of skill that could awaken people's desires and curiosity. A strange idea suddenly appeared in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Inside this golden treasure chest, there are countless gold and silver treasures, as well as various monster cards. If he opened the chest, he could get everything he wanted. But, at first, it didn't move, so I thought it was safe. Now, halfway through the fight, it suddenly transforms. Who does it think it's fooling? As soon as he finished speaking, the goblin thief, clutching its broken arm and eyes shining with greed, charged forward. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi reacted quickly, grabbing the goblin thief's belt and pulling it back, avoiding the surprise attack from the treasure chest monster. Wow, your hand is almost bitten off, and you still don't learn? You almost got your head bitten off, Zhao Huanshi muttered as he recalled the goblin thief into a card. Thinking about the greed of the 3 goblin troublemakers, this treasure chest monster is practically their natural enemy. Zhao Huanshi shook his head, moved behind the treasure chest monster, and planned to use the soul-devouring greatsword to kill it. He swung twice, accidentally hitting the gemstone eyes of the treasure chest monster. The gemstones shattered, and the monster's body trembled slightly. Huh? Are these gemstones its vital points? Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. While guarding against a sudden attack from the monster, He used the tip of his sword to poke at the remaining gemstones. As each gemstone was broken, the golden glow on the treasure chest monster quickly dimmed. Even the chest itself, with its golden color, seemed to be covered with a layer of dust, losing its brilliance. Until all the gemstones were shattered and the creature reached the end of its life, the treasure chest monster endured in place, waiting for a chance to turn the tide. It was almost like a ninja treasure box. Trial end. Trial success. Gained evolution points, 183. Current evolution points, 240. Trial reward. Green monster card. Greedy treasure chest monster. The trial dream is regenerating. Estimated time, 62 hours. As expected, the treasure chest monster is the real target of this trial. Zhao Huanshi is lying on the bed, reflecting on the trial. No, analyzing the process. If it weren't for the Soul Eater Greatsword's sudden appearance, following the normal task steps, I should have sent a goblin to lure the Minotaur away. Maybe by sneaking and stealing its weapon, or attacking its vital spots like the goblin thief did. Then I could have slipped in, found the treasure chest monster's weak point, and used weapons stolen from other monsters to kill it. If I had a spear and kept a distance, stabbing the gem on the treasure chest monster without getting close, it might never have transformed. Zhao Huanshi looks enlightened. So that's how it was. Nonsense. They didn't clearly state the task goal in the trial, and they deliberately left a minotaur guarding the chest, messing with our minds. It's not a game. Who would think such a big chest is just a monster? If the Soul Eater Greatsword hadn't appeared, I'd still be trying to fight that minotaur, not knowing how many times I'd get cut before discovering the truth. Zhao Huanshi scratches his head, feeling he needs to learn more about monsters. Before, he only focused on low-level monsters like trash mobs, but now he needs to learn about other monsters, especially strange and unusual ones. Maybe he'll encounter them in future trial dreams. He pinches his little finger, and 2 cards appear in his hand: Goblin 3 Troublemakers, and Greedy Treasure Chest Monster. The Goblin Thief had collected some odds and ends in its small pocket during the dream trial. Now, looking at it, it's clear it didn't appear in the greedy space. Although he had suspected this earlier, Zhao Huanshi still feels a bit disappointed. If only the items from the trial dream could be taken out. Forget it, dawn is breaking. It's better not to indulge in such unrealistic daydreams. The Goblin 3 Troublemakers card now shows an additional status: damage repairing. Remaining time, 3 minutes. Damage repair. When a card monster takes damage, recalling it requires time to repair. During repair, you can still summon the card monster, but the repair process pauses and the monster fights while injured. It should be the arm of the goblin thief that was bitten off by the treasure chest monster during repair. Zhao Huanshi roughly estimated that the actual repair time is about 7 or 8 hours. He wondered whether all repairs take roughly the same time or if more serious injuries require longer. Previously, goblin cards were damaged immediately after the goblin died, and the entire card was repaired. Zhao Huanshi didn't realize that card monsters could also have injury repairs. He recalled the Goblin 3 Scoundrels and turned his attention to the Greedy Treasure Chest monster. Green monster card, Greedy Treasure Chest. Due to special rules, these strange monsters are born in mazes, ruins, or even wilderness caves. When digesting prey, treasure chest monsters leave behind valuable items from their victims. Stronger treasure chests often hide considerable wealth inside. Perfect camouflage. The greedy treasure chest can disguise itself as various types of chests, such as gold, silver, or old wooden boxes, waiting quietly for prey to approach. Greedy light. When disguised as a treasure chest, the monster emits colorful lights that stir the prey's desire, lowering their rationality. The lower the prey's intelligence, the stronger their desire, and the more effective the greedy light. Monster and chest. Items stored inside the treasure chest monster remain when it is recalled as a card. However, they will drop when the monster dies. The internal space of the treasure chest depends on the card's level and quality, not its external shape. Seeing the characteristics of the greedy treasure chest, Zhao Huanshi's first thought was, novice trap. Then he thought it might also be a good idea to use the greedy treasure chest as a portable storage space. Intertwined green light flickered and gathered into a small golden chest, about 1/2 meter in length, width, and height. similar in size to the storage box Zhao Huanshi used for clothes and blankets. Compared to the magnificent treasure chest disguised by greed, the greedy treasure chest is much smaller and simpler in appearance. There are not many patterns or gems decorating it. The only feature is the front of the treasure chest, with a large red gemstone embedded in the center of the lid. Hey, wake up! Zhao Huanshi gently tapped the treasure chest monster. 8 long legs and a pair of thick crab claws emerged from beneath the chest. The red gemstone opened its eyes, revealing a moist, red eyeball, and looked dazedly at its summoner. Zhao Huanshi reached out and touched the big claw of the treasure chest monster. Hey, why do you have a pair of claws? Aren't you supposed to be a greedy treasure hoarder? The treasure chest monster looked confused and didn't seem to understand what Zhao Huanshi was saying. Zhao Huanshi thought this creature was a bit silly and cute, so he reached out to pat its head. As the summoner's hand stroked it, the treasure chest monster's body gently swayed, and its red gemstone eyes slightly narrowed, looking very comfortable. You kind of look like a big dog that the old man downstairs keeps. Do you really have any fighting power with this appearance? The monster card wanted to level up, but it needed to perform certain actions to gain experience points. The treasure chest monster probably needed to disguise itself as a treasure chest to lure enemies in, then attack and defeat them to grow stronger. But this treasure chest crab didn't seem very threatening. Seeing the summoner doubting its fighting ability, the treasure chest monster immediately raised its 2 large claws. Click, clack. The lid of the chest slightly lifted, revealing a row of sharp, shiny metal teeth, which it bit down on a few times. Clang, clang. Although the treasure chest monster tried hard to show off its attack skills, Zhao Huanshi looked at its small size and felt it was not very convincing. All right, I get it, you're the best. Go play over there. Zhao Huanshi gently patted the treasure chest monster's head like comforting a child. But the treasure chest monster seemed very encouraged. It happily circled around the room, then found a corner to squat in, disguising itself as a golden. The treasure chest monster sensed something was off. It opened its red gemstone eyes and looked around at the furniture and decorations, then changed its appearance from gold to silver. Feeling still not quite right, it transformed again into black iron, then into wood, before finally closing its eyes contentedly, quietly waiting for prey to come. Zhao Huanshi watched all the actions of the treasure chest monster, and suddenly found himself stabbed twice for no clear reason. I'm sorry I can't let you use your full strength because my family is too poor. Zhao Huanshi sighed, crawled under the bed, and dragged out the metal stand holding the Soul Eater greatsword. Looking at the crude stand assembled from the remains of a metal stool and transparent tape, Zhao Huanshi sighed again. A fine magic sword, placed on such a makeshift stand, shows how poor we are. Really nothing to be surprised about. He reached out and grabbed the handle of the Soul Eater greatsword, feeling a connected sense of flesh and blood. With a thought, a black contract rune appeared on the back of his hand. The Soul Eater greatsword turned into a cloud of black mist, swirling around and wrapping onto Zhao Huanshi's palm. So it's in a release state? So you actually don't care how much life force you absorb, as long as you enjoy the killing? Zhao Huanshi said with a slight smile. Feeling his stamina being continuously drained by the Soul Eater glove, he softly said, Soul Eater, go into hibernation. The red glow in the skull eye sockets of the Soul Eater glove faded, its claws retracted, and the bone spikes disappeared, suddenly transforming from a fierce magical weapon into a strange-looking, ordinary glove. After entering hibernation, Zhao Huanshi's physical strength stopped decreasing, but the Soul Eater glove almost lost its attack ability. To wake it up again, or to transform it back into the Soul Eater greatsword for battle, takes about 5 to 10 seconds. Brushing teeth, washing face, washing hair, taking a shower. The trial Dreamland can only be entered on the 3rd night, so now is a good time to go to the contaminated zone, place the Goblin 3 Troublemakers for summoning, and let them go AFK. If the goblins die outside again, once the card is repaired, it will be perfect to enter the trial Dreamland. However, the last battle in the Emerald Forest was very destructive, with a low monster density. Recently, space rifts have appeared, increasing the chance of monsters being sent out. Sending goblins to AFK inside might not yield much benefit, and could be dangerous. Zhao Huanshi plans to change location this time, sending the goblins to the contaminated zone outside the eastern city of Dongchuan, near the Seven Stars Water Marsh or the Yellow Grass Hills. The Seven Stars Water Marsh is a swamp area, but it contains 7 large lakes. Inside, there are mostly aquatic monsters, along with various poisonous snakes and insects. Compared to the poison fog marsh on the east side, which is always filled with deadly toxic fog, the danger from insects is relatively lower. The yellow grass hills are very dry, causing the plants there to often wither and turn yellow. The two contaminated areas are not far apart, but do not directly connect. There is a wide, over 100-meter-long passage in the real world between them. The monsters in the Seven Stars Water Marsh are not interested in the yellow grass hills. However, monsters from the hills often go to the marsh to fight for territory and water sources. Sometimes, monsters from both sides also cross the middle passage to fight. They usually scatter before patrol drones arrive. Zhao Huanshi put on leather armor, strapped a steel sword on his back, and took bread and a water bottle before heading out. Suddenly, he remembered the greedy treasure chest monster hiding in the corner. He hesitated for a moment. Forget it, I don't plan to go deep inside. Bringing it along is useless. I'll just leave it at home to guard. When he reached downstairs, he also remembered that he had opened the window earlier for ventilation and forgot to close it when leaving. He looked up at the sky. The sun was shining brightly, and it didn't look like it would rain. He was too lazy to go back and close the window. Today, the neighborhood felt especially empty. He paused for a moment, then realized that the old men and women who usually train outside with swords and guns were suddenly nowhere to be seen. While he was wondering about this, he arrived at the neighborhood gate and saw a group of people gathered, talking excitedly about something. Zhao Huanshi passed by the guard room and casually asked the guard on duty, Old Huang, what big thing has happened? Old Huang looked at the steel sword on Zhao Huanshi's back, kept a calm expression, and said, It's a small matter. A space rift was discovered a bit late, and a few monsters escaped. They attacked and killed 7 or 8 people in nearby neighborhoods. Is that still considered a small matter? Just a few deaths. These days, what isn't a big deal? Most of the monsters have been cleared out, but 2 sharp-beaked birds are still missing. No one knows where they went. Oh, sharp-beaked birds, huh? They're pretty fierce, but not very strong in battle. As long as they don't come in large groups, they're easy to handle. Zhao Huanshi nodded as he looked at the double-barreled shotgun hanging on Old Huang's wall. A very large black bird was hopping around in the grass, looking for food. Not far behind, a young tabby cat was crawling through the plants, slowly getting closer while hiding behind the greenery. The black bird noticed the cat's shadow and suddenly flapped its wings in panic, trying to escape. Maybe because it was too fat, the bird's escape looked clumsy. It was caught by the cat and rolled into the thick plants, disappearing from sight. Suddenly, from deep within the plants, there was a short, panicked scream from the cat. The sound was cut off quickly, as if something had silenced it, and no one paid attention. After a moment, a black bird's head poked out from the plants. Its beak was slightly open, showing sharp, fine teeth inside. Its long tongue licked gently, cleaning the blood and flesh from its beak. Its bright red eyes looked around carefully, full of violence and fierceness. Seeing a reconnaissance drone flying overhead, it quickly pulled its head back into the bushes. A little later, an old security guard named Mr. Huang, holding a double-barreled shotgun, was patrolling the neighborhood with his dog. The dog sniffed the air and caught the smell of blood from the plants. It immediately barked to warn Mr. Huang. Mr. Huang's eyes sharpened. He took off the safety on his shotgun, aimed at the bushes, and slowly moved closer. At that moment, a blackbird seemed startled by the dog's barking and suddenly flew out of the greenery. The bird was so fast that by the time Mr. Huang aimed his gun, it had already flown far away, circling around a building and disappearing. It doesn't seem like a sharp-toothed bird. Mr. Huang looked up at the sky, frowning and muttering to himself. Half a minute later, the black dog found the cat's torn and mangled body, following the trail of blood. Mr. Huang looked surprised and raised his head to look in the direction where the bird had just left. Could it be a smarter, more camouflaged mutant? He thought. He needed to report this to the Special Affairs Bureau and warn the neighborhood to stay alert. The sharp-clawed bird hid its hooked claws under black feathers, lurking in the shadows of a building corner. Its crimson pupils, covered in black, hid its murderous desire. It looked around curiously. It had finally found a hidden spot, tricked a prey over, and hadn't eaten enough before being scared away. After tasting blood, it felt even more impatient and restless. I saw a small child, about 3 or 4 years old, on the balcony of the building opposite, holding a small watering can and watering potted plants. That chubby, pink-cheeked little face and those innocent, clear eyes instantly triggered the predator instincts of the fierce bird. With a kick of its legs, the bird lunged forward like a black arrow. Its mouth slightly open, revealing sharp, fine teeth, and a pointed hook extending from its wings, ready to tear the throat of the human child the moment its claws catch him, preventing him from calling for help. Its eyes were covered with a crimson glow, as if it had already seen the tragic death of its prey. Huh, what is that? The fierce bird caught a glimpse of a strange bright color at the corner of its eye, instantly drawing its attention. It tilted its wings slightly, changed direction, and landed on the windowsill of the third-floor bedroom. In the corner of the room, there was a wooden box, quietly emitting a faint red glow. The fierce bird tilted its head, looking at the wooden box with suspicion. The red glow in its eyes grew thicker, as if it was covered with sticky blood that could drip at any moment. Suddenly, the fierce bird seemed to smell a rich, sweet, bloody scent coming from the wooden box. It felt as if inside the box was a corpse of a higher-level magical creature's young, far more delicious than a human child. Eating it would not only let it taste the most wonderful flavor in the world, but also grant it great power and the right to mate with all the female birds of its kind. Yes, what you desire is right here. As soon as you eat it, all your wishes will be fulfilled. The lid of the wooden box slightly opened, revealing a gap just big enough for the fierce bird to crawl inside. The fierce bird did not doubt why the box opened by itself, because through that gap, it saw that there really was the young of a powerful magical beast, injured and barely alive, trembling inside the box. The fierce bird excitedly let out a piercing scream, kicked forward, and flew straight toward the wooden box. Snap! As soon as the fierce bird's front claws entered, the lid of the box closed. Then, the box began to shake slightly, and faint sounds of struggling and roaring could be heard from inside, though it was blurry and unclear. After a while, the wooden box became quiet again. It quietly waited in the corner, patiently waiting for the next victim to arrive. TSK. Such an obvious trap. Only a fool would fall for it, I guess. Outside a checkpoint in the western part of Dongchuan City, in a small exploration town, a few people crouched in front of a stall, surrounding 2 innocent-looking victims, loudly shouting, "Sweetie, that looks like good stuff. Too bad. You arrived too late. Little brother, do you want it or not? If not, give it to me." Hearing these old-fashioned sales pitches, Zhao Huansher couldn't help but shake his head. These people were acting so half-heartedly. Nowadays, there aren't enough fools, and scammers should at least pretend to be more serious. Sure enough, the 2 victims rolled their eyes, threw the items to the person shouting the loudest, and turned around to leave. Bah? Who do you think you're fooling? Seeing the rowdy group suddenly quiet down, they exchanged awkward glances with the stall owner. Zhao Huansher grinned and turned to leave, but suddenly an idea popped into his mind. Why should he go into the contaminated zone to find a professional stone? Instead, he could pretend to be a fool at these stalls, buy a few professional stones as decorations, and maybe one of them would actually be real. No, that doesn't seem to fit his usual image. Buying fake professional stones is too strange. Maybe it was just a whim, guided by some mysterious force, attracted to a piece of trash brought out by explorers from the contaminated zone, and from that, a rare professional stone was discovered. The item should look decent, and the price shouldn't be too outrageous. He'd need to spend some time carefully searching these stalls. Zhao Huansher shook his head, setting this idea aside for now. Having been dismissed from the Special Affairs Bureau just a few days ago, there's no need to rush. Right now, it's more important to send the goblin to the 7 Stars Water Marsh for some training. Getting some items to sell for money would give him the qualification to act as a victim. The Yellow Grass Hills have a harsh environment, fewer resources than the 7 Stars Water Marsh, mostly with poisonous insects and snakes in the swamp area. After weighing the pros and cons, Zhao Huanshe finally decided to send the goblin to the Seven Stars Water Marsh for training. Although he was standing at the edge of the Seven Stars Water Marsh to place the summoning device, the goblin eventually ran off to another place. Western Zone 4 Research Area. The activity range of wild goblins is limited by terrain and walls, so they can only move within areas designated by humans. To keep the wild goblin population stable and reduce the chance of space cracks forming, researchers regularly feed the goblins. However, when goblins gather together, they become bolder, more aggressive, and more combative. Sometimes, a clever goblin emerges, or a mutated variant appears, leading a group to cause trouble. To prevent problems, scientists in Zone 4 have developed special additives mixed into the goblin's food. After eating these, wild goblins become sleepy and low on energy. They act like castrated boars, just eating and sleeping, with little interest in breeding, so they stop causing chaos. Goblins are humanoid monsters, and in some ways, they are more like humans than monkeys. Researchers in Zone 4 often select goblins with specific traits from the groups for experiments. Gao Qiqiong is a scholar specializing in magical plant cultivation and research. She is also the youngest daughter of the Gao family in Dongchuan City. She awakened her water magic profession through a profession stone and is now a beginner water mage. She has two older brothers. The youngest, Gao Qiguang, wanted to awaken as a fire mage but became a blacksmith, considered the spoiled child of the Gao family. Gao Qiqiong recently completed a bounty and obtained several dangerous carnivorous magical plants. She plans to go to the goblin food area to catch some strong, green-skinned goblins for experiments. Standing on a high platform, she looked over the goblins lying scattered on the ground, full in content. She asked her assistant behind her, "Have there been any updates on the double-hole gas mushrooms?" The assistant nodded. "Not yet." Then, Professor Jiang is the only one holding a tiny piece of fungal tissue now. Gao Qiqiong sighed. "Miss, although Professor Jiang's research is important, what's the use if we run out of raw materials and can't produce more? It would be better to let them provide the materials if they can successfully grow new plants." Gao Qiqiong shook her head. "Forget it. Because of my status, I don't get along well with others. It's better not to make things worse. Also, relying on so little material, it's not easy to grow new dual-hole gas mushrooms. Even my teacher hasn't figured it out yet." She pointed at a few burly goblins. "Catch those ones. And that one. And that one too. Oh, and what's going on with that sneaky-looking goblin over there? It doesn't seem to have taken any medicine, but it looks so energetic." Her assistant followed Gao Qiqiong's gaze and saw a skinny goblin wandering around with a cloth bag. Every time it passed a resting goblin, it would stop and say something. Being this thin, maybe it's a smart mutant goblin. It might realize the food we put out is bad, so it's not eating. Before the assistant finished speaking, they saw the sneaky goblin pick up a piece of fake meat with added ingredients from the ground and take a bite. Its face suddenly lit up with happiness. The assistant hesitated. Gao Qiqiong frowned. Could it be a space that brought in new goblins? The assistant suddenly understood. Yes, that must be it. That's why this goblin is so thin. It seemed the goblin merchant noticed Gao Qiqiong and her assistant watching. The goblin looked up at the platform and, upon seeing Gao Qiqiong, its eyes immediately brightened. Miss, I feel like that goblin's eyes are shining with gold." Gao Qiqiong nodded slightly. "This goblin does look strange. Send a few people to catch it." At that moment, the goblin merchant took out a large mushroom from his cloth bag. It looked like a pig's nose and waved it at Gao Qiqiong, pretending to put it in his mouth. "Stop!" Gao Qiqiong's eyes widened instantly. She raised her hand and shouted at the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant grinned slyly. He held a dual-hole gas mushroom in his left hand and raised his right hand high, rubbing his thumb and forefinger together. The assistant whispered quietly, "Hiss. This green-skinned one looks so arrogant. I'll have someone deal with it right away." "Wait." Gao Qiqiong stopped her assistant, frowning slightly. "What does that gesture mean?" If someone else made that gesture, it probably means they want money, but the goblin." "Money?" Gao Qiqiong relaxed her brow, stepped to the edge of the platform, and looked down at the goblin with a proud, commanding gaze. "How much do you want? Just tell me a number." "But even if the goblin wants money, it's useless," the assistant muttered softly, finishing his sentence. The goblin merchant's eyes flickered, and he looked at the blue gemstone ring on Gao Qiqiong's finger, which shimmered with faint magical light. "Oh, you want this?" Gao Qiqiong took off the gemstone ring. The goblin merchant nodded repeatedly, his smile growing even brighter. "Miss, this healing ring is too valuable. Better to take it out now." But Gao Qiqiong ignored her assistant. For some reason, she was now very eager to get the double-hole mushroom from the goblin. She gently threw her right hand, tossing the ring out. The goblin merchant quickly rushed forward, catching the gemstone ring and stuffing it into his torn bag. "Here's the ring. Now give me the mushroom in your hand. And don't try any tricks, or else." His cold voice carried a hint of chill. The goblin merchant looked up at Gao Qiqiong, faintly seeing a dazzling golden light shining behind her. His smile instantly became much more sincere. Business with a big client like her required honesty, especially since he had already made a huge profit this time. He threw both hands forcefully, and the double-hole mushroom soared high into the air, just caught by Gao Qiqiong's outstretched hand. With the mushroom in hand, Gao Qiqiong smiled, and her composure seemed to return. "Go, send someone to catch this guy. I want to see what he really is." "Yes." The assistant responded and quickly rushed down from the platform, afraid that the sneaky goblin might run away. Noticing the tense atmosphere, the goblin merchant pointed at Gao Qiqiong and started cursing in gibberish. Although they didn't understand the language, his angry expression made it clear he was swearing quite badly. Gao Qiqiong's face darkened. She formed a water sphere in her hand and threw it at the goblin merchant. The water sphere wasn't very aggressive, but it still hurt when it hit the face. Gao Suiqiong originally wanted to teach the goblin merchant a lesson because he was rude. Unexpectedly, a water ball hit the goblin merchant's head. The goblin staggered and fell, hitting his head on a stone on the ground. He immediately burst open, and his brain matter splattered everywhere, disappearing in a flash of blue-purple light. Apart from a slightly wobbling colorful mushroom, nothing else was left on the ground. Gao Suiqiong's mouth was slightly open, and she was stunned. "This is too weak." "No, where's the body?" "My healing ring." During the sudden chaos in the West 4 research area, Zhao Huanshi was still wandering around the stalls in the explorer's town at the West 2 checkpoint, looking for strange-looking items that might help him extract a profession stone. Suddenly, he felt a slight strange sensation, like hair falling on his skin, causing a mild itch. Gently rubbing his fingers, he saw a cracked goblin card in his hand, which only he could see. Already back so soon? Did he really get killed right after leaving? He stared at the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card, noticing 2 unfamiliar fruits and a conspicuous blue gemstone ring in the green space. The gemstone ring was very clean, without any dirt or dust, making it unlikely that a goblin stole it from a monster or found it in an ancient ruin. Could it be a goblin thief stole it from an explorer? Zhao Huanshi didn't want to wander anymore and turned to leave Explorer's Town. In the evening, he got off at the Lichuan Garden Community bus stop. Because the community's name was too ridiculous, he usually didn't tell anyone where he lived. He bought a potato beef rice bowl nearby for dinner and carried it into the community. But he saw police everywhere inside, with police dogs and drones searching for something. The residents also gathered with their families in the open space downstairs, looking very tense. Grandpa Huang, what's going on? Did a dimensional rift fall into the community? Zhao Huanshi stuck his head into the security room and asked Grandpa Huang, who was leisurely watching TV. Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. "Can't you hope for us a little? The sharp-toothed bird killed a cat in the neighborhood. I found it while patrolling and reported it. However, after searching all afternoon, I couldn't find any trace of the bird. It probably escaped somewhere else." Zhao Huanshi gave a thumbs up. "This sense of safety is thanks to the veteran from Dongchuan Wei. Too bad I didn't get a special firearm license for you. If I had, I could give you a rifle, and that bird wouldn't stand a chance." "Stop talking nonsense. You leave your windows open at home when you go out. Maybe that bird is hiding inside your house, waiting for you to fall asleep so it can come out and peck your head." Hearing this, Zhao Huanshi remembered the treasure chest monster was still at home, and he felt a bit nervous. "Aren't they checking every house?" Old Man Huang shot him a sidelong look. "What? Do you have something embarrassing at home you're afraid will be found?" "Don't worry, they just sent drones to fly around. They didn't do a thorough search." "You're saying I have something shameful?" "No way, Zhao Huanshi relaxed a little and chuckled. Old man Huang sneered. That package last time, wrapped like a mummy, wasn't it? Young people get angry easily. If you can't find a girlfriend, you could go get a foot massage. Doing shady stuff like that might attract some bad things, too. Zhao Huanshi's face fell. That thing isn't mine. I don't know which sneaky, dishonest person wrote my address on it. And I didn't even pick it up later. Who knows? When they deliver things, they're all wrapped up tight, and you can't see their face. Maybe they're taller than you, wearing lifts. You're just assuming guilt, blaming me for everything dirty. You're a former soldier, yet you're accusing me? Forget it. I'm going home to kill that bird. With that, Zhao Huanshi turned and left. Old man Huang chuckled. He knew that the mummy wasn't Zhao Huanshi's. The kid who came to pick up the package was about the same height, but much thinner. As for why Zhao Huanshi looked a bit guilty earlier, he was a cleaner, after all, probably hiding some shady stuff. It's normal to feel guilty when police come to search. Zhao Huanshi opened the door, holding a steel sword, looking alert and ready for any sudden attack. Although Uncle Huang was just joking, he was also reminding Zhao Huanshi to stay safe. Noticing nothing unusual in the house, Zhao Huanshi set aside the packed meal, went into the bedroom, and saw Anin quietly crouched in the corner of the wooden box. He immediately felt relieved. When he saw Zhao Huanshi return, the treasure chest monster opened its eyes and was about to stretch its legs and turn into a treasure chest crab. Shoo, don't move. Zhao Huanshi quickly reached out to stop it. He walked to the window, looked outside for a few moments, and seeing no one paying attention, closed the window and drew the curtains. Then he crouched beside the treasure chest monster, took out a picture of a drone on his phone, and placed it in front of the monster's gemstone eyes. Did something like this fly in before? Did you show any unusual behavior? Click, click. The treasure chest monster opened and closed its lid, making sounds. When the drone came in, you were digesting prey, so you disguised yourself as a normal box, even turning off the greed light. Click, click. Prey? What prey? The treasure chest monster suddenly opened its mouth wide, revealing the interior of the box. In the middle of the bottom, 2 feathers lay quietly. Zhao Huanshi picked up the feathers and looked at them. Could these be feathers from a tooth-beak bird? This low-level monster, besides being used to roast small birds, isn't worth much. Just 2 feathers on it are somewhat valuable. So, the tooth-beak bird in the community was eaten by you? Click, click. It's fully digested, and only these 2 feathers remain? Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin. So, the greed light isn't just effective on greedy people? I used to think it could only trap goblins and novice explorers. This guy is more useful than I thought. By the way, was the tooth-beak bird swallowed whole? I saw the wealth greed eater bite off the goblin thief's arm before, so I thought the treasure chest monster would bite the prey to death before eating it. Speaking of which, the treasure chest monster's bite strength should be pretty good, right? The remains of a metal stool, previously used as a weapon rack for a soul-devouring sword, are now useless. It's perfect for testing. Zhao Huanshi put the metal stool leg into the monster's mouth. Go ahead, give it a try. The sharp metal teeth easily bit the stool leg into 2 pieces. The edges of the stool leg cut neatly. Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow and said, not bad. The teeth are really sharp. I'll find a thicker one next time. Just as Zhao Huanshi was looking around the house, thinking about which piece of furniture to damage, his phone suddenly rang. When he saw it was his sister calling, Zhao Huanshi was a bit surprised. Hello, Lele. Are you coming home tomorrow? Okay. Zhao Huanshi looked at the treasure chest. Just in time to show you a surprise. Sister-in-law? What sister-in-law? There are 2 packs of dumplings in the fridge. Zhao Huanshi had never told Zhao Lijiao that he had become a card monster summoner. It wasn't because he wanted to hide it on purpose. After all, she was his only family. If even she couldn't believe him, then there wasn't much left to care about in this world. But Zhao Lijiao had never had time to come home. She was worried that talking on the phone might let the communication system catch her messages and reveal his secret. So Zhao Huanshi kept everything inside, which made him very stressed. Especially during the beginner trial at the start, he had to die every day while sleeping, which made Zhao Huanshi afraid to sleep. Several times, he almost wanted to call Zhao Lijiao to vent, but he held back. The next morning, around 10 o'clock, Zhao Huanshi was outside the community bus stop when he saw Zhao Lijiao get off the bus. She had said on the phone she would stay home for 2 days, but she was carrying a large suitcase, as if she had brought everything back. Didn't you say you were busy with work and wouldn't have time to come home before the end of the year? Why are you back all of a sudden? Zhao Huanshi took the suitcase from his sister and asked curiously. Oh, yesterday, a strange goblin ran into the research area. Now everyone is looking for that goblin, and it's causing a lot of panic. The teacher even gave us 2 days off so we could rest. Zhao Lejia casually explained, but she noticed Zhao Huanshi's face changing slightly. Goblin? What kind of goblin? Zhao Lejia thought for a moment. They say it looks very creepy, with a sneaky smile, and it has a patched, brownish big bag in its hand. Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. That image was definitely a goblin merchant. However, it was clearly summoned at the 7 Stars Water Marsh. So how did it end up in the Western 4 research area? In terms of distance, the Western 4 research area is just about 30 kilometers from the entrance of the 7 Stars Water Marsh. Therefore, whether I enter the contaminated zone or cross the boundary fog belt doesn't really affect where the goblins appear. They say she used a double-hole gas mushroom to trick Gao Qiqiong into giving up her healing ring, then disappeared with a magic spell I've never seen before. Disappeared with a magic spell? No, she simply vanished. Wait, who are you talking about? Gao Qiqiong? The young girl from the Gao family? Zhao Huanshi asked in surprise. Zhao Lejia nodded. Yes, that's her. Wow, that magic ring actually belonged to the Gao family. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a bit annoyed. Last night, he looked up some information online and studied it himself. Soon, he understood how to use and what the magic ring was for. As long as it touches the body, like worn on a finger or hung on the chest close to the body, and you focus on the ring, you can release the magic stored inside. The healing ring, as the name suggests, is a magic item that can cast healing spells. Zhao Huanshi tried it. The magic released from the ring condensed into a clear stream that poured over his body. It felt cold and refreshing, like drinking a sip of icy spring water. He didn't dare to hurt himself, so he wasn't sure how effective the spell was, but it seemed a bit stronger than the symbiotic vine. However, the healing ring's magic power is limited. It can only cast up to 3 healing spells at once before the magic inside is exhausted. Then, it needs to slowly recover by absorbing magic from the surrounding environment. According to the information he found online, the magic power recovery rate of magical equipment is the same as that of awakened individuals, and it depends on the magic concentration in the environment. In polluted areas, the recovery is much faster than outside. Everyone says Gao Qiqiong got into the research area through favoritism, taking up someone else's spot, and she usually acts proud and aloof, so no one really wants to talk to her. Hearing his sister's complaints, Zhao Huanshi snapped back to reality and said in surprise, with the Gao family's resources, she still needs to cheat her way in and take others' spots. They could just give her a position of her own, no problem. Zhao Lejia shook his head. I'm not sure about that. Our teacher doesn't get along well with her teacher, and they usually don't have contact. By the way, you mentioned there was a surprise yesterday. Zhao Huanshi gave a bitter smile. It was supposed to be a surprise, but now I'm not so sure. Also, why did Gao Qiqiong trade a magic ring for that goblin? Mushroom? It's a double-hole gas mushroom, a new material I recently discovered. Most of my recent experiments involve it. But that particular mushroom was accidentally obtained by the explorer from a contaminated area. We've almost used it all up and haven't found a new plant yet. Apparently, Gao Qiqiong was so shocked when she saw the goblin take out the double-hole gas mushroom that she unconsciously fell under the goblin's mental spell. She was so focused on completing the trade with the goblin that she didn't think to act before the goblin might destroy the mushroom. What mental spell? Like a mind control spell? Thinking of the goblin merchant's description, Zhao Huanshi muttered softly. Huh? What did you say? Nothing. You mean that double-hole gas mushroom, the one with 2 holes that look like pig noses? Yeah. How do you know? Did you see the bounty we posted at the Special Affairs Bureau? Zhao Huanshi shook his head. Let's talk about it at home. Half an hour later. Zhao Lejia held a steel pipe, placing it in the mouth of the treasure chest monster. It chewed with a clang, sparks flying, and its eyes curled into a happy crescent. Ha ha, brother, your chest monster is so funny. Zhao Huanshi looked helpless. We've been talking here for so long. Did you even hear what I said? I heard. You stole a professional stone from the illusion, and every night you get beaten to death by a bunch of goblins. Stolen? No, that was an accident. I didn't know that stone was so special. Just touching it activated it automatically. Zhao Huanshi quickly argued. Okay, it was an accident. What's this chest monster called? It's so obedient and shiny gold. How about calling it Little Yellow, obedient? That's because I'm here. Otherwise, it'd bite your hand off. Besides, it's not a dog. Why call it Little Yellow? I'm not here to talk about that. Can't you focus and play later? Just a small matter. Zhao Lejia released the steel pipe, letting the treasure chest monster play with it. Then she turned around and pulled out a black object from her suitcase, engraved with many magic runes, shaped like a pyramid. This is something found in the ruins of the contaminated area. It reacts to magic, but I don't know what it's for. My teacher gave it to me to play with. Aren't you planning to pretend you bought a profession stone from the explorer by accident? Why not say I brought this mysterious black triangular magic object home, and when you touched it, it accidentally activated and unlocked the summoner profession. Sounds reasonable, right? Zhao Huanshi nodded firmly. So, this is the real story. Zhao Lejia used her phone to find an animated show online, pointing at a scene where magical items change shape. If someone asks how the triangle turned into a profession stone, just describe it like this. Zhao Huanshi took the phone from his sister. Actually, it does look pretty similar. Zhao Lejia then took out many small bottles of potions from her suitcase. This is a paralyzing vine toxin extract, and this is a spider venom mixture. Both are poisons, very strong and fast-acting, effective against most low to mid-level monsters. These bottles are healing potions, and these are mild antidotes. They are made by simulating alchemy recipes. Although their actual effects are about 50 to 70% of real alchemy potions and take some time to work, they are much better than the potions sold outside. And this one is an energy recovery potion made with dual-hole gas mushrooms as the main ingredient. It's like the mana potion in the game, restoring magic and fighting spirit for professionals. All these are laboratory products. Just use them yourself, but don't sell them. Zhao Huanshi frowned. Did you steal these potions from the research institute? Impossible. Zhao Lejia shot him a look. I'm not that stupid. My teacher knows you're a cleaner, so he told me to bring these potions back. Anyway, they're going to test the awakened ones. Just use them up and write an experience report. I have to write a report too. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt a headache. Zhao Lejia was too lazy to bother with him. Such opportunities are usually hard to come by for ordinary people. It seems your teacher treats you well, Zhao Huanshi asked. Zhao Lejia immediately felt proud. Of course, I am a top student. Then she lowered her voice. My teacher has a daughter about my age. She was also affected by the polluted area and was too weak to survive. Most of my teacher's research is aimed at treating pollution-related weakness, and other drug studies are secondary. Seeing that the atmosphere was getting tense and worried that her sister might start crying again, Zhao Huanshi quickly rubbed her fingers and produced a Goblins 3. She then took out a large, double-hole gas mushroom with a big clump of mud still attached to its roots from her greed space. Zhao Lejia was startled when she saw the mushroom suddenly appear in Zhao Huanshi's hand. When she noticed the mud on the roots of the double-hole gas mushroom, her eyes lit up instantly. This dirt. I'll take it back to the lab for analysis. Maybe I can find the key part for artificially cultivating the double-hole gas mushroom. Then, energy restoration agents could be mass-produced. Are you not taking this pig-nosed mushroom home? I still have a bunch of them here. Zhao Lejia shook her head. Forget it. I can find other reasons for the dirt, but I can't explain the origin of the double-hole gas mushroom if I take it back. Better to leave it here. Once Gao Qiqiong finishes using that one, you can send the goblin to sell it to her. Also, I can't just take a sheep wool and exploit it. She's at least a young lady of the Gao family. Zhao Lejia nodded. That's true. They might tamper with the items in the trade, like adding some radioactive elements to the gold bars as a mark. Even if it melts, it can't be removed. If you dare to use it, someone will come looking for you soon. It seems I can't reveal my relationship with the goblin merchant for now, Zhao Huanshi said, stroking her chin. Luckily, I can use summoning. No one will connect them to me, but after a while, some clues will be exposed. Also, if I can't summon goblins, how do I plan to go with the exploration team into the polluted zone? They say I'm a summoner, but I can only throw treasure chest monsters to bite people. Zhao Huanshi grinned proudly. I'll go assist. Just summoning the symbiotic vine alone makes those exploration teams cry and beg me to join. Coming out of the scavenger job was hard enough. Why do I have to be an explorer now? It's so dangerous. Zhao Lejia looked a bit unhappy. The car needs to be upgraded, and my skills need to improve too. This world is no longer the same as before. We must be strong enough to keep ourselves safe. Others can't be relied on in critical moments. I understand, but don't worry, I will stay safe. Zhao Huanshi gently patted his sister's head. Zhao Lejia pushed his hand away. You're still messing with my hair at my age. Are you a sister-obsessed person? Nonsense. I'm not that kind of pervert. Who knows? You still haven't found a girlfriend even now. TCH. Stop reading weird novels. Aren't you supposed to be a top student? Why do you spend all day reading that stuff? What's wrong with being a top student? We all have hobbies and need to relax sometimes. Zhao Lejia took a 2-day break and stayed home for a day, stuffing all sorts of messy things into the treasure chest monster's mouth. Zhao Huanshi couldn't stand it and took her out shopping, eating delicious food. When Zhao Huanshi was alone, he could eat anything easily. Since his sister was back, he decided to take her to a restaurant for a meal. But seeing how excited Zhao Huanshi was, Zhao Lejia didn't dare to say that she had been eating buffet every day at the cafeteria, which was much more refined and delicious than these restaurant foods. But never mind, eating with family is the most important thing. Zhao Lejia thought happily. After dinner, the siblings strolled down the street, thinking about whether to watch a movie or something. Suddenly, the air in the middle of the road started to shake violently. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and he pulled Zhao Lejia to run backwards. Immediately, the warning devices on both sides of the street blared with sharp sirens. At the same time, about 2 or 3 meters above the ground, space seemed to be torn apart by a giant claw, revealing an space about 10 meters high and 8 or 9 meters wide. Countless monsters surged out of the space like a tide. Some unlucky ones, with poor landing posture, fell onto the cement ground with broken limbs and brains splattering, or were hit and thrown away by unreactive vehicles. Most of them, after landing successfully, stared with crimson eyes, their faces twisted in rage, waving crude weapons, and shouting loudly as they charged at the panicked crowd fleeing along the street. However, not everyone panicked and ran away. Many people took out their weapons to protect the elderly and weak nearby. Once they saw what the monster looked like, they immediately calmed down. Huh, is that a fishman? Everyone stay calm. These monsters are not much stronger than goblins. The fishman has a head like a fish, but its body looks like a tall, upright frog. It has webbed hands and feet, which help it move easily in water. But on land, especially on dry, hard concrete, it doesn't run very fast. As long as adults stay calm, they can easily escape from the fishman's chase. If they can hold on for a minute or two, nearby armed drones and patrol teams will arrive soon to kill the monsters. Zhao Huan had encountered these monsters before in a low-level illusion. It was in a swampy area, where a low-level fishman mage led 2 fishman warriors and several ordinary fishmen. The mage cast a water mist spell that covered everything, blocking their view. Then, the fishmen rushed forward loudly. Fortunately, the weapons the fishmen carried were very poor. Besides diving, their fighting ability was about the same as goblins. The mage's spells were mainly supportive. After killing 2 fishman warriors, the remaining fishmen were easily taken down. The group of fishman monsters in front of Zhao Huan seemed less adapted to the concrete ground, moving more awkwardly. Zhao Huan went out shopping without a steel sword, only carrying a metal pipe. He pressed a button on the handle, and the top of the pipe extended a sharp blade, turning it into a short spear gun. He casually pushed it forward and stabbed through the fishman's head. Seeing the fishman twitch and fall to the ground, Zhao Huan quickly took out a soul-devouring glove from his backpack and put it on. Looking up, he saw Zhao Lejia holding a loud, crackling long-handled stun baton in her right hand and a metal ball like a grenade in her left. Her face looked tense, but her eyes showed some eagerness. Zhao Huan didn't feel scared at first, but seeing his sister like that, he suddenly felt a bit anxious. What is that in your hand? It's a self-defense weapon issued by the Research Institute. This is a high-voltage stun baton, and this is a smoke grenade that releases irritating gas and smoke after exploding. Oh, a smoke grenade. Zhao Huanshi instantly relaxed. Not far away, a woman was fleeing with 2 children. Suddenly, a fishman fell from the sky, crashing heavily onto the road in front of them. The fishman was hit so hard it was almost dead, with broken bones all over its body. It couldn't get up anymore and posed no threat. The woman was startled by the falling fishman. In her panic, she tried to pull the children to safety but stumbled and fell to the ground. Behind them, a taller fishman warrior saw this and let out a surprised cry of joy, rushing forward with a stone spear. "Brother, over there," Zhao Lejia urgently warned. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe was about to go help. But the woman suddenly pulled out a small pink pistol, looked terrified, and shouted loudly. She pressed the trigger, emptying the magazine and firing all 7 or 8 bullets into the fishman warrior's head and body. The fishman warrior collapsed to the ground, covered in blood holes. Luckily, its body was different from humans. Although it was shot in many places, it didn't seem to feel much pain. Zhao Huanshe's face changed dramatically. He froze in place, afraid to get closer, worried about startling the woman and getting shot himself. His aim was too terrible, no matter how you looked at it. To be safe, Zhao Huanshe first summoned the symbiotic vine, wrapping it around his arm. The Soul Eater entered battle mode, with sharp claws extending from its fingers. Its skull eyes glowed faint red, and its appearance became more ferocious. At this moment, dozens of armed drones flew in from all directions, locking onto each fishman monster they encountered. They accurately shot bullets into their heads. In just a few seconds, the fishman monsters that had been chasing pedestrians on the street just moments ago turned into corpses and fell to the ground. The drone swarm moved toward the space. Below the space, a tall fishman wearing jewelry made of pearl shells and gemstones waved a coral staff forcefully, roaring unintelligibly. The moisture in the air gathered wildly, forming thick white fog that enveloped the area around the space and spread quickly in all directions. Blocked by the fog, the drone swarm immediately switched to target mode, activating radar and thermal imaging scans. The thermal imaging was poor. These fish-like creatures seemed cold-blooded, with body temperatures almost the same as the surrounding environment. However, the drone swarm quickly used sound waves and laser radar to locate the enemies again, efficiently clearing out the fish monsters hiding in the thick fog. With a sharp whistling sound, several water arrows wrapped in broken ice suddenly shot out from the fog. Some of these were targeted and destroyed by the drones, while the remaining ones hit a drone each. The drones that were hit either exploded directly or had a lot of frost forming on their bodies, causing them to fall from the sky. Suddenly, dark clouds gathered in the sky, and countless sharp hailstones began to fall. High-level spellcasters. Zhao Huan quickly stepped forward to help a woman carry a child, and they, along with her sister, hurried into a nearby building. At this moment, the roar of motorcycles sounded as several well-equipped, brightly glowing awakeners, obviously high-level players, rushed into the fog on their bikes without hesitation. Behind them, a few armored combat vehicles sped toward the scene. Finally, the patrol team has arrived. From the fog came various roars and explosions, along with the growls of monsters. The fighting inside seemed to have become much more intense, but the crowd hiding with Zhao Huan and his sister relaxed a little. Hey, this is the 5th time this month that a space rift has appeared in Dongchuan City. The frequency of these rifts is increasing. I heard that last month, a huge space rift appeared in Chiyue City, and a group of demons came out. Thousands of people died. They tried to hide the news online to prevent panic. I also heard about that. So many people died. How could they hide the news? They can't hide it, or everyone would panic. If the monsters don't come, we might collapse first. Everyone, don't panic. I heard that the Dongwang City Research Institute has developed a space stabilizer. Once set up, it can greatly reduce the chances of space rifts and illusion cracks. Devices to stabilize space already exist, but they are very expensive and difficult to set up. They can also seriously affect the human body, so they are mainly used to protect nuclear power plants and other key facilities. This time, the stabilizer is different, Zhao Lejiao whispered to Zhao Huanshe. I also heard from the teacher that the Dongwang Research Institute found a new metal in the pollution zone. They successfully solved the previous problem and built a new type of space fix station. It can simulate the effect of the space magic array found in the ruins, stabilizing the space within a few kilometers, and it doesn't harm people. I guess that metal must be very rare, or they would have promoted it widely to calm people's fears, Zhao Huanshe whispered. Zhao Lejia nodded and said softly, "So far, only a small vein has been found. Once it's used up, it can only cover half of Dongwang City." At this moment, the dark clouds covering the sky gradually dispersed, and the thick fog in the streets quickly cleared. "Hey, is the fight over inside?" The battle scene was sealed off, and Zhao Huanshi and his sister had no interest in wandering around. Back home, Zhao Huanshi summoned the treasure chest monster to play with him for a while. Zhao Lejia packed her luggage and took the bus back to Research Area West 4. The siblings agreed that Zhao Huanshi would post on social media later, sharing how he accidentally triggered the black triangle and unexpectedly gained a profession. When Zhao Lejia returned to the research area, she would pretend to complain to her senior sister about her brother's carelessness. Just after getting his profession, he started bragging, and she would subtly spread the story of the profession stone's origin. Zhao Huanshi proudly posted on his usual social media accounts about becoming a professional. After a while, Zhang Daxuan from the unemployed line exploration team sent a congratulatory message and casually mentioned that they would go to the Emerald Forest for a mission tomorrow, asking if Zhao Huanshi was interested in joining. "Wow, just as I was about to doze off, someone sends a pillow." Zhao Huanshi replied with a smile. "Great. Where should I find you guys?" Probably surprised that Zhao Huanshi really agreed, Zhang Daxuan took a while to reply. "Our plan is to enter the Emerald Forest tomorrow noon. Let's meet at the Explorer Town then." "Okay. See you tomorrow noon. Can I ask, little Zhao brother, what profession did you get?" "Monster Summoner, Specialized Support." "Huh. Trial goal: defeat the werewolf beast tamer." Does the term beast tamer of the knoll refer to a knoll capable of taming wild animals, or to a creature that controls some kind of monster associated with knolls? In the lush wilderness, Zhao Huanshi stroked his chin and muttered to himself. With the experience from the last two trials, he no longer dared to make quick guesses. He didn't want to kill the wrong target again. After finally defeating a strong enemy, he looked back and realized he had mistaken the mission objective. But standing around daydreaming was useless. Zhao Huanshi looked up. The sky was clear and sunny. It was time for the symbiotic vine to appear. First, he wrapped the symbiotic vine around his hand, then pulled the Soul Eater great sword from the ground, transforming it into a glove. He looked around, observing the environment. "I feel like the space in this trial dream has expanded a lot." The last underground palace felt like it was at least 10 kilometers across. Maybe I should test the placement summon of the 3 troublemakers? After thinking for a moment, he shook his head. Trying it might just end in death. I don't know where the goblin would be sent with the placement summon, and the abilities of the merchant and scavenger aren't very useful. If they come out now, they'll just get killed by monsters. Better to keep the goblin thief summoned. At least he can steal weapons and scout ahead. He threw out a card. "Come out, goblin thief." The goblin merchant just poked his head out, about to breathe some fresh air, when Zhao Huanshi pressed his head back down. He threw the card again. The goblin scavenger, with its dead fish eyes, looked around. When it saw a patch of wild berries nearby, its eyelids twitched. It was about to step forward, but suddenly, its body shimmered with light, twisting into a glow, and the card retracted back into Zhao Huanshi's hand. "TSK. This time, it should be the thief, right?" He threw the card again, but it was still the goblin merchant. Seeing Zhao Huanshi about to recall it, the goblin merchant hurriedly raised its hand to stop him, taking a deep breath to gather strength. The goblin merchant nodded at Zhao Huanshi. "All right, I'm ready." Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. "You make it sound like I'm about to kill you. I've let you go out and scout before. You died so quickly. Who can I blame if you missed the chance?" After hesitating, he retracted his hand. "Forget it. Let you wander around for a bit. When you encounter a monster, I'll switch to the thief again. Don't run off on your own." The goblin merchant grinned widely and nodded happily. Suddenly, he felt that his bag was empty, light, and uncomfortable. He ran to the nearby bushes, grabbed some wild fruits, and put them in his bag. He ate one of the fruits and realized it was not ripe, sour enough to distort his face. While grimacing, he also handed a fruit to Zhao Huanshi. Zhao Huanshi looked a bit speechless. "You're actually quite polite." After walking for a while, the goblin merchant kept collecting things along the way. Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but wonder if this goblin was possessed by a scavenger. But the goblin merchant was confident. "If I have no goods, I might as well pick up some starting money on the road." They encountered a wild rabbit. The goblin merchant wanted to rush over and skin it. But the rabbit, although a herbivore, had a quick temper. It jumped up and kicked the goblin merchant in the face, making him dizzy and bleeding from the nose. The rabbit then used a quick kick to control the situation. A gentle breeze appeared around it, and it quickly ran away. Hey, why are you weaker than an unevolved goblin? You can't even beat a rabbit. With this level, how dare you do business with other monsters outside? Zhao Huanshi complained. The goblin merchant wiped his nosebleed, showing he didn't care. Goblin is a fool. I only do business with intelligent customers. Then, the goblin merchant was shot in the knee by a highly intelligent jackalman archer. The monster hid behind a dry bush, and Zhao Huanshi didn't even notice it. Suddenly, it appeared and shot an arrow at the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant screamed and fell to the ground. Zhao Huanshi held him down and pulled him back. Zhao Huanshi rolled to dodge another arrow. When the jackalman reloaded his bow, he charged forward at full speed. A jackalman warrior nearby tried to block the attack, but was cut down by Zhao Huanshi, losing his weapon and arm, and let out a sharp, pained scream. Zhao Huanshi killed the jackalman archer with one strike, but the scream of the jackalman warrior attracted more jackalmen. Wow, so many! Zhao Huanshi saw about 10 jackalmen rushing over and quickly finished off the warrior who was howling loudly, then ran away as fast as he could. If it were other monsters, Zhao Huanshi might rely on the sharpness of the soul-devouring greatsword and its ability to absorb life to fight. But half of those 10 or so hyena men were holding crossbows, ready to shoot 7 or 8 arrows at once. If just one arrow hit a vital spot, it could take Zhao Huanshi down. He ran quite a distance and saw that the hyena men weren't chasing him anymore. Zhao Huanshi sat down on a rock. He drew the card, Goblin 3 Scoundrels, and saw that it now had a new message, damage repair. Probably because the goblin merchant was only hit in the knee, not as badly as a goblin thief who lost half an arm. So, the damage repair countdown was only half an hour. Looking at the card in his hand, Zhao Huanshi muttered doubtfully, can goblin merchants really do business with monsters? Do they always give pure white rewards every time they go out? The hyena men had a strong desire for revenge. Zhao Huanshi, relying on the symbiosis vine to recover his strength, ran 3 or 4 kilometers in one go. These creatures kept following his trail and scent, but individual hyena men varied greatly in strength. In the end, only 2 hyena men with wooden shields and stone hammers, and a small team of 3 hyena men with crossbows, ran the fastest and broke away from the main group to chase after him. Zhao Huanshi hid in a corner, fingers forming the greedy treasure chest card, and gently flicked it to the side. The card spun and flew about 10 meters away, landing on the side of a large rock. A glow gathered and transformed into a shiny, golden small treasure chest. 2 hyena men with shields protected the crossbowmen on either side, leading the group forward. After taking a few steps, one of the hyena men saw a corner of the treasure chest. That hyena man paused slightly, then instinctively quickened his steps. When he saw the full treasure chest, his eyes lit up, and he shouted happily, rushing forward. The other hyena man with a shield also spotted the treasure chest and hurried after him. What? Protecting teammates? Nonsense. Now, they're just rivals. The 3 hyena men with crossbows were confused by the sudden turn of events. When they moved closer and saw the golden treasure chest hiding behind the rock, they immediately understood everything and were so angry they almost raised their crossbows to shoot those 2 fools. The hyena people's intelligence is relatively high, and the greed of the treasure chest monsters is also weaker. They can't fully ignite the desire in their hearts, turning it into flames that completely consume reason. Although they are somewhat tempted, the hyena people's crossbowmen ultimately do not shoot sneaky arrows at their companions from behind. They put down their crossbows and curse as they chase after them. Everyone wants a share, but they can't let those 2 fools take all the treasure for themselves. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi suddenly jumps out from hiding and rushes straight at the hyena people's crossbowmen. The 3 hyena people's crossbowmen hear the noise and turn to look. Seeing an enemy appear, they quickly raise their crossbows to attack. Unexpectedly, a flash of light moves behind them. The goblin thief quickly approaches, stabbing one of the hyena people's crossbowmen in the neck with a knife and pulling hard. Blood sprays on his face, making the goblin's fierce smile look even more terrifying. The screams of the teammates nearby startle the two hyena people's crossbowmen. They panic and turn around, only to see the goblin thief wave his left hand, throwing a handful of sand into their faces, blinding them. A flash of black light streaks past, and two dog heads shoot up into the sky. Before their heads land, their bodies are already wrapped in black, ghostly mist, turning into two dried-up mummies. At this moment, a sudden scream comes from nearby. It's the fastest hyena warrior, bitten by the treasure chest monster and having his arm broken. While one hyena warrior screams in pain holding his severed arm, the other, faced with the situation, stretches out his legs and transforms into a treasure chest crab, grabbing the furry severed hand and quickly escaping. Haha, this guy is much smarter than the goblin, Zhao Huanshe laughs. This remark immediately draws the goblin thief's attention. What are you looking at? I told you, goblin merchants are no good, Zhao Huanshe says with a cold smile, holding a dark sword swirling with ghostly mist, walking toward the hyena warrior. The goblin thief looks surprised, bending down to loot the hyena people's crossbowmen. Zhao Huanshe slashes one crossbow into pieces with his sword. The goblin thief collects the remaining two crossbows and all the arrows, placing them together. After Zhao Huanshe defeats two hyena warriors, he turns around and sees that the goblin thief is already playing with a crossbow, aiming and looking around. Zhao Huanshe is not naturally talented at shooting, or he wouldn't have chosen a steel greatsword, hoping to awaken as a warrior during battles. A common profession is better than dying on the roadside as a corpse. However, after becoming a card monster summoner and adding 6 points to all attributes, Zhao Huanshe feels like he's back on track. A hand crossbow isn't a bow. As long as your hand is steady, you can usually hit the target. Thinking this, Zhao Huanshe took a crossbow from a goblin thief, aimed at a beetle 20 meters away, and pulled the trigger. Thud! The crossbow bolt hit a stone 3 meters from the beetle, making a short, sharp sound. Zhao Huanshe paused, then threw the crossbow on the ground, looking disgusted. The wolfman's craftsmanship is terrible. What kind of broken thing did they make? Not a single shot hits. The goblin thief also aimed and shot at the unaware beetle. Whoosh! The bolt flashed like a shadow and hit the dirt 1/2 meter from the beetle, scaring it into a frantic run. The goblin thief nodded, thinking the boss was right. The crossbow's accuracy isn't great, but if the target is closer, it shouldn't miss. They threw the wolfman's corpse together. Zhao Huanshe retrieved the treasure chest monster, and they hit again. After waiting a long time, no other wolfmen came after them. Zhao Huanshe was puzzled. He found some strongly scented plants nearby, squeezed out the juice, and smeared it all over his body to hide his scent. Then he and the goblin thief retraced their steps. Halfway back, they heard distant howls of wolfmen. Sneaking closer, they saw that these creatures had given up the chase and gone hunting elsewhere. What's going on with those 5 dead wolfmen? Zhao Huanshe thought with a smile, whispering to himself. Are they that stupid? The goblin thief looked confused. Are they that dumb? That's called dedication. They finished hunting and are heading back to their den? Let's follow and see. Zhao Huanshe and the goblin thief trailed behind the wolfmen to outside a mountain cave. They saw a fat wolfman leading 2 large, fierce wolfmen, about 1.67 meters tall, walking out of the cave. After a series of growls and exchanges, the overweight gnoll seemed a bit unhappy and scolded the hunting gnolls harshly. If the trial dream didn't cause me any trouble, this guy should be the target, right? Zhao Huanshe was crouching among the weeds, whispering to himself. However, those 2 gnolls looked tough to deal with. He was planning to use his old tricks again, to look around for poisonous mushrooms, spiders, or other traps, hoping to poison the 2 large gnolls or their trainer. Unexpectedly, after the scolding, the gnolls and the 2 large gnolls left the cave. Zhao Huanshe guessed they were going to find the 5 missing gnolls. After they left, the overweight figure, likely the beast tamer, entered a simple wooden shed outside the cave, pulling out a frightened yellow land bird with a leather collar, and began whipping it forcefully. Seeing that only 3 gnoll warriors were nearby, Zhao Huanshe's eyes lit up. This was his chance. There should still be many gnolls inside the cave. A young gnoll ran out, being scolded by the beast tamer. Immediately, a small gnoll came out and carried the young one back inside. Attacking directly would probably lead to a group fight with the gnolls. Zhao Huanshi observed the environment around the cave, using the bushes, rocks, and trees to hide as he sneaked closer. He threw the greedy treasure chest monster into a between two rocks, with the golden treasure chest just visible from where the beast tamer was. The gnoll beast tamer, who was violently whipping the land bird, suddenly saw a faint golden glow. He instinctively turned his head to look. Seeing the shining golden treasure chest, he froze for a moment. Then his eyes widened as he prepared to move forward. But, since he was a leader-type monster, his intelligence was higher. Although influenced by the greed glow, his mind was filled with greed, and he didn't fully lower his guard. He roared loudly, calling 3 of his subordinates over, pointing at the golden chest, and telling one of them to go and retrieve it. The 3 gnoll warriors saw the treasure chest and immediately wanted to go and pick it up. The Jackalman beast tamer angrily shouted and called back the 2 Jackalman warriors. The beast tamer's eyes showed some cunning. The golden treasure chest was very tempting, but its appearance seemed too strange. If it was a trap, sending a little brother to test it was enough. If it wasn't a trap, then the little brother could bring back the chest, and everything inside would still be theirs, right? The 2 Jackalman warriors who were called back probably realized this too. Although their eyes were full of greed, they obediently returned. After all, everything had to be handed over in the end. What was the point of grabbing it if it wasn't theirs? Still, they really wanted to open the chest and see what was inside. Seeing that the beast tamer didn't fall for the trap, he sent a Jackalman warrior to test it. Zhao Huanshi was calm. When the Jackalman warrior crouched down, greedily reaching out to open the chest, Zhao Huanshi suddenly jumped out of the bushes, slashed the warrior's neck with his sword, and kicked its body away. Amid the beast tamer's surprised and angry roar, Zhao Huanshi grabbed the golden chest and ran. The beast tamer immediately became frantic, shouting at his 2 little brothers to chase after him. When the Jackalmen in the cave heard the beast tamer's shouts and came out to see what was happening, Zhao Huanshi had already pulled a yellow landbird and was chasing the human thief more than 100 meters away. Perhaps because the treasure chest was too heavy, the human thief was struggling to run, and it looked like he was about to be caught. The beast tamer's eyes showed a cruel look. Once he got the chest back, he would catch this human and torture him thoroughly. Maybe, putting a collar on the human and making him act like a beast every day, hitting and abusing him, would be a good form of entertainment. Ah, what a fresh and interesting idea. The beast tamer, who had no internet at home, thought proudly. At this moment, the human thief probably realized he couldn't escape with the chest, so he threw the golden box to the ground. Seeing this, the 2 Jackalman warriors wanted to stop and pick up the chest, but they were scolded by the beast tamer and had to reluctantly get up and continue chasing the human in front. These 2 fools must be planning to steal treasures from the chest and hide them on themselves. Don't even think about it. When they return, all their gear and make them do chores. The Jackalman beast tamer was furious and thought quickly. He looked down at the golden treasure chest and showed a wild, excited smile. The chest was made of pure gold, with a large ruby embedded in the center. Just this chest was already a huge treasure. How many rare and precious items might be inside? The beast tamer was lost in his imagination, completely forgetting everything around him. He eagerly reached out both hands toward the golden chest. Suddenly, the lid of the chest snapped open, revealing sharp metal teeth arranged neatly. It bit down on the beast tamer's arm. Went the sound. His arms broke instantly, and he let out a loud, painful scream. In the center of the chest, a huge eye popped out of the ruby, glaring at the beast tamer with a fierce and proud look. The beast tamer hurried to run away, but he heard the familiar twang of a bowstring. An arrow shot toward him suddenly. The goblin thief aimed to hit the enemy's eyes, but missed. As the beast tamer stood up, the arrow hit his chest instead. The beast tamer's fur was tough, and he wore leather armor, which lessened the impact of the arrow. Plus, he was a fat, oily creature, so the arrow didn't do much damage. The goblin thief's shot had little effect. The beast tamer had no strength or desire to fight back. He turned around and tried to run. In the distance, 20 or 30 Jackalmen, armed and rushing over quickly. The beast tamer's eyes lit up with hope. As long as he could escape into his tribe's protection, he would be safe. At that moment, a yellow land bird, which had been quietly following the beast tamer with a frightened look and trembling, suddenly reached out its claw and tripped him, causing him to fall flat on his face. The goblin thief shouted and lunged forward, stabbing a rusty small knife fiercely into the beast tamer's neck, splashing oil and water everywhere. The treasure chest monster waved its large claws, grabbing the beast tamer's thigh, then bit down hard again, biting off his right foot. The yellow land bird looked full of hatred, kicking the beast tamer's head with its feet, making it impossible for him to lift his head. He tried to scream, but ended up biting a mouthful of dirt. Zhao Huanshi successfully defeated 2 Jackalman warriors, then turned to see the Jackalman beast tamer in a miserable state. He looked surprised and quickly stabbed his sword into the Jackalman's body. The overweight Jackalman, surrounded by black mist, looked like a deflating balloon and shrank rapidly. At this moment, the supporting Jackalmen finally arrived, raising their crossbows and shooting arrows, most of which hit the yellow land birds. Zhao Huanshi was startled, pressed the treasure chest monster back into its box, called out to the goblin thief, and rolled away to escape. Suddenly, the whole world went dark. Zhao Huanshi's vision blacked out, and when he opened his eyes again, he was looking at a familiar ceiling. That scared me. I thought I had targeted the wrong enemy again. I almost got shot into a sieve. Trial end. Trial success. Gained evolution points, 65. Current evolution points, 305. Trial reward. Green consumption card, beast taming leather loop. White monster card, yellow land bird. Job level up to LV3. All attributes 1. The trial dream is regenerating. Estimated time, 40 hours. Green consumption card, beast taming leather loop. A tool used by beast tamers to control wild animals. Using the beast taming leather loop can grant some beast-type monster cards the taming trait. Monster cards with the taming trait can be used as equipment, linking with certain humanoid monster cards to form a monster combination card. Note: green-grade beast taming leather loops can only be used on monster cards of green quality or below. Warning: monster combination cards can be separated back into original cards by disconnecting links. But when a monster card links with a high-affinity equipment or taming monster card, it may undergo fusion, mutation, or evolution into a new monster card. This process is irreversible. White monster card, yellow land bird. Although unable to fly, this large bird with strong legs and swift steps is gentle in nature and easy to tame, often captured for riding or pulling carts. While gentle, the land bird is not completely without attack ability. Footnote: the strong two-legged structure of the chocobo allows it to run quickly and steadily. When used in attack, it can also deal significant damage to enemies. Normally, I think we should put a collar on the chocobo and equip it for the goblin trio. Looking at the card in the middle, featuring a confused yellow bird with 2 eyes, Zhao Huan imagined the scene. A sneaky goblin merchant happily took the money, pushing a trembling chocobo toward a drooling ogre. Or perhaps the chocobo is carrying a pile of messy stuff, with ruffled feathers, covered in dirt and grime, looking dejectedly behind a goblin scavenger. It could also be a dark, windy night when goblin thieves sneak into a monster's lair, with the chocobo standing outside, alert and watching for danger. Then, the chocobo carries the goblin thief away in a frantic escape, while a group of monsters shoots arrows after them. The arrows all hit the chocobo's rear, making it tear up in pain. No matter what, it all seems very pitiful, Zhao Huan said with sympathy, but a mischievous smile appeared on his face. However, I think I've seen a chocobo somewhere before. He took out his phone and searched, and indeed found relevant information. In Ojiyama City, there is an intermediate beast tamer who can domesticate and breed monsters, even forming a related industry chain. Creatures like the gentle, herbivorous chocobo can be tamed and, after passing a test at the Special Affairs Bureau and completing the necessary procedures, can be used as mounts within the city. However, they must be accompanied by their owner when in public areas. Unless there are special circumstances like space rifts, mounts such as horses and chocobos can only run slowly on pedestrian paths or in non-motorized lanes. But, whether native horses or monster mounts like chocobos, they are not common in Dongchuan City. Dongchuan City has no beast tamers, and the surrounding contaminated zones don't have particularly valuable monsters to tame. Native horses are hard to raise and lack combat or self-defense abilities, so bringing them into contaminated zones often results in losses. Only the Special Affairs Bureau and a few corporate exploration teams breed many horses and purchase well-trained riding monsters from other cities at high prices. So, as long as I don't summon the Chocobo on the main road, I probably don't need to go through the Special Affairs Bureau or the Transportation Bureau, right? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself uncertainly. At noon, he still had to go to West's second explorer town for an interview with the middle-aged unemployed exploration team, so he didn't have time to think about it further. He put away his cards, got up to brush his teeth and wash his face, dressed in his gear, and stuffed the healing potion and antidote given by his sister into his waist pouch. After some thought, he decided not to hide the Soul Eater gloves in his backpack, but to wear them on his hands and enter a dormant state. The appearance of space rifts was becoming more frequent, and he might encounter danger on the way, so it was safer to keep the Soul Eater gloves on his hands. As for the healing ring, he didn't hide it at home either. When he went out with Zhao Lejiao before, he specifically bought a large gold-plated chain at a jewelry store. He didn't have enough money for a real gold chain, so he bought a gold-plated one as a temporary solution. The healing ring was worn on the chain, hidden inside his clothes, close to his chest skin. As long as Zhao Huanshi had a thought, he could activate the healing spell with the sapphire ring at any time. He originally made a shell for the ring, but found that once the healing ring was covered, he couldn't cast spells anymore. If he had a symbiotic vine and needed to use the healing ring for healing spells, it would probably be a life-or-death situation. Removing the shell would take time, which was too foolish. As a scavenger, having experienced various spatial environments in the Illusion Rift, Zhao Huanshi usually went out empty-handed, but inside his leather armor layer, he kept survival supplies like insect repellent ointment and water filtration membranes. This time, he was going deep into the contaminated zone with the exploration team. He initially wanted to buy some supplies to take with him, but time was tight. Zhang Dashuan mentioned that their exploration team had extra supplies, and if Zhao Huanshi trusted them, he could just take those. He thought it was a good way to save money. As for whether he trusted them or not, everyone was already inside the contaminated zone with them. Why worry about them tampering with the supplies? That would be foolish. Besides his gear, phone, and house keys, Zhao Huanshi didn't bring anything else. He left like going for a walk, empty-handed. Passing by the guard room, Grandpa Huang called out to him, "Aren't you the one who was expelled by the scavengers? Why are you still dressed like that and heading out every day?" "Huh? I didn't tell you that. How did you hear about this?" Zhao Huanshi was a bit surprised and said, "Where did I hear that from?" Old Man Huang looked him over from head to toe. "You never bring anything when you go out, and you don't seem like an explorer." Zhao Huanshi chuckled and interrupted, "When did you become so nosy?" Old Man Huang snorted, "I've been watching you with nothing to do and thought I'd ask if you'd like to join the neighborhood security team. They're short of people right now. Maybe in 20 or 30 years. I'm still young now. You don't know anything, kid. It's more valuable if you join now. Work for a year or so, and I'll promote you to deputy captain. When I retire, the security team leader position will be yours. You can stay until retirement and maybe even be rehired. But when you get older, will they still want you? Even if they do, you're just a rookie. You're already quite old, and you'll still have to do night shifts and watch the gate every night." Zhao Huanshi rubbed his nose. "Forget it, Old Man Huang. I want to try harder. If I really didn't want to work hard, I could apply to the Villa District Security. Maybe one day, a rich young lady passing by will see me and take me home. Hey, the bus is here. I won't talk to you anymore. See you, Old Man Huang. Just you, kid, and a rich young lady." Old Man Huang wanted to say something as he watched Zhao Huanshi's back, but after thinking for a moment, he realized this kid might really survive on his looks. Suddenly, he felt a bit uneasy. If only I had that kind of confidence back then, at the West's second checkpoint exploration town. Inside a restaurant private room, Zhang Dashuan pointed at his companions and introduced them one by one. Qian Mantang, intermediate warrior. Lin Honglei, intermediate shooter. Qian Xiaolin, beginner shooter. Su Duojin, beginner warrior. Li Xiang, trainee warrior. Li Xiang, a middle-aged man with a buzz cut, wearing thick leather armor, dark skin, and looking over 30 but actually only 28. quickly raised his hand. Level 9, Level 9 Trainee Warrior. I could advance to Beginner Warrior at any time. Sitting next to him, Su Duojin, equally dark-skinned, smiled and said, "Come on, you've been saying that for half a year," Zhang Daxuan snapped. "Shut up, you two rookies. You haven't even introduced yourselves yet." Zhao Huanshi smiled and said to everyone, "Hello everyone, my name is Zhao Huanshi. I have been a cleaner for 2 years and have about 2.5 years of experience fighting monsters. I am a monster summoner, but I just awakened a couple of days ago, so I don't have much fighting ability yet. I can only assist everyone." The members of the exploration team looked at each other with strange expressions. Dressed in blood-stained leather armor, wearing exaggerated skeleton gloves, carrying a fine steel sword on his back, and exuding a fierce aura comparable to that of the intermediate warrior nearby, someone questioned, "Are you really a summoner? Are you joking? Did you really get the summoner profession?" Zhang Daxuan asked in surprise. Zhao Huanshi also looked confused. "Yes, didn't I tell you that in my information?" I thought you were joking, making puns or something," Zhang Daxuan said with a bitter smile. Because he had been active outdoors for many years, his skin was tanned to a bronze color. The 25-year-old short-haired female archer Qian Xiaolin, who didn't match the tone of the two warriors beside her, looked surprised and said, Weren't we just joking about puns earlier?" Zhao Huanshi scratched his head. "There are a lot of people here. How about we go to the Emerald Forest where no one is, and I can show you something. Let's go? Right now." Everyone immediately stood up and moved. A monster summoner sounds like a very rare and advanced profession. The members of the middle-aged, unemployed exploration team were all very curious. After a moment, they arrived at the Emerald Forest. Zhao Huanshi looked at the tall, dense forest in front of him and felt a little confused. "Didn't I hear that the trees in the Emerald Forest were destroyed in a fight last time? Why do these trees seem to have grown even stronger?" A few days ago, a large space rift appeared, and a giant banyan tree monster came out. It brought a group of tree monsters and took over this place. This forest was created by those tree monsters, Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huanshi. "Brothers, enough chatting. Hurry up and summon a monster for us to see," Li Xiang urged nearby. Zhao Huanshi nodded, stepped into the sunlight, and spread his palm. Suddenly, a monster card appeared between his index and middle fingers, visible only to himself. The card shattered, transforming into a white glow that wrapped around and flowed along his arm. In the eyes of the other explorers, Zhao Huanshi spread his palm, and white light bursts exploded outward, wrapping around his arm and transforming into a thin green vine. The vine slowly swayed in the sunlight, with a few leaves fluttering. The symbiotic vine can convert the energy from photosynthesis into life force, which is then injected into the host's body to restore stamina and heal injuries. Li Xiang saw the dense roots of the symbiotic vine digging into Zhao Huanshi's arm. He felt a shiver and a chill down his spine. However, Zhao Huanshi's face looked completely calm and unconcerned. Li Xiang let out a small gasp. "Doesn't your arm hurt?" Zhao Huanshi smiled and explained. "It just looks scary. Actually, I can't quite explain these roots. But you'll see for yourselves." Zhao Huanshi moved his arm slightly. The symbiotic vine dissolved into white light and then reformed into a card, which flew back into his hand. Looking at his arm again, there was not a single scratch. Seeing everyone's curious and amazed expressions, Zhao Huanshi slightly smiled. "Do you want to try the symbiotic vine's parasitic effect first?" Hearing this, a few of them looked eager, but the sight of the dense roots piercing into the skin still seemed a bit frightening. Only Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, the two intermediate fighters, brightened their eyes. "Can this vine be used on others? Come on, let me try." Anyone who becomes an intermediate fighter has probably endured many tough battles and hardships. The idea of roots entering the body, well, it was a little scary. But Zhao Huanshi proved that the parasitism of the symbiotic vine doesn't really cause wounds. From his expression, it didn't seem painful at all. As an intermediate fighter, he shouldn't be weaker than Zhao Huanshi, right? Of course. Like I said, I play a support role. "Brother Zhang, just stand still." Zhao Huanshi gently flicked his finger. The card spun and shot toward Zhang Daxuan's neck, bursting into white light and transforming into a symbiotic vine that clung to his neck and shoulder. "Wow, it really doesn't hurt at all," Zhang Daxuan said happily. "It feels like something is flowing into my neck. warm and comfortable. No, it's power. I can feel it. This is the power of the sun, hot and fierce. Surging. I feel like I'm about to ignite. Is it really that exaggerated? The energy provided by the symbiotic vine isn't enough for Soul Devourer to fully unleash its power. Could it be that the effect of the symbiotic vine is related to the host's physical condition or other factors? Zhao Huanshi looked strange, guessing randomly in his mind. Suddenly, he heard Qian Xiaolin and Lin Honglei, two female archers, secretly catching crickets behind him. It's over, Brother Zhang is acting up again. It feels a bit embarrassing. Too bad we don't have a phone, or we could record it and send it to the group. Everyone in the group knows who he is. He wouldn't care anyway. Still, Qian Montong couldn't hold back. All right, everyone is getting old. Stop acting crazy. Huanshi said it can help speed up healing, right? Just make a cut and see how it works. Why don't you cut yourself? Zhang Daxuan was a bit annoyed as his performance was interrupted. Isn't it wrapped around your neck? Hurry up, stop wasting time. While they argued, Zhang Daxuan drew a small dagger from his waist and made a cut on his palm. TSK. So shallow. Qian Montong complained. Shut up. Hey, I feel something. Zhang Daxuan opened his palm, and the team members gathered around. They saw a faint green glow flickering from the wound on his palm, slowly healing with visible changes. Wow, amazing. It works better than a 3,000 yuan healing potion. Probably about the same, right? But it can keep healing itself. Just saving on medicine is worth a lot. It can also restore stamina. Seeing how excited they were, Zhao Huanshi quickly reminded them. The symbiotic vine needs light for photosynthesis, preferably sunlight. Firelight isn't very effective. At night or in dark places, it basically doesn't work. Hearing this, Zhang Daxuan immediately said, Did you hear that? Everyone move aside. Don't block my sunlight for photosynthesis. Ugh. Why not let Huanshi attach the symbiotic vine to your head? That's where the light hits the most, and your head looks so lively with green. Qian Montong said unhappily. Based on estimates, that giant banyan tree monster is probably a lord-level creature. Now, within 10 kilometers of the center of the Green Forest, the Special Affairs Bureau has marked the area as high risk. But these plant-type monsters usually stay buried in the ground and don't move much. As long as you don't provoke them, they are actually safer than most monsters. Having a plant lord also has benefits. Around it, plants grow much faster, and the resources in the Green Forest will become richer in the future. The target of our current mission, the Moonlight Forest deer, seems to be attracted by the strong plant aura and has come from deep within the contaminated zone. The group walked through the dense forest. Zhang Daxuan explained to Zhao Huan about the changes in the Green Forest and their mission target. Moonlight Forest deer? I think that's a mid-level magical beast, right? It doesn't seem very strong in battle, but it's cautious by nature, runs very fast in the forest, and can use healing spells. Although its materials are valuable, hunting it is more difficult than high-level magical beasts. Zhang Daxuan was a bit surprised. You know about the Moonlight Forest deer too? Zhao Huan smiled shyly. When I was a cleaner before, I was worried I might miss out on valuable things in the illusion cracks because I didn't recognize them. So I learned about the most valuable materials and mid to low-level magical beasts. Haha, we're all the same. Before we entered the contaminated zone, we also collected a lot of information about valuable items, just to avoid missing anything during the exploration, Zhang Daxuan said with a smile. Zhao Huan used his gloved right hand, which was covered with a soul-devouring glove, to swat away an unknown flying insect. Then he turned to Zhang Daxuan and asked, Is the task to bring back the whole Moonlight Forest deer? Not exactly. The task giver wants fresh deer antlers and deer tendons to make wine. He's willing to pay 5 times the price for them. Make wine? What effect does it have? Zhao Huan was a bit surprised. Who knows? This stuff has been around for so long. It should have some effect, right? I've never drunk it myself. Zhang Daxuan said this and looked ahead. His arm was tied with a symbiotic vine, and he was chopping through the grass with great strength to clear the way. Old Qian liked to drink wine. Maybe he knows something about these things. As soon as the words were spoken, Qian Mantang was chopping through thorny bushes and wild grass on the road when suddenly a thick, sharp old root shot up from the ground, aiming directly at his vital area between his legs. Whoa! Fortunately, as the ground trembled slightly, Qian Mantang realized something was wrong. He lunged forward and rolled away just in time to avoid this deadly strike. Enemy attack. It's a tree monster. Over there, Li Honglei, an intermediate archer who had been alert and observing the surroundings, quickly found the enemy's position. They saw a tree about 5 or 6 meters tall, with thick branches. The bumps on the trunk looked like eyelids opening and closing, revealing 2 large eyes that glared fiercely at the exploration team. Zhang Daxuan kicked off the ground forcefully, transforming into a blur and rushing to the tree monster about 50 meters away. His great sword emitted a bright white glow, accompanied by a loud whistling sound, as he swung it down heavily. Wood chips flew everywhere, and the tree monster's body was cut with a large wound, making a strange, hollow sound. The ground shook again as several sharp roots broke through the soil, stabbing up to 2 meters high. But Zhang Daxuan had anticipated this. After finishing his strike, he turned and ran. When the roots shot out, his legs were wrapped in white light, and he had already escaped more than 20 meters away. Meanwhile, Lin Honglei stepped back a few paces. Under the protection of Li Xiang and Su Duojin, she held her breath and focused, with her special arrow shining faintly white. Almost as soon as she released her grip, the arrow shot into the large wound on the tree monster's body. With a loud explosion, the arrowhead shattered, flames splashed out, bouncing back and forth within the wound, igniting a fierce blaze. The tree monster's branches and leaves shook violently. It extended its roots to try to extinguish the flames, but was quickly cut down by Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, both intermediate fighters, who hacked at the roots until they were all severed. Without its roots, the tree monster seemed to lose all means of resistance and was soon chopped into a pile of wood. This is the lowest level tree monster. Besides being quite sturdy, its attacks are pretty sneaky. Well, very sneaky. If your pants aren't tough enough or your reactions aren't quick, a root hit could mean disaster, injury, or worse. Seeing the battle was over, Li Xiang began explaining to Zhao Huanshi, a newcomer. Is this really the lowest level tree monster? Zhao Huanshi considered whether to go back first, buy a pair of iron pants, and then return. As long as we can find them early, low-level tree monsters are not very dangerous. They move very slowly, and their attack range is small. It's easy to fight or run away from them. We just didn't expect to encounter a tree monster outside the green forest, so we let our guard down and didn't carefully observe the surrounding trees. Otherwise, low-level tree monsters are quite easy to identify, Qi Xiaolin explained to Zhao Huanshi. Lin Honglei's eyes shimmered faintly as she carefully looked around, but she didn't see any new suspicious targets that might be tree monsters. There's only this one. It probably wandered out from the middle of the forest, she said. At this moment, 2 intermediate-level fighters dismembered the tree monster and brought back a piece of bright green wood about the size of a palm, which still had a faint life aura. Not bad. We found a low-level life core in the wood. It wasn't a wasted effort, one of them said. By the way, I haven't told Huanshi about the loot distribution yet, Zhang Daxuan suddenly remembered and said. How could you forget that? Qian Mantang finished speaking and then looked at Zhao Huanshi. Your salary isn't settled yet, and you're already out here, Zhao Huanshi smiled and said. It's just an interview. No one discusses salary right away. We need to see if we're a good fit first, Lin Honglei said. Did you hear that? They didn't say they would definitely stay. You two should try to show more effort. Why us too? Because you're frontline fighters, the tanks. The strength of the team depends a lot on you. Then I should be the main damage dealer. Is my damage output not high enough? Hey, you, the lazy one, have some nerve to say that. The other day in the game, everyone was fighting hard, and you turned off your mic to sneak and eat takeout. Zhang Daxuan rubbed his head. You two are over 30 years old. Can't you act a bit more mature? Who's over 30? I haven't even celebrated my 29th birthday yet. And you, an old anime fan, have the nerve to call others immature? Qi Xiaolin raised her hand. I think if you keep arguing like this, Huanshi might seriously consider running away. Our middle-aged unemployment exploration team has 14 members. However, everyone participates voluntarily in the missions. Sometimes, when we have enough money, everyone gets lazy and we can't even organize a proper team. So I thought about recruiting some reliable members from outside. For the reward distribution, the money from mission rewards and item sales is first used to cover expenses and costs. The remaining amount is split, 20% equally among all, and 80% based on each person's contribution. If a member gets injured during a mission, treatment costs are also considered part of the expenses. If someone makes a mistake during the mission, their share is deducted and given to other members. Zhang Daxuan walked beside Zhao Huanshi, quietly explaining how the middle-aged unemployment exploration team divides their rewards. Zhao Huanshi walked in the middle of the group, observing the surroundings and silently calculating the distance from the edge of the contaminated zone. Is it 10 kilometers or 20? It still feels unreliable. Let's go a bit deeper before releasing the goblins to farm. Brother Zhang, are there any goblin groups nearby? Zhao Huanshi suddenly asked. Goblins? Zhang Daxuan thought for a moment, uncertain. Probably not. But who knows? Behind the Emerald Forest, in the Twilight Wasteland, there are many goblin activities. Sometimes they come in groups to the Emerald Forest. Before, there were toxic claw demon cats and other monsters guarding the area, so goblins would be driven away. Now, it's hard to say. These greenskin monsters are the most annoying. Most of their stuff isn't valuable, but they are aggressive and attack anyone they see. If they can't win, they run away quickly, and they hold grudges. If they find one, soon a big group will come. Qian Xiaolin was complaining nearby. Zhao Huanshi chuckled and said, no choice. These guys like to outnumber their enemies, but most goblins aren't very smart or observant. They often attack confidently and then run away in a panic. But why do you ask about this? Oh, I just have a strong impression of these greenskin monsters and suddenly remembered to ask. Have you ever encountered goblins in the Illusion Rift? That was too many times. In the evening, the exploration team found a relatively safe spot in the forest. They built a campfire and set up a simple tent. You just arrived and haven't adapted yet. Tonight, you don't need to stay on watch. Finish your food and rest early. Many monsters are active at night. If you're unlucky, you might not sleep at all. Zhao Huanshi nodded, but looked at the only tent with a hint of surprise and whispered, Are you all sleeping together? Zhang Daxuan smiled and said, Sleeping together is safer. Everyone is dressed, so there's nothing to be shy about. You're probably worried that Hong Lei and the others might attack you at night? Want me to warn them? Zhao Huanshi's mouth twitched. After spending more time with him, he realized this older brother was actually quite mischievous. No wonder. As the team leader, he had no real authority. He flicked his finger, and a blue-purple bordered card shattered into tiny light sparks, disappearing silently. Then he drew out the greedy treasure chest monster. For guarding the night, I can help a bit, Zhao Huanshi said, flicking his finger again. The card fell to the ground and turned into a golden treasure chest. Meanwhile, at the western edge of the lush green forest, near the dusk wilderness, a goblin thief pushed aside some branches and leaves, emerging from a bush. He brushed off the dirt and leaves from his head and looked around cautiously. He saw a group of wild goblins in the distance, squatting behind the grass, acting sneaky and busy with something. The goblin thief scratched his, then quickly blurred and disappeared, quietly sneaking toward the goblins. The goblin captain, twice the size of a normal goblin, was hiding in the thick grass with a few smaller goblins, secretly watching the distant explorers. About 8 or 9 of them sat around a campfire, roasting prey and chatting. The goblin captain counted on his fingers twice. There are only 7 enemies, he thought, and I have more than 2 hands worth of small goblins. His face twisted into a fierce smile. I'm stronger than them, my little brothers. Get ready to attack with me. Wait, where did you come from? The goblin captain turned his head and saw a goblin he didn't recognize, lying nearby. He was startled. The goblin thief chuckled foolishly. Wow, crackle, snap. Big brother, are you going to attack now? Aren't you going to wait until they fall asleep? It turns out it's my little brother. Yeah, the goblin here isn't my little brother. Who else could it be? The goblin captain scratched his head, then suddenly realized that the goblin thief dared to question him, and his face darkened immediately. If he wasn't worried about being noticed by the enemies, he would have kicked him right away. Get swaga, foolish creature, by the time those humans fall asleep, the roasted meat on the fire will be gone. Nothing at all. Get out of here. Lowering his voice, he scolded the goblin thief sternly. The goblin captain held a rusty, broken sword in his right hand and reached for his waist with his left. Huh, where's my short sword? That was a trophy taken from my little brother's body when I fought alongside goblin warriors and explorers and was defeated and fled. The blade had no rust at all. It's a rare, good weapon. He even shaved a wooden sheath for this short sword. Looking around, he couldn't find the short sword anywhere. Could it be that the sheath was too loose and fell on the road when they arrived? The goblin captain scratched his head, feeling a bit confused, but he didn't suspect his goblin brothers might have stolen his weapon. He examined the meat chunks on him, which had several teeth marks, carefully opening each goblin's mouth, then eliminated all suspicious individuals. But the short sword? Most goblins probably thought it was just a random stick they picked up on the ground. Forget it, whatever. Anyway, those humans ahead also have many weapons. Kill them first, then pick out a couple of better ones. Brothers, charge with me. The goblin captain roared loudly, swinging his rusty, broken sword and leading the charge. The goblin brothers leapt out from the bushes, holding stones and wood, tightly following the goblin captain, shouting loudly as they rushed forward. Seeing the surprised, confused, and panicked expressions on the humans' faces at the camp, the goblins cheered even more excitedly and ran harder. Then, amid screams of pain, half of the goblins fell instantly. The remaining goblins, seeing the situation turning bad, turned around and ran without hesitation. But they wanted to escape, and the humans didn't want to let them go. Finally, only 2 goblins, slow to charge but quick to escape, managed to run away safely. Huh? Why has my backpack been searched? My beef jerky is gone. Someone stole the shadow leopard's crystal core. As evening fell, the 2 lucky goblins who escaped started running, and suddenly found a new companion appeared beside them. This new creature was chewing something in its mouth, giving off a smell of roasted meat mixed with a strange aroma. The 2 goblins, exhausted and hungry, sniffed the smell. Their stomachs growled loudly, and saliva dripped from their mouths. The goblin thief was struggling with the beef jerky, finding it too hard to bite. Seeing the 2 goblins staring eagerly, it took out 2 pieces of beef jerky and shared them. The wild goblins were surprised at first, almost unable to believe that the goblin thief would share food with them. Once they realized it was true, they hurriedly took the jerky, afraid the thief might take it back. They chewed it carefully, struggling to bite through the tough meat. While chewing, they also tried to smile at the goblin thief. Sharing food like this, you are like my big brother from another family. The goblin thief didn't pay much attention. An ordinary goblin's promise was worth less than a pile of dirt. It's not about honesty. Ordinary goblins don't have much in their heads. After a good sleep, they forget what happened yesterday. Maybe a more advanced mutated goblin or a goblin spellcaster would be different. Although that goblin was missing half an ear, as if bitten off by a wild dog, and looked weak, its eyes seemed much smarter than its companion. Gobo Guji. What are you guys going to do now? No matter if they forget later, at least they still have the beef jerky in their mouths. And since it's so hard, they probably won't chew through it easily for a while. The 2 wild goblins felt grateful and answered all questions from the goblin thief. Goblin Tith, Chronim Gitz. Now, they plan to return to the camp to find the boss and go after those fools to avenge their leader. Gulabata. The previous boss has fallen. This new boss was recently chosen and is even stronger than the old one. He will surely make those humans run in fear. The goblin thief scratches his head. Huh, giving one boss isn't enough? Now I need to bring a newly appointed boss along too? He lowers his arm and instinctively touches the cloth bag hanging at his waist. His eyes light up. The boss should be richer than their poor old boss, right? 2 hours later, the goblin thief feels a bit disappointed when he sees a group of goblins surrounding a fierce-looking goblin knight, riding a wild ox and wielding a large wolf fawn club. This guy is all muscles, wearing a bunch of ill-fitting, torn leather armor, but he doesn't even have a valuable pendant. He's not as good as the previous goblin captain, who was a real tough guy. However, when Half-Ear runs up shouting to complain to the goblin knight, the knight roars loudly and immediately prepares to lead his followers to seek revenge on the humans. The goblin thief's eyes brighten again. Revenge? That sounds great. Those humans actually have many good things, but they are too strong, and the wild goblins lose quickly. The goblin thief doesn't think he can steal from them openly, so he just snatches a couple of items from their luggage and runs away. Excited, the goblin thief mixes with the wild goblin group. Influenced by their excited shouts, he begins to lose his mind. A group of goblins versus just 8 humans. Why would we lose? As the goblin knight shouts loudly, riding the wild ox and leading the charge, all the goblins around him scream and rush forward. The goblin thief's eyes turn red. He raises his rusty dagger and prepares to join the others in the charge, but Half-Ear pulls him back, pushing him to the back of the line. When he sees the goblins ahead falling like rows of chives, one after another, with limbs flying and blood splattering everywhere, his mind instantly cools down. He hides in the shadows, observing carefully. Although the goblin knight was quite strong, riding a wild ox and causing 2 human warriors to run around chaotically, it was too weak itself. It was soon reduced to only 30% health, and its only achievement was killing 1 apprentice warrior and 1 apprentice archer. Once all the goblins were dead, the goblin knight would quickly be surrounded by humans. At that point, escaping would be impossible. But what does this have to do with the goblin thief? While the battle was still ongoing and the humans were distracted, the goblin thief took the opportunity to sneak closer to the human camp to loot the bodies. It gradually blended into the night and disappeared. Half-Ear hid in the bushes, wide-eyed, trying to find the goblin thief, but saw nothing. After a while, Half-Ear felt something tugging at his arm. Turning around, he saw the goblin thief suddenly appear beside him. The bag hanging from its waist looked heavy, as if it was filled with many things. Ignoring the angry shouts and screams from the goblin knight being attacked by humans behind him, the 2 goblins took advantage of the darkness and quietly slipped away. They ran to the wilderness at dusk, caught a fat rabbit, and took its burrow. The goblin thief dumped all the stolen loot out with a jingling sound. It had been in such a hurry to steal earlier that it hadn't sorted through the items carefully, stuffing everything into the bag. Now, the bag was too heavy, affecting its movement. It needed to sort through the loot, removing the heavy but worthless items. Among the pile, Half-Ear saw a familiar short dagger and scratched his head in confusion. Wasn't that the old leader's treasure? How did it end up in the big brother's hands? But then, it was immediately distracted by the dried food and beef jerky the goblin thief had thrown out. Steel dagger, gold necklace, silver talisman, healing potion, monster materials. The goblin thief put the more valuable, lightweight items back into the bag. Seeing Half-Ear drooling over a small bag of beef jerky, the thief casually tossed it into his arms, then picked up a compressed biscuit from the ground and stuffed it into his mouth. He took a bite, then frowned. What kind of stuff do these humans carry? The taste and texture were far from the chicken leg at the summoner's home. Go pity goo goo. Brother, where are you going next? Half-Ear, holding dried beef in his mouth, answered vaguely. Gabuwaladala, go find a new boss. I know a few places where strong goblins have built nests. The goblin thief glanced at Half-Ear, feeling that this guy was a bit too cautious. Midnight. Emerald Forest. Zhang Dashuan sat by the campfire, occasionally adding wood to the fire, but his eyes kept drifting toward a distant golden treasure chest that emitted a soft glow. He always felt that inside that chest, there might be many rare cartoon collectibles, real rare editions, lost to the illusion that swallowed the animation companies and factories, with most of the production team gone. With the shrinking human living space, many resources had disappeared or been transformed, making transportation between surviving cities very difficult. Many industries had basically vanished. Most toy factories had been converted into weapons workshops, leaving only a few to meet the basic needs of city residents. However, the entertainment industries like games, animation, and movies, which served as spiritual support and important science education tools, received strong support from the Federation and city leaders. As a longtime fan of the second dimension, Zhang Dashuan's desire for rare collectibles far exceeded his longing for women or wealth. Although Zhao Huan had shown the exploration team that the treasure chest monster's belly was empty, Zhang Dashuan still sometimes felt a strong urge to go open the chest again and take a look. Suddenly, Zhang Dashuan sensed something was watching him from the darkness. He immediately became alert, shifting from sitting cross-legged to a crouch, holding a knife in one hand and a shield in the other, scanning the surroundings carefully for enemies. Whoosh! A shadow suddenly appeared, rushing into the golden treasure chest at incredible speed. Holding his shield in front of his chest, ready to block the attack and counterattack, Zhang Dashuan froze in place. The The golden treasure chest shook violently, emitting faint, sharp cat-like sounds. Zhang Daxuan was worried that the monster might break free from the treasure chest and escape. He was thinking about whether to go help when he saw the shaking treasure chest quickly calm down. The sharp cat-like cry turned into a mournful sound, then disappeared quickly. Remembering how the treasure chest monster revealed its true form, with its sharp metal teeth, Zhang Daxuan swallowed hard, feeling a strange fear. Before dawn, the explorers had already woken up. No matter if they were men or women, they wiped their faces casually and chewed gum, as if they had already washed up. Qian Mantang smiled and said, Huan Shi, you seemed to sleep well last night. I thought it might be hard for you to sleep through your first night here. Just a little cramped, but otherwise okay, Zhao Huan Shi replied with a smile. Zhang Daxuan reminded him, last night, a few things got into your box. Maybe you should open it and see what's inside. You could even roast it for breakfast. Probably already digested, Zhao Huan Shi said uncertainly. He clapped his hands at the treasure chest monster. Come here. Hearing the call, the treasure chest monster immediately stretched out its claws and ran over with a pat-pat sound. Qian Xiaolin held Lin Honglei's hand, excitedly saying, It's so well-behaved. I really want to raise one too. Hearing this, Zhang Daxuan silently thought, I want to raise a treasure chest monster too. Open your mouth. The treasure chest monster opened its big mouth, retracting its teeth. Inside the box, there was no monster corpse, only some body parts dropped by monsters. There were a few sharp teeth, 2 green glowing claws, 2 amber eyes, a white jade bone, and a small translucent crystal stone about the size of a thumb, emitting faint magical waves. This looks like the claws and teeth of a poison claw demon cat, probably from a young adult demon cat, Zhang Daxuan said. These 2 eyes seem to belong to a ghost-faced night owl, he added. And what about these bones and crystal core? Whose are they? They look like the neck bones of some animal. I'll check when we get back, he concluded. Zhang Daxuan coughed and said, Huan Shi, these things. Zhao Huan Shi smiled and replied, Just follow the rules of the exploration team. Don't worry, I won't overthink it. Hearing this, the other team members exchanged glances, showing more agreement. Zhao Huan Shi pressed his hand on the treasure chest monster and took it away. Is the small treasure chest's summoning time up? Qian Xiaolin said with some disappointment. Small treasure chest? Is that a nickname? Zhao Huan Shi smiled and said, Carrying it around is too obvious. Let it go back to rest. His eyes scanned the cards in his hand. Green monster card, greedy treasure chest monster, LV3. The treasure chest monster has actually leveled up to 3, even though it didn't level up after eating the toothbird before. What exactly did it swallow last night? Indeed, only in the contaminated area can cards level up. He repacked the tent quickly and tidied up the camp. Then the exploration team continued into the deep forest. The team members, including Zhao Huan Shi, all carried travel backpacks, but each person's pack weighed differently. Zhao Huan Shi had the lightest, as he had the lowest attributes. He thought that maybe he could put some supplies, like the tent or other items not needed on the way, into the treasure chest monster's mouth for storage. But he had just joined the team and hadn't built enough trust with the others yet. Suggesting this suddenly might not be accepted and could cause awkwardness. Plus, Zhao Huan Shi still needed to do some experiments to make sure that what he put into the treasure chest wouldn't be digested. Most predators in the jungle have their own territory. As long as they carefully avoid monster nests, the less powerful monsters in the Emerald Forest probably wouldn't attack humans unless they were starving. They wouldn't normally come out to attack a human team with 3 intermediate-level professionals emitting a dangerous aura. Of course, some crazier ones might be different. At noon, the unemployed line exploration team met another team retreating from the west. They seemed to know each other. Zhang Daxuan even exchanged words with the other team's leader. They were planning to gather materials in the Twilight Wilderness, but last night they were attacked by a goblin horde. 2 rookies helping carry supplies died, and the members were injured in the fight. They had to retreat first. When mentioning rookies, Zhang Daxuan looked at Li Xiang. Hey, Zhao Huan Shi is also an apprentice, so why are you only looking at me, Brother Zhang? Zhang Daxuan snorted. Zhao Huan Shi is a summoner, responsible for support. And you probably can't beat him anyway. Although Zhang Daxuan was sometimes unreliable, the team members trusted his judgment. Li Xiang heard this and did not argue. Instead, he quietly calculated in his mind. He has basic warrior skills like Heavy Slash and the level 5 Apprentice Warrior's Endurance, which increases his stamina and strength by 5 points. Zhao Huanshi has a treasure chest monster helping with attacks, and a symbiotic vine that restores health and stamina. During the day, fighting might actually put him at an advantage. However, Li Xiang does not know that when Zhang Daxuan judged their strength, he did not include Zhao Huanshi's summon creature in the calculation. Smack! Zhao Huanshi swatted a giant mutated mosquito, thinking to himself whether his insect repellent was expired, as it seemed useless on his skin. He looked up at the departing exploration team's back and thought, those explorers are pretty good. They even took their teammate's body back. Taking the body back and explaining the cause of death helps protect the team's reputation and avoids trouble when recruiting more members, Qian Mantang explained. Zhang Daxuan shook his head slightly. I told Huanshi yesterday that there are no goblins in the Emerald Forest, but I didn't expect those green-skinned creatures to start attacking explorers. Where did they encounter the goblins? To the west of the Emerald Forest, near the Dusk Wasteland. They said they were ambushed by a small goblin squad, lost 2 members, and had already set up camp. They thought they'd be safe overnight, but in the middle of the night, they were attacked by a large group of goblins. Will those goblins affect our mission? Probably not. They've all been killed by the team. And the deer in the Moonlight Forest are mostly around the central area, so the goblins probably wouldn't dare come close. Listening to the exploration team discuss nearby, Zhao Huanshi remembered the traits of the 3 troublemaker goblins, thief and merchant, and felt a little uneasy. He gently twitched his fingers and checked his cards, but the 3 trouble goblins card was not there. They're not dead yet, so it probably has nothing to do with the troublemakers. Next time, he needs to remind them, especially the goblin thief, not to attack humans proactively. Otherwise, if their relationship is exposed later, he might be accused of betraying humans and face a death penalty broadcast. But where exactly did the goblins go after hanging out? Dusk Wasteland. The goblin thief followed Half-Ear and sneaked into another goblin tribe. Compared to the goblin knights leading that group, this tribe looked much more organized. They not only occupied a large underground cave as their home, but also divided the area into zones based on the strength of the goblins. The leader of the tribe was a powerful goblin mage, holding a staff made from a magic crystal tied to a piece of wood. He also wore many valuable trinkets that jingled as he moved, sitting alone on the biggest platform in the center of the cave. Near the goblin mage, there was a goblin warrior, along with many goblin captains and fighters, all of whom were mutated goblins. They usually rested near the central platform. Regular goblins could only move in other parts of the cave and were strictly forbidden from approaching the main platform. The goblin thief initially tried to turn invisible and sneak close to the goblin mage to steal something. But as soon as he got near, he was almost spotted by a keen-eyed goblin scout, so he quickly retreated. After 2 attempts, he finally managed to avoid the scout, climbed onto the main platform, but almost got detected again by the powerful mental senses of the goblin mage. Frustrated, the thief had to give up. The goblin thief wandered around the cave, casually taking some small, worthless trinkets from passing goblins. Following his instincts, he left the goblin tribe and wandered into the wilderness for a while until he found a knoll mine. He took a deep breath, his eyes shining with excitement. He could smell it, gold. The entrance to the mine was unguarded by gnolls, so the goblin thief turned invisible and slipped inside. He followed the sound of clinking tools and found the gnoll miners working. The gnolls had fairly good noses, but the dust and the strong smell of stones and metals inside the mine masked the thief's scent. Each gnoll miner had a basket beside them, filled with the ore they had collected. The goblin thief looked into one of the baskets and quietly took 2 pieces of ore that looked more valuable. When the gnoll miners had gathered enough ore, they carried their baskets deeper into the mine. The goblin thief's eyes sparkled as he carefully followed behind. Deep inside the hot cave, a fist-sized red magic gemstone sat on the ground. It was surrounded by small magic crystals and metal materials, forming a fire-collecting magic circle. Lava from deep underground was drawn into the circle and gathered into a lava pool at the center, helping the goblin to smelt ore. At the same time, the intense magic energy emitted by the lava created a good environment for the goblin leader, a tall goblin sorcerer wearing gold and silver jewelry, to practice and meditate. A goblin thief entered and immediately was attracted by the magic crystal on the ground, which was about the size of its head. It ignored the leftover metal ingots that had been cooled after the goblin finished smelting. Meanwhile, some sharp-sensed goblins seemed to smell the outsider, but the strong smell of sulfur and the chaotic metallic scent in the air made it hard for them to pinpoint where the smell was coming from. They didn't dare disturb the leader's meditation and instead sniffed around, full of suspicion. After searching for a while and finding no enemies, the goblins noticed that the smell, which resembled that of the goblin thief, was gradually fading along with the sulfur scent. Realizing that the magic energy around them was acting strangely, the goblin sorcerer woke up from deep meditation. When it opened its eyes, it saw that the lava core in the center of the fire-collecting magic circle was gone. It immediately let out a loud, slightly intimidating roar in anger. The goblin thief trembled suddenly. Seeing that the goblin miners around it were frightened and trembling in the corner from the leader's roar, it quickly hurried out of the goblin cave. After hesitating briefly at the entrance, it decided to return to the goblin nest. There were many goblins and a powerful goblin mage leader, which gave the thief a sense of safety. A moment later, the goblin sorcerer led all the goblins out in a rush. Following the lingering smell in the air, they aggressively chased after the goblin nest. The goblin sorcerer threw a big fireball, instantly blasting away several goblins. It roared loudly at the goblin nest, demanding they hand over the lava core and the cursed goblin thief. However, the green-skinned goblins in the nest couldn't understand what the goblin sorcerer was barking about. They thought it was threatening and provoking them. The goblin mage gave the order, and hundreds of goblin warriors charged forward. The mage stayed at the back, casting fireballs and battling the bugbear sorcerer. Bright flames exploded, and fire splashed everywhere. The two monster leaders remained unharmed, but the smaller goblins fighting nearby were burned and screamed loudly. The goblin thief and half-ear hid in a corner of the cave, watching as two shield-bearing goblin soldiers protected the mage. The mage kept throwing fireballs, and the thief and half-ear started to think. The goblins outnumbered the bugbears by many times, but their equipment was much worse. Most goblins carried simple wooden sticks and stones. Smarter ones tied stones to sticks to make hammers or spears. Better-equipped goblins used large metal pots as shields or carried rusty, chipped metal swords. Bugbears, on the other hand, had metal weapons in almost every hand. Some wore metal helmets or half-metal, half-animal hide armor. When they first fought, the goblins were pushed back and many fell. But they used their numbers to kill many bugbears. They grabbed the enemy's gear and put it on themselves, slowly gaining some advantage. At this moment, the bugbear sorcerer gathered power and roared loudly. His roar echoed across the battlefield, and for a moment, the goblins saw him with wings on his back, transforming into a terrifying giant creature. It opened its mouth to swallow them, filling the goblins with fear and making their bodies tremble. This was a perfect chance to attack, but the spell's effect didn't distinguish between friend and foe. The bugbears, affected by the dragon's roar, crouched on the ground, trembling and holding their heads. Only one bugbear berserker, covered in blood and glowing with red light, was unaffected. It kicked aside a goblin blocking its way and roared as it charged at the goblin mage. Fortunately, the effect of the dragon's roar didn't last long. The goblin soldiers protecting the mage quickly recovered and stepped forward to block. They managed to block, but only for a moment. The bugbear berserker swung its metal axe twice. Two goblin soldiers' wooden shields shattered, and they were cut in half. The goblin mage's fireball was about to be ready, but the orc berserker had already rushed forward, and it was almost too late. Suddenly, the goblin thief appeared beside the mage and threw a handful of small stones and sand at the orc's wide, red eyes. The orc instinctively turned away and closed his eyes, raising his hand to block. During this moment, the goblin mage finally finished charging the fireball and hit the orc's head with it. Boom! The orc screamed and was knocked back. The goblin mage let out a small sigh of relief and nodded at the goblin thief with approval. Good job. As a reward, I promote you to be my guard. The goblin thief looked at the two badly injured goblin soldiers on the ground. Those things? Only fools would want to be like that. I already have my reward, so you can play around by yourself. The goblin thief grinned, and, while the mage was still casting spells, quietly backed away into a corner. Seeing the orc shaman and the berserker dead, the orc shaman was furious and threw a fireball at the goblin mage again. The goblin mage thought to himself, "Who's afraid of whom? Let's keep fighting." But as the magic gathered, the mage felt something was wrong. The fireball was taking much longer to form. Looking down, he saw that his magic bracelet, made of magic stones and monster cores, was missing. Suddenly, the fireball shot out in a curve, and the charred body rolled twice on the ground, landing right in front of the goblin thief and half-ear. The goblin thief's eyes lit up. He wanted to pick up the magic staff dropped by the mage, but just as he took a step forward, his body suddenly turned into a shining light and disappeared. Half-ear was stunned for a moment, then quickly ran out to retrieve the staff. He called softly a couple of times, but the goblin thief did not return. Seeing the mage dead and the goblins starting to retreat in defeat, Half-ear hesitated briefly before clutching the magic staff and sneaking away along the wall. In the lush green forest, as the sky darkened, the exploration team finally found traces left by the moonlight forest deer. This location is now in the middle of a lush green forest, where the chance of encountering tree monsters is much higher. If it's just a lone tree monster, killing it is no big deal. But in the forest's central area, killing one might attract a group. It's best not to provoke them if possible. The stronger the tree monster, the better it disguises itself as a normal tree, making it harder to spot. When night falls and visibility worsens, it becomes even more difficult to tell them apart. "Let's find a safe place nearby to rest for now, and continue after dawn," said Zhang Daxuan. He then turned to Zhao Huanshi. "Doing missions in contaminated areas is like this. You must be patient. More than completing the task, it's more important to avoid dangers." "Yes, safety is the most important." Zhao Huanshi nodded in agreement. He didn't care much about finishing the mission. If possible, he even wanted to stay in the green forest a few more days. A slight smile appeared on Zhao Huanshi's face as he looked down at the card in his hand. Special Blue Monster Card, Goblin 3 Troublemakers. Level 3. The auto battle ended, and the goblins safely returned. Through the card, he looked into the greedy space, where a fist-sized red gemstone caught his eye. He was feeling excited, but then he saw a blood-stained gold necklace, a silver talisman, and a healing potion with a merchant's mark printed on the glass. All these items looked like they had been taken from explorers. Could it be that this guy really went off and killed someone secretly? Zhao Huanshi frowned. He always thought of himself as a person who keeps clear of grudges. According to game factions, he would be neutral leaning towards good. He believes in repaying kindness and revenge for enmity. If he has the strength, he might do some small good deeds without cost, but he would never kill a stranger with no grudges just for money. Forget it. If it's uncertain, there's no point in overthinking. The trial dream will open tonight. When that happens, I'll ask them, he thought. Then he remembered something else. What about the treasure chest monster if I go into the trial dream tonight? Would it seem strange if I leave it outside? But if I leave the treasure chest monster outside, I probably won't be able to summon it in the trial dream. Could the trial fail because the treasure chest monster is missing? Maybe I should find an excuse. But if I get caught in the future, it will be very embarrassing and might change how they see me. I made a mistake. I should have kept the treasure chest monster from appearing last night. Zhao Huanshi thought for a long time, but in the end, he decided to leave the treasure chest monster outside. Maybe if luck is on our side, tonight we can hunt a few more monsters and level it up to level 5. After reaching level 5, the monster card might change in some way. The exploration team is now in a more dangerous area than before. They take turns on watch, with 2 shifts each night. Zhang Daxuan, Qian Xiaolin, and Su Duojin, 1 intermediate warrior and 2 beginner professionals, guard during the first half of the night. Qian Mantang and Lin Honglei, 2 intermediate professionals, guard during the second half with apprentice warrior Li Xiang. The night shift change happens around midnight. Zhao Huanshi estimated the time and volunteered to join the second shift. Fewer people are sleeping inside the tent, making it feel much more spacious. Zhao Huanshi quickly falls asleep. Brother Zhao sleeps so well, Zhang Daxuan said with some envy. Su Duojin nodded. He really has a big heart. When I first came to the contaminated area with you guys, I was worried about everything and couldn't sleep. But he looked completely unfazed. After 2 years as a cleaner, you have to be braver. But I think it's mainly because we seem reliable, Zhang Dashuan said proudly. Su Duojin threw a piece of firewood into the campfire. That's true, but he's also too trusting of others, Qian Xiaolin guessed. Maybe because Sister Xingyu is familiar with him, so he thinks we're trustworthy, Zhang Dashuan smiled. Before he came here, he even asked others about us. At that moment, Qian Xiaolin pointed to a corner where the treasure chest monster was crouching. Look, the little chest is glowing. It's starting to hunt. This chest isn't small, but it looks very obedient, she continued. When it glows, I feel like it's filled with magic jewelry, each shining and powerful with strong magic effects. As an archer, shouldn't you be thinking about magic bows or magic arrows? I think the chest is filled with weapons and armor, and once worn, it's even better than a high-level warrior. Right, Brother Zhang? Huh? Oh, yes, weapons and armor. Things that can cut down old enemies in one strike. Zhang Dashuan replied somewhat nervously. My hands are so itchy. I really want to open the box and take a look. Me too. Inside the tent, Zhao Huanshe pursed his lips tightly, his eyelids twitching slightly as he was dreaming. He dreamed of a terrifying giant claw tearing the sky in half, revealing a horrifying bloody eyeball. The giant eye's pupil shrank, and the entire city immediately collapsed and crumbled. Countless people had just escaped from buildings, panicked and unsure where to go, when they suddenly saw their flesh and blood start to break apart and dissolve, turning into red threads being into the terrifying giant eye. At this moment, Zhao Lejia suddenly appeared and told himself that she was actually a magical girl protecting the world, but her magic wand broke when she was knocking a nut earlier, and it needed 5,000 yuan to repair. Zhao Huanshe hurriedly took out all the money he had, but after counting, he was short by 50 cents, and he almost went crazy with worry. Suddenly, the world shimmered with light, the sky became more real, waves rolled in, and the sea breeze blew. Trial begins. Trial goal: eliminate the goblin tribe on the deserted island and the nearby merfolk tribe. Zhao Huanshe was stunned for a moment before finally regaining his senses. He wiped his face with his hand, brushing away the non-existent cold sweat. What kind of terrible dream was that just now? I almost caused the world to end over 50 cents. He looked around and saw himself standing on a rocky beach by the sea, with endless ocean behind him and a wild sandy beach in front. Several coconut trees lined the edge of the beach, and behind them was a lush forest. By the way, besides the artificially flavored drinks, I haven't had fresh coconut juice in many years. Zhao Huanshe licked his lips, remembering that he still needed to ask about the goblin's idle time. The goblin scavenger said he didn't know anything and wanted to go to the wild beach to find shells and pearls. The goblin merchant said he didn't know about the gold necklace, but there might be treasures in the sea. The summoner boss: do you want to dive underwater and take a look? Suppressing the urge to kick the goblin into the sea, Zhao Huanshe recalled the goblin merchant and summoned him back, then summoned the main goblin thief, finally bringing out the real target. After dancing and talking excitedly, Zhao Huanshe almost understood the situation. Actually, this has little to do with you. You just touched two bodies. Or rather, before the goblin captain made a move, you stole its dagger, weakening its strength. Once he understood the full story, Zhao Huanshe realized that the goblin thief was just an observer and a thief. He immediately relaxed. He then told the goblin thief a few words, asking it to stay far away from humans when it was idle, and then he put the matter aside. Can you climb trees? Zhao Huanshe pointed at the coconut tree. Help me pick a coconut. The goblin thief nodded, holding a rusty small knife in its mouth. It used its hands and feet to climb quickly to the top of the coconut tree. After cutting for a while with the rusty small knife, it finally severed the coconut stem and dropped 2 coconuts down. By the way, how should I open the coconuts? Zhao Huanshe picked up a coconut, looked at his soul eater's sword in his hand, then at the rusty small knife in the goblin thief's hand. Neither seemed like a suitable tool. Stabbing the coconut with the soul eater sword might cause it to rot quickly. The rusty small knife. Even in this dream, Zhao Huanshe didn't want to drink coconut water with a rusty iron taste. TSK. If only I had a treasure chest monster, I could just let it bite into the coconut. Speaking of which, I haven't let the lightning bird out since I got it. Zhao Huanshi summoned a symbiotic vine that wrapped around his arm, then threw the yellow lightning bird onto the ground. A white glow intertwined and gathered, transforming into a large bird with golden feathers. After appearing, the yellow lightning bird tilted its head, looked around the environment, and saw Zhao Huanshi. It approached actively and nuzzled affectionately against him. Zhao Huanshi patted its head. The feathers were fluffy and felt quite comfortable. He guessed that Zhao Lijiao would go crazy seeing this. When he was a kid, he always wanted to raise a fluffy pet at home. Goo! The yellow lightning bird also greeted the goblin thief. The goblin thief was sitting on the sandy beach, holding a coconut and trying to figure out how to eat it. The rusty small knife was too dull to cut the coconut shell. It bit with its teeth, but only made its teeth hurt and chewed up a mouthful of wood shavings. When it looked up and saw the yellow lightning bird, its eyes lit up. It pointed at the coconut in front of it and gestured with its fingers. The yellow ostrich-like bird seemed to understand the goblin thief's meaning. It walked over and kicked the coconut with its foot. With a loud thud, and 2 holes appeared on the coconut shell, and clear coconut water flowed out. The goblin thief quickly lifted the coconut, brought the holes to its mouth, and started drinking with a gulp-gulp sound. Zhao Huanshi was a bit surprised. No wonder the card specifically mentioned that the ostrich's claws are quite strong. Defeating the goblin tribe and the merfolk tribe on the deserted island. The goal of this trial seemed very clear, no tricks or surprises. But Zhao Huanshi instinctively felt something was off. After drinking the coconut water, Zhao Huanshi took the goblin thief to explore the island and look for the mission target. The yellow ostrich was tall and brightly colored, making it very noticeable and easy to reveal their position. Zhao Huanshi decided to take it back. Not far from the sandy beach, Zhao Huanshi ran into a few goblins wandering in the woods, looking for food. Seeing humans on the deserted island, the goblins were all very surprised. Once they realized Zhao Huanshi was alone, the goblins suddenly shouted in alarm and rushed forward with fierce expressions. Zhao Huanshi cut them down one by one with his sword, leaving a trail of shriveled bodies on the ground. Only one goblin, sensing danger, tried to run away but was kicked over by the goblin thief and beaten on the ground. After some quick communication, the goblin revealed the location of their tribe. Zhao Huanshi then struck with his sword, turning another goblin into a mummified corpse on the ground. These foolish creatures couldn't even count to 10, so Zhao Huanshi didn't expect to get much useful information from them. Knowing the approximate location of the goblin tribe was enough. The rest would have to be found on his own. The wild goblins had built some simple structures on the highest point in the center of the island using wood. Once Zhao Huanshi knew the direction, finding them was quite easy. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin thief hid in a patch of tall grass, enduring mosquito bites while secretly observing the goblin camp. Zhao Huanshi estimated that about 70 goblins lived in that chaotic, makeshift settlement. Besides the small, ordinary goblin with a slim body, there are 7 or 8 stronger goblin warriors and 2 taller goblin leaders. In the middle of the strange, poorly built, drafty structures that are worse than dog kennels, there stands a small wooden hut that looks somewhat like a real house. Zhao Huanshi guesses that inside this hut lives a goblin spellcaster, who is the leader of this goblin group. Compared to the muscular, mutated goblins, this smarter leader is usually harder to deal with. Suppose half of the goblins are outside right now. The group could have around 150 or 160 members. That's a bit much, but with a goblin thief as an inside helper, I think I can manage it after some time. Zhao Huanshi thinks for a moment and decides not to attack the goblins now. Instead, he plans to find the other target, the merfolk tribe, on the island. Carefully avoiding the wandering goblins, Zhao Huanshi, along with the goblin thief, searches along the edge of the island for signs of the merfolk. Compared to the mountains and forests, these amphibious creatures probably prefer living near water. Sure enough, Zhao Huanshi spots the merfolk near a group of rocks on the other side of the island. These creatures are either lying on rocks sunbathing or holding fish spears made of stones or bones, poking on the sandy beach. However, there aren't many merfolk on the shore, only about 20 or so. Most of them stay in the sea, occasionally sticking their heads out or climbing onto the shore for a short while before jumping back into the water. This is troublesome. The challenge requires killing all the goblins and merfolk. The goblins are stuck on this island and can't escape, but the merfolk will probably hide in the sea if they sense danger. That means I might not complete the challenge. It's unlikely that the challenge is designed like a beginner trial, where monsters go berserk and attack you when the time is almost up. But who knows? Maybe some terrifying monster will crawl out of the sea and step on me, ending the game. Zhao Huanshi frowns in thought and glances at the goblin thief beside him. The thief is playing with a small knife, eyes fixed on a merfolk eating a crab in the distance. His lips move slightly, as if curious about the taste of crab meat. Thinking about what it did earlier while camping in the wild, Zhao Huan suddenly brightened his eyes and had an idea. On the wild beach, 3 fish-like babies about the size of basketballs were loudly shouting and chasing all over the sand. When they saw a crab run into a hole, they kept poking it with sticks. As long as the fish babies didn't leave the beach area and ran into the forest on the island, the adult fish creatures nearby didn't care. Apart from those green-skinned monsters, there weren't many dangerous creatures on the island. However, under the sea, many fierce marine animals posed a greater threat to the fish babies' safety. At this moment, the 3 fish babies saw a large red crab crawling onto the beach from the sea, and they immediately started chasing it loudly. As they chased, the red crab was about to slip into a crevice in the rocks when suddenly a green claw appeared in the air, stomping down hard and crushing the crab almost to death. The 3 fish babies looked up with big, curious eyes and saw a green-skinned stranger smiling fiercely at them. Along with the screams of the fish babies, the beach suddenly became lively. A goblin thief was seen holding half a red crab in his mouth and grabbing the back legs of the 3 fish babies, as if carrying 3 big frogs, then excitedly ran out of the beach and straight into the woods. A dozen angry fish creatures, armed with spears, stones, and other weapons, followed closely behind. After a long time, the pursuing fish creatures did not return, and some nearby fish dove into the sea to find help. Soon, a much taller and stronger fish warrior, holding a thick stone spear, emerged from the sea, leading a group of fish and following the trail into the woods. They didn't find any fish creatures, but discovered several goblin bodies, with clear signs of battle around them and footprints that looked like those of large birds. It seemed that the fish creatures chasing after the goblins had encountered an ambush, and after fighting, the goblins took away the bodies. As for why the goblins only took the fish bodies and left their own, it was probably because goblin meat was too unappetizing, even to these monsters' own kind. The fish warrior who had tasted goblin meat thought this might be the reason. The angry look in his eyes as he gazed deep into the island's interior showed that the fishman warrior did not continue to go further. Instead, he turned around with the fishmen and headed back into the sea. Sure enough, just killing a few young ones and fellow creatures isn't enough to excite these monsters. Zhao Huanshi, hiding in the shadows, silently thought. Then I guess I have to make it more exciting. The fishmen, recently attacked, were still shaken. At this moment, the goblin who had fled earlier appeared, carrying several sticks. He strode confidently to the edge of the sandy beach. Under the watchful and angry eyes of the fishmen, the goblin stuck the sticks into the sand one by one, then flipped off the fishmen with a rude gesture and turned around to walk back into the forest. When a few cautious fishmen approached to look, they saw that the sticks held 3 young fishmen and 2 adult fishmen's heads. The fishmen immediately became furious, opening their mouths to reveal sharp, fine teeth, and roared in anger. As night fell, the moonlight covered the land. Waves surged as countless figures left the sea, diving into the woods and heading toward the island's center. Zhao Huanshi, hiding in the distance and observing, finally relaxed. Most of the adult fishmen had been caught and turned into old fish jerky by the soul-devouring attack, leaving only 2 heads that looked somewhat normal. He had been worried that too few fish head steaks would fail to provoke the fishmen's anger. But luckily, most intelligent races instinctively become furious when their young are mistreated. Plus, the goblin thief's mocking attitude while planting the fish head steaks was enough to ignite any creature with a bit of blood. Even the crippled and the blind are involved. These fishmen must have gone all out. If some are hiding underwater and not coming out, there's nothing I can do. I'll just wait for the next time and bring the treasure chest monster along to try again. Zhao Huanshi whispered, taking the goblin thief with him, quietly following behind the main fishman force from a distance. As fellow island residents, the fishmen knew well about the goblin's situation and their nest location. Taking advantage of the poor visibility at night, they sneaked up to their door. The merfolk mage waved his staff, gathering water vapor to create thick fog, which drifted toward the goblin camp. At this moment, most goblins were lying on the ground, deep in sleep. They felt the air around them become damp and cold, and instinctively huddled together, but showed no signs of waking. A few goblins still awake looked at the suddenly appearing white fog with confusion and helplessness. Suddenly, a figure of a merfolk emerged from the fog, fiercely stabbing the weapon in his hand toward them. The goblins realized they were under attack and began to scream and warn each other. Zhao Huanshi heard the screams of the goblins coming from the fog and couldn't help but feel worried. With this situation, those goblins probably can't defeat the merfolk, right? Zhao Huanshi didn't care much about the goblins' fate, but his goal was to keep all the merfolk on the island. If the goblins lost too quickly, he might not be able to keep all the merfolk himself. Looking at the distant scene, where 5 or 6 merfolk protected the mage in the center, Zhao Huanshi gently waved his hand. The goblin thief nodded and disappeared into the night, moving toward the merfolk mage. Zhao Huanshi also quietly approached, holding a dark sword. It seemed that the surrounding water vapor enhanced the merfolk mage's senses. When the goblin thief got close, he immediately sensed it. He quickly stopped casting spells, turned to look behind him, and grabbed a blue magic pearl from his chest. He then uttered a series of sharp, hurried, unclear syllables, forming a faint blue transparent shield that covered his body. The goblin thief, experienced, knew the mage had noticed him. He no longer tried to hide and threw a handful of sand, taking the opportunity to stab the nearest merfolk in the eye. Then he turned to run. The merfolk mage roared angrily, ordering his guards to chase and kill the intruder. He raised his staff, recited words, and drew magic from his body to form a water arrow, aiming it at the goblin thief. Suddenly, a large yellow bird swooped in aggressively and kicked him. The merfolk mage's shield trembled violently, and he staggered, nearly falling. The water arrow he had formed disappeared somewhere. He shouted loudly, calling the merfolk to come back and protect him. A yellow land bird suddenly appeared behind a figure with a calm, cold gaze like the bright moon in the sky. The figure held a large sword wrapped in dark mist, swinging it with a roar and a whisper. Puh! The shield on the fishman's mage burst like a water bubble pricked by a needle, instantly shattering. The Soul Eater's sword was hit by the explosion and flew upward suddenly. Zhao Huanshi was pushed back by the force, retreating several steps. The fishman mage tried to escape, but the land bird quickly caught up in 2 steps, kicked him over, and pressed him into the ground with a foot on the back of his head. He swallowed a mouthful of dirt and had no chance to cast a spell to save himself. He pointed at other fishmen to call for help, but Zhao Huanshi saw that the land bird had control of the mage. He immediately turned to attack the other fishmen, working with the goblin thief to cut them all into fish jerky. Zhao Huanshi stabbed his sword into the fishman's body, watching it quickly shrivel. The red glow in the skull of the Soul Eater sword grew brighter. Without the mage's magic support, the thick fog in the goblin camp quickly dispersed. The fishman's plan was to retreat before dawn, no matter the outcome of the fight. Night and thick fog gave the fishmen an advantage in battle against the goblins, but once the sun rose, this advantage would disappear. Revenge was important, but they couldn't risk losing all the fishmen. If their group suffered too many losses, surviving in the sea would become very difficult. But as the fog cleared and the goblins regained their sight, they wouldn't let the fishmen retreat easily. They had gained many advantages. There was no way they would let the fishmen escape for free. Plus, on land, goblins are much faster than fishmen when running. Only a few fishmen, about a dozen, noticed the fog lifting and quickly realized something was wrong, rushing out in a hurry. But as soon as they left the goblin camp, they saw a human riding a yellow land bird blocking the road. The cold moonlight shone down, as if a layer of frost armor covered each person and bird, giving off a cold, sharp glow. The large sword in the human's hand was thick with dark mist, whispering ghostly, eerie words, eager to nourish with fresh life. Beneath the bird's feet, Several withered bodies lay scattered, barely recognizable as fishmen. Looking at the scene before them, the already nervous fishmen suddenly felt a chill run down their spines, as if they had been swept into the deep, cold abyss of the ocean by a turbulent current. Chocobo Night, charge. The last memory of the fishmen was of that human suddenly shouting loudly, riding a yellow chocobo swiftly forward, swinging a terrifying demon sword, killing all their companions one by one. Afterward, some fishmen managed to escape in scattered groups, sometimes chased by a few goblins. Zhao Huan blocked the path. Whether it was fishmen or goblins, he cut down anything that appeared, not sparing a single monster. As dawn approached, the noisy sounds from the goblin camp gradually quieted, and the battle slowly came to an end. The chaotic buildings were reduced to ruins. The bodies of goblins and fishmen lay piled on the ground, overlapping, with a strong smell of fish and blood filling the entire camp. In the end, although the goblins won, it was a victory that felt like a defeat. Most of their members had died, and those who survived were heavily wounded. Earlier, the fog was thick and dark, and it was unclear how many enemies had appeared around them. Some goblins, afraid and confused, wanted to escape but didn't know where to go, running around blindly like headless flies in the fog. Later, when the fog cleared, they found that their numbers were greater than the enemies. The previously fearful goblins suddenly trembled again. With their leader present, the goblin shaman's magic was exhausted, and he roared to intimidate the remaining goblins with his voice. He grabbed a fishman's stone spear as a weapon and pulled a goblin to stand in front as a shield. Their eyes were fierce and cruel, ready to attack when enemies came close. Unexpectedly, the swift charge of the yellow chocobo's sturdy legs forced a quick stop, tricking the goblin leader into attacking. Then, it suddenly accelerated and ran past the goblin leader. With a wild roar, the black greatsword flashed like a shadow, slicing off the goblin leader's head. The fierce and angry expression on his face was just about to change into fear and confusion when he was quickly engulfed and corroded by dark, ghostly energy, withering away rapidly. When it hit the ground, it was completely lifeless, looking like it had been dead for at least 100 years. The goblin mage waved his staff and roared in anger. All the remaining goblins that could move got up and grabbed their weapons, rushing toward Zhao Huanshi. Facing these battered green-skinned monsters, Zhao Huanshi remained calm. Instead, he was worried that the land bird might be stabbed by the goblins, so he jumped off and told it to go play on its own. With the soul devourer in hand, Zhao Huanshi felt confident. These tired fighters, who had been fighting all night, were no match for him in terms of damage and recovery speed. Instead, the life force drawn by the soul devourer surged into his body, making him more excited with each hit. He wished he could fight for 3 days and nights. Seeing his little brothers fall like wheat cut by a mower, the goblin mage suddenly became very angry. He drove all the nearby goblins to fight, then forcefully tore the blue crystal from around his neck. His eyes twitched with a hint of pain. Then he hardened his face and shoved the crystal into his mouth, biting it into pieces. It was like a dry land being nourished by a gentle rain. The magic power, which had been completely drained during the previous battle, started to feel a cool sensation spreading from his mouth down his throat and into his lungs. This comfortable feeling almost made him lose himself. His narrowed eyes suddenly snapped open, and he glared fiercely at the distant enemies, a fierce smile on his face. In just 3 more breaths, he would have enough magic power to cast a fireball spell and this opportunistic thief to bits. The goblin mage grabbed his black wooden staff embedded with deep-sea pearls. Huh, where's my staff? I had such a big staff just now. It was stuck in the ground earlier. The goblin mage looked around and saw a sneaky goblin holding his staff, using a small knife to pick the deep-sea pearls off. The goblin mage's eyes widened in disbelief. After reacting, he immediately started stomping and cursing at the goblin thief. Such a stupid creature like a fish-headed monster from the sea. Why aren't you fighting now? And you're trying to pick pearls off my staff? The goblin thief scratched his ear, glared at the goblin mage, and continued to pick pearls with his small knife. Although the trial dream things can't be taken back, such beautiful pearls can be carefully removed and placed in a bag to wait for a while. The goblin thief feels satisfied. The goblin mage saw this fool dare to ignore and even look down on him. He was instantly furious. He waved his palm, gathering the magic power that just entered his body, transforming it into a magic flame that quickly condensed. Even without a staff, the goblin mage can still cast spells. The speed is slower, the energy consumption is higher, and the power is a bit weaker. The goblin mage has always lived on this deserted island. All goblins obey him, treating him as the king among goblins, but they don't realize that not all their kind are allies. Some might be enemies. As a spellcaster, he is currently too close to the enemy. Roll. Throw sand. Flirt. Cut the throat. He screams with his eyes closed, legs trembling, in pain. The goblin mage's throat is cut open, and he can't even scream properly. Seeing the goblin mage struggling on the ground in pain, the goblin thief sneers disdainfully, then turns back, holding his staff tightly, gritting his teeth as he carefully extracts the pearl. This fool doesn't know what he used, but the pearl is stuck to the wood tightly. After digging for a long time, it won't budge. At this moment, some goblins hear the chief's screams and turn to look. They see the goblin mage lying in a pool of blood, his throat still bleeding, his limbs twitching, seemingly beyond help. Looking back to the other side, black smoke fills the air, evil spirits roar, and a flash of sword light. The originally green goblins turn into gray, mummified corpses in an instant. The goblins shiver with fear, their fighting spirit instantly gone. They turn and scatter in all directions to escape. Some even lie on the ground, whispering in pain. Seeing that they are near death, some suddenly get up and limp away outside the camp. Wow! Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe quickly speeds up his killing, completely abandoning defense and focusing on attack. He slashes down on a dozen goblins who haven't yet realized the danger, knocking them to the ground. Earlier, he killed the goblin captain first. He didn't kill the more dangerous goblin mage right away because he was afraid that if the chief died, the goblins would scatter and run away. Although running around won't get them off the island, if they find a corner to hide, Zhao Huanshe will need extra time to search, and he might run out of time. Zhao Huanshe quickly called back the yellow land bird that was chasing after the goblin, preparing to ride it and hunt down the fleeing goblins. Suddenly, the entire world went dark. Zhao Huanshe, wake up. It's our turn to guard the night. Zhao Huanshe felt a call in his ear and someone gently patting his shoulder. He woke up from his sleep. Trial ended. Trial successful. Gained evolution points, 123. Current evolution points, 428. Trial rewards, white monster card, Goblin Warrior. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. Job level up to LV4. All attributes 1. The dream trial is regenerating. Estimated time, 93 hours. It turns out you don't need to kill all the monsters. Killing the main group of monsters counts as clearing the trial, and it's okay if some small minions remain. Zhao Huanshe. Lin Honglei saw Zhao Huanshe staring blankly with his eyes open, thinking he hadn't fully woken up, so she called him again. Oh, Sister Lin, I'm awake. I'll get up now. I was just dreaming, and being suddenly called woke me up a bit confused. As Zhao Huanshe spoke, he got up and crawled out of the tent. Da Zhang and the other two exchanged a few words with them before going into their tents to sleep. Nothing unusual was noticed during the first half of the night, except for a creature that looked like a big rat and a bird whose shape was unclear, both slipping into the belly of the treasure chest monster. Zhao Huanshe turned his head to look into the distance. The treasure chest monster sat quietly in the corner, emitting a faint golden glow. He lowered his head and found a spot by the campfire to sit down. He stared at his palm, seemingly studying his fingers, but in fact, he was checking the cards he had just received. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Stronger and more aggressive than ordinary goblins, a mutated goblin. Overwhelmed with numbers. When your team has more members than the enemy, your body attributes are slightly increased, and your fighting will is greatly enhanced. The previous 3 goblins were white cards, and the Goblin Warrior is also a white card. The description of their traits is quite similar. Clearly, Goblin Warriors can easily take down 3 enemies at once. Or maybe, 3 goblins are just there to fill space? One goblin warrior probably can't trigger a situation where one fights more than one, but when a goblin warrior and 3 goblins fight together, their overall fighting ability instantly improves. Zhao Huan was thinking deeply and looked at another green-edged monster card. Green monster card, Shallow Sea Fishman Hunter. A fishman variant that lives in shallow sea areas and nearby coasts, skilled in using long-handled weapons like spears and harpoons for hunting or fighting. Fish sense. The fishman's skin is special, allowing it to sense water flow changes around it. It also has good awareness of air currents, especially moist air. Fishing enthusiast. This fishman enjoys fishing while pondering life. It carries a fishing rod made from deep-sea fish bones. The fishing rod's tip is sharp and barbed, which can also be used as a spear or harpoon in battle. Because it has its own weapon, this monster card can equip other long-handled weapons. Fishman. A fishing enthusiast? A fishman fishing isn't just jumping into the water and stabbing with a spear, right? Fishing might be considered a bit sneaky. Looking at the fishman's appearance on the card, it doesn't seem old enough to retire. So why is it thinking about life? Zhao Huan's brow furrowed, looking like an elderly person on the subway staring at their phone with confusion. Although it's strange for a fishman to enjoy fishing, on the other hand, a fishing enthusiast fishman is perfect. The fish sensibility is like a divine skill for a fisherman. Unless there are no fish in the water, it can still catch fish even if it doesn't actively hunt. It would always bring fish home, almost impossible to miss. Thinking of this, Zhao Huan almost burst out laughing. But he knew he was just analyzing the monster card's traits, and others couldn't see the cards in his hand. Seeing him stare at his palm, sometimes frowning, sometimes smiling foolishly, they thought he was having a problem. Qian Mantang whispered, "What's going on with Xiao Zhao? He probably just has a phone addiction. Since he's used to having his phone in the city, he tends to scroll when he's bored or awkward. But now he doesn't have his phone, so he's pretending he's looking at it." Li Xiang was quietly analyzing seriously. Qian Mantang was originally skeptical, but Zhao Huan's silly smile, while staring at his palm, looked just like him. Lin Honglei whispered, "Don't talk nonsense. Maybe he just thinks his hand looks too nice and is a bit vain. Some good-looking people can be a little narcissistic. His hands are covered with calluses from holding a sword. How could they look good?" Zhao Huan was focused on the cards and didn't notice his companions secretly teasing him. After looking at 2 monster cards, he turned to 3 equipment cards. Gray equipment card, Fishbone Spear. Made from the bones of dead large fish, with a sharp tip that can easily pierce most low-level monsters. However, the Fishbone Spear is not very strong and can be damaged in battle. Attack 1-3. Defense 0-1. A common long-handled weapon, suitable for some medium-sized and a few large or small humanoid monsters. When the equipment card linked to a monster card is completely destroyed, it enters repair mode. During repair, the card temporarily loses its effect. When the linked monster is summoned, the equipment will not appear in its hand, but it can be linked or unlinked from the monster. White equipment card, Turtle Shell. A shield made from a large sea turtle's shell. Due to its hard material and suitable shape, goblins once used it as a large pot stand over a fire to cook soup, causing the shell to burn and greatly reducing its defense and durability. Defense 2-8. Cracked. The surface of the turtle shell is full of cracks. Under continuous attack or heavy blows, it may break apart directly. A normal shield, suitable for some medium-sized and a few small humanoid monsters. Green equipment card, Coral Staff. Made from magical coral growing deep underwater and sea beast crystal cores, this beautifully crafted staff is full of oceanic energy. It's a great weapon for water magic users. Attack 0-1. Magic Power 3-8. Low-level water staff. Equipping the staff increases the caster's casting speed and spell effects by 10%, while reducing magic consumption during casting. When casting water spells, the staff's effect is boosted by at least 50%, providing an additional 5% or more. Water Bullet Spray. The user can channel water magic into the staff, activating its built-in spell to quickly fire 3 high-speed water bullets, dealing impact damage to enemies. Fragile. The coral staff is very delicate and easy to break. Standard staff. Only suitable for medium and small humanoid monsters. Why do all 3 pieces of equipment look so fragile? The coral staff is understandable since it's a magic tool and usually wouldn't be used in direct combat. A turtle shell shield? How can it break just from fighting? Zhao Huanshi frowned and thought for a moment. He decided to equip the goblin warrior with the fishbone spear and turtle shell, turning it into a fragile spear shield warrior. Although the merfolk hunter is higher level, it's better suited for water areas. Right now, Zhao Huanshi is in the jungle. If he really needs a tank to block attacks, a healthy goblin warrior is more suitable. As long as the equipment card isn't triggered for fusion, it won't be destroyed or disassembled. When near water, he can swap it with the fishing guy later. Why did he frown again? Maybe he finally saw the calluses on his palm. Zhao Huanshi put away the cards and looked up, just in time to meet 3 strange gazes. Suddenly, the air froze. Lin Honglei turned to Qian Mantang and said, "Old Qian, the potatoes should be cooked now. Hurry up and take them out, or they'll burn." "Oh, okay." Qian Mantang quickly lowered his head and reached out to pull them out. He was burned by the flames before realizing it, then grabbed a stick and started searching the fire. After a while, he found nothing but charred stones. "Did we put the potatoes in just now?" I don't think so." Zhao Huanshi was confused, not understanding why these 3 suddenly panicked. Strange. He clenched his fingers into a Goblin 3 and crushed it. The trial dream ends, and he can send the goblin out to hunt again. Morning. Zhao Huanshi pulled out the scattered items dropped by the monster from the treasure chest. Thinking for a moment, he threw a stone, a torn cloth, a piece of dried meat, and a potato into its mouth. Only then did he make it close the lid and press it with his hand to recall it into card form. After the treasure chest monster disappeared in a flash, the stones and torn cloth were left behind. Was I rejected? What are you doing?" Qian Xiaolin asked with some confusion. Zhao Huanshi smiled and explained, "The treasure chest monster can actually be used as a temporary storage. You put things inside its belly, and when needed, you can summon it to take things out. This way, you don't have to carry everything all the time, which saves a lot of effort. But I'm not sure if it will digest anything, so I need to do an experiment to check. Can it also be used as a temporary storage? The little treasure chest is so useful. I really want to adopt one from somewhere," Qian Xiaolin said with envy. "Unless you can also change your class to a summoner, probably there's no chance." Zhao Huanshi smiled. He wanted to summon the treasure chest monster again, but noticed some new information on the card. Green monster card, Greedy Treasure Chest Monster. LV5. New skill, Basic Expansion. Basic Expansion. The inside space of the Greedy Treasure Chest monster increases by an additional 1 cubic meter. The current monster card has been upgraded to level 5. It cannot level up further without completing a card enhancement ritual. Greedy Treasure Chest Monster Card Enhancement Ritual. Place a gemstone or crystal, any 5 types of metals, and more than 5 types of fresh monster meat inside the chest. Bury it 3 meters underground, or place it in a maze, tomb, or treasure room where a treasure chest monster might appear. Wait for 8 hours. Note: the quality of gemstones or crystals may affect the monster's abilities. Each type of metal, after removing impurities, must weigh at least 1 kilogram. Each type of monster meat must weigh at least 5 kilograms. The monster's death time must not exceed 72 hours. The materials for the enhancement ritual are not hard to gather. After returning to the city, he could just go to a hardware store to get the metal materials. In the space of the Goblin 3, he could find at least 3 or 4 types of metals, including gold necklaces and silver accessories. As for the 5 types of fresh monster meat, they must come from monsters that died within 72 hours. He could wait until completing a mission or hunt 5 monsters on the way back. If that's not possible, he could also buy them from others in the explorer's town. Actually, as long as the treasure chest monster tricks a monster into biting it to death and leaves the corpse without digesting it, it can gather enough monster meat in 1 or 2 nights. Surprisingly, gems or crystals can affect the abilities of treasure chest monsters, so I can't just use a piece of glass as a substitute. Zhao Huanshi immediately thought of the magic gem the goblin thief stole from the orc nest, about the size of a fist. The strong magic energy naturally emitted from the gem shows it is very valuable. It could sell for a lot of money, but using it as a material for consumption seems too wasteful for him. Oh, Zhao Huanshi suddenly widened his eyes. He suddenly remembered that the gem was still in his greed space and hadn't been taken out. What if the goblin merchant is the one going out to hunt monsters this time, and he ends up giving away that gem? Achoo! In the center of the lush green forest, marked as the territory of the giant banyan tree monster, a red high-risk zone, a goblin scavenger was bending down, about to pick the magic-rich fruit from the dense bushes in front of him, when suddenly he felt a tickle in his nose and sneezed loudly. The sneeze alarmed a terrifying predator. A huge carnivorous plant suddenly sprang from the bushes and swallowed the goblin whole. In less than half a second, the giant plant spat out the goblin with a loud puff. The goblin was thrown in an arc through the air, caught by the branches of a tall tree, and fell into a thicket of thorns. He howled loudly as he crawled out, covered in spines, looking like a green-skinned, yellow-haired hedgehog. Gnashing his teeth, he pulled out the thorns one by one, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Wiping his face with a torn burlap sack, the goblin quickly forgot the pain and immediately focused on the large red fruit hanging from the tree ahead. Snap! The terrifying face on the trunk of a high-level tree monster showed an expression of disdain. Using a huge hand made of branches and old vines, it slapped the goblin away more than 10 meters. He was about to crash into a bunch of dark green vines. Whoosh! Smack! A thick vine suddenly shot up and forcefully swung the goblin in midair to the other side. The goblin screamed in pain, rolled several times on the ground, and lay there unmoving for a long time. After a while, the goblin scavenger sat up sluggishly, wiped the blood from his nose, and took out a bright red fruit full of life energy from a torn burlap sack. He chewed it all in his mouth. The strong vitality from the fruit quickly spread through his body, healing most of his injuries. The goblin scavenger stood up, brushed the dust off his pants, and nonchalantly continued wandering through the woods, as if he had completely forgotten how he was knocked around like a volleyball by the plants earlier. At dawn, the middle-aged, unemployed exploration team carefully searched the jungle for a long time. Finally, they spotted a moonlight forest deer at the edge of the lush green forest. The moonlight forest deer has sharp senses and is very cautious. As soon as the team got close, it immediately turned and ran away. They didn't dare get too close, worried they might scare the deer deeper into the forest. So, they hid at a distance and observed secretly. Lin Honglei's eyes glowed faintly. Here or there, at least 6 low-level tree monsters and 2 mid-level tree monsters are in this area. If we hunt the deer here, they will definitely notice us. Then let's act quickly. Old Qian, you and I will find a hiding spot, and the others will approach from different directions to scare the deer. When it gets frightened and runs, Old Qian and I will rush out to attack and block it. You can shoot a gas shot to pierce its eye. Zhang Daxuan whispered his plan. Lin Honglei snorted softly. You're pretty confident in my archery skills. Of course, you're our team's sharpshooter, but I don't have much confidence in you guys. The moonlight forest deer is quick and agile in the jungle. We can't trap it with just a few of us, and we might even scare the surrounding tree monsters. Plus, once the deer is extremely frightened, it will definitely run into the central area and won't come out for a while. So what should we do? Maybe set some traps nearby and wait for it to step into them? Though it's a bit troublesome, it seems safer than directly attacking. Qian Xiaolin quietly suggested. How about after setting the traps, Zhao Huan's treasure chest monster lures the deer into the traps? Good idea. Everyone nodded in agreement. Using the treasure chest monster as bait, Zhao Huansher had no particular objection, but he warned everyone in advance. The lower the intelligence, the stronger the desire in their hearts, and the more attractive the treasure chest monster is. But this moonlight jungle deer is cautious by nature, and its intelligence isn't low. It seems like it doesn't have strong desires, so the treasure chest monster might not be very attracted to it. As Zhao Huansher spoke, he noticed everyone's faces suddenly looked strange, and the atmosphere froze. He wondered if he had said something wrong. Zhang Daxuan suddenly said, "Oh, I see. No wonder when I see the treasure chest monster glow, I don't feel the urge to open it. It's also strange why those monsters keep rushing into the box. Don't you think so, huh? What urge? I don't know." Qian Xiaolin looked confused and turned to Lin Honglei. "Sister Lin, do you think the little treasure chest would cause any urge?" Lin Honglei shook her head. "No, I don't feel anything." Zhang Daxuan's eyes widened in disbelief, and he turned sharply to look at the other men. Li Xiang and Su Duojin avoided eye contact. Qian Mantang patted Zhang Dashuan on the shoulder. Have you not washed your feet in a long time? That's why you're imagining things. Get lost. You're the one hallucinating. The exploration team spent some time setting a trap in a nearby area without trees or monsters, using their tools. Zhao Huanshi threw out a card, placing the treasure chest monster in the center of the trap, disguising it as a golden chest that shimmered with a rich golden glow. The team members moved back and forth at a distance, making the moonlight jungle deer notice the movement but not be frightened, gradually walking toward the trap area. They left Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang hiding in dense grass not far from the trap. Once the moonlight jungle deer triggered the trap and was caught, they would rush out and kill it immediately. However, the moonlight jungle deer was still wandering in the distance. Lin Honglei noticed something unusual first. A few sneaky figures were approaching from the direction of the exploration team, quietly investigating something as they crept closer. Lin Honglei whispered to Qian Mantang, "There are 6 people over there. Seem to be coming for us." Qian Mantang's face darkened. "Can you see who they are?" Lin Honglei's eyes glinted faintly as she observed carefully. "They are all wearing masks, so I can't see their faces, but their clothes are very dirty and stained with blood. Could they be wanted criminals hiding in the contaminated zone, afraid to go back to the city? Anyway, they don't seem like good people. Let's go and inform old Zhang and the others first." "Should we just go now?" Lin Honglei hesitated a bit. Qian Mantang thought she was worried about failing the mission and whispered, "Safety first." "At this point, we can't worry about whether the mission will succeed." Lin Honglei signaled him to look at the shiny treasure chest in the middle of the trap. "What about the treasure chest monster?" Probably doesn't matter." Zhao Huanshi said the monster is his skill, so even if it dies, it can be summoned again. But it might trick those people into the trap, right? Probably not that stupid. This isn't a game. Hiding a golden chest in the woods and expecting no one to notice? Even fools would see there's a problem. Even if they know there's a problem, they'll still go check. Like you knowing there's nothing inside the chest, but still wanting to open it. I didn't. Lin Honglei stared quietly. Qian Mantang retreated. "What do you think is inside the chest?" "Lots of gold bars. TCH, so tacky. And you? Beautiful jewelry and gems, along with fancy bags and clothes." "Huh. Women. Guess what old Zhang thinks is inside the chest? Probably some revealing figurines, like the ones on his shelf at home." "I think so too." The two whispered and quietly slipped away from their hiding spot. After a while, 6 masked and hooded figures, completely covered, sneaked over through the bushes and trees, acting sneaky. "Be careful. Those people should be nearby. Don't rush to attack yet. First, see what kind of strength they have. TCH. There are only 6 or 7 of them. They're just doing a quest in the Green Forest. Their strength probably isn't much. 1 or 2 cowardly mid-level professionals leading the team is enough. With our demon power blessing, why should we be afraid of those trash? Are you brainless? Do you think the Green Forest is the beginner map it used to be? Yesterday, you said you weren't satisfied with being pricked by those roots, right? Everyone shut up. If any idiot yells loudly again and scares away those prey animals, I will cut him into pieces as a sacrifice." The speaker seems to be the leader of these people, sternly scolding them. They immediately quieted down. "Hey, look, there's a treasure chest over there." Someone suddenly exclaimed in surprise. The others quickly moved closer to check. "Huh, there really is a box, and it seems to be glowing. In this remote wilderness, how could someone just leave a box like that? Huh, this is obviously a trap. Who would use something like this to set a trap? Could it be that this box fell out of a space, and inside it really has many treasures?" As soon as they said that, the group fell silent, their eyes gradually filled with greed and suspicion. The more they looked at it, the more they felt that the shiny gold box contained something incredible. Rare, valuable, powerful. It could be used to strengthen themselves or offered as a sacrifice to demons, gaining their favor and acquiring more powerful, evil forces. As for the original sacrifices, the explorers, they had already been completely forgotten. A few low-level awakeners' flesh and blood couldn't compare to precious treasures. When they passed through the twilight wilderness before, these demon worshippers had tried to rely on the evil power granted by demons to rob the goblin tribe and steal some gemstones and ore. But the goblins turned out to be much stronger than they thought. They failed to rob them and were chased for 10 kilometers by goblin shamans and their warriors, losing several companions before escaping. One of the demon worshippers pretended to be generous and said, if there really were any treasures, those explorers would have already taken the box with them. I think this is probably a trap. I know a lot about survival in the wild and various traps. You all wait here. Let me go ahead and scout the way. TCH. Scout the way? You probably just want to grab the treasure chest and run away, right? You're full of nonsense. How can I run fast with such a big box in my arms? Huh. You have the blessing of strength, so what's wrong with running while holding the box? Why bother holding the box? Wouldn't it be better to just take the most important things out? Someone sneaky was stirring trouble nearby. Another person pretended to be a peacemaker. Forget it. We're all allies. If you don't trust him, let me go first and check. Are you stupid or what? At this moment, the strongest demon worshipper, who was considered the team leader, spoke up. Stop arguing. Let's all go together, take the items, and then share everything equally. As soon as he finished, a few other demon worshippers exchanged glances, their eyes communicating silently. Sharing everything equally sounds fair, but in the end, isn't this guy going to get the biggest share? Every time they perform a demon sacrifice, this guy always uses his strength to take the main part of the rewards. If this keeps up, the gap between their powers will only grow larger. Won't they never have a chance to catch up? They originally abandoned their human identities to avoid being treated as lower beings, choosing to join the demons. Now they look like monsters, wanted by the authorities, and can't even return to the city. As humans, they were forced to work like slaves, oppressed. When demons appeared, they turned to the demons for protection, still under command and enslaved. So, what was the point of coming here? The more they thought about it, the more suspicious it seemed. The demon worshippers' eyes turned fierce and aggressive. Lin Honglei and Qian Mantang found Zhao Huan and others, saying someone wanted to attack them. They weren't sure how strong those people were, but since they dared to come out and fight, they must have some confidence. For safety, they discussed and decided to leave quickly and report everything to the Special Affairs Bureau. Suddenly, loud fighting sounds came from afar. They looked at each other but couldn't resist and decided to hide in the shadows to observe secretly. Qian Mantang asked in confusion, "Why are those guys fighting each other all of a sudden?" "Probably an internal conflict," Zhang Dashuan guessed, "but it looks like 5 against 1. During the fight, the demon worshippers' clothes and masks were torn apart, revealing black scales covering their faces, necks, and chests, fierce horns and spines, and sharp, pointed teeth that no human could have. Wow, what kind of monsters are these? They can wear clothes and pretend to be humans. Not only can they wear clothes, but they also speak human language and curse their ancestors. This foul language is much clearer than some actors' lines. Could it be that humans mutated by magic pollution have turned into monsters? Lin Honglei shook her head. Humans mutated by magic pollution become chaotic monsters, not like this. Looking at the scales on these people, they resemble the scales on the demons and monsters that appeared in Chiu's city. Zhang Dashuan's eyes sharpened. Could it be the demon worshippers that the Special Affairs Bureau warned us about? Probably not. Cities with demons are at least 200 kilometers away. How did those things get here? Whether yes or no, we'll find out by bringing the bodies back and asking. Lin Honglei's gaze turned fierce as she drew her weapon, ready to fight. By then, the battle in the distance was mostly over. The 5 demon worshippers had worked together, trying to kill the strongest leader first, then compete for the treasure in the box based on their strength. They thought that even if the leader was very strong, fighting 5 against 1 would quickly defeat him. But they underestimated the leader's cunning. In previous actions, he had hidden most of his strength. When the fight started, each of the 5 worshippers had their own plans, hoping to conserve their strength and make others tire themselves out. But halfway through, the leader, seeing the others nearly exhausted, suddenly went all out. His eyes burned with fire, sulfur fumes hissed from his mouth, his body suddenly swelled, and his limbs grew sharp hooks. He grabbed and tore, attacking the weakest worshipper. His scales peeled back from the neck, the throat was torn, and half the flesh on his neck was ripped away. The other 4 worshippers, seeing this, dared not hold back anymore. They attacked wildly, but it was of little use. After a fierce fight, one worshipper saw the situation turning against him, injured and fleeing. The other 3 were killed on the spot. The demon leader, covered in scales and wounds of all sizes, showed no concern. He stepped on the head of the dead worshipper, his sharp claws digging deep into the flesh, then looked up and let out a wild, triumphant laugh. "You insects dare to fight me? I've been prepared for this. Now, all the treasures are mine alone." Hearing this, Zhang Daxuan, who was about to jump out and launch an attack, suddenly crouched down and hid back into the grass. Did he just mention a treasure? Yes, I heard it too. If I'm not mistaken, the treasure he mentioned should be. Everyone looked through the gaps in the grass toward the distant trap, where a golden treasure chest emitted a faint golden glow. No way, such obvious signs of something unusual. His body is already mutated like that. Do you really think his mind is normal? That's true. Wait until he triggers the trap, then attack. After the demon worshipper transformed, his mind seemed to become even less clear. In his bright red eyes, only the golden treasure chest was visible. He could no longer see anything else around him. His terrifying face was full of greed and anticipation, like a gambler betting everything on a football game, dreaming of great wealth and a bright future. Clack! The demon worshipper felt as if he had stepped on something. He sensed something was wrong, but before he could react, the soil and dry leaves suddenly flew up, and a sharp-toothed trap snapped shut with a loud bang, biting tightly into the demon worshipper's right leg. Could it really be a trap? The demon worshipper's eyes widened suddenly, and his shock was even stronger than the pain from his leg. Whoosh! 2 burly men suddenly jumped out of the grass, one holding a shield and the other wielding a large sword or machete. One of them had a green vine wrapped around his neck, and they roared as they charged at the demon worshipper. The demon worshipper's expression changed first, then filled with rage. "You, how dare you play me?" With a sharp sound, the demon worshipper, ignoring the pain, forcibly pulled his right leg out of the trap, leaving behind bloody wounds. He looked fierce as he stepped forward. Clack! Another trap. No one knew where the moonlit forest deer might come from. Tempted by the treasure chest monster, the explorers used all the traps they carried, setting a circle of traps around the treasure chest monster. The second trap caught right on the wound, causing more serious injury than the first trap. Meanwhile, the demon worshipper was about to attack without any warning, with no defenses in mind. His right leg was suddenly pulled hard, tearing the wound further. His body staggered and nearly fell. Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang arrived just in time. They struck the demon worshipper with a sword and an axe, leaving 2 deep wounds that showed bone. The fight was impressive, but the 2 intermediate fighters didn't look very happy. During the fight with these monsters, their fists and claws bled a lot, but they didn't expect the demon's body to be so tough. The intermediate fighters' enhanced heavy strikes only made a dent in his body. They didn't break any bones. Roar! The demon worshipper's sharp claws, glowing with faint black mist, slammed down fiercely with a whistling sound. Qian Mantang didn't dare to be careless. He raised his shiny metal shield to block. Boom! A loud crash. Qian Mantang felt his shield hit hard, making him unsteady. He stepped back several paces. What kind of strength is this? Even with nearly 100 power, I can't hold it. Looking at his shield, he saw a clear dent. Ignoring his attachment to the equipment, he quickly warned his teammate. Watch out, Laozhong. This guy's strength is at least 130 or more. Rip! Zhang Daxuan cut a wound under the demon worshipper's ribs, then rolled back to dodge the attack. He retreated a few steps, and his big sword's glow grew stronger. Wave blade slash. After a slight charge, he swung his sword forcefully, sending out a wave-shaped blade over 1 meter long, hitting the demon worshipper hard. Blood splattered, and a special arrow emitting bright light silently shot over. It pierced into the demon worshipper's chest and suddenly exploded. Flames flew, flesh and bones burned and turned black. Roar! Feeling his life threatened, the demon worshipper roared angrily and revealed his last card. He pulled out a sinister black demon statue from his chest, then let out a strange, hoarse cry. The demon statue's eyes glowed red, and it whispered in a strange voice. Dark mist rose from it and flowed into the demon worshipper's mouth and nose. In an instant, countless flesh tendrils grew from the wounds on the demon worshipper's body, twisting and pulling to heal the injuries. At the same time, More scales and keratinous spines appeared on his skin, hair fell out, his skull deformed and grew horns, almost losing all human features and turning into a monster. This guy still has a second stage, Qian Mantang and Zhang Dashuan shouted loudly at the same time. They gathered all their strength into their weapons and attacked the transforming enemy from both sides. The demon worshipper protected the demon statue with his body, blocking the attacks. Scales broke apart, flesh flew everywhere. Zhang Dashuan raised his shield and shrank back, blocking the enemy's counterattack. Seeing the wounds left on the enemy by their attacks, he felt a little relieved. The monster's defense and physical strength had improved slightly, but it wasn't too extreme. There was still a chance. However, he soon saw that the 2 wounds on the demon worshipper just appeared, and dense flesh tendrils were writhing and stretching out. This healing ability, snap. The demon worshipper raised his hand to block an arrow. Behind the exploding flames, his bright red eyes, filled with anger and madness, also showed a craving for fresh flesh. His exaggerated healing ability came at a cost. His energy was nearly exhausted, and he desperately needed food. All his organs, muscles, and cells were sending hunger signals to his brain. Roar! The demon worshipper forcefully broke free from the trap, gripping the demon statue with one claw. With the other fist, he slammed heavily on Qian Mantang's shield, knocking him back repeatedly. Zhang Dashuan seized the opportunity to attack, leaving a large wound on the demon worshipper's back. But the demon worshipper ignored everything else. After smashing through the obstacle in his way, his blood-red eyes, full of bloodthirsty desire, fixed on the weaker explorers nearby, protecting Lin Honglei. He used all 4s, like a mad beast, rushing forward at incredible speed. Zhang Dashuan reacted quickly, glowing on his legs, and chased after him with even more exaggerated speed. Thud! The demon worshipper suddenly stopped, turning around to strike back. Fortunately, Zhang Dashuan reacted swiftly, blocking the attack with his shield. But the charge was interrupted, and he was forced to retreat several meters. However, the demon worshipper just repelled one warrior, and another intermediate warrior has recovered and is charging forward like a wild bull, roaring loudly. Seeing this, the demon worshipper feels annoyed. He doesn't want to waste time fighting these 2 muscle-headed brutes anymore. If he delays any longer, the evil power gained from the demon statue might start consuming his flesh and blood body, as there's nothing left to use it on. The demon worshipper leaps with all his strength, dodging the warrior's charge, and then rushes straight toward the distant intermediate archer. It seems he is angered by Lin Honglei's attack and wants to eliminate the long-range attacker of the exploration team first. As he turns his head to look around, his gaze briefly pauses in a dense bush somewhere else. The treasure chest monster is used as bait in a trap with a parasitic vine wrapped around Zhang Dashuan's neck. As Zhao Huanshi, who just gained the support profession, has no visible skills now and cannot participate in the fight. He just needs to hide quietly in the corner and wait for the battle to end. Did that monster just secretly glance at me? The demon worshipper thinks his gaze is very subtle, but the intense hunger in his eyes, like a predator eyeing prey, is too obvious. Even if that glance was only for a moment, Zhao Huanshi still feels a chill and a warning bell rings in his mind. That look, it definitely saw me. Zhao Huanshi frowns, tightly gripping his steel sword in his right hand. His soul-devouring claw extends, and a faint red glow appears in the skull's eye sockets. In his left hand, he gathers 2 cards, Goblin Warrior and Shallow Sea Merman Hunter, ready to summon them at any moment. Over on the side, Su Duojin and Li Xiang hold shields in front of the 2 archers, looking tense and prepared to face the enemy. As the obvious target, Lin Honglei remains calm. She stands tall with a sharp gaze, her arrow ready to shoot. Energy gathers on her, shining brightly. Qian Xiaolin stands behind and to the side of Lin Honglei, quickly drawing her bow and shooting an arrow at the demon worshipper's head. She doesn't aim to cause much damage, just to interfere with the enemy's actions. Zhang Dashuan gathers his remaining strength and charges again. This time, he doesn't rush straight behind the enemy, but makes a curve, trying to block the demon worshipper's path. Unexpectedly, the demon worshipper suddenly makes a sharp turn in the middle of his movement, with a teasing smile, and charges straight into the bush where Zhao Huanshi is hiding. Zhang Daxuan saw the situation and felt a sudden jolt in his heart. Oh no, the monster's target is Zhao Huanshi. Lin Honglei's eyes grew serious. She adjusted her large bow and shot a powerful arrow toward the demon worshipper's front, trying to block his attack. But the demon worshipper didn't dodge or evade. He raised his arm and took the hit directly. This time, Lin Honglei used a different arrow, sharp steel with barbs, not the explosive type. The arrow was very sharp and could pierce armor. Although it didn't explode, it was stronger at piercing. With her skill boost, the arrow went through scales and flesh, stabbing into the demon worshipper's arm and into his bones. The intense pain made the demon worshipper cry out loudly. He secretly vowed that once he caught the little guy ahead, he would feed on flesh to regain strength. He also decided to leave the woman who shot the arrow for last, torturing and killing her slowly. He showed a fierce smile and dove into the bushes, reaching out to grab. Huh, why is it a goblin? While the enemy was stunned, the goblin warrior shouted loudly and stabbed his fishbone spear toward the enemy's eyes. But the demon worshipper reacted faster. He grabbed the weapon and pulled hard, trying to throw the goblin warrior aside. Get out of the way. Suddenly, with a sharp, the fishbone spear broke cleanly. You dare to mess with me, you green-skinned brat. Seeing the goblin holding the remaining half of the fishbone, raising a turtle shell to protect himself and preparing to retreat. The demon worshipper stepped forward and punched hard. Bang! The turtle shell shattered instantly, and the goblin screamed as he was knocked back. The demon worshipper misjudged his strength and almost fell forward from the force. Zhao Huanshi saw the enemy make a mistake, and his eyes lit up. He instinctively moved forward and swung his steel greatsword. But just as the sword was about to hit the enemy, he suddenly realized, this isn't a trial dream. If he didn't take the chance to escape now, why was he foolishly rushing closer? Moreover, this thing was tougher than a minotaur. Unless he summoned the Soul Eater greatsword, Zhao Huanshi's strength could only barely cut through its scales, which wouldn't reach the flesh underneath. Zhao Huanshi quickly realized the situation, immediately releasing his greatsword. He rolled on the ground to dodge the demon worshipper's grasp and used the claw of his soul-devouring glove to strike back. The demon worshipper wanted to keep chasing, but was interrupted by an arrow shot at him. He had been hit by a broken armor arrow earlier, which shattered his bones and greatly affected his arm movement. Now, he dared not use his flesh to catch arrows again. Seeing Zhang Daxuan and Qian Mantang, two intermediate fighters, rushing toward him aggressively, the demon worshipper roared in anger. He grabbed the badly injured goblin soldier lying on the ground and quickly fled to a distance. He hid most of his body behind a large tree, sneered fiercely, and bit into the goblin soldier's throat. Just wait for me, once I eat this pile of flesh. Ugh, what is this? So disgusting. Zhao Huanshi hid behind Zhang Daxuan, watching with twitching eyelids. This guy was really hungry. He could even eat goblins. What's the difference between that and eating dirt? Eat. As long as he regained strength, these fools in front of him would soon become his food. To enjoy a delicious feast of fresh flesh, what's wrong with eating dirt first? The evil power filling his body couldn't find energy to consume, so it started to corrode the demon worshipper's body. The demon worshipper had no choice but to quickly prepare himself mentally, then closed his eyes and bit down hard. But he bit into nothing. The goblin soldier was already badly injured, with his throat bitten and bleeding non-stop. He finally died completely, exploding into a burst of white magical light along with his shattered shield and broken fishbone, then disappeared. Faced with this sudden turn of events, the demon worshipper was stunned. He had finally made up his mind to eat dirt, and then the dirt suddenly exploded and vanished. You didn't even give me dirt to eat, the demon worshipper shouted loudly. Just as the explorers were on high alert, thinking he was about to attack wildly, the demon worshipper unexpectedly turned around and ran into the deep forest. The enemy was prepared, and the demon worshipper didn't believe he could quickly summon from the team. But the evil power inside him had little time left. Instead of fighting, he decided to catch some wild animals in the jungle, devour their flesh to restore his strength, and then come back to avenge himself on these fools. Seeing the demon worshippers run away, the explorers also felt relieved. The enemy's strength was a bit surprising. We don't know if we can win if we fight more, but some members might get hurt or even die. What did that guy just say? Qian Mantang doubted his ears. Li Xiang said uncertainly. It seems like he said we won't give him any food. Wow, that guy is really weird. Zhang Dashuan glared at them. Stop joking. We need to leave quickly, or that guy might come back and attack us again. He might even make you all sick. Lin Honglei pointed at the 4 badly injured demon worshippers in the distance. What should we do with these bodies? Old Qian and I will each carry one back to the Special Affairs Bureau. The other 2, forget about them. Hey, you make it sound so easy. Xiaohuan, can you take off the symbiotic vine from Laozhong for me? Here, take it. A mid-level warrior like him is so weak, and he just keeps running to the foot bath city. You don't understand. I'm helping women, she replied. That monster can eat goblins, so why doesn't it eat its own friends' bodies? Li Xiang asked while quickly packing his things, feeling puzzled. Su Duojin finished packing, slung his backpack over his shoulder, and looked into the deep forest. Who knows? Maybe it doesn't like cold food and wants something warm. By the way, that goblin was probably Zhao Huan's summoned beast, right? I didn't expect him to have such a secret card. That's not strange. We're not that close, so it's normal to keep some tricks up your sleeve. He's not our team leader, after all. Chatting with others, he might reveal everything. Usually, it's Brother Qian who does stuff like that, right? Hey, don't say that. The 2 of them giggled together. Do I feel like someone is spying on me from behind? Zhao Huan scratched his head and kept selecting heavy objects to put into the treasure chest monster's body. He had tried before. If he told the treasure chest monster what he was doing, it wouldn't digest the items inside. Once the box was filled with items, the treasure chest monster moved much more slowly and couldn't swallow and digest prey anymore. Zhao Huansher still wanted to try letting the treasure chest monster bite and kill the prey, then leave it untouched to see if it could gather enough materials to strengthen itself. But where should he bury it? Under the community's green belt, it's either concrete or a septic tank. Where can he find a 3-meter deep spot to dig? Maybe in the park or on the mountain, somewhere without cameras. Or near the green forest exit. Just dig a hole somewhere for the treasure chest monster to bury itself, then dig it out after 8 hours. Thinking of this, Zhao Huansher quickly shook his head. What if that ghostly thing smelled the scent and came looking for revenge, and he was alone digging a hole with a shovel? Wouldn't that be dangerous? Forget it. He decided to go back to the city and think of a plan. Meanwhile, after the demon worshipper left, he noticed faint black mist rising from the scratches Zhao Huansher left on his arm. The surrounding flesh and blood withered and turned black, some muscles lost sensation, and his arm became less agile. But at this moment, the demon worshipper no longer cared about these. His intense hunger and crazy bloodthirsty desire completely overwhelmed his reason. His body gradually grew thinner, and his appearance became more ferocious. He saw a forest deer nearby, calmly grazing, glowing faintly white. Its eyes shone red, its mouth slightly open, drooling, and it let out a hoarse roar. He lay on the ground, crawling quickly with strange movements, rushing toward the moonlit forest deer. The moonlit forest deer let out a frightened cry, leaped lightly, and sped away into the forest. The demon worshipper ignored everything and chased after it, passing by many trees and fierce magical plants, waking them up. Suddenly, a green head popped out from the dense branches of a big tree, topped with a few green leaves. It looked around with a puzzled face at the chaos in the forest. He plucked a green fruit from the branch, bit into it hard, and a strong sour and bitter taste flooded his mouth, hitting his forehead. The goblin scavenger's face twisted into a green old chrysanthemum, teeth trembling, muscles twitching. After a while, he finally recovered. Hiss, this taste is really intense. Maybe the summoner elder would like to eat. The goblin scavenger put a bitten green fruit into a torn burlap sack, worried that half a fruit wouldn't be enough to eat. It also picked several more from the branches and stuffed them all into the sack. The goblin scavenger's torn sack was heavy, filled with many things. Besides various fruits, there were some colorful mushrooms, leaves, flowers, and roots emitting faint magical energy, along with unknown plants covered in dirt. 2 goblin scavengers risked their lives to dig out a nearly drained monster crystal core from the root of a man-eating vine. There were also a few stones whose purpose was unknown but seemed very useful. The distant commotion gradually calmed down, and faint monster roars could be heard. The goblin scavenger sniffed the air and detected the smell of a good find from that direction. Licking its lips, it prepared to climb down from the tree with the burlap sack. But it lost footing and fell straight from the branch. Good, quick and precise. Everything was part of the plan. The goblin scavenger nonchalantly got up from the ground, carrying the sack in one hand, supporting itself with the other, limping toward the direction of the monster's roars. As night fell, strange sounds began to fill the surroundings. Bushes and grass rustled as if unknown creatures were moving quickly inside. The jungle at night was full of dangers, but the goblin scavenger, with its torn bag, strolled as if it were just walking in its own living room. Suddenly, something jumped out and slapped it hard. The goblin scavenger turned to curse. Smack, 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 smack. Seeing this scruffy goblin hesitating and not leaving quickly, a bunch of vines appeared and started whipping it fiercely. The goblin screeched and jumped around, escaping in a panic. Finally escaping from whatever was in that territory, the goblin scavenger spat harshly. Just wait, I'll burn you all with a torch someday. On the way, it was chased several more times by jungle natives. After many hardships, the goblin scavenger finally reached its destination. It saw a grotesque, emaciated monster being tied and pulled by thick vines, its body twisted into strange shapes. The monster's hands and feet were still twitching slightly, and its mouth was slightly open, making meaningless, hoarse roars. The goblin scavenger only glanced casually and knew there was nothing valuable on the monster. He looked around on the ground and saw a small, black demon statue about the size of a palm in the distance. His eyes immediately lit up. The goblin quickly stepped forward, picked up the demon statue, and examined it. The demon statue was finely crafted, with detailed features that vividly depicted a fierce and terrifying appearance. Especially the pair of red eyes, which seemed to be embedded with two fiery magic gemstones, making them particularly bright in the dark. The moment the goblin's gaze met the demon's eyes, a strange whispering sound suddenly echoed in his mind, making him feel as if he was falling into a trance. He muttered incoherently, but didn't give a clear answer. "What are you talking about?" The goblin scowled, then turned and stuffed the black demon statue into his bag, lying down with a bunch of fruits and mushrooms. The middle-aged unemployed exploration team didn't dare to set up camp and sleep at night, fearing a surprise attack by demon worshippers. They drank water when thirsty, ate dry rations when hungry, and hurried along the way. After traveling more than halfway, they found a place with a good view and stopped for a short rest. Along the way, they encountered two other exploration teams. Zhang Dashuan even approached and warned them from a distance. After warning them, he turned and left without further explanation. During the rest, Li Xiang asked, "Brother Zhang, I think those people didn't seem to believe what we said earlier. It doesn't matter if they believe it or not. Doing it or not, that's my business," Zhang Dashuan replied. Zhao Huanshi gave Zhang Dashuan a thumbs up. He then looked at the card showing the goblin warrior. Remaining repair time, 14 hours, 45 minutes. The goblin warrior was probably defeated around 3 or 4 p.m., and the card repair time was 24 hours, so now. It was already midnight, or 1 a.m. The goblin 3 troublemakers should be back soon. They had been outside for a full 24 hours. Could it be that this time, the summoned goblin was the most resilient thief? Zhao Huanshi was secretly guessing in his mind, unconsciously biting his fingers, trying to recall that familiar card. After about half an hour, the rest period ended, and everyone was about to continue their journey, heading back to the explorer town in one go. Suddenly, Zhao Huanshi had a quick idea. He raised his index and middle fingers sharply, holding a card labeled Goblin 3 Troublemakers between them. He quickly focused his attention on the greedy space. He saw that nothing had been taken out, just like before, but there were now many unfamiliar mushrooms and fruits. The style clearly showed they were collected by goblin scavengers, especially since several of the fruits had been bitten. Zhao Huanshi felt relieved. Then he hesitated, wondering if he should take out the small magic gem first, using the remaining time in the lush green forest to send the goblins out again. At this moment, he noticed a slightly familiar demon statue. Because it was mixed with plants and especially with some bitten fruits, the surface of the demon statue was stained with many colors, painted in red and green, blending perfectly with the surrounding plants. It was so well camouflaged that Zhao Huanshi didn't notice it for a while. Could it be? Although the colors didn't look quite right, the shape and the sense of evil emanating from it, as if through a layer of space, clearly matched the statue carried by the fleeing demon worshippers. Zhao Huanshi wanted to take out the statue to examine it, but he was also worried that this strange-looking object might carry some kind of curse, turning people into monsters like the ones he had seen before. Moreover, it wasn't a good time to take the demon statue out of the greedy space. If he explained the origin of the demon statue, it would inevitably reveal the existence of the Goblin 3 troublemakers. But apart from his sister, Zhao Huanshi didn't want others to know about his connection with those 3 goblins. He always felt that if he kept sending them out to fight and gather resources, given their nature, they would eventually become hated by everyone. For his own safety, it was better to avoid any contact with them. However, the features of the card monster when it dies are too obvious. Unless there are other professionals with similar abilities, I will eventually be suspected. I need to grow stronger quickly. As for the demon statue, Zhao Huanshi decided to wait until he got home and asked the goblin scavenger about it before making any plans. This time, my trip was very rewarding. Still, I think I should not let the goblin go out to cause trouble again. Originally, Zhao Huan was planning to let the treasure chest monster earn its own food. But unexpectedly, Zhang Daxuan and his team were so cautious that they decided to leave the contaminated area overnight to ensure the safety of the team. So, we can only wait until we return to the explorer's town to see if we can buy enough fresh monster blood and meat from other explorers. After about 7 or 8 hours, Zhao Huan and his team, with dark circles under their eyes and looking very tired, returned to explorer's town. They went to the item storage to retrieve their phones and other belongings, then reported the suspicious encounter with devil worshippers to the Special Affairs Bureau. The Bureau seemed to take this news very seriously. They told the exploration team to wait in the town with the bodies of the devil worshippers, saying they would send someone over soon. Zhang Daxuan didn't refuse. He took his companions to a restaurant, ordered several very expensive-looking meals in Zhao Huan's opinion, and waited for the Bureau's people to arrive. Carrying 2 grotesque, badly injured bodies into the restaurant, the people eating nearby weren't afraid or disgusted. Instead, they gathered around to watch and talk. Such scenes are almost impossible in the city. When asked by the onlookers, Zhang Daxuan didn't hide anything. He kept the team's secrets, mainly Zhao Huan's abilities. He explained that the suspicious devil worshippers suddenly fought among themselves while walking, and inexplicably started fighting. He used words like maybe, probably, and somehow, implying that the cause of the fight was probably due to these mutated people having mental issues. Later, when the Bureau investigators came to examine the bodies, Zhang Daxuan asked Zhao Huan, and then shared some information about the symbiotic vines and treasure chest monsters with the Bureau, but he kept the existence of the goblin warriors a secret. Isn't old Zhang pretty reliable? Why do you always say he can't keep secrets, Sister Lin? While the Bureau investigators examined the devil worshippers' bodies, Zhao Huan asked his question. Lin Honglei glanced at Zhang Daxuan, who was still talking with the investigators, and whispered, "Other people's matters are usually fine, but when it comes to his own things, he tends to tell everything, especially after drinking a little." "I see." Zhao Huan nodded slightly. At that moment, the investigators finished their examination and confirmed that the 2 bodies were indeed those of devil worshippers. "Thank you for providing the information. We have taken the body away, and the reward will be sent to the exploration team's account soon. If you remember any other clues, please contact us promptly." And about the escaped demon worshipper, we plan to send high-level professionals to search in the Emerald Forest, and we will also issue wanted notices and rewards. Since you briefly came into contact with the demon statue, the chance of being influenced is low, but you should still pay close attention to your own and your companion's health. If you notice anything unusual, contact us immediately. Okay. After the Special Affairs Bureau people left, Zhang Daxuan turned around with a very bright smile on his face. "Friends, guess how much reward the Bureau gave us?" Lin Honglei said impatiently. 86,000. "We're not deaf. I spent over 30,000 on armor breaking and explosive arrows this time. Old Qian's shield was almost destroyed, and repairing it costs about the same as buying a new one. Your weapons and shield also need major repairs. After deducting all expenses and costs, we probably have about 50,000 left, which is much higher than the previous estimate of 20 or 30,000. At the entrance of Lichuan Garden Community, a heavily armored minibus with a thick metal shell rumbled past. Lichuan Garden sounds more like a place for Brother Qian to live. Nonsense. What do you mean it's suitable for me? I'm not a seller. Are you saying Xiao Zhao is a seller? Zhao Huansher's looks should make him a top star, right? Zhao Huansher's face twitched as he said goodbye to the exploration team members, carrying a big bag as he got off the bus. At the community gate, Grandpa Huang and his big dog peeked out from the window. Wow, who turned a minibus into an armored vehicle? That must have cost at least 1.5 million. It's said to be for convenience in transporting things. But Zhao Huansher doesn't quite understand their thinking. Clearly, armored trucks or off-road vehicles seem more practical. Grandpa Huang, you know cars too? Of course. I'm from Dongchuan District. How did you get off that vehicle? Oh, I am being supported by a wealthy woman who insists I live in a big villa. I argued and begged, and finally she let me go, saying she was worried I might encounter danger on the way, so she sent an armored car to take me. Grandpa Huang rolled his eyes. Do you think I'm blind? Can't you see the big words on the car that say Midlife Unemployment Exploration Team? What kind of silly name is that? It looks really unlucky. Just be a security guard and stay safe. Why call yourself an explorer? You might end up risking your life out there. Zhao Huansher smiled faintly, thinking that even demon worshippers are appearing now. In this world, there's hardly any safety to be found. Grandpa Huang pointed at the big and small bags in Zhao Huansher's hands. What are all these? Little Yellow is drooling over them. He's named Huang and even named his dog Little Yellow. Grandpa Huang really treats the dog like a grandson. These are special products from the green forest, like magic rabbits and blue leaf snakes. I happen to have extra, so if you want, I can give you a couple. Zhao Huansher didn't expect that the monster blood and flesh needed for strengthening treasure chests could be bought directly at the Explorer Town's restaurant. They are all low-level monsters, weak but tasty, often caught and used as ingredients. For Zhao Huansher, they're just right. The strengthening of the treasure chest only requires the type and amount of monster blood and flesh. Unlike gemstones, there's no special note about the strength of the monsters, so it probably doesn't affect the card's enhancement results. The only downside is the price. 8 corpses and meat pieces cost Zhao Huansher over 20,000 yuan. When Grandpa Huang heard they came from contaminated areas, he quickly waved his hand, telling him to leave quickly. Don't let Little Yellow taste any of it. If he gets wind of it, he'll cause trouble, and my monthly salary wouldn't be enough to feed him twice. Back home, Zhao Huansher set aside what he was holding, took out the Goblin 3 troublemakers, and removed the fist-sized red magic gemstone. Through the greedy space, Zhao Huansher felt this gemstone was unusual. After taking it out, a strong, fiery magic energy radiated from the magma crystal core, raising the room's temperature significantly. Although he didn't feel any burning sensation in his palm, Zhao Huansher felt like he was holding not just a gemstone, but a fireball ready to explode at any moment. At least it's a high-level magic material, and it's very rare. Zhao Huan searched online and through the Special Affairs Bureau's app for a long time, but only found some rare materials with similar properties. However, they all looked a bit different from the gemstone in his hand. Sell it for money, or use it to strengthen the treasure chest monster. My bank account is almost empty. Just as Zhao Huan was hesitating, his phone suddenly received a message. He opened it and saw a bank notification. Someone transferred over 110,000 yuan to him. At the same time, a message from Zhang Dashuan also came through. It said that this money was a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. Since Zhao Huan might be short on money, Lin Honglei estimated the cost and transferred Zhao Huan's share first. After selling the monster materials, there will be another sum of money, but that will only be transferred after all costs are calculated. Zhao Huan opened his banking app and looked at the 5-figure balance. A strange smile appeared on his face. Sell something trivial, easy to sell, but hard to buy back. I'll use it to strengthen my cards. Thinking carefully, he realized that the greedy space still had many items. Just the materials and monster cores he knew about could sell for tens of thousands. He wasn't really short on money. If it really came down to it, wasn't there that one thing? Zhao Huan turned his attention to the demon statue, which was painted in bright colors and looked less evil. The Special Affairs Bureau's app offered a reward of 500,000 yuan for this demon statue, specifically for the demon worshippers who held it. If it weren't for the risk of exposing the goblin trio, Zhao Huan would have already taken a taxi to the bureau to claim his reward. This thing feels really strange. I should call the scavenger to ask. He threw the card onto the ground. A shining figure appeared, holding a small knife, with a lecherous look. It's a goblin thief. The goblin thief looked around and saw it was inside Zhao Huan's house. Instinctively, it turned its head toward the kitchen. Seeing that it was the goblin thief, Zhao Huan hesitated but didn't recall it. It had brought back so many spoils, he should at least give it a treat. Seeing the goblin thief nod, drooling eagerly, it ran to the kitchen without delay. Zhao Huansher lowered his head and continued working on his own tasks. He summoned the treasure chest monster and took out everything inside its body. Then he placed the metal parts he bought from the hardware store, the monster's flesh and blood, and the hot gemstone he was holding into the chest. These are materials to strengthen you. Don't eat them all at once. Zhao Huansher said to the treasure chest monster. Click, click. The treasure chest monster nodded in understanding, closed its lid, and lay on the ground, with its big ruby eyes wide open, looking very obedient. Zhao Huansher gently patted the golden chest, then stored it away again. Seeing that the sky outside had darkened, he felt it was about time. He recalled the goblin thief, who was happily gnawing on a chicken leg, and called it back before putting it away. Then he bought a shovel at a nearby supermarket and started wandering around. When it was very late at night, Zhao Huansher ran into a park nearby with the shovel, found a quiet corner, and hid in the shadows to start digging. The hole was 3 meters deep, much harder to dig than Zhao Huansher had expected. He worked from late at night until dawn, finally burying the treasure chest monster in the ground and filling the hole before the elderly people came out for their morning walk. He used some dry branches and leaves to cover the spot a little, then hurriedly left with the shovel. Zhao Huansher hadn't slept for 2 nights in a row. After a long night of work, he returned home exhausted, took off his clothes and threw them aside, then collapsed onto the bed and fell asleep immediately. When he woke up, it was already dark. He checked the time. More than 7 p.m. Wow, I slept for 13 hours. No wonder I'm so hungry, he muttered. He rubbed his messy hair, which looked like a chicken coop, and, feeling a bit dazed, got out of bed. He rummaged through the kitchen, ate a few bites of whatever he found, then grabbed the shovel and went out. Although he planned to dig up the treasure chest monster when fewer people were around, he didn't mind going to the park now for a quick look. That kid, coming back covered in dirt in the morning, then heading out with a shovel at night. Is he digging a grave or burying a body? In the guardroom, old Huang watched Zhao Huansher leave with the shovel and muttered with some doubt. Suddenly, a sharp alarm sounded from afar. Grandpa Huang was momentarily stunned, then quickly realized. It's a space alert. He hurriedly took his shotgun from the wall, opened the drawer to get ammunition, and led the big dog and little yellow out of the guardroom. He directed the panicked people running out of the neighborhood to seek shelter at a nearby refuge. Although the houses in the neighborhood are well built, no one knows what strange creatures might come out of the space. It could be dangerous if a fight breaks out, possibly destroying the entire area. Since there is still time, staying in the shelter is safer. Looking at the large space suddenly appearing in the middle of the park, floating about 10 meters in the air, Zhao Huansher felt completely frozen. Wow! No way! Along with a loud, harsh roar, a giant earth-drilling worm, covered in thick rocks, with a big mouth full of sharp teeth, emerged from the space. Ugh! A giant burrowing machine. As soon as this creature appeared, Zhao Huansher felt that the treasure chest monster was probably in serious trouble. Without hesitation, he turned and ran. Fortunately, if the treasure chest monster hadn't been dug out, its enhancement ritual should already be complete, and the materials inside its body would have been used up. Even if it died, there wouldn't be much loss. At that moment, the sky roared with the sound of wings, as more than 10 armed drones quickly arrived. Seeing that the monster coming out of the space was a giant earth-drilling worm, the drones did not attack immediately. The armed drones carried only light weapons, which were not effective against the rocky-covered giant worm. In fact, If the worm was attacked, it would retaliate by spitting out large rocks or acid, which could accidentally harm nearby fleeing people. Although the drones didn't attack, the giant worm sensed a faint threat from these unfamiliar mechanical devices. It instinctively wanted to burrow underground to escape. Thinking this, it acted immediately. The giant worm charged into the ground beneath the space. Boom! The ground suddenly shook, and a huge explosion followed, with flames illuminating the entire sky. Zhao Huanshi turned his head to look, only to see hot lava erupting, carrying a cloud of dust shooting into the sky. A giant burrowing worm has just partially entered the ground. Its large mouth is emitting thick black smoke, looking like a huge burnt sausage, and it is screaming as it flies into the sky. Wow, who buried a super mine under the park? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened with surprise. A slight movement in his mind, and he casually twirled his thumb, revealing a cracked monster card. Turns out I was the little genius who set the trap. Card upgrade complete. The greedy treasure chest monster's body is now much stronger, with greatly increased fire resistance. The greedy treasure chest monster has been further enhanced and is now a blazing greedy treasure chest. Green monster card, blazing greedy treasure chest. An ordinary greedy treasure chest, after being reinforced with rare high-level magic materials like lava crystal core, gains the power of flames and magma. Perfect camouflage. The blazing greedy treasure chest can disguise itself as various types of boxes based on the environment, quietly waiting in maze corners or soaking in volcanic magma, patiently waiting for prey. Blazing greed. The light of greed can awaken the prey's inner desires, reducing their rationality. When in hot environments like volcanic magma, the greed light becomes stronger, causing the prey's desires to grow rapidly, making them irritable and aggressive. Flammable and explosive. The blazing greedy treasure chest is still low level and cannot fully control the power of the lava crystal core, but it can attach scorching flames to its body, causing burn damage during defense and attack. When it dies, it will explode the lava crystal core, releasing all its power instantly, causing a terrifying lava explosion. Gem charging. After the blazing greedy treasure chest is repaired, its lava crystal core needs to absorb fire magic from the environment to recharge. Its flammable and explosive traits will temporarily weaken and gradually recover over time. Until the core is fully recharged, it won't trigger the lava explosion upon death. Upgrading the card or linking it with other fire-related cards can shorten the gem charging time. It's both a monster and a hot storage box. The blazing greedy treasure chest can now store items and also be used to heat or keep food warm. Status: damaged. Remaining repair time: 35 hours and 59 minutes. Lava crystal core fully charged in 719 hours and 59 minutes. Wow, 720 hours of repair time. Since there are 24 hours in a day, doesn't that mean the treasure chest monster's self-destruct can only be used once a month? At first, Zhao Huan was a bit shocked, but then he remembered the lava explosion earlier. It could a large underground worm into the sky, so a longer time seems reasonable. Such a powerful mine, once a month is probably enough. Also, as the treasure chest monster's card quality improves, the gemstone charging time will get shorter. In that case, if I encounter a trial or dream that's hard to clear with just intelligence, I could just throw out the treasure chest monster. Wait, the flying card's range is only 10 meters. With that power, I might myself up too. I need the treasure chest monster to attract the enemies itself. Using the greed light to attract monsters, then letting the treasure chest monster fight them one-on-one. If it can win, it kills the enemy. If not, it blows up the enemy. Or it could charge at the enemy in a suicidal rush. This ability is simply unbeatable. While Zhao Huan was daydreaming, another message popped into his mind. Card's monster summoner class level increased to LV5. All attributes 1. Class skill: flying card. Throwing the summon limit distance increased from 10 meters to 20 meters. Unlocked class skill: card swap. Card swap. Use a flying card or other method to make Monster A's card touch the already deployed card of Monster B, instantly summoning Monster A and immediately recalling Monster B. This skill doesn't seem very useful. Just go all out when facing enemies. Have the monsters attack together for a righteous group fight. Why bother with swapping cards? Of course, more than one underground worm emerged from the space. Compared to the first one, which was blown into the sky by the mine, the worms that came out later are much smaller, with thinner rocks or scales covering their bodies. As soon as these worms appeared, armed drones in the sky immediately launched attacks, seemingly trying to suppress them behind the space before they fully emerged. The worms retaliated by spitting out diamond-shaped stones or corrosive liquid shells toward the sky. The armed drones skillfully dodged while guiding the underground worms' attack direction. As for the damage to the surrounding buildings, the recent explosion had already blown away most of the park's soil, leaving a huge crater. Next to the park, a 4-lane road formed a hill that looked like a small volcano just after erupting. As long as the underground worms' attacks don't shoot too far, they won't cause much more damage. Soon after, an armored vehicle arrived and started firing shells at the space from a distance, blowing the worms emerging from inside into pieces. The other worms, sensing danger, hid behind the space and, unable to fight back with their firepower, spat at the enemies. Suddenly, a loud roar came from the sky. Wow, a missile? That's probably unnecessary, right? Zhao Huanshe looked up sharply. He saw a blurry figure wrapped in strong wind descending from the sky, hovering high above. The figure waved a staff, gathering magic around to form a blue tornado. After the drone swarm quickly retreated, the tornado, with countless spinning wind blades, rushed into the space, tearing the worms inside into pieces. Although he couldn't see the face clearly from so far away, such a powerful wind mage was likely the only one in Dongchuan City. This was the wind god of Dongchuan, Lin Xingfeng. Some said he was now a high-level mage, while others rumored he had advanced to a stronger profession beyond magic. Why did the wind god come here? This is more unbelievable than a missile. Suddenly realizing something, Zhao Huanshe's eyes widened. It probably wasn't attracted by the treasure chest monster's self-destruction, right? After a while, the space closed and disappeared. Lin Xingfeng looked around, found nothing unusual, and used his wind magic to leave. The patrol team sealed off the area around the park. Armed drones patrolled the sky back and forth. After a while, a fully equipped army with various advanced instruments entered the crater left by the explosion, carefully searching for something. Although they looked very cautious, the Dongchuan Guard only restricted entry and exit, not stopping people from gathering outside the warning line to watch. They intentionally or unintentionally scanned the crowd, using electronic eyes on their helmets to check the identities and observe the expressions of the onlookers. Zhao Huanshe only took a quick look from afar and didn't dare to get involved. He calmly carried a shovel past. Some soldiers casually glanced at him, and the electronic eye immediately pulled up his information. He was a cleaner with nearly 2.5 years of work experience, fired by the Special Affairs Bureau, then joined the middle-aged, unemployed front exploration team as a temporary member. Discovered a demon worshipper in the lush forest and reported it to the Bureau. Became a formal member of the exploration team. Yesterday afternoon, he returned to Lichuan Garden Community, went out to buy a shovel, and was suspected of entering the park in the middle of the night, leaving only in the morning. Marked as a key suspicious person. Captain, look at this person's information. Retrieve the surveillance footage. He does seem a bit sneaky, but besides the shovel, he doesn't seem to have any other suspicious items. As for his background, what's the reason for his dismissal? Did he offend someone in the Bureau? Based on the magic energy response, the explosion was likely caused by a powerful magical creature lurking under the park, accidentally attacked by a burrowing worm, and used magic to fight back, revealing its location. It probably has nothing to do with the shovel. It's unlikely that the monster was the one who buried it, right? Never mind, just keep the surveillance system slightly alert. Yes, Zhao Huanshe had no idea he had already become a low-level VIP of the city's surveillance system. He returned home and waited quietly for a while. He didn't hear anyone knocking to check water meters, nor did a fully armed Dongchuan guard suddenly break in, aiming weapons at his head. He glanced at the paper box on the table, where a few magic plants covered in mud and soil sat, and quietly let out a breath of relief. He had just been thinking that if the Dongchuan guard came asking what he was doing in the park at midnight, he would say he pulled a few plants from the lush forest and planted them somewhere inconspicuous in the park to see if anything would grow. Since most of the park had already been blown up, it was normal not to find any signs of planting. As for whether the Dongchuan guard would believe him, he wasn't very confident. If it came to it, he would just have to tell the truth. After all, he didn't intentionally damage or destroy the park. They probably wouldn't send him straight to a live broadcast, right? Little did he know, Dongchuan guard was busy searching for the non-existent powerful monster, with no time to bother with a shovel-carrying man like him. The next day at noon, Dongchuan security lifted the alert and evacuated the scene. The repair team arrived to fix the road and the park. Zhao Huanshe ran downstairs, sat by the flower bed listening to the elderly chatting, then went to the guardroom to chat with Grandpa Huang. He didn't notice anything unusual and finally relaxed. Back home, he summoned the goblin scavenger to ask about the origin of the demon statue. The goblin scavenger chattered excitedly and gestured wildly. So, you're saying that this statue promised you powerful strength and endless wealth, then told you that once you had the strength, wealth would be easy to get? And you think it was just fooling you? Gitskala gurgle. This broken statue actually treated the clever goblin scavenger like a fool, making big promises. If it weren't somewhat valuable, he would have thrown it into the mud long ago. So, the demon worshipper eventually ran into the central area of the lush forest and was attacked by magical plants, leaving the demon statue behind, which the goblin scavenger picked up. Zhao Huanshe sorted out the story, looking at the demon statue in the greed space. This thing can even manipulate minds actively. Maybe I should leave it in the greed space. Its origin is unclear, and I can't exchange it with the Special Affairs Bureau for rewards. I'll think of a way to deal with it later. Seeing Zhao Huanshe lost in thought, the goblin scavenger picked his nose, dragged a torn sack, and slipped into the living room. He found the TV remote on the sofa, remembered what each button did, and turned on the TV. Sitting on the floor, he watched with great interest. Zhao Huanshe was awakened by the sound of the TV and turned to see the goblin scavenger happily sitting on the floor. "Weren't you unhappy about watching TV last time?" he said with a smile, then went to the kitchen, grabbed 2 packs of chicken legs, and threw them to the goblin scavenger. The monster crystal core, magic crystals, and some magical materials Zhao Huanshe recognized or could find information about online. He planned to take these items out of the greed space and sell them to the previous middleman he cooperated with. Although the price was a bit lower than market value, it was more discreet and less likely to attract attention. There are some materials I couldn't find information about online. I took photos of a few plants that a goblin scavenger dug up from the mud and soil, and I sent them to Zhao Lejia. I said they were special products brought back by a friend from the Emerald Forest and wanted to see if she recognized them. Zhao Huanshe believed that his sister would understand what he meant. After sending the photos, Zhao Huanshe put his phone aside and continued organizing his materials. Zhao Lejia usually seems busy with experiments, so she probably wouldn't reply until evening. But in less than 5 minutes, she called back. Her tone was a bit unhappy. "Did your friend go into a dangerous area? Why would he go somewhere so risky?" "Ahem, my friend. It's the guy whose girlfriend cheated on him and who turned green all over. He might have lost hope and gone into a dangerous zone. Surprisingly, he didn't die and brought back quite a few things," Zhao Huanshe hinted. Zhao Lejia suddenly understood. "Oh, you're talking about that person. Some of these plants are quite special. They haven't appeared in the polluted areas near Dongchuan City before. Tell your friend to keep these plants. I need them. I'll take a few days off to come over." "A few days. They might wither by then. Should I water them first?" "No." Zhao Lejia hesitated. "Maybe you can come over tomorrow and bring the items to the research zone. I can ask the teacher for research funding to buy all these things." "Public funds?" "Of course. My friend said he wants extra money. I'll try to negotiate for him." "Okay. I'll bring them to you tomorrow morning. I'm going to talk to the teacher now." "Oh, I also brought some inspiration from home that made great progress in the artificial cultivation of dual-hole gas mushrooms. There might be a bonus coming soon. Do you want me to ask the teacher to help you get some good equipment? Keep it for yourself first. I haven't decided what path to take with my career yet. Buying equipment now would be a waste. All right. Call me when you arrive tomorrow." After hanging up, Zhao Lejia thought for a moment, planned her words, then turned to find her teacher. On the way, she met members of another research project team. Huang Tianxiao, about 27 or 28 years old, looked a bit disheveled. He wore black-rimmed glasses and had a dull expression, fitting the typical image of a bookish researcher. "Hello, senior. Zhao Lejia greeted him. Huang Tianxiao quickly forced a polite smile. Hey, hello, Junior, for Huang. Maybe it would be more polite not to say anything first? Zhao Lejia thought to herself and looked back, noticing Huang Tianxiao seemed to be heading toward the research area gate. Is Senior Huang going out? She then pushed the thought aside and continued to ponder in her mind how to persuade the teacher to give her brother more money. Huang Tianxiao finished the paperwork at the guard station, then left the research area gate. He raised his hand to call a taxi, opened the door, and got in. The taxi sped down the road. Huang looked around in the back seat, but couldn't find what he was looking for. He was momentarily stunned, doubting if he had gotten into the wrong car. At that moment, the driver suddenly spoke. Don't look anymore. The thing hasn't been delivered. Huang Tianxiao's eyebrows furrowed immediately. His usually dull eyes suddenly became sharp and fierce. What's going on? Wasn't it planned that I would bring the thing into the research area? There was a small accident. Our people haven't arrived yet. The cannon fodder summoned by the demon priest fought among themselves in the green forest, then clashed with a team of explorers. Now, the demon statue situation has been exposed. The Special Affairs Bureau sent a team of breakthrough agents to Green Forest to find the demon worshipper who escaped, along with the demon statue in his possession. They also offered a high bounty for clues. The driver spoke calmly, but Huang's face looked very grim. Demon priest, why not send his own men directly? Why use those brainless fools? Fools wouldn't be missed if they died. So what now? You should stick to the original plan, stay at home for the night, and return to the research area tomorrow morning. The sensing magic circle we built from the demon priest has been completed. As long as the demon statue is still in this world, we will find its location soon. Huang Tianxiao calmed down. Won't the Special Affairs Bureau beat us to it? Perhaps. But as long as the organization's plan isn't exposed, adding a demon statue and having a demon priest deliver it seems easy. I think it wouldn't refuse. It feels like we are bargaining with a tiger. It's because we are too weak right now. Taking some risks to achieve our goal is normal. Creating a better future, a new world? Huang Tianxiao raised an eyebrow, with a hint of mockery in his tone. Then his face turned a bit fierce. Hee. I don't care about the future. I just want them all to die. Even in death, love must be passionate and intense. Goblin, blah blah. The goblin warrior shook his head and followed the music from the speakers, making loud, silly noises, which made Zhao Huanshi's head buzz. Luckily, his house is well soundproofed, so the goblin's loud calls probably won't disturb the neighbors. Looking over to the bathroom, the bathtub was full of water, with a small plastic stool beside it. A black-scaled fishman held a fishbone fishing rod, focused on fishing in the clear, bottom-visible water. This fish hunter doesn't seem very smart. The goblin scavenger was sitting on the floor, happily watching TV. Do you understand why he's laughing like that? He's not very smart either. Zhao Huanshi originally thought these card monsters had their own independent minds. Since they always stayed in the cards, it seemed a bit sad. So he summoned them out to let them breathe and to bond. But now, he's starting to regret. Especially the noisy goblin warrior. If it weren't for the fact that it once fought bravely for him, he would have already put it back into the card. Among the monsters on his hand, besides the mindless symbiotic vine, the treasure chest monster and the riding bird are the most obedient. Unfortunately, the treasure chest monster isn't fully repaired yet, and the riding bird is too big to summon comfortably inside the room. Worried about delaying his sister's research, Zhao Huanshi left early in the morning, carrying 2 plastic bags, and took over 2 hours of bus rides to reach the gate of Research Area West 4. Zhao Lejia hurried out from the main entrance. Why did you come so early? Aren't you worried I'd delay your work? Zhao Huanshi said with a smile. I opened 2 burlap bags. These are the items you wanted. Here are some other materials. Take a look and see if you need anything. If not, I'll find someone to handle them later. Zhao Lejia was about to say something when she saw several large, colorful mushrooms inside the bags. Her eyes lit up immediately. She took out a pair of rubber gloves from her pocket, put them on carefully, and gently took out the colorful mushrooms. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi's eyes twitched slightly. What happens if you just take these mushrooms directly? Touching the secretions from the fungi might cause mild poisoning, leading to temporary muscle paralysis, Zhao Lejia explained, then realized, you didn't wear gloves when you took them, and there are bite marks on them. Did you bite them? I would only bite these if I were crazy. Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. Maybe my friend, who got greened, bit them when he was desperate. Your friend really has tough luck? Yeah, he's pretty tough. But what are these poisonous mushrooms for? Making poison and antidotes. Alchemists use some very toxic, enhanced ingredients in their potion recipes, and these mushrooms might be useful. I'll take them back and try to make some scientific medicines. Enhanced poison? It's that kind of one-time use potion that makes you go all out, then you die after the effect ends. When you say one time, you mean the person drinking it, right? At this moment, Huang Tianxiao was passing by and saw Zhao Lejia carrying a burlap bag, talking and laughing with a young man of similar age. He paused slightly. For a moment, Huang Tianxiao seemed to see those familiar figures again, standing nervously at the school gate with a burlap bag, showing a kind and happy expression when he saw himself. Who is that person? Why are they always staring at us? Zhao Huanshi whispered. Zhao Lejia turned her head and saw Huang Tianxiao just waking up. He smiled and nodded at her, then turned and headed toward the research area gate. Strange. Why does Senior Huang look so weird? He really does look strange. His gaze is like he's looking at an old father. Your admirer? Impossible. Senior Huang is a doctoral student at our school, working on a project related to space cracks with his advisor in the research area. He is usually very quiet and doesn't talk much. I don't know him well, but his advisor has a good relationship with our teacher, and sometimes they eat together. Zhao Huanshi nodded and said, Yes, he doesn't seem like the type you'd like. Zhao Lejia looked confused and asked, What kind of person do I like? Someone with sad eyes, often insomnia, looks tough on the outside but soft inside, has no basic life skills, could starve at any moment, but has a six-pack and is rich and handsome. Zhao Lejia stared at Zhao Huanshi and said through gritted teeth, Zhao Huanshi, did you secretly go into my room and read my novels? Zhao Huanshi grinned. Zhao Lejia rolled her eyes and whispered, Do you want to call your friend to come sell some mushrooms? The last batch is almost gone. Don't treat people like fools. I can't control which friend comes over, and if I get it wrong, it might cause trouble in the city and involve me. Plus, we have activities tonight, so we need to save some energy. Tonight? Yeah, the schedule isn't fixed, but based on past experience, tonight's event might be bigger than before. Oh, then you'd better go back early and prepare. There's not much I can prepare. You can at least get mentally ready. TSK. Hearing her sister's meaning, Zhao Huanshi rolled her eyes in annoyance. But if you need mushrooms, I can get some now, though I have to tell you where they come from. Zhao Lejia shook her head slightly. Forget it, let's talk about it later. I told the teacher the information you gave me as a guess. Maybe someone will find some fresh mushrooms later. Zhao Huanshi thought about the goblin scavenger's experience of picking mushrooms. Unless a high-level adventurer goes underground for fun and finds the double-hole gas mushroom, it might be hard for regular exploration teams to find it. Oh, and even though the teacher has submitted the money for buying these materials, it will take some time to get approval. My bonus will also take a while to come through. Do you still have enough money? TSK. The little kid is still worried about me. Look, these are the money I received from a mission with the exploration team a few days ago. Zhao Huan used his phone to show his sister the balance on his bank card. Wow, so much. What kind of mission pays so well? Is the team leader a woman? You wouldn't. Zhao Lejia looked surprised. Our team leader is a middle-aged guy in his 40s, and he's into anime too. An older brother might be more dangerous. Zhao Lejia. Does your teacher know you have such strange interests? What strange interests? I'm just caring about you. I'm a rare profession, after all. Whether it's the parasitic vine or treasure chest monsters, I've made great contributions to the team, and my future is full of potential. It's not strange for the exploration team to share some money with me to keep me close. Zhao Huan emphasized his importance, worried his sister might worry unnecessarily, and didn't mention the encounter with the demon worshippers in the Green Forest. Yes, my big brother is the best. Zhao Lejia responded half-heartedly, giving a big thumbs up with no real sincerity. Time's about up. I should go in now. Be careful on your way back. Got it. You too. Be careful. It's a contaminated area, after all. There might be some danger, Zhao Huan reminded. Don't worry. Your genius sister, might even awaken as an alchemist tomorrow. An alchemist? A support role like that, does it have any combat ability? Zhao Huan frowned, but a scene suddenly appeared in his mind. Facing a monster, his sister pulls out a purple potion bubbling with foam and drinks it all, in one gulp. Her body instantly enlarges, transforming from a delicate girl with glasses into a strange creature 3 or 4 meters tall, laughing wildly as she charges at the monster, smashing it into pieces, then picking up the pieces and stuffing them into her big mouth. Zhao Huan found his own imagination amusing. Such combatability? An alchemist is far from a fighter. It's said that she could awaken as an alchemist, but so far, no such case has appeared in Dongchuan City. The remaining items were packed into a snakeskin bag, which Zhao Huan carried as he headed to North Zone 5. He knew the way well, walking through a back alley of one street and into a small door. This is the place where Zhao Huanshu used to hide stolen goods when he was a scavenger. The owner here is Zhou Liaoshu, known as Mouse. Zhao Huanshu doesn't really know his background. He can do this kind of work in Dongchuan City without getting caught, partly because the Special Affairs Bureau deliberately let him go, but not everyone can do that. Moreover, Zhou Liaoshu doesn't hide his shop's activities. He only opens a small door in the back alley to make it easier for customers to come and go without attracting attention. Zhao Huanshu wears a hood, mask, and sunglasses, hiding his face completely. When he entered, Zhou Liaoshu had just finished a deal with someone. Seeing someone come in, the person was dressed very carefully, with lifts in their shoes and padded shoulders, making it hard to tell if they were male or female. They nodded to Zhou Liaoshu and then left. After the person left, Zhao Huanshu couldn't help but comment, "Dressed like that. Mouse, are you sure there's really a person inside?" Zhou Liaoshu ignored him and said with some surprise, "Aren't you going to be an explorer? Why are you here? Did you leave some goods unfinished? Wow. I disguise myself like this, and you recognize me immediately?" Zhou Liaoshu looked a bit speechless. "You're not really disguising yourself." Thinking about the customer who just left, Zhao Huanshu had nothing to argue with, so he simply handed over the snakeskin bag. Zhou Liaoshu emptied the bag, sorted through the contents, and picked up 2 partially gnawed fruits, looking at Zhao Huanshu with confusion. "What's wrong? Can't use gnawed ones. Last time, you took materials that were bitten in half by bugs," Zhao Huanshu asked curiously. Zhou Liaoshu shook his head. "I'm just curious. Who has such strong teeth that they can bite into this stuff? Normal people would find it sour just by smelling it, and these materials looked freshly picked, not old at all." Zhou Liaoshu didn't understand why Zhao Huanshu brought them here to sell. He didn't ask more. He checked the materials, estimated their value at about 12,000 yuan, and seeing no objection from Zhao Huanshu, he took the cash. Then he threw the items Zhao Huanshu brought into several boxes behind him. He mixed them with other similar materials sent by different customers, making it hard to tell them apart. Except for those few gnawed fruits and mushrooms, which looked especially obvious among the pile of materials. Night falls. Zhao Huanshu was sleeping soundly when, just as he was about to dream, he was suddenly awakened by a forceful startup. Trial goal: help villagers clear monsters and reclaim the occupied village. Huh? Villagers? Seeing the mission goal, Zhao Huanshu was momentarily stunned. Could he still see living people in this trial dream? Before he could think further, there was a sudden sound around him, clattering and cracking, like bones stretching and grinding, accompanied by eerie, strange groans and roars he was very familiar with. Zhao Huanshu then realized he was in a dark, deep valley. Around him, many mummies and skeletons, dressed in tattered clothes and debris, were lying haphazardly. Perhaps sensing visitors, these mummies and skeletons' eyes flickered with ghostly flames. They all stood up, ready to host a feast and warmly welcome the unfamiliar guest, Zhao Huanshu. 2 spirits even emerged from the corpses and the ground, swirling in midair, howling mournfully, making his head spin. "Wow, the places I entered before were pretty safe. Why am I suddenly in a graveyard this time?" Zhao Huanshu swung his right hand, tossing all the monster cards in front of him, took a step back, and drew his soul-devouring greatsword from the ground, sweeping it behind him. A zombie lunged forward with claws bared, but its head was smashed to pieces by the great sword, flying 5 meters high. Its body tilted and collapsed, motionless. It seemed these were all low-level undead, not too hard to handle, except for those 2 spirits, which were a bit troublesome. The soul-devouring greatsword couldn't absorb life force from the undead, and with the valley's dim light, the symbiotic vines couldn't be used. Zhao Huanshu's stamina drained quickly during battle. so he needed to end the fight as soon as possible. At this moment, several monster cards landed, forming the shapes of monsters. A goblin warrior held a shield to block a skeleton's attack, growling loudly, pushing the enemy away. It then a fishbone spear forcefully, knocking the skeleton's head clean off. The merman hunter was much stronger than the goblin warrior. Its weapon was sturdier, and it wielded a double-handed spear, sweeping forcefully and knocking the heads of 2 more zombies flying. The treasure chest monster, besides the original ruby eyes, had an additional dull, round red gemstone behind it, hiding a sleepy-looking, wide-eyed orb that seemed exhausted, as if it hadn't slept. Lava crystal core releases intense heat, forming blazing flames that wrap around the treasure chest monster, as if a campfire has been lit in a dark valley. The surrounding area instantly becomes much brighter. The fiery claws swing forcefully, breaking the legs of the creature taller than a person, turning it into firewood to burn. The goblin merchant quickly hides behind a companion, secretly observing in the firelight, showing clear disgust on his face. A bunch of poor ghosts, with nothing valuable on them. Zhao Huanshe also looks at it with disdain. Why did this creature appear, with combat power weaker than an ordinary goblin? But Zhao Huanshe has no time to care about this guy now. Feeling the scorching glow from the treasure chest monster, after knocking down 2 undead in front, he quickly summons the symbiotic vine, wrapping it around his right arm. The 2 ghosts continue to scream loudly, with faint mental shocks, disturbing Zhao Huanshe and the card monster's minds. The goblin merchant gets annoyed by the noise and jumps up, shouting curses at the ghost above his head. 2 poor ghosts. The goblin lord sees you and is already annoyed, still shouting endlessly. The 2 ghosts suddenly stop, then let out sharper screams, their faces twisted as they rush toward the goblin merchant. The goblin merchant screams and crouches down, covering his head. Zhao Huanshe's eyes light up. He quickly swings his sword, sweeping through one ghost's body. Unfortunately, the Soul Eater Greatsword hasn't absorbed enough life force yet. The ghost's misty form isn't enough to instantly kill it. It only weakens the ghost significantly, which then screams and escapes. Meanwhile, the treasure chest monster with 8 legs leaps forcefully, jumping into the air, its sharp metallic teeth wrapped in blazing flames biting into another ghost. That ghost screams miserably, its body instantly engulfed in flames, and in less than 2 seconds, it is burned to nothing. The valley is filled with many undead, but they are weak. Soon, Zhao Huanshe, along with the card monster, kills them all. The goblin warrior is slightly injured, and its fishbone spear breaks during the fight, turning into a short fishbone spear. The amphibious creature, a fishman hunter, is more agile than the goblin warrior and has tough fish scales protecting it, so it suffers no serious injuries. Compared to that, the goblin merchant card monster's strength is very weak. It was just hit by a jumping treasure chest monster and fainted immediately. Then, it was awakened by the flames on the chest monster and rolled around, crying loudly. It almost died on the spot. Zhao Huanshe, feeling a bit speechless, recalled this guy and summoned a goblin thief again. He also took back the fishman hunter who didn't like walking on dry land. During the fight, the Soul Eater sword drained a lot of his stamina. Zhao Huanshe felt weak and summoned a yellow land bird to rest on. He used the treasure chest monster as a torch and walked around the valley. He found a cave that looked like the valley's exit, but discovered it was blocked by fallen rocks. If my way is blocked, how can I go find the villagers for quests? Zhao Huanshe looked up at the narrow valley entrance covered by lush plant leaves, with only a little light shining through. Do I have to climb out from above? He touched his nose and told the goblin warrior and goblin thief to gather nearby dry firewood, preparing to make a fire. They planned to use the photosynthesis of the symbiotic vine to recover their strength quickly. Whether digging a hole to escape or climbing up the mountain wall, both would take a lot of energy. The 2 goblins searched the valley and found they had fewer dry vines and branches. They also pulled off broken cloth from the undead remains and corpses, along with some dried bones, and piled them into a fire. The bones and sticks crackled as they burned, occasionally releasing faint green ghost flames, giving a spooky vibe. Zhao Huanshe didn't mind. He raised his right hand, trying to expose the symbiotic vine to the firelight. With his left hand, he picked up a scattered bone from the ground, about to toss it into the fire. Huh? Why is this bone so dark purple? Has it mutated, or was the owner of this skeleton poisoned or sick before death? Speaking of which, why are there so many corpses in this valley? Could it be that the trial dream set it up as a mass grave? Zhao Huanshe looked around and had the goblin warrior drag over a well-preserved skeleton that hadn't turned into a death spirit. When the goblin warrior pulled the skeleton over, Zhao Huanshe suddenly froze. The skeleton, originally curled up in the corner, was pulled out to reveal a small skeleton tightly hugged in its arms. Upon reflection, I realized that in previous battles, there were also some small, undead monsters. However, Zhao Huanshe was used to killing monsters. He was never gentle with the weak, the old, the disabled, or the injured. At that time, he didn't think much and simply kicked the small skull like a ball, sending it flying. Now, looking back, these are clearly human remains. The small skeletons must have been children's bodies turned into bones. If this were real life now, Zhao Huanshe might feel guilty for a few seconds. But this is a trial dream, where these monsters are just creations of the dream. So, he simply kicked them without hesitation. However, because of some tricky moves in the trial dream, a frightening thought suddenly popped into Zhao Huanshe's mind. Could these corpses be the villagers trying to retake the village from the monsters? Before completing the task, what if he beats up the NPCs who are the victims and then piles their bodies as firewood? What if he sets them on fire? No wonder they brought me to this valley. It seems the trial dream is using this place as a safe zone. Zhao Huanshe suddenly understood, then shook his head with some helplessness. This trial dream system is a bit stupid. It can't even tell the difference between living people and undead. Fortunately, the actual task assignment and rewards come from the trial dream itself. Whether these NPCs are dead, alive, or neither probably won't affect the final outcome, right? Zhao Huanshe was unsure if this broken wall trial dream would require him to kill all the monsters occupying the village and then carry the human bones back to the village. During the fight, the bodies were smashed into pieces, and later goblins used many of them as firewood, so most of the remains are probably beyond repair. He sighed slightly and turned to look at the mummified corpses dragged by the goblin warrior. Their flesh was decayed, and the exposed bones looked black and purple. Zhao Huanshe looked around and saw many purple mushrooms growing on the corners of the valley and on the rock walls. Could it be that these people, after fleeing to the valley, were trapped at the entrance by falling rocks, ran out of food, and then ate these purple mushrooms to survive, only to be poisoned? He muttered to himself, speculating. After resting for a while, and with the photosynthesis from the symbiotic vines, his energy seemed to recover quite a bit. Zhao Huanshe stood up, looked up at the valley's rocky wall. The wall was smooth, with no bumps or cracks to climb on. The valley was probably dark inside, with only some shade-loving moss and mushrooms growing there. No vines were climbing along the stone walls. The dry leaves scattered in the valley likely fell from nearby plants near the entrance. Zhao Huanshe estimated that the height of the valley's cliff was about 15 or 16 meters. It definitely wasn't more than 20 meters. This gave him an idea. Wait until you get up there, then look around for some thick vines or ropes. Throw them down so I can pull myself up. The goblin warrior looked up, staring blankly at the faint light filtering through the leaves above. Up? How am I supposed to get up? Boss, do you think you understand my abilities? Zhao Huanshe didn't bother explaining. He reached out, pressed the goblin warrior back, and recalled it. He also stored the treasure chest monster. He swung his right hand forcefully upward, and 2 cards spun through the air, landing right at the entrance of the valley. The goblin warrior blinked and suddenly found itself outside the valley. Stop daydreaming. Go find something to help pull me up. If you can't do it, let the treasure chest monster bite its way up. Hearing Zhao Huanshe shout from inside the valley, the goblin warrior snapped out of it and left with the treasure chest monster. After some time, just when Zhao Huanshe suspected the goblin warrior had encountered a monster and might be dead outside, the goblin warrior finally returned with a thick vine over 10 meters long. When the goblin warrior lowered the vine, he saw that the end was still 4 or 5 meters above the ground. Zhao Huanshe squinted and judged that it was not a big problem. He put away the yellow land bird and the goblin thief. He told the goblin warrior to hold onto the end of the vine. Then, with a running start and a strong push with his foot, he leapt into the air. He blocked with his left hand in front of him, gently pressing against the rock wall to avoid crashing into the stones and injuring himself. His right hand, wearing the Soul Eater glove, firmly grasped the end of the vine. Zhao Huanshi held the vine with one hand while the goblin warrior pulled him up. Where did all these injuries come from? It looks like you were just beaten up. Your skin is all purple. Zhao Huanshi saw the goblin warrior's body covered in whip marks and asked with some confusion. The goblin warrior forcefully snorted and backed the blood from his nose, then pointed at the thick vine in Zhao Huanshi's hand and mumbled to himself. He explained that while searching for a suitable vine, he was ambushed by this thick vine. Fortunately, he reacted quickly and fought bravely. Plus, the small treasure chest monster nearby helped a little, which allowed him to defeat this powerful and sneaky magical plant. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the vine in his hand and noticed many tiny thorns on its surface. He examined it carefully and saw that the thorns had a faint purple color and a light sweet smell. Zhao Huanshi's eyes twitched slightly. Wow, I asked for a vine, and you brought me a poisonous one. Luckily, he was wearing the Soul Eater gloves on his right hand. Otherwise, his whole arm might have turned purple by now. The goblin warrior kept bleeding from his nose, and his wounds looked serious, but the bleeding wouldn't stop. It was clearly a sign of poisoning. He couldn't take antidotes into the trial dream, so Zhao Huanshi decided to hold the goblin warrior down and bring him back. Then he recalled the treasure chest monster and summoned the Goblin Three Stooges, again to make the goblin thief appear and scout ahead. After climbing out of the valley, Zhao Huanshi felt a faint bad smell in the air. At first, he thought it was the smell of the dead spirits rotting corpses in the valley. He didn't pay much attention and turned his Soul Eater gloves into a large black sword, swinging it to clear the surrounding weeds and vines. While clearing the path, he also scared away any hidden poisonous snakes or other monsters hiding in the bushes. The snakes didn't appear, but many fierce-looking bugs crawled out of the grass, flapping their wings and scattering in all directions. Some bugs got too close to the Soul Eater sword and touched the faint, ghostly mist emanating from it, instantly losing their life and falling to the ground. A barely noticeable life force flowed from the sword into Zhao Huanshi's body, but quickly disappeared. They walked a short distance, but they didn't see any animals or monsters, only a sharp, screeching cry coming from somewhere in the distance. Even though they had left the valley quite far behind, the foul smell in the air didn't fade. Instead, it grew stronger. Zhao Huanshi suddenly felt that something was wrong. When he left the small forest where the valley was located, he found that thick green mist, or rather, poisonous fog, was drifting everywhere around him. The wind couldn't it away. Instead, it twisted into various strange shapes, emitting a strong smell of decay and rot. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and he instinctively covered his nose and mouth with his hand, but he soon realized that this action was useless. Even tearing a piece of cloth from his clothes to make a mask wouldn't block the pervasive toxic air. Moreover, since just now, many tiny insects had been swirling above Zhao Huanshi's head, buzzing constantly, eager to taste his blood, but they hesitated, afraid of something, and didn't dare to get too close. Suddenly, Zhao Huanshi clenched his legs and leapt up forcefully, swinging his dark sword with all his might. A howling, ghostly fog swept past, and a large number of insects fell with a crackling sound. The remaining swarm was frightened and scattered with a loud rush. After driving away the insects, Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sun, then lowered his gaze to the symbiotic vine wrapped around his right hand, his brow furrowing slightly. I wonder why my stamina is draining so much more than usual. Could it be that the symbiotic vine and the soul-eating spirit are using all their life force to repair the damage caused by the toxic air? The toxicity in the air had become even stronger now, and the healing effect of the symbiotic vine was no longer enough. Zhao Huanshi felt his body starting to feel strange. His nostrils burned slightly, his chest felt tight, and the skin on his body, especially the parts exposed outside his clothes, itched lightly. They just threw a poison circle at me? How am I supposed to get rid of it? Do I need to find the village and clear out the monsters before I get poisoned to death? A guess formed in Zhao Huanshi's mind as he looked into the distance. A goblin thief was squatting on the ground, stabbing a brightly colored, fierce-looking caterpillar with a rusty dagger. He was examining it carefully, as if considering whether it was tasty. The bright colors seemed quite attractive to the goblin. The caterpillar's pores opened all over its body, spewing out a dense black mist that quickly dispersed. Although the goblin thief reacted very quickly, waving his hand to fling the misty caterpillar away with his dagger and kicking off the ground to roll back, he still couldn't avoid inhaling a large amount of foul-smelling toxic gas. The smell was disgusting, and combined with the irritating toxicity, the goblin thief turned his head and vomited violently. Since the goblin is so covered in slime, it must be very smelly. Zhao Huanshu instinctively covered his nose and stepped back several paces, then realized something. The goblin thief seems to resist toxic substances in the air much better than he does. Without the soul-devouring and symbiotic vine to repair internal damage, it still looks lively and even tries to taste the poison insects. The scavenging goblin also can't be killed by eating poisonous mushrooms. Could it be that the key to this trial's dream lies with them? Zhao Huanshu wondered if he should retreat into the valley and leave the goblin thief outside to gather information. Then he saw the goblin thief just sprayed with poison gas, now turning green all over. Although it was already green, its skin color has become brighter, and its eyes are rolling back. It's also spitting out a lot of white foam. This creature can resist airborne toxins, but it can't go far without being poisoned by eating bugs. Zhao Huanshu thought to himself, and quickly stepped forward, crouched down, and carefully used his fingernail to touch the goblin thief's body, then called it back into card form. As he stood up, Zhao Huanshu felt dizzy and almost fell. The symptoms of poisoning became more obvious. Red spots appeared all over its skin, and it was both painful and itchy. He resisted the urge to scratch and decided to head back to the valley, to sun himself and think of a solution. But after taking a few steps, a strong foul smell filled the air. A purple fog-emitting slime monster jumped out of the grass. Zhao Huanshu looked at it with disdain. He launched an attack and dealt a fatal to the slime. The slime exploded. The intense corrosive purple fog instantly enveloped Zhao Huanshu, who was trying to escape. Trial failed. Gained 2 evolution points. Current total, 430. That slime can explode? Well, after half a month, I finally encountered a new way to die in this trial dream. Blown up by a slime. Or poisoned. Zhao Huanshu looked up at the ceiling, full of frustration, then started to complain about the intelligence of the trial dream. The AI for the trial dream is so stupid. It keeps saying it wants to help villagers clear the monsters occupying the village. In such a toxic environment, how could anyone build a village there? Plus, those villagers have already turned into undead. At this point, Zhao Huanshu suddenly paused. Huh? You know, if the villagers are undead, they could actually survive in this toxic environment. Helping a group of undead villagers reclaim a village from monsters in a toxic zone. Logically, that makes sense. Zhao Huanshu lay on the bed, lost in thought for a while. Then he got up, grabbed his phone, and went to the living room to pour a glass of water. Passing by the sofa, he sat down casually and picked up the TV remote to turn on the TV. He didn't bother to watch what was on TV. Instead, he unlocked his phone and searched for information about the pollution zone east of Dongchuan City, the toxic fog marsh, and strategies for explorers. The toxic fog marsh was also full of poisonous gas, similar to the environment in the trial dream. Zhao Huanshu wanted to see if the online little geniuses had any clever ideas that could help explorers venture into the marsh without antidotes, purification magic, or resistance to the poison. Most of what he found was nonsense. The more reasonable idea was that if antidotes run out, you could use some magic plants that grow in the toxic marsh to make juice, then mix it into an emergency antidote. This emergency antidote could resist the toxins in the marsh air, but after drinking it, you'd need to go to the hospital within 3 days for gastric lavage. Otherwise, chronic poisoning could cause death or paralysis. Zhao Huanshu wasn't afraid of dying from poison in the trial dream. As long as he could survive 3 days, that was enough. But the emergency antidote for the marsh could only be used there. If you didn't have the right ingredients elsewhere, or even if you made it, it probably wouldn't work. Could he record the properties of the toxic substances in the dream's air and the various plants? Then have Zhao Lijia specially prepare an emergency antidote? No, that's the wrong idea. As he thought more, Zhao Huanshu suddenly frowned. This is the trial of the card monster summoner, not the alchemist's trial. When facing problems, of course, you should think of solutions from the cards. Although the cards I have now don't seem to have any detox abilities, they can be upgraded and evolved. Among these cards, the one most likely to gain detox powers after strengthening is probably the symbiotic vines, or maybe the fishman hunter. If it can mutate to gain magic abilities, perhaps it could even develop a purification spell. As for the goblin, relying on these few fools to detox is less realistic than hoping the raptor will mutate. Earlier, in the Green Forest, the symbiotic vines were worn by members of the exploration team one after another. During that time, they also fought with a demon worshipper, and the card's level has now risen to level 3. Zhao Huanshi feels that just wearing the vines in the sun is very slow for leveling up. Only fighting with the vines, using photosynthesis to recover stamina and injuries, will help them level up faster. Zhao Huanshi originally thought that next time he joins the exploration team on a mission, either he or the team members will fight monsters with the vines. After returning, the vines should be close to level 5 and ready for enhancement. Ask Brother Zhang when the next mission is. Zhao Huanshi sent a message to Zhang Daxuan. But Zhang Daxuan replied that Qian Montang's shield was badly damaged, and he plans to remake a new one. Although it's machine-made, it will take a few days to finish. Plus, the exploration team is currently playing an online game with a special event. They plan to rest for a week and see if there are any suitable missions afterward. Zhang Daxuan also invited Zhao Huanshi to play the game, but Zhao Huanshi doesn't feel like it right now. The vines can't level up or evolve, and every night they get poisoned in the trial dream. Just thinking about it makes him feel frustrated. Zhao Huanshi sighed, turned his phone to landscape mode, and skillfully clicked on an icon. Team, just die already. Being poisoned can't be worse than being beaten to death. When in doubt, just try team. An hour later. What kind of stupid team is this? So useless. Garbage game, ruining my youth, wasting my money. Zhao Huanshi angrily threw his phone aside. The phone screen still showed the results screen of a 5v5 tower defense game. With a swipe of his finger, Zhao Huanshi pulled out the Goblin 3 Scoundrels card. He didn't see the damage repair status on the card info, which surprised him a little. The Goblin Thief looked like he was almost dead from poison at the time. It had only been about 8 or 9 hours, yet he was already fully healed. He threw the card onto the floor and decided to let whoever came out today take the lead. Suddenly, a blue-purple glow gathered, and the Goblin Thief appeared. Huh? What a coincidence. Zhao Huanshi looked carefully at the Goblin Thief, noticing that he no longer showed signs of poisoning. Go get 2 chicken legs and chew on them. I'll order some big roasted chicken for you at noon. The Goblin Thief didn't know what a roasted chicken was, but it sounded delicious. While the Goblin Thief skillfully went to the kitchen to get the chicken legs, Zhao Huanshi hesitated and picked up his phone again. I don't believe it. Half an hour later. A bunch of trash. This is so unfair. Even my super awakened character with all attributes 9 can't handle these useless guys. Zhao Huanshi angrily vented at his phone screen for a while. When he looked back, he saw the Goblin Thief chewing on 2 chicken bones, staring curiously at the game screen. Zhao Huanshi paused. What? Do you want to try? The Goblin Thief nodded repeatedly. Really want to play? But you probably can't read the words. Zhao Huanshi wanted to refuse, but seeing the Goblin Thief's expression, he suddenly smiled mischievously. What does it matter if he can't read? The law doesn't say illiterate people can't play games. And the law doesn't say goblins can't join the game to mess up teammates. Wait a moment, I'll change my account first. 10 minutes later. The Goblin Thief's fingers moved quickly on the phone screen, grinning happily. Seeing him so excited, Zhao Huanshi felt pleased, especially as the game kept giving repeated prompts, making his smile even brighter. Please turn on voice chat. Please turn on voice chat. Please turn on voice chat. Snap. As Zhao Huanshi crushed the last skull with his foot, the angry victims in the valley quieted down again. Zhao Huanshi leaned on his black sword, feeling a little weak. He sniffed carefully. Besides the smell of decay similar to a tomb or cave, there was no foul odor like outside the valley. The air here should not be toxic. Scientifically speaking, the valley is surrounded by a closed environment, located on the top of a small hill, high enough that toxic fog cannot reach. Unscientifically, This valley might be a safe zone for the trial dream, a place to think slowly. Zhao Huanshi thought randomly, summoning the goblin warrior and treasure chest monster back into cards, then tossing them onto the valley. He asked them to fetch the thick vine he found last time, hoping they could pull it out by the roots. That way, he wouldn't have to jump up like a grasshopper if the vine was too short. With nothing else to do, Zhao Huanshi wandered around the valley, looking for new clues. After a while, he felt something was wrong. After walking twice around, his body grew weaker, and his head started to feel dizzy. He looked down at his right hand. The soul-devouring spirit was dormant and hadn't drained his energy. That's strange. Between the cracks of the symbiotic vine, Zhao Huanshi saw tiny purple lines appearing on his skin. He hurriedly checked other parts of his body and found the same symptoms. Wow, this safe zone is really not safe at all, Zhao Huanshi said in shock. We didn't have this problem yesterday when we came in, he frowned in thought. The only difference between yesterday and today is that I didn't light a fire. He examined the remains of the undead monsters in the valley. Did the symbiotic vine use photosynthesis to repair internal injuries when it was burning? Or does heat break down this poison? Or is the poison coming from these corpses? Or the clothes on me? Just as Zhao Huanshi was pondering these possibilities and feeling weaker, he heard a noise overhead. It was the goblin warrior and treasure chest monster finally returning with vines. Because of Zhao Huanshi's orders, the goblin warrior tried to pull out the magical vine by its roots, but almost got strangled to death. It was the treasure chest monster that bit through the vine's roots at a critical moment, saving the goblin warrior. Despite heading straight for the goal, it took longer than yesterday. After being pulled up by the vine, Zhao Huanshi saw that the goblin warrior's injuries were worse, bleeding all over, and was quite shocked. He recalled the goblin warrior to heal its wounds, then summoned the fishman hunter and the goblin scavenger to gather some wood nearby. Light it up, Zhao Huanshi said to the treasure chest monster. The treasure chest monster obediently lay down, and the dull lava crystal core emitted intense heat, turning into flames that spread over its body. Zhao Huanshi brought his hand close to the flames and carefully observed. He noticed the tiny purple veins on its skin fading quickly. Is it really afraid of fire? After a while, the goblin scavenger and fishman hunter returned with some sticks and branches, building a small campfire. Basking in the sun and roasting by the fire, with the photosynthesis of the co-living vines at full effect, Zhao Huanshi quickly recovered. He turned to carefully check the status of the goblin scavenger and fishman hunter. The fishman's head showed a faint green hue, likely caused by air toxins when gathering firewood. But the creature didn't seem to care and kept turning its head to look behind, eyes full of some kind of longing. Zhao Huanshi followed its gaze, but was blocked by dense plants. What are you looking at? Blah, blah, blah. There's a river, wants to go fishing. This place is so toxic that anything not resistant has been killed. Are you sure there are fish in the river? Zhao Huanshi felt a bit speechless. But then he thought, since he didn't plan to pass this trial, just collecting as much information as possible was enough. The fish or other monsters in the river could also be part of the intel. And a fishing enthusiast can only fish in the bathtub at home, which is quite sad when you think about it. He nodded and said, go ahead, but come back regularly to restore your card and check your status. Otherwise, if you get poisoned and turn into a damaged state, it will be troublesome. The fishman's eyes widened suddenly, and it grinned excitedly. Without hesitation, he turned around quickly, grabbed the fishbone spear, and used his hands and feet to hop and run out happily like a big frog. Soon, he disappeared into the bushes. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi felt worried. Will that guy really come back on his own? Or did he get poisoned outside? He looked back at the goblin scavenger. While he was outside gathering firewood, the broken bag in the goblin's hand was bulging, full of unknown items. He opened it and saw various flowers, stones, chewed poisonous mushrooms, and a large, headless beetle. It was all green and slimy, and it was hard to tell if the toxic substances in the air affected it. Probably not, since it even dared to eat poisonous mushrooms and was fine afterward. Originally, Zhao Huanshi planned to let the goblin thief go outside to gather information. But now he changed his mind suddenly. The goblin thief was very good at hiding, but its poison resistance was clearly weaker than that of the goblin scavenger. The goblin scavenger couldn't hide, but it had the ability to make monsters dislike and despise it. As long as it didn't provoke monsters, its survival skills in the wild weren't worse than the goblin thief's. Go. Find the village below the mountain that's occupied by monsters and gather information about the monsters and the surrounding area. After Zhao Huanshi finished speaking, the goblin scavenger nodded. It reached into the bag, took out a large purple fruit, wiped it on the bag, and handed it to Zhao Huanshi with a friendly smile. Zhao Huanshi smelled the sweet, greasy scent coming from the purple fruit and felt a slight dizziness in his head. What the heck is this poisonous apple? The poison is so strong. He looked terrified, backing away repeatedly. He saw the goblin's face show surprise, confusion, and a hint of disappointment. He felt helpless inside. Although being filial is good, this is too much. It's almost overdoing it. His mouth twitched slightly. Zhao Huanshi forced a smile on his face and carefully reached out with his right hand, wearing the soul-devouring glove, to take the poison apple from the goblin. All right, I accept your gift. Go and complete your task. The goblin scavenger nodded happily, grinning widely. It looked very pleased as it swung the broken bag and slowly walked away into the distance. Zhao Huanshi looked down at the fruit the goblin had given him. Although the toxin is strong, looking at the surrounding magical aura, this fruit is at least a mid-level magic material. If I could find it outside, giving it to Zhao Lijiao would definitely make her very happy. After another hour or two, the fishman hunter returned with his catch. Did you really catch a fish? Seeing the fishman hunter grinning widely and happily emerging from the bushes, holding a fishing rod with a small fish hanging on the line, struggling desperately and making strange squeaking sounds. Huh, squeaking sounds? Zhao Huanshi felt something was off. As the fishman hunter got closer, Zhao Huanshi finally saw clearly that what was hanging on the line wasn't a fish at all. It was a toad with bulging eyes, a fish mouth and tail, covered in disgusting lumps. Or maybe a strange fish with a toad's body and legs. Anyway, it looked very gross. You're bringing this back. Are you planning to roast and eat it? Zhao Huanshi could accept goblins eating bugs, but this fish looked too disgusting. He really couldn't stand it. Blah blah blah, just showing off my catch. There's no way I would eat this. Such a thing. Even goblins probably wouldn't want to put it in their mouths. The fishman hunter looked at the struggling strange fish on the line with a look of disgust. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshi said, if you're not going to eat it, then just burn it. It looks so ugly and makes such a terrible noise. It's getting dark, and keeping this thing around is kind of creepy. The fishman hunter nodded, reached out, and forcibly pulled the strange fish off the line, then threw it directly into the fire. As the strange fish was burned, its lumps burst with popping sounds, releasing a strange, foul smell, and it let out even more piercing screams. Zhao Huanshi was worried that this thing might release poison gas like the bugs and slimes here, so he quickly stepped back, away from the fire. The strange fish struggled in the fire for a while and soon stopped moving. The foul smell in the air gradually dissipated. Zhao Huanshi stood far away, turned to look at the fishman hunter, and saw that its symptoms of poisoning were indeed much more obvious than before. He reached out and recalled it, then looked down at the information on the fishman hunter card. Damage repair in progress. Remaining time, 59 minutes. 1 hour later, Zhao Huanshi put the goblin scavenger tribute, the poison apple, and the casually carved wooden short spear into the monster's body to turn them back into cards. Then he summoned the fishman hunter again. Bored, and with the sky still not fully dark, he decided to follow the fishman hunter to see where it was fishing. After walking for half an hour through some bushes and weeds, Zhao Huanshi heard the sound of flowing water and strange squeaking noises from afar. A spring on the mountaintop fed into a small pond in a hollow. Some ugly-looking fish occasionally stuck their heads out of the water, spraying water jets and knocking down insects on nearby plant leaves. If the falling insects landed on the shore, the fish would jump out like frogs, swallow the insects, and then quickly jump back into the pond. Zhao Huanshi looked around and found that the ugly creature the fishman hunter brought back was actually the most handsome among the fish in this pond. Wow, 3 legs, 2 heads, and eyes on the tail. Is there a nuclear power plant built on the mountaintop, discharging nuclear waste into the water? While Zhao Huanshi was still complaining, the fishman hunter's eyes sparkled with excitement. It quickly pulled out a fishing line and hook from its fishbone spear. Casually, it caught a strange-looking insect from the nearby grass. Ignoring the insect's frantic struggles, it threaded the hook into its mouth and poked out its rear. Once everything was ready, the fishman hunter ran to the pond, swung the fishing rod forcefully, and threw the insect into the water, then squatted down like a frog to start fishing. In a way, fishmen and the pond's fish looked quite similar. They could be distant relatives. Watching the fishman hunter from behind as he fished, Zhao Huanshi suddenly noticed the fish in the pond boiling and making strange squeaking sounds. Huh? What's going on? Did the fish get scared by the fishman hunter? Zhao Huanshi was confused inside, but he saw the fishman hunter turn to look downstream at the pond. His eyes were full of anger, as if he was fishing happily, and suddenly a few swimmers appeared nearby. Zhao Huanshi followed the hunter's gaze and saw a purple toxic slime slowly crawling toward the pond along the water flow. Wow, isn't that my enemy? Zhao Huanshi pinched his fingers and summoned the treasure chest monster, taking out the short spears he had sharpened earlier. The toxic slime was not very strong. Zhao Huanshi had only used 2 swords to kill it before. He didn't expect that when it died, it would explode and release a very toxic fog. Before entering the trial, Zhao Huanshi thought that if he met a toxic slime again, he definitely couldn't fight it in close combat. The best way was to use some long-range attacks, like throwing wooden spears. Hit! Zhao Huanshi shouted loudly and threw the short spear with force. Although he sounded very confident, 50 meters was still a bit far for him. Plus, the short spear was bent, and during flight, its balance kept shifting. It finally landed about 4 or 5 meters away from the slime, smashing a passing beetle into pieces. This doesn't make sense. Isn't it true that higher agility means better aim? I added 9 extra points to my agility, so why can't I hit? Turns out, just sharpening a branch isn't enough to make a weapon. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, convinced that the problem was with his weapon-making skills, not because he lacked aim. The fishman hunter had, at some point, stuck a fishbone spear by the pond and was walking over. He looked up at the muttering summoner with some confusion, then picked up a short wooden spear from the ground, shouted loudly, and threw it forcefully into the sky. The wooden spear spun quickly, tracing a perfect parabola in the air, and with a thud, it pierced right into the center of the toxic slime's body. The slime was heavily injured but not dead yet. Its body trembled violently, spewing out a large amount of poison from the wound. The purple fog spread around, and it slowly curled up, trying to use its body fluids to corrode and digest the short spear stuck inside. Are you trying to embarrass me, boss? You lack any sense of judgment and emotional intelligence at work. No wonder you're still just a fisherman. Gulu? The fishman hunter looked up in confusion, his big watery eyes full of question marks. Big eyes with no shine, that's exactly you. Never mind. First, you deal with this slime, and I'll CPU you later. Smack. After another wooden spear hit, the purple poison slime finally burst like a balloon. Purple toxic fog instantly covered a 20 to 30 meter area, and the purple poison splattered everywhere. The poison on the plants quickly ate holes into them. Some of the poison fell into the pond, turning the clear water purple and giving off a strong, unpleasant smell. The strange fish sensed danger and started thrashing wildly in the pond, sticking their heads out and making strange noises. Soon, they all rolled their eyes and floated to the surface. Are these fish so stupid? They get poisoned in the water and still don't run ashore to escape? Are those 3, 4, 5, or 6 legs just decorations? Zhao Huanshi watched and complained. Seeing all the fish in the pond dead, the fishman hunter also opened his mouth wide, looking at Zhao Huanshi with shock and turning his head. Why are you looking at me like that? I didn't poison them. The slime exploded the poison, and you stabbed the slime to death. It has nothing to do with me. Zhao Huanshi spread his hands and said. Hearing this, the fishman hunter was struck like lightning. His eyes went blank, and his whole body went limp, as if he suddenly lost all strength and courage to live. It's just a few strange fish dead. Do you need to be so dramatic? Zhao Huanshi scratched his head, unable to understand. Anyway, next time we come back, this place will reset. I'll let you come again to fish then. Hearing this, the fishman hunter's 2 big eyes, almost like stones, lit up again. He looked at Zhao Huanshi with anticipation. Wah? TCH. Do I need to lie to you about this? Besides, these ugly things are still fish. Next time, I'll take you to the seafood base and aquarium in the southern district to see what real fish look like. Suddenly, Zhao Huanshe realized something was wrong. Wait, can fishmen go into aquariums? Although it seems that the fishman fits well with the seafood base and the aquarium. But, forget it, I'll decide about that later. I'm not even sure if I can take you inside. Not knowing what artificial breeding is, and having never seen an aquarium, the fishman hunter doesn't care if he can enter the seafood base. When he heard Zhao Huanshe say that next time they could go fishing in the pond, he was already very happy. By the way, it seems you can also fish in the polluted area. I think I saw in the Special Affairs Bureau's bounty mission that some fishing enthusiasts formed a group to explorers to fish in the polluted zone. The sky had completely darkened. Zhao Huanshe called back the fishman hunter and returned to the edge of the valley along the trail they had left earlier. The fire they had left before was already burned out. Zhao Huanshe summoned the treasure chest monster and chopped some wood to build a fire on its body. The newly cut wood was damp and hard to ignite. It took a while for the fire from the treasure chest monster to catch, and it produced a lot of thick smoke, like a signal fire. Normally, many flying insects would be attracted to the light and gather around, but the smoke from the fire drove them away. Zhao Huanshe squatted nearby, coughing from the smoke, but he preferred to stay by the fire and endure the fumes rather than be bothered by bugs. Just when he thought the first night of the trial dream would pass like this. Unbeknownst to him, because the firelight on the mountain was too noticeable in the dark, not only insects but also other things were attracted. Although there was no wind, the toxic mists below the mountain suddenly churned and surged, as if guided by something, crossing the forest and gathering toward the firelight on the mountain. A goblin scavenger covered in mud peeked out from the bushes and looked into the distance. A group of humanoid monsters, covered in boils and tumors, with webbed hands and feet, and bodies somewhat resembling fishmen, but with heads more like toads, danced strangely under the moonlight. They made some crazy, dull noises. The goblin scavenger watched for a while, then tried to turn away and go find signs of a village elsewhere, but suddenly everything went black, and he lost consciousness. Trial failed. Gained evolution point, 1. Current evolution points, 431. Zhao Huanshe opened his eyes and looked at the ceiling of his bedroom. Why do those toxic gases still drift up the mountain at night? What's the reason for that? Zhao Huanshe couldn't understand. After thinking for a while, he decided to call out the goblin scavenger to ask if it had noticed anything. He didn't have high hopes for the goblin scavenger, but he hoped to get some important information from it. A humanoid monster with a frog-like head? Could it be a toadman? Aren't those monsters only found in swamp areas? Zhao Huanshe took out his phone, searched for toadman information, and found a high-quality photo. He showed it to the goblin scavenger. Is this the kind of monster? The goblin scavenger stared at the phone screen carefully, then held its head and thought for a moment, looking a bit confused. What's wrong? Zhao Huanshe asked. Yeraclot, it looks a bit like it, but uglier. Are you sure? That thing is already pretty ugly, Zhao Huanshe said, looking at the disgusting monster with a toad-like head and boils on its face on his phone. Wait, it seems the toadman's caster has the ability to control poisonous fog and cultivate venomous insects. If that's the case, then the fog isn't just drifting up on its own, right? Realizing that they had been attacked by a toad man, Zhao Huanshe quickly understood the situation. Those monsters probably saw the firelight and realized there was an enemy on the mountain. Maybe these monsters aren't good at fighting in the forest terrain, so they used the poisonous fog to move up the mountain, either to kill enemies directly or to provoke them into coming down to fight. All right, I was careless, but at least I now know who the enemy is. It's not a pointless death. The Toadman is good at using poison, and its leader is a caster. If I want to pass the trial in the dream, I can try cultivating a symbiotic vine to see if it can evolve to provide resistance to poison or detoxification abilities. Because of the Special Task Force's bounty on demon worshippers and demon statues, many strong exploration teams have recently taken on missions in the Emerald Forest, hoping to encounter demon worshippers deep inside the forest. With more people coming and going, the area near the forest's exit has become safer. Zhao Huanshe thought for a moment. With his strength, even if he was alone, as long as he didn't go too deep and just wandered near the entrance, looking for weak monsters to fight, it wouldn't be a big problem. The biggest threat, the demon worshipper, was probably already eaten by some magical vine deep in the forest. No? How could there be none? In the central area of the lush green forest, at a chaotic battle scene, the remains of about 10 tree monsters lay scattered around. There was also a fresh large hole dug into the ground, with a strange human-shaped skeleton assembled nearby. A man wearing a black demon mask held a mysterious skull with swirling blood mist in his right hand, his eyes full of fierce anger and impatience. Behind him, more than 10 other adventurers, all wearing different armor and weapons, also covered their heads. 2 ordinary people looked terrified and pale. The blood sacrifice skull clearly pointed us here. Could the ritual provided by the demon priest be flawed? He wouldn't do something like that. The man with the black demon mask shook his head slightly. Besides, the blood sacrifice skull really did lead us to this useless body's location. Maybe the demon priest just exaggerated the ritual's effect. Suddenly, a heavy object hit the ground with a loud thud. "Master, this offering is about to die," one of the adventurers warned. The man with the black demon mask turned his head and looked. Oh, another poor soul abandoned by time. Perhaps the blood sacrifice skull used too much energy on the way here, and now it's low on power. Eating an offering might restore its energy and help find the demon statue's location. He then grabbed the blood mist swirling skull and walked toward the fallen offering. "Please, let me go." The young man, weak and unable to move, lay on the ground, trembling with fear as he begged softly. "Don't be afraid, just a little at a time. If you can't awaken, you will die sooner or later. Instead of quietly dying like dust, it's better to contribute what you can to the arrival of a new era." The man with a black face crouched down and placed the blood sacrifice skull on the young man's forehead. "No, I don't want to. No." As a strong suction came from the forehead, the young man felt something inside him quickly flowing away. His consciousness became more and more blurry, and his murmuring voice grew weaker. In just a moment, the young man, who was once gravely ill, turned into a withered, fierce-looking corpse. This death looked similar to the bodies of monsters whose life force had been drained by the soul-devouring sword. After finishing the sacrifice, the blood mist surrounding the blood sacrifice skull grew thicker. The man with a black face opened his hand, and the blood sacrifice skull floated up by itself, slowly spinning. With eager eyes, he looked at the remains of the demon worshipper he had just pieced together, not far away, glowing with crimson light from his eye sockets. His hope instantly turned into anger, and he almost wanted to crush and stomp on this useless skull right then and there. "Master," his subordinates hurriedly stepped forward to stop him, afraid he would destroy the blood sacrifice skull. The man with a black face took a deep breath, suppressing his anger. He reached out and recalled the blood sacrifice skull, then turned to look at the remaining sacrifice. I have awakened. Look, I'm fine." His eyes turned red, his hair grew wildly, his nails lengthened, his skin became rough and hard, and strange growths and lumps appeared all over his body. His body had changed so much, but he felt nothing at all. Seeing this poor guy, the black-faced man's mood brightened considerably. He looked proud and spoke sarcastically. "Ignorant ant, you don't even realize you're being toyed with by fate. Let me help you end this sad life." With a piercing scream, another corpse was added to the ground. The blood fog from the blood sacrifice skeleton became thick and water-like, as if it might drip at any moment. But still, there was no sign of the demon statue, as if it had disappeared from this world. "Stupid demon priest, stupid skeleton head." Seeing the black-faced man become more agitated, his subordinates quickly warned him. "Sir, could the statue have already been destroyed?" The black-faced man frowned. "It's possible, but there's no information from the Special Affairs Bureau. If other explorers found it, their first reaction would be to hand it over for a reward. Could it be those monsters? Maybe. Anyway, since we can't find the demon statue, we'll have the demon priest figure out how to send another one. Just deal with these 2 bodies and that useless bone." While giving orders to destroy the bodies, the black-faced man also put the blood sacrifice skeleton into a wooden box he carried. "This creepy thing is quite evil. Holding it affects your mood, making you easily irritable. Did we accept any other bounty missions?" "Yes. One from the Special Affairs Bureau to explore the central area of the Emerald Forest, 2 from the Research Institute in the Western 4 Zone, for collecting magical plant materials and a bounty from the black market to catching monsters. Those fools want to tinker with something again. Never mind. If they cause trouble, it's better for us. It can also help attract the attention of the Special Affairs Bureau. Meanwhile, Zhao Huanshi, holding a fine steel sword, moved through the fog into the contaminated zone, wandering alone around the outskirts of the Emerald Forest. After walking for a long time, he was finally spotted by a pack of wolves, which surrounded him from all sides. Zhao Huanshi glanced at them. 5 wolves didn't pose much threat to him, but he didn't plan to fight. He flicked his fingers, summoning a goblin warrior, then threw a symbiotic vine onto the goblin. Zhao Huanshi quickly climbed up a small tree behind him. Based on previous experience, the symbiotic vine absorbs sunlight faster in the contaminated zone than in the city. If it can participate in battles with its host and use photosynthesis to heal the host, its level-up speed would be greatly increased. The symbiotic vine needs to be upgraded, and of course, other card monsters should also be improved. Let the goblin warrior fight together with the symbiotic vine. Each battle upgrades 2 cards at once, which is very cost-effective. Moreover, fearing that the goblin warrior might be too weak in fights, he carries a shield and spear. With the symbiotic vine, he could also be bitten by wolves, causing the card to become damaged. Zhao Huanshi even took out the Fishman Hunter, holding it on his finger, ready to use flying cards and switch cards to replace the goblin warrior. Zhao Huanshi planned everything well, but he only overlooked one thing. When the wild wolves saw the goblin warrior suddenly appear, they were first startled. After recognizing the enemy, their eyes showed disdain. They snarled threateningly and slowly backed away, seemingly planning to give up the prey and retreat. The goblin warrior had a symbiotic vine wrapped around his neck, holding a shield in one hand and a spear in the other, ready to fight 5 enemies alone. Yet, the enemies actually planned to escape without fighting? Has the goblin warrior become so powerful? Just his presence alone can scare off enemies. The goblin warrior felt a bit proud. Idiot, they're clearly disgusted by your meat, and see you as dog decorated with cilantro. Zhao Huanshi reminded him from behind. What is cilantro? Goblin meat is already hard to eat. But these guys dare to compare the brave goblin warrior to dog? The goblin warrior instantly got angry. He snarled fiercely and launched an attack on the wild wolves. The attacking wolf kicked off the ground, dodging the goblin warrior's fishbone spear skillfully, howling in anger, and calling his companions to attack together. A goblin warrior could probably defeat 1 wolf, but 2 would be tough. Now, with the help of the symbiotic vine, plus his shield and spear, he could stand his ground and fight 5 wolves back and forth. Although he quickly got many wounds and looked quite miserable, he relied on the healing ability provided by the symbiotic vine and wouldn't die easily for now. Zhao Huanshi was playing with the Fishman Hunter, even zoning out and starting to daydream. Since he was here, why not send the 3 troublemakers out to farm monsters and level up? This place is about 40 kilometers straight line distance from the Western Research Area 4, so there's no need to worry about goblin groups from the research zone affecting it. However, if I place the summon here, there's a good chance that the 3 troublemakers might run into Dongchuan City. Never mind, better to play it safe. Ah, bang! The scream of a wild wolf and the breaking sound of a fishbone spear happened almost at the same time. Zhao Huanshi looked down and saw a wild wolf with half a fishbone stuck in its eye, blood pouring out. It staggered back a few steps and collapsed to the ground, twitching. The other 4 wolves, seeing this, whined and slowly backed away. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior, covered in many wounds, looked fierce. Holding a broken fishbone sword, it advanced aggressively toward the enemies. The wolves had attacked the goblin warrior because they had been provoked. Even if they managed to bite it to death, the wolves wouldn't want to eat the goblin's flesh. Now, the enemy hadn't been killed, and the wolf pack had lost 1 member. The others were also badly injured. The wolves realized the situation was turning bad and started to retreat. Since you're all here, don't go away now, Zhao Huanshi snapped his fingers. The Fishman Hunter and the yellow landbird shot out and landed behind the wolves. The Fishman Hunter formed instantly and stabbed a wild wolf with its fishbone spear. The yellow landbird also kicked a fleeing wolf back, which was then pinned down by a goblin warrior and had its throat pierced with a bone sword. The other 2 wolves, seeing this, showed no intention of helping their companions. They whined and quickly ran into the grass, disappearing. After the fight, Zhao Huanshi recalled the fishman hunter and threw the treasure chest monster, stuffing the 3 wolf corpses inside. He let the goblin warrior rest in the sun to heal, while he hid in the shade, half reclining against the land bird, eating some dry food from his backpack. About an hour later, the goblin warrior was almost sun-dried, and its wounds had mostly healed. Zhao Huanshi called the goblin warrior over, then took back both the goblin and the symbiotic vine. He checked the information on the 2 cards he held. The goblin warrior had leveled up to level 2, but the symbiotic vine remained at level 3 without any improvement. However, Zhao Huanshi felt confident. As long as the goblin warrior found a few more monsters to fight, the symbiotic vine should level up to level 4. He retracted the treasure chest monster disguised as a wooden box in the corner and rode his land bird to continue wandering. On the way, whenever he encountered any monsters, he would send the goblin warrior to fight them. Later, the turtle shell was shattered, and the fishbone spear was reduced to just a small piece the size of a palm. The goblin warrior could only pick up a stick from the ground and stab a jungle slime with it for a long time. The jungle slime trembled violently, spewing out a thick green slime from its wound, then slumped down limp and shriveled. Once the goblin warrior's wounds healed, Zhao Huanshi recalled his card again. The goblin warrior had already reached level 3, and after a couple of easy fights or one tough battle, it should level up to 4. Meanwhile, the symbiotic vine finally reached level 5. White monster card Symbiotic Vine. LV Max. New skill, Basic Light Energy Enhancement. Basic Light Energy Enhancement. The symbiotic vine's efficiency in using light energy has slightly increased. Under the same light conditions, it can provide more stamina and healing ability. Cannot upgrade the card level further. After completing the card enhancement ritual, it can evolve from a white card to a green card by spending 200 evolution points. Symbiotic Vine Card Enhancement Ritual. Parasitize the symbiotic vine on a card monster or other animal, and in an open environment, except 8 hours of continuous moonlight exposure. The enhancement ritual for the symbiotic vine is just sunbathing in moonlight? Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was almost evening, and the sun was about to set. If he went home now, he'd arrive around 7 p.m., then go to the rooftop to bask in the moonlight for 8 hours, ending around 3 or 4 a.m. If all went well, he could go to the trial dreamscape tomorrow morning to avenge those toad spirits. If not, and the symbiotic vine didn't gain poison resistance or detoxification abilities after evolving, he would have to continue leveling up cards in the Emerald Forest. Zhao Huanshi was thinking about this as he prepared to ride his land bird back to the explorer's town. Suddenly, he heard arguing from afar, sounding like 2 groups of explorers clashing. Zhao Huanshi muttered softly to himself. After a few minutes, Zhao Huanshi sneaked into the bushes, quietly peeking out to see what was happening. He saw 2 exploration teams arguing loudly and aggressively. The loudest and most noticeable person was his old acquaintance, Lucky Star, Li Guangcai. I knew it. That voice sounds so unpleasant. Only old Li could be so loud. Although Zhao Huanshi didn't know exactly what was going on, he understood who Li Guangcai was. He knew that anyone working with him couldn't be trustworthy. At this moment, Zhao Huanshi fully supported the other exploration team in his mind. But that blonde kid, he looked so familiar. Who is he? Zhao Huanshi thought hard and finally remembered. That blonde kid was the enthusiastic young man who first suggested he join a reliable exploration team when he entered the Green Forest. Back then, his teammate called him Shooting Star, right? After listening for a while, Zhao Huanshi understood why the 2 teams were fighting. It was because the exploration team with the blonde kid had spent a lot of effort to weaken their prey, but while escaping, they ran into Li Guangcai's team, who were camping nearby, and got snatched. Such things happen often among exploration teams. Whether they can recover their prey depends on the morality of the team that finds it first and the strength gap between the 2 teams. But clearly, Li Guangcai's team was not very moral, and the blonde kid's team was at a disadvantage in strength. Otherwise, Li Guangcai, who was quite useless, would have hidden and played dead long ago. He wouldn't be shouting so loudly to attract Zhao Huanshi's attention. After a heated argument, the blonde kid, like a lit firecracker, loudly declared he wanted to fight the others alone, but his teammate covered his mouth and dragged him away. Seeing this, Li Guangcai immediately jumped to the front, loudly mocking them. Although this had nothing to do with Zhao Huanshi, Li Guangcai's smug expression really annoyed him. This scoundrel! I really want to punch him. Zhao Huanshi was so angry that his teeth itched, but when he saw that Li Guangcai's teammates nearby were quite strong, he could only force down his anger. It's not that I won't pay back, just not now. I'll go home first to develop myself, he muttered quietly and quietly retreated. About half an hour later, Li Guangcai, holding a few pieces of paper and humming a tune, left the camp, planning to find a place nearby to go to the bathroom. If he were in the deep forest or a more dangerous place, Li Guangcai wouldn't dare to leave the camp alone to do his business. But here, at the edge of the forest, even with his limited strength, he was a self-aware professional. Moreover, the camp was right behind him. If any danger arose, he could shout for help, and someone would come immediately. Just as Li Guangcai pulled down his pants and squatted, he noticed a rusty iron box hidden in the grass not far ahead. He was stunned for a moment, staring blankly at the box. The more he looked, the more he felt there was something very valuable inside. Li Guangcai's throat went dry, and he couldn't help swallowing saliva. He carefully looked back, seeing everyone in the camp focused on their own tasks, paying no attention to this side. His heart suddenly pounded loudly. He quietly stood up, pulled up his pants, looked back again to make sure no one was watching, and with an excited smile on his face, tiptoed toward the rusty box. The closer he got, the more excited he became, imagining all the treasures he would get after opening the box. He didn't notice the weeds around him being pressed down mysteriously, as if something invisible was stepping on them. Bang! A goblin thief jumped up and forcefully swung a wooden stick, smashing it heavily on Li Guangcai's back of the head. The stick was so powerful that even a thick branch was snapped in half. Li Guangcai didn't make a sound and fainted immediately. The goblin thief, ready to strike again, was a bit disappointed that the treasure chest monster, which was prepared to launch a full attack with all 8 legs, didn't give him a chance. Time was urgent, and Li Guangcai's companions could discover the anomaly at any moment. The goblin thief didn't have time to worry about its partner's disappointment. It quickly rummaged through Li Guangcai's belongings, skillfully taking all the valuables and stuffing them into its small bag. Then, following Zhao Huanshi's instructions, all of Li Guangcai's clothes were taken off and piled together to be set on fire by the treasure chest monster. After completing this, the goblin thief immediately turned invisible and ran away. The treasure chest monster also transformed the main body of the chest into a wooden, grass-green color, stretched out 8 long legs, and quickly escaped the scene, hiding among the weeds like a large grass spider. The flames and thick smoke from the burning clothes soon attracted the attention of Li Guangcai's companions. When several adventurers hurriedly arrived with weapons, they saw Li Guangcai lying on the ground, completely, with some strange substance on his backside, which attracted several dung beetles. These beetles even started fighting over the hot, freshly cooked item, causing many scratches to Li Guangcai's vital areas. Ow! Seeing this scene, the adventurers instinctively clenched their legs and gasped in surprise. Meanwhile, the mastermind behind all this was riding a land bird, heading toward the explorer's town. Thinking about the battle process described by the goblin thief earlier, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but let out a cold laugh. Huh, a rookie warrior who can only hit with one stick is really impressive. He took out the goblin 3 scoundrels, moved his thoughts, and suddenly a rustic-looking metal ring appeared on his hand. The strength ring, which is a basic magic item. Although it only increases strength by 1 point, for most adventurers, it's barely noticeable. But the magic effect of the strength ring is passive. As long as it's worn, it works. Even ordinary people can use it, and it could be sold for 4,000 or 5,000 coins. He originally thought Li Guangcai had become a rookie warrior and had already discarded this ring. Unexpectedly, he was still wearing it, which was a good deal for Zhao Huanshi. Besides the strength ring, the only other valuable item the goblin thief brought back was a fine steel dagger worth around 1,000 or 1,800 coins. The rest were just some worthless scraps. Zhao Huanshi admits that the act of ambushing and robbing Li Guangcai was reckless and immature. If he had been exposed, besides Li Guangcai's hostility, It could have caused other problems. But he felt great. Hitting that dog Li Guangcai with a surprise attack was more satisfying than sweating in the heat or finishing a cold soda in one gulp. It's not that the time hasn't come to report, but since fate has sent this scoundrel right to my doorstep, it means it's time for revenge. Zhao Huanshe feels that if he doesn't act now, he might face the backlash of destiny and be punished by heaven. He toys with the power ring in his hand, coming up with many reasons in his mind. When Zhao Huanshe finally comes to his senses, he finds that Lu Xing Niao has already carried him to the edge of the pollution zone's fog. He casually tucks the ring into his pocket, gets off Lu Xing Niao, and puts it away. Zhao Huanshe steps out of the pollution area and finds himself in a deserted field about 2 or 3 kilometers from the explorer town. After hesitating a little, he decides not to summon Lu Xing Niao again and walks honestly back to the west second checkpoint. At night, dark clouds cover the sky, but the moonlight is bright. On the rooftop of building number 5 in Lichuan Garden Community, Zhao Huanshe lies on a lounge chair, his left hand wrapped with a symbiotic vine resting on the armrest, unmoving. His right hand holds his phone, watching videos. He paused for a moment because of Li Guangcai's matter. When Zhao Huanshe gets home, it's already past 8 p.m. He plans to stay up on the rooftop tonight, until around 4 or 5 in the morning, to complete the enhancement ritual for the symbiotic vine, evolve the card, and then go back to sleep. Recently, several cities have seen strange changes in corpses. The bodies and bones of the dead humans or animals turn into undead monsters and come back to life, attacking nearby people or animals. Experts say this is caused by the increase of magic in the air reaching a certain concentration, leading to corpse transformation. Most of these undead monsters are not very strong when they first appear. As long as people stay calm, they can easily escape danger or even fight back and defeat the monsters. Zhao Huanshe watches a news video showing a skeleton duck, or is it a goose, hanging with rotten flesh. Its eye sockets glow with ghostly blue fire, looking fierce. It limps and scares a hunting dog into running around wildly, then gets smashed to the ground by a burly man with a shovel. Huh? Even a duck skeleton can come back to life? Then what about a chicken skeleton? Could it stand up again too? In the future, maybe selling chicken racks will no longer be allowed. However, fresh corpse ingredients are fine as long as the heads are cut off. The old, frozen items in the cold storage might come back to life and rebel. While Zhao Huanshe was happily laughing at the situation, a patrol-armed drone with flashing red lights flew in from afar. It hovered above him for a moment before flying away. Although Zhao Huanshe had vines wrapped around his arm and was sitting on the rooftop enjoying the moonlight late at night, he felt something was strange about the drone's movements, as if it was watching some suspicious person. The night breeze was cool. Zhao Huanshe tightened his blanket and continued watching videos. A few hours later, Zhao Huanshe, looking weak and leaning on a dark sword, stood in the middle of the valley. His face was pale, and tiny purple lines appeared under his skin, making him look seriously ill and close to death. I was careless. He was so tired from watching videos on the rooftop that he wanted to watch an exciting movie to wake himself up. But that terrible movie was a fake, boring to death. In less than 5 minutes, Zhao Huanshe fell asleep and was pulled into a trial dream. The symbiotic vine was outside under the moonlight, but Zhao Huanshe couldn't summon it. After fighting with the villagers, his stamina was completely drained by soul devouring, and his body was being corroded by the toxic substances in the valley. Normally, without the symbiotic vine, he wouldn't survive the trial, so he might as well die and be done with it. But last night, he had just promised the fishman hunter to let it continue fishing for those ugly, disgusting monsters in the pond during the trial dream. Although Zhao Huanshe was in absolute control of the card monsters, and he could break any promises he made, they had no way to resist. They still had to follow his orders and do his work. But to Zhao Huanshe, the card monsters were his true allies. Playing tricks on them over such a small matter made him feel ashamed of himself. He ordered the goblin and fishman hunter to gather the corpse of the undead monster, then set it on fire to burn away the poison on his body. Then he said to the fishman hunter, "Go play in the pond yourself. Come back when you feel your body can't take it anymore. I'll change you out. But I don't think you'll last more than a few hours." Although the poison in the valley had dissipated with the heat, It couldn't heal the damage caused by the toxin because there was no symbiotic vine's healing ability. Zhao Huanshi felt his body growing weaker and weaker. He recalled the Fishman Hunter as a card, gathered his remaining strength, and threw the card forcefully outside the valley. Watching the Fishman Hunter happily walk away holding a fishbone spear, Zhao Huanshi slightly smiled and lay on the ground, quietly waiting for death. "Hey, trial system, are you there? There's a bug that needs fixing. Why don't the gems in the treasure chests count down in the dream world?" Zhao Huanshi muttered weakly, staring at the bright light at the valley's entrance, his vision gradually blurring. In the morning, Zhao Huanshi was awakened by the morning light. He looked at the sky, feeling a bit confused. After a few seconds, his mind cleared. He immediately became concerned about the result of the symbiotic vine's strengthening ritual. He turned his head to the left, where the symbiotic vine was wrapped around his arm. The leaves gently swayed in the sunlight. The stem seemed thicker, or maybe it was just his imagination. Nothing had changed in the vine. Could it be that I moved too much while sleeping, causing the upgrade to fail? A chill ran through Zhao Huanshi's heart. He sat up slightly, recalled the symbiotic vine as a card. Card upgrade complete. The symbiotic vine has grown, and its energy absorption efficiency has slightly increased. Seeing that the symbiotic vine card's upgrade ritual was successful, Zhao Huanshi relaxed a little. Then he got up from the lounge chair, coughed twice, cleared his throat, raised the card, aimed it at the rising sun, held his head high, squinted, and shouted, "Evolve!" A green glow emitted from the center of the card, spinning and dancing, finally merging back into the card. The evolution was complete. The edges of the card turned green, and the image of the symbiotic vine in the middle became thicker, with denser leaves and small yellow flowers blooming. Green monster card, Bright Light Vine. LV1. Compared to the symbiotic vine, the Bright Light Vine is more efficient at absorbing light energy and provides more help to its host. Symbiosis. Choosing an object to form a symbiotic relationship with. Photosynthesis. The bright light vine continuously converts light energy to restore the host's strength and vitality, speeding up wound healing. Star Moonflower. The flowers of the bright light vine also have photosynthesis ability, with higher efficiency. When illuminated by the sun, moon, or stars, they produce a purifying effect, continuously removing toxins and diseases from the host's body. Seeing the effect of the Star Moonflower, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. Sure enough, I knew the key to the trial must be in the cards. But there's only one Star Moon Vine. Do I have to carry my sword and go cut it myself? It feels like my style as a summoner isn't quite right. Never mind, I'll just go back and rest first. When the dream begins, I'll visit the village to see what to do. It probably isn't far from where the goblin scavengers found the Toadman. I just don't know if that guy still remembers the way. Entering the valley, clearing out the troublemakers, searching for vines, then leaving the valley. Zhao Huanshi and his summoned creatures skillfully went through the trial start process. The blooming bright light vine's photosynthesis is at least twice as effective as the symbiotic vine. After defeating the troublemakers, Zhao Huanshi still had plenty of stamina. Leaving the valley, under the sunlight, the toxins on his body were quickly purified by the Star Moonflower. No need to rest or wait. Zhao Huanshi recalled the other monsters, summoned goblins to find the scavengers, and had them lead him to the place where the Toadmen were previously discovered. On the way, he encountered purple toxic slimes and some bizarre, disgusting monsters, and he tried to avoid them. Soon, Zhao Huanshi noticed the ground becoming muddy and wet, with more puddles and mud pools appearing. When they reached the destination, the area was filled with poisonous fog and waterlogged land, looking very similar to the poison fog marsh on the east side of Dongchuan City. Zhao Huanshi and the goblin scavenger hid in a dense patch of reed-like plants, quietly observing a toad man in the distance. The toad man carried a wooden spear, held a grass basket, and was catching strange fish and insects in the water puddles. It is indeed a bit uglier than the toad people in the poison fog swamp. Gabagla, right? Goblins always say they look especially ugly. The goblin scavenger nodded in agreement. Zhao Huan looked around carefully, but didn't see any other toad people nearby. He lowered his voice and said to the goblin scavenger, "Stay here. I'll go check that guy's strength." Then, Zhao Huan quietly tiptoed forward, holding his soul eater greatsword. After a few steps, he felt something was off. He looked back at the sneaky goblin scavenger hiding in the bushes, then at his pitch-black sword, and suddenly realized what was wrong. Oh, the style is just off. In this scene, you'd think the goblin scavenger was the summoner. Forget it. I'll gather more monster cards, raise my level and quality, and then the style will be right. Zhao Huan cleared his mind and focused on the distant enemy. Maybe he didn't expect to encounter an attack here. The toad person was completely focused on the strange fish in the water puddle, not noticing that an enemy was approaching from behind. Until Zhao Huan felt he was close enough, he suddenly launched a surprise attack. He stomped heavily on the water puddle, making a loud splashing sound, which startled the toad person. But it was too late. A black streak flashed across, and the toad person's huge frog head was completely cut off. It fell into the water puddle, splashing water everywhere, but no blood or similar fluid came out. Black smoke billowed from the wound, spreading quickly along the body. The chubby frog's body and the disgusting pustules on its skin shriveled rapidly. In just a few seconds, the bulky humanoid toad turned into a giant dried frog that had been sun-dried for 180 days. Huh? Should I give it a chance to fight back? He said he was testing its strength, but he ended the enemy with one sword. Forget it. They're all weaklings anyway. Whether I try or not doesn't matter. But this big frog has more vitality than the fishman and goblin. Maybe it's because it's a bit chubbier. The skull of the soul-eater greatsword emitted a sinister ghostly aura, slowly swirling around the blade, whispering faintly. Zhao Huan used the tip of his sword to poke at the wooden spear carried on the back of the swamp toad person. The tip glowed with a bright green light, clearly coated with poison. The bottom was soft, and even sprouted two small, colorful mushrooms. Gently stabbing the mushroom with his sword, it suddenly exploded, releasing a cloud of pink smoke. Inside the swamp toad's grass basket, several quiet, pretending to be dead strange fish suddenly started to boil violently, twisting desperately as if trying to escape through the gaps in the basket. These ugly things, their brains must be corrupted by the poison gas. They have 4 legs, and I don't know why they're trying to crawl out from the top opening and desperately digging down. While Zhao Huan was complaining, he saw the pink smoke drift down and land on the strange fish, causing tiny mushrooms to grow on their bodies. Zhao Huan quickly stepped back 2 paces, carefully checking if he had any of the pink mist on himself or if any colorful mushrooms had grown. What kind of mushroom is this? So aggressive. Seeing the small mushrooms on the strange fish grow more and more, and the fish gradually stopped moving, Zhao Huan muttered quietly, then turned around and walked away, too lazy to deal with the swamp toad's dry corpse. Hiding would only delay things further. The swamp toad isn't a goblin. If members of its group go missing, it would probably alert the others. Zhao Huan called over the goblin scavenger and summoned it back, replacing it with a goblin thief. Although its poison resistance was much worse than the goblin scavenger's, the poisonous fog in the air wouldn't instantly kill it. Staying for half a day was no problem. Unlike a certain goblin warrior who, after just one breath, immediately turned pale, foamed at the mouth, and collapsed. If Zhao Huan's card recall had been 2 seconds slower, it would have died right then. This guy is just unbelievable. How can it keep getting weaker as it evolves? Zhao Huan had the goblin thief walk ahead, following the traces left by the swamp toad when it came, heading toward the swamp toad's gathering place, which was also the human village in the trial target. On the way, they encountered a few more swamp toad people fishing and catching insects for food. Zhao Huan cooperated with the goblin thief to kill them all, then threw the bodies into nearby grass or mud pools. As night fell and darkness approached, Zhao Huan finally found his target. It was a dilapidated village submerged in the muddy waters of the swamp. Most of the houses are badly damaged or have completely collapsed, leaving only broken walls and ruins. A few houses that are still mostly intact have colorful mud symbols painted on the walls, with swamp toads coming in and out. Zhao Huan sure guesses that these colorful symbols might be marks used by the swamp toads to mark their territory, indicating which houses belong to them. The human village can't be built in such a terrible place, the scavenger said. They say the leader of the swamp toads is a spellcaster. Do these monsters even have the power to change the land? While Zhao Huansher was thinking, he saw the goblin thief's face turn green and glow, clearly poisoned, and struggling to stay conscious. He quickly recalled the goblin as a card and stored it away. Suddenly, the village became noisy. A swamp toad, over 2 meters tall and round like a ball, appeared. Its body was covered with decorations made from bones and wood. It held a large wooden staff, thick at the top, almost like a hammer. It led a group of a dozen strong swamp toads and walked out of the village. Watching the leader of the swamp toads and his group leave, Zhao Huanshe guessed that these monsters might have noticed the time and gone out to look for food. Several members hadn't returned yet, so they went to check on them. Did that monster leader take all the elite members of the group? He wondered silently. He looked carefully at the remaining villagers. Besides 7 or 8 adult swamp toads who looked like simple civilians and were weaker, there were only about a dozen young monsters that hadn't fully grown. Haha, if I kill all the monsters in the village now, would that count as completing the trial? Zhao Huanshe muttered to himself. Holding his soul-devouring sword, he used obstacles to hide his view and sneaked toward the village. It was unlikely he could complete the trial, since the monster leader would probably return with his followers. It wouldn't be a full victory, but killing all the swamp toads left behind in the village could weaken their group, preventing them from interfering when he fought the monster leader. He thought to himself, moving slowly along the house walls. When he was close enough, he suddenly leapt out and cut off the head of a swamp toad that was sitting on the ground weaving a grass basket. Next to him, the swamp toad juvenile looked terrified, opening its mouth to make a sharp cry and turning to run away. Zhao Huanshe kicked it to the ground, and his dark sword pierced straight through the monster's body. Seeing the juvenile toad wrapped in black mist and quickly shriveling up, Zhao Huanshe still had time to complain. This little thing doesn't even have a tail. Aren't tadpoles the babies of frogs? When he killed the adult swamp toad, Zhao Huanshe was already exposed. The terrified screams of the juvenile toad attracted the attention of all the remaining swamp toads in the village. 4 or 5 adult swamp toads shouted and called their young ones over. The rest of the swamp toads appeared from all around the village, weapons in hand, charging fiercely at Zhao Huanshe. Apart from the one beheaded, there were about 15 adult swamp toads that appeared, more than Zhao Huanshe had seen before. Fortunately, these monsters were scattered in small groups, keeping some distance from each other. It seemed they thought Zhao Huanshe was alone and didn't see the need to wait for all their companions to gather before attacking. Seeing this, Zhao Huanshe sneered. He swung his sword, cutting the first 3 swamp toads and their spears into 2 pieces each. Dark energy spread out, and the corpses withered and turned black. The ghostly whispers grew clearer. The fierce look in the swamp toads' eyes instantly turned to fear. They hesitated, wondering whether to turn and run. But Zhao Huanshe already charged forward with a fierce grin. Whoosh! As one swamp toad's head flew high into the air, it let out a terrified cry, its body's pustules suddenly bursting, spraying a large amount of green poison mist and fluid. Zhao Huanshe's eyes sharpened. He swung his sword across his body to block, then quickly stepped back through the muddy water. The poison splashed onto his skin, making a hissing sound as it eroded into pits and holes. Why does everything in this place up on contact? By then, the sun had set, and a full moon hung in the night sky, casting a cold, bright light over the land. The tiny yellow flowers on the glowing vine shimmered with a faint golden glow. Although their healing ability was much weaker without sunlight, the purification effect was actually stronger under the moonlight. The poison spilled on Zhao Huanshe's body was quickly purified and dispersed. The wounds caused by the poison healed rapidly thanks to the life force provided by the Soul Eater's sword and bright light vine. Seeing the swamp toad man spray poison and then try to run away, Zhao Huanshe quickly chased after him and stabbed through his body with his sword. The swamp toad man let out a scream, and his body shriveled up quickly. He stepped on the dried toad corpse and forcefully pulled out the Soul Eater's sword. Zhao Huanshe looked up and saw that the remaining swamp toad men had already fled in fear. He tried to catch up, but only managed to kill 1 adult swamp toad and a few small monster babies. The rest of the swamp toad men had completely disappeared. Thinking for a moment, Zhao Huanshe kicked the shriveled little toad aside and turned toward the village center. To his surprise, the largest wooden building in the village did not seem to be the monster leader's residence, but rather a shrine where villagers worshipped their gods. A beautiful female deity carved from pure white marble stood quietly on the altar, with a gentle smile and kind eyes, gazing at the high platform made of human bones. Is this some kind of mockery by the monsters against the human guardian gods? Zhao Huanshi wondered as he saw the placement of the skeletal platform. As he approached closer and examined the offerings on the altar, he saw strange fish, beetles, other ugly small animals, and some freshly picked fruits. He recognized these items from his time in the village. They were likely the usual food of the swamp toad men. If it was meant to mock or insult, these items wouldn't be placed on the altar. So, these were offerings, and the skeletal platform seemed to be built by the monsters to please the gods. Zhao Huanshi carefully observed the statue. Yes, whether it's the craftsmanship of the statue or the strange symbols carved on its base, they definitely aren't the work of the swamp toad men. He felt confused and looked around. Compared to the dirty and chaotic state of other parts of the village, the area around the shrine was unusually clean, clearly maintained carefully by the monsters. So, in this trial dream setting, do the monsters and humans worship the same god? Or is it because the gods truly exist that all creatures treat them with respect? Zhao Huanshi looked at the skull-shaped monument. Perhaps to make it stable or more attractive, the skull placed at the top of the monument was much smaller than a normal skull, as if taken from a child, an infant, or a newly formed fetus. The more he looked, the angrier Zhao Huanshi became. He flicked his finger and summoned the treasure chest monster. Burn all these bones, then. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the smiling goddess statue. Laugh at you it. What kind of trash deity is this? Go ahead, tear down this broken stone too. The treasure chest monster, circling the monument and trying hard to set it on fire with its large pincers, froze for a moment when it heard this. Its big ruby eyes fixed on the marble statue. It has strong teeth, but that doesn't mean it likes to chew on stone. Such a big statue. How long would it take to chew through it? The treasure chest monster was gnawing on the marble. As it chewed, it felt the marble's texture was quite good. The more it chewed, the more it got excited, and the flames on its body burned even more fiercely. It was truly ignited. Although Zhao Huanshi had set fire to the skeletal monument, the flames were sparse and seemed ready to go out at any moment. He used the soul-devouring sword to chop the altar into firewood and threw it onto the monument. Feeling that the fire still wasn't intense enough, he turned around and started dismantling the shrine. Soon, the goddess statue was torn into pieces and the shrine became dilapidated. Some of the more fragile bones were first burned and shattered, causing the monument structure to become unstable and collapse. Then Zhao Huanshi was surprised to find the faint poisonous mist in the air beginning to dissipate. The water that had flooded the entire village was slowly sinking and disappearing, as if the source that supplied water to this huge pond had suddenly been shut off. Is this normal day-night change, or? Zhao Huanshi turned his head to look at the goddess statue, which was only half left after being gnawed by the treasure chest monster, and then at the broken bones in the fire. Did I just ruin the key ritual that the monster used to produce poison fog and swamp? The treasure chest monster bit down hard, gnawing off the goddess statue's crown. Zhao Huanshi's eyelids twitched, and a strange memory suddenly surfaced. Deceitful creature, source of suffering. His eyes widened suddenly, and his heart pounded fiercely. Could it be? If the former owner betrayed the soul-eating spirit and was truly a divine being, then the traitor should be called a traitor to the gods. When Zhao Huanshi realized this, he suddenly felt something strange in his palm. Looking down, he saw the black contract mark appear on the back of his hand. The traitor to the gods mark. A sudden understanding flashed in Zhao Huanshi's mind. Wow, your translation is so bad. If I knew my enemy was a god, I wouldn't have. Wait, this contract seems to have been directly inserted into my body by the soul-eating spirit. I didn't have a choice at all, and you, with that big sword, you even try to force things on me. Zhao Huanshi looked at the dark sword swirling with ghostly mist with a helpless expression. Maybe sensing Zhao Huanshi's dissatisfaction, a memory emerged from the traitor to the gods mark and flooded into his mind. Hey, you can do that too. If you have such a powerful move, why didn't you tell me earlier? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened with surprise. Just as he was about to say more, loud noises came from afar, an orc chieftain rushing back with news of the village being attacked. Zhao Huanshi's smile faded, and he quickly summoned all the monsters by drawing monster cards. The poisonous fog in the air had become much thinner now, so he didn't have to worry about them being poisoned during the fight. Cough, cough, cough. A violent cough sounded nearby. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and felt a bit speechless. How did the fragile goblin merchant end up with such a weak and delicate body? Since the goblin thief probably hadn't fully detoxified yet, and the scavenger goblin couldn't help much now, Zhao Huanshi simply recalled the goblin merchant and stored the goblin 3. At this moment, the orc chieftain hurriedly ran across the drying puddle to the village center, looking at the destroyed shrine, the shattered statue, and the bones burned by flames. The tall toad monster stared with its large, bell-like eyes, shocked and frozen as if struck by a sudden petrification spell. Until Zhao Huanshi shouted loudly, riding a land bird, leading goblin warriors and merfolk hunters, along with a treasure chest monster waving fiery claws and constantly spraying white powder from its mouth, charging at the enemy. The swamp toad leader was only then awakened. The swamp toad leader immediately roared loudly. The already furious toad warriors quickly grabbed wooden spears and charged fiercely, determined to tear apart these sacrilegious destroyers of gods and rituals. The swamp toad leader stood still, swinging a large wooden stick and muttering spells with a gurgle sound. Suddenly, the ground in front of it cracked open, releasing a green spring of sweet-smelling water that shot into the sky, turning into rain droplets and mist falling down. The raindrops hitting the swamp toad turned into faint mist, seeming to grant some kind of blessing or buff. Zhao Huanshi and the card monsters did not get this treatment. When hit by the raindrops, it was like being splashed with sulfuric acid, burning small pits into their bodies. The merfolk hunters' scales secreted a slippery, sticky mucus that protected against most corrosive damage. The yellow landbird also had feathers that helped reduce some damage. The treasure chest monster's flames burned intensely, and as soon as the raindrops approached, they turned into toxic gas and steamed. Only the goblin warrior, struck by the poisonous rain, was crying out loudly, but instead of retreating, he turned his pain into rage, and his charge became even faster. TCH. Such little damage, shouting like you're about to be slaughtered. Zhao Huanshi, who also had no scales or feathers, clenched his teeth and gritted out a curse, eyes sharp and face fierce. He swung his great sword forcefully, cutting the swamp, toad warrior, and spear in half as they passed by. The yellow land bird relied on its long legs and quick steps, pretending to attack to deceive the enemy, avoiding unnecessary entanglement with the swamp toad warriors. It skirted the edge of the monster group, carrying Zhao Huanshi straight toward the swamp toad leader, fighting first and killing the backline. This is a principle even birds understand. However, once the swamp toad warriors saw Zhao Huanshi's goal, they showed no intention of turning back to support their leader. The swamp toad leader also wore a fierce smile. First, he slammed his large stick into the ground, causing the green spring to explode, transforming into 5 thick poison water arrows that shot toward the land bird and Zhao Huanshi. The chocobo quickly turned to avoid the attack, but was still hit by 2 water arrows. Its body instantly sprayed out 2 streams of blood, and it let out a cry before falling to the ground. The wound emitted a foul smell, and the blood flowing from it turned dark green. Zhao Huanshi rolled to dodge 1 water arrow, then used the Soul Eater greatsword to block another toxic water arrow. A sharp pain shot through his right shoulder, but the remaining water arrow just grazed him, causing serious damage to the flesh around the wound. Fortunately, thanks to the efforts of the bright vine, the remaining poison quickly dissipated. The wound glowed faintly green and healed rapidly. Zhao Huanshi endured the pain, got up, and first recalled the yellow chocobo. He then looked up at the toad-headed leader. He saw that the large monster was no longer casting spells. Instead, it was holding a thick wooden staff, with green water swirling around its body, and it was sneering as it charged at Zhao Huanshi. Compared to magic, the toad-headed leader preferred to use his staff to personally smash the heads of his enemies. Thud! The thick wooden staff struck the black greatsword with a loud bang. Zhao Huanshi felt like he had been hit by a city gate hammer. He was thrown like a ball, rolling several times in the mud. When he stood up, He was covered in mud. He looked like he could be baked into a clay soldier. Uft, aren't you supposed to be a caster? Why are you stronger than a minotaur? Zhao Huanshe spat out a mouthful of blood and couldn't help but complain. The toad-headed leader didn't understand what Zhao Huanshe was saying. He only grabbed his staff, looking excited as he charged forward. How can I beat this thing with just a few monsters I have? Zhao Huanshe looked back at his weapons and shield, all shattered. The goblin warrior glowing green from poison. The fishman hunter who could fight 3 enemies at once with ease. And the treasure chest monster chasing after some enemies. The treasure chest was sturdy, immune to poison, and its attacks and defenses caused fire damage. Without knowing its deadly weak point, the toad-headed warrior really had no way to deal with it. Perhaps, the normal way to pass the level is to upgrade the monster card's levels and quality, or wait until the lava crystal core is fully charged to up the entire village and monsters together. Or maybe there are other key secrets in the dream world that haven't been discovered yet. But it doesn't matter now. I just learned a new trick, and it's time to try it out. Zhao Huanshe stood up, raised the Soul Eater greatsword high, and shouted loudly, "Soul Eater, use all your strength. Let me see your limit." The mark of the traitor on the back of his hand suddenly lit up. The skull-eye sockets of the Soul Eater greatsword glowed red, and it let out a terrifying roar. Dark, ghostly spirits swirling around the sword instantly surged and grew, transforming into black, fierce ghosts. Like dogs just freed from chains, they howled loudly and rushed toward the enemies. The leader of the swamp toads narrowed his eyes. Green water currents wrapped around his staff and whistled as he swept it toward the ghosts in front of him. Unexpectedly, the water turned into venomous whips, passing through several ghosts but causing little damage. Instead, the ghosts bit with their mouths, clawed with their claws, and roared as they drained a lot of life force from him. The swamp toad leader was in great pain. He hurriedly called back the water currents, wrapping his body to defend against the ghosts' attacks. But the monster leader could temporarily block the ghost attacks with magic. His minions, however, were helpless against the ghosts. They could only scream and run away, quickly having their life force drained, turning into terrifying, mummified corpses with frightened expressions and tragic death poses. After killing all the swamp toad minions, the ghosts gathered and took turns attacking the swamp toad leader. At this moment, Zhao Huanshe's life force was almost completely drained. His flesh and blood had almost disappeared, leaving only wrinkled skin stuck to his bones, looking no different from the surrounding mummies. He barely held on thanks to the life force provided by the bright light vine and his own willpower, just managing not to die. He couldn't even speak properly anymore, only able to produce a hoarse breath from his dried-out mouth, sounding quite creepy. He could only roll his eyes and stare fixedly at the Soul Eater greatsword. "You tricky thing. Why didn't you tell me this move would first take my life?" A faint red glow flickered in the skull's eye socket, as if it was saying, "You were the one shouting for me to use all my strength." The screams of the Toadman leader from nearby gradually weakened and disappeared, leaving only the excited roars of the vengeful spirits. Is it finally ending? I endured so long for this moment. Did those vengeful spirits, after defeating their enemies, return to the great sword and restore their life force? Just as Zhao Huanshe was thinking this, he saw the vengeful spirits suddenly roar with malice and rush toward him, looking very excited. These ghosts can even turn against their own? With the awareness of facing death, Zhao Huanshe's consciousness quickly sank into darkness. Trial end. Trial success. Gained evolution points, 203. Current evolution points, 434. Trial reward, green monster card, purple venom slime. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. Blue equipment card, wooden staff of the poison spring priest. Special blue equipment card, poison spring priest's venom cauldron. The dream of the trial is regenerating. Estimated time, 160 hours. Does it really take that long for the next dream to generate? Could it be that I broke it? Without the soul-devouring great sword, Zhao Huanshe estimates he would be stuck in this dream for quite a while. The Toadman leader is very strong and doesn't seem like it can be defeated with poison or similar tricks. Unless Zhao Huanshe can find its other weaknesses, it will be very difficult to kill that big fat frog with his current monster cards. Anyway, I'm a summoner. I can't keep fighting with just a sword. I should use these 7 or 8 days to level up the goblin warrior and fishman hunter in the Emerald Forest. While thinking this, Zhao Huanshi sat up slightly on the bed, flicked his fingers, and drew 4 new cards he had just obtained. His eyes immediately focused on the purple slime that left a deep impression on him. Green monster card, purple venom slime. Due to environmental effects, the body mutated and turned into a purple toxic slime. Deadly poison. The purple slime contains highly toxic liquid inside. When attacking, it poisons enemies. If the slime is damaged, it will spray poison liquid and gas from its wounds. Poison cloud explosion. When the purple slime dies, it explodes, spraying toxic liquid outward and releasing a deadly poison fog. The liquid spray reaches about 15 meters, and the poison fog covers roughly 8 meters. The fog lasts for about 10 seconds before gradually dissipating. It looks similar to the purple slime I defeated before. Although it can release poison, its body is fragile and not very strong in battle. Surprisingly, it's a green quality card, even stronger than a goblin warrior. Zhao Huanshi was a bit confused. He recalled how he was poisoned by the purple slime's fog earlier and suddenly had an idea. He looked again at the information on the purple toxic slime card. Wait, the poison spray reaches 15 meters. The fog covers 8 meters, and with the slime's fragile body. Isn't this like a one-time poison grenade? With the flying cards and swapping cards, I think I've figured out how to use this creature. Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up, his expression excited. Various scenes flashed through his mind, and a mischievous smile appeared on his face. Green equipment card, mushroom poison spear. A spear made from hard wood, with a tip coated in corrosive poison, and 2 cute, colorful mushrooms at the end. Attack 2-3. Defense 2-2. Poison weapon. When the mushroom poison spear hits an enemy, it causes poisoning. Poison mushrooms. The tip of the spear has 2 poisonous mushrooms. When strongly stimulated, they explode, releasing parasitic spore toxin fog. They can be gently plucked and thrown at enemies. After being used up, the mushrooms will regrow in about 2 hours. A simple long-handled weapon, suitable for some medium-sized and a few large or small humanoid monsters. Looking at the card image of the wooden spear, which has 2 colorful mushrooms on the, Zhao Huanshi raised an eyebrow, slightly surprised. Are these 2 mushrooms also grenades? However, recalling the small toxic mist released when the poisonous mushroom exploded, Zhao Huanshi thinks that these 2 small grenades probably don't have much explosive power. Instead, the spores falling and the dense little mushrooms growing on the monster fish's body look quite creepy. Blue equipment card. Poison Spring Priest's wooden staff. A heavy staff polished from very hard magical purple heart wood, used for cracking nuts or hitting enemies' heads. After long exposure to the magic of the Poison Spring Priest, the staff gained some special properties. Attack 5-10. Magic power 5-10. Defense 8-8. Heavy. To use this weapon normally, the user's strength must be at least 50 points. Poison Spring Staff. The wooden staff increases the wielder's casting speed and spell effects by 13%, while reducing magic consumption during casting. When releasing water and poison spells, it grants at least 50% or over 6% additional bonus. Poison Spring Blessing. The staff, infused with the magic of the Poison Spring Priest, grants the holder an extra 10 points in constitution and strength, along with minor healing effects and resistance to weak poisons. Toxic Water Mist. Consumes magic power to selectively summon a toxic or water vapor fog in front of the caster, used to obscure vision. Spell range 20 meters, coverage radius 10 meters, and sustained magic consumption can extend the fog's duration. Medium-sized staff. Limited to use by large or medium humanoid monsters. Cracking nuts. With this hit, even an iron nut might be crushed. Luckily, the Soul Eater Greatsword is tough enough, or my head might really have been cracked like a nut. Zhao Huanshi touches his head, quietly murmuring with lingering fear. Then he feels a bit disappointed. The first blue weapon card, even if used just as a hammer, isn't bad. But unfortunately, the Goblin Warrior and Fishman Hunter can't wield it. Although the card doesn't show the monster's physical attributes, Zhao Huanshi can roughly estimate. The Goblin Warrior's stats are slightly better than an average adult, and the Fishman Hunter is a bit stronger, probably at the level of an apprentice warrior, with strength not exceeding 25 points, though their agility might be higher. Instead, the biting force of the treasure chest monster might be equivalent to a strength attribute of 50 or 60. Zhao Huanshi looked at the last blue card, which showed a black stone cauldron filled with thick green liquid. Special blue equipment card, Poison Spring Priest's Poison Cauldron. Poison Spring Priest's special cauldron used for brewing poison. Poison production. At 5 a.m. every day, the poison cauldron generates 5 temporary cards, including a green temporary consumption card, Toxic Coating Solution. Green temporary consumption card, Toxic Coating Solution. When used on a monster card, it temporarily grants a weapon equipped on the monster the effect of toxic coating. When damaging enemies, it causes poisoning. Unused toxic coating solution and active toxic effects will disappear at 5 a.m. Poison distribution. You can link the poison cauldron to up to 5 monster cards, occupying 1 equipment slot on each. When the toxic coating solution is generated at 5 a.m., it will automatically be distributed and used on the linked monsters. This card effect is quite interesting. Zhao Huanshi immediately wanted to link the poison cauldron to his monster cards. But after looking around, none seemed quite suitable. The Goblin Warrior's Fishbone Spear was replaced by a Mushroom Toxin Spear, which already had poison, so there was no need to add more poison. As for the Merfolk Hunter, Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if the toxic coating solution would work on the fishing hook. What if one day the Merfolk Hunter goes fishing on holiday, catches a fish that poisons itself, or even poisons all the fish in the water with one cast? The Merfolk Hunter might go crazy. As for the Goblin Trio, given that goblin thieves like to use small knives to poke bugs and eat them, Zhao Huanshi worried they might accidentally poison themselves when they go offline. Anyway, using temporary cards is just a matter of a thought. It's better to wait until a real fight to use them. Plus, if you get poisoned, some materials on the monster will be contaminated and can't be sold. Thinking this way, Zhao Huanshi changed the Goblin Warrior's weapon back to the Fishbone Spear. Regarding the materials on monsters, the bodies of those he killed in the Emerald Forest to upgrade the symbiotic vine were all stored in the greedy space by the Goblin Trio, and they still hadn't been processed. Forget it. There's nothing really valuable inside. I'll store it in the greed space for now. After a few days of leveling up in the Emerald Forest, I'll find a place to sell everything together. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if the flow of time in the greed space was different from outside, but it seemed to preserve things well. The Goblin Scavenger had collected plants from the Emerald Forest. Those muddy plants stored inside the space for 2 days remained fine, but once taken out, they quickly wilted. Monster corpses could probably stay inside for a few days without problems. Zhao Huanshi got up, washed up, and tidied his room a little. He turned on his phone and booked a hotel near the second checkpoint in the west part of the city. He planned to spend the days leveling up in the Emerald Forest and return to the city at night. If he went home to sleep, he would spend a lot of time commuting every day. It was better to spend some money on a nearby hotel. These days, the tourism industry was almost dead. Besides a few business hotels, most inns and hotels had closed down. However, near the pollution zone entrance, many well-equipped hotels relied on explorers and awakeners for support. For explorers, the hourly rooms in the Explorer Town were just for quick rest. To sleep well and truly relax, they still needed to return to the city. In the evening, in the Emerald Forest, the Goblin Warrior had green vines wrapped around its neck and chest, blooming with small yellow flowers, as if it had come to the pollution zone for a spring outing. But looking closer, it was covered in bloody wounds. It was holding a turtle shell and a large wooden stick found on the ground, fighting fiercely against 2 poison claw demon cats. The poison on the claws of the demon cats caused intense pain. Although the bright light vine could purify poison and heal wounds, purification and healing didn't grant immunity. When scratched by the cat's claws for a few seconds, it still hurt a lot. The Goblin Warrior's face twisted in pain. It kept shouting to kill the enemies, but because the poison claw demon cats were agile and coordinated, it couldn't land a hit after a long fight. Zhao Huanshi was crouched in a tree, glancing at the noisy, foolish green-skinned warrior. Seeing it was still energetic and not close to dying, he ignored it. Turning to the other side, the quiet treasure chest monster, disguised as a wooden box, was lying under the tree. It had just tricked a large, dark mouse into its stomach again. Zhao Huanshi looked down, focusing on the soul-devouring gloves and thinking about its powerful move. Actually, the ghost released by the gloves can be fueled by the ghost energy accumulated during killing, but drawing on Zhao Huanshi's life force makes the ghosts more fierce. It's not necessary to draw all of it, just a part is enough. However, Zhao Huanshi was excited the first time he used it and instinctively used all his strength, almost turning himself into a human puppet. He wanted to experiment again, but the experience of being turned into a puppet last night still haunted him, so he dared not try in real life, especially since those ghostly things could fight back. Better to understand it fully in the trial dream first. At this moment, the Goblin Warrior and two Poison Claw Demon Cats fought for a long time. Finally, they seized an opportunity and struck one of the demon cats heavily with a stick. The demon cat let out a sharp, miserable cry, and its movements became less agile. Seeing this, the Goblin Warrior became instantly excited, ignoring the attack from the other Poison Claw Demon Cat. He rushed forward and fiercely beat the demon cat in his hand, killing it. He suddenly turned around with a fierce look in his eyes, glaring at the remaining enemy. The Poison Claw Demon Cat was startled by the goblin's gaze. It looked at its dead companion with a mournful scream, then slowly backed away and ran off. The Goblin Warrior immediately shouted and chased after it. After all those claws, you still want to run? Take a few more hits first. Hey, how can you still climb trees? That's cheating. Watching the Poison Claw Demon Cat quickly climb to the top of the tree and look down nervously, the Goblin Warrior was momentarily stunned. At this moment, an invisible card flew behind the demon cat and transformed silently into a fishman hunter. Whoosh! The Poison Claw Demon Cat was fully focused on the Goblin Warrior. When it realized an attack was coming from behind, it was too late to dodge. The demon cat was pierced by a fishbone spear, let out a scream, and fell from the treetop. When it hit the ground, its eyes were cloudy, and it was barely breathing. The Goblin Warrior sneered and quickly stepped forward, hitting the demon cat's head with a stick, sending it to reunite with its companion. Zhao Huanshi flicked his finger, and the Goblin Three Troublemakers spun and hit the Goblin Warrior. The Goblin Warrior and the Bright Vine transformed into cards and returned to Zhao Huanshi's hand. The Goblin Scavenger appeared at the position where the Goblin Warrior had been standing. The Goblin Scavenger looked down and saw the dead Poison Claw Demon Cat. His eyes lit up immediately. He reached out, grabbed the cat's body, and stuffed it into a torn sack. Turning his head, he quickly found another corpse and happily ran over. Stay here and don't run around, Zhao Huanshi told the Goblin Scavenger, then looked down at the card information for the Goblin Warrior. White monster card, Goblin Warrior. Of max. The Goblin Warrior has become stronger. Its health and strength have increased. Cannot upgrade the card level further, but after completing the card enhancement ritual, spend 200 evolution points to evolve the white card into a green card. Goblin Warrior Card Enhancement Ritual. After winning 5 intense battles, already completed, and consuming a large amount, about 500 kilograms, of monster flesh. Seeing the completed mark next to the condition of winning 5 battles in the card enhancement ritual, Zhao Huanshi was a bit surprised. Can the battles I fought before count? That saves a lot of trouble. As for the monster flesh, there happened to be a bunch of monster corpses in the greedy space that hadn't been sold yet. Even if you exclude the skin and bones, just the meat from the monsters definitely exceeds 500 kilograms. Zhao Huanshi looked up at the sky. It was still some time before nightfall. If I go back to the hotel to eat, I might make a mess with blood all over the room, and then I'd have to pay for cleaning and spend time explaining. Better to eat here and go back afterward. Zhao Huanshi summoned the Goblin Warrior again, took out a monster corpse from the greedy space, skinned it, and took out useful materials from the body. He threw the bloody meat chunks to the Goblin Warrior to eat. After working for a while and feeling they had enough, he told the Goblin Scavenger to put the monster skins and materials into its torn bag and then collected it. If Zhao Huanshi hadn't been paying close attention, the Goblin Scavenger would have long been attracted by something and wandered off without a trace. These are some troublesome ones, Zhao Huanshi said, but his eyes were looking not far away at the fishman hunter squatting under a tree. The hunter was using a fishbone spear to poke down fruit from the branches and eat. This guy didn't seem to know what was going on. Although he had participated in several battles, Zhao Huanshi could clearly feel that the upgrade progress of the Fishman Hunter card was not improving at all. If upgrading green-level cards is harder, but the treasure chest monster had already been reinforced to level 5, and eating a few mice or small birds might bring it to level 6. It seemed that upgrading green cards wasn't so difficult. Or maybe the monsters outside the Emerald Forest are too weak. Or perhaps, this guy doesn't level up through fighting at all. Fishing guy. Could it be that he only levels up by fishing? That's so careless. Although he was complaining, Zhao Huanshi planned to check later in the evening where there was water nearby for fishing, and then take the Fishman Hunter to try. Turning his head, he saw the goblin warrior happily munching away. Zhao Huanshi was worried the goblin might overeat and burst, but he also felt a little hungry himself. He took out a pack of chicken leg rice from the greedy space, packed at the street entrance earlier that morning. He called the treasure chest monster over, took out the messy monster materials from inside the box, put in the chicken leg rice, closed the lid, and gently patted it. "Heat up the food for me." The lava crystal core behind the treasure chest flickered faintly red, as if a microwave had turned on a heating light. After Zhao Huanshi finished eating the hot, fragrant chicken leg rice, the goblin warrior was also almost done eating. His stomach was so full it looked like a big balloon ready to burst. He lay on a pile of white beast bones covered with bloodshot meat, clutching his stomach and unable to move. Zhao Huanshi pinched his nose and approached, kicking the goblins to bring him back. Goblin Warrior card upgraded successfully, body attributes slightly increased, evolution, a green glow shimmered, turning the edges of the card green. The appearance of the Goblin Warrior in the middle also changed. He looked taller, with stronger muscles all over his body. His eyes became more steady, and he radiated a fierce aura from having fought many battles. All attributes 1. I actually leveled up. Zhao Huanshi was surprised and looked down at the card in his hand. Green monster card, Goblin Warrior. LV1. The Goblin Warrior has fought many battles and finally grew into a stronger fighter. Overwhelm. When your team has more members than the enemy, your physical stats get a small boost, and your fighting spirit is greatly strengthened. Fierce. The Goblin Warrior has a fierce presence, which can intimidate weaker enemies during battle. I've become a bit stronger, but it doesn't seem very special. Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, about to summon the Goblin Warrior to see what it could do, when suddenly he heard sounds from afar. He quickly hid the Fishman Hunter and the treasure chest monster in the bushes. Soon, he saw a team of 7 explorers approaching, holding weapons and looking alert. They were startled when they saw the pile of animal bones with obvious bite marks and the bloodstains around them. Why are there so many bones? No wonder the smell is so strong. Could it be that a powerful monster came from somewhere else? It looks like it was eaten not long ago. Maybe the monster is nearby. The team leader isn't here, so we should leave first. Wait, these tracks seem to be left by goblins. Goblins? Could they be from the green-skinned group in the northern forest looking for food? No way. I heard that those goblins already found a place and started building a nest. That place is more than 20 kilometers from here. Maybe goblins are pretty dumb. They might have gotten lost and ended up here. There are so many explorers coming and going. Those goblins won't last long. But the goblin group in the north might be a big problem. Someone will deal with it, right? Who knows? Those goblins seem pretty strong. Without the Special Operations Bureau leading, I doubt any exploration team would bother with such a troublesome task. Hey, there are footprints here. Maybe someone came through before us. Never mind. Let's head back to the Explorer Town. The Goblin tribe built their nest about 20 kilometers from here. Zhao Huanshi, who had gathered key information, hid behind the bushes with bright eyes, showing excitement. Goblins are great. Being over 20 kilometers away makes it even better. Goblin thieves and goblin merchants are likely to attract the goblin tribe nearby. Even if a scavenger goblin comes out, less than half the time will they go outside the contaminated area. Zhao Huanshi clenched his fists, focusing on the Goblin 3 scoundrels. In the greed space, besides the demon statue, there was nothing particularly valuable. As for whether the goblin merchant would take the demon statue when they left, if they took it, that would be even better. This thing in Zhao Huanshi's hands was useless. Keeping it served no purpose, and if he took it out, its origin would be unclear, making it easier for the Special Affairs Bureau to notice. If the goblin merchant could trade this for something useful, that would be ideal. If not, and he ended up dead, Zhao Huan sure wouldn't mind leaving the statue outside. Let's leave it at that. Maybe after this AFK session, the three scoundrels will level up to level 5. He gently pinched the card, which shattered into blue-purple starlight and disappeared. Time's almost up. I've been tired all day. It's time to go back to the city and sleep. Speaking of which, the last time I stayed at a hotel was before the illusion descended. Thinking back to the happy family trips with his parents, Zhao Huan sure smiled slightly, then sighed with a hint of sadness. All right, what was the name of that hotel I booked? Haosun? Or Taisun, the Haotai Grand Hotel. In the busy hotel lobby, a voice that left a deep impression on Zhao Huan sure rang out. It was you. It must be you. You bunch of, secretly ambushing me while I was taking a dump. Li Guangcai stopped Huang Mao, Lu Xian and others, shouting excitedly. Lu Xian was initially startled, but once he saw Li Guangcai's appearance, he suddenly burned with anger like ignited phosphorus. So it's you, you little turtle, stealing our stuff and still daring to come in front of me and act tough? I'll kill you right now. As soon as Lu Xian spoke, his teammates knew he was about to attack and quickly reached out to hold his arms. But his hands were held, and his legs remained free. Lu Xian kicked out suddenly, knocking Li Guangcai away. The sound of clattering and ringing filled the air as decorations in the hotel were knocked over. The argument immediately caught the hotel's attention. The hotel manager was quickly notified and arrived with a team of armed security guards to stop the fight. Li Guangcai, who was kicked, refused to give up and wanted to continue causing trouble. But faced with the security guards pointing guns at him, he could only suppress his anger and accept the hotel manager's attempt to mediate. After settling the compensation with Lu Xian and receiving the receipt from the hotel manager, Li Guangcai felt as if everyone around him was mocking him. Their words and looks were full of ridicule. Anger grew inside him as he watched the hotel manager walk away. Even someone who isn't an awakened one dares to boss me around. When the illusion arrives, I wonder how you'll die. Li Guangcai gritted his teeth and finished speaking. He then saw a distinguished middle-aged man nod at him with an approving smile. Strangely, Li Guangcai felt both surprised and flattered. Who is that person? He quietly asked his companion as the middle-aged man and his group turned to leave. That's Jiozhe, the leader of the Jiozhe Eternal Life Exploration Team from Jiozhe Biotechnology Group. He's a mid-level fire magic user. I heard he just finished a dangerous mission and is now resting. Li Guangcai nodded, about to comment, but then saw Jiozhe, who had been calm earlier, suddenly rush out with his team in a hurry, looking anxious and flustered. Power, wealth, fame, everything you want, I can give you. If only you would surrender your soul. The half-ear goblin mage was haunted by the demon's whisper, his eyes gradually becoming dazed. Bang! The goblin merchant smashed the nut shell with a demon statue, then pulled out the nut meat and stuffed it into his mouth. Not bad. The half-ear goblin suddenly snapped out of his trance. Is this power, the strength to nuts? How ridiculous. He shook his head and saw that the goblin merchant seemed to really like eating nut meat, so he took out all his stored nuts. Earlier, when he was attacked by a goblin, he picked up the old goblin mage's staff and ran away. Half-ear somehow awakened the ability to cast spells. He gathered about a dozen goblins and was wandering in the twilight wilderness when a space rift suddenly opened. A large goblin tribe led by a goblin chief emerged from it. Half-ear was immediately impressed by the huge goblin chief and bowed to join them right away. Joining was necessary. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the few little goblins he had just recruited might have betrayed him first. Fortunately, spellcasters are rare in any tribe. Although Half-ear was just beginning to learn how to cast spells, his status in the tribe was only slightly below some veteran goblin spellcasters and higher than goblin warriors. He even had his own small, drafty treehouse in the newly built goblin nest. While wandering around with his staff, he unexpectedly met the goblin merchant who appeared out of nowhere. The scene instantly reminded Half-ear of when the goblin thief disappeared. He brought the goblin merchant back to his treehouse and offered it some of his stored nuts. After eating a few nuts and feeling somewhat full, the goblin merchant wiped its mouth, packed away the grumbling demon statue into its bag, and rummaged around to pull out a stainless steel multi-tool folding knife, which it handed to Half-Ear. This was a gift from Zhao Huanshi, who had placed the knife in the greedy space for emergencies. Though not highly valued in human society, this tool was a rare treasure for monsters in polluted areas, especially if they learned how to use it. The goblin merchant thought of itself as a trader, capable of buying low and selling high, tricking and cheating to make a profit, but it wouldn't give things away for free. Half-Ear sincerely offered nuts to the merchant. Since the merchant finished everything without bargaining, he needed to give something of equal value in exchange. Seeing that Half-Ear was a bit confused about the folding knife, the goblin merchant demonstrated its functions again. He saw that a small piece of metal could transform into various blades and scissors, along with a bunch of other mysterious but impressive-looking tools. Half-Ear's eyes suddenly widened, and he let out a series of exclamations. Look at how useless he is. The goblin merchant seemed a bit disdainful, but secretly felt very happy listening to Half-Ear's praise. His smile couldn't be suppressed. The folding knife was still a bit lacking. Next time, he would bring something better to broaden this young brother's horizons. After satisfying both his appetite and curiosity, the goblin merchant let Half-Ear wander around with him among the goblin tribe. He looked for any goblin holding something valuable, then approached with a smile and used his messy collection of items to trade. However, ordinary goblins didn't even have their own homes, and they rarely kept good things. Most of the valuable items in the tribe were in the hands of higher-status mutated goblins. For example, the veteran goblin spellcasters and the goblin leader decorated with all sorts of strange ornaments. The goblin merchant watched from afar, quietly observing and thinking about whether he could find these guys to sell the broken sculpture in his bag for a good price. In the goblin tribe, when higher-ups wanted what lower-status goblins had, they usually just stole it directly. But the goblin merchant was confident he could complete the trade with his own skills. As for these poor relatives from outside, whether they would regret the trade afterward and come to trouble the goblin merchant was another matter. However, after watching for a while, the goblin merchant felt these guys were a bit lacking. They didn't seem capable of affording a demon sculpture. Suddenly, the distant area became noisy. The goblin merchant turned his head and saw a group of well-equipped humans with their faces covered rushing in with fierce energy. The goblin leader roared angrily. Hearing this, the goblins in the nest grabbed their weapons and rushed forward shouting loudly. The goblin merchant's eyes immediately lit up with a golden glow when he saw the figure among the humans wearing a black mask, holding a staff in one hand and a blood mist swirling skull in the other. A big client, and a perfect match for the demon sculpture, definitely a super client willing to pay a high price. The goblin merchant's face showed a cunning smile as he squeezed into the wild goblins waving their weapons and shouting, then excitedly ran toward the masked figure. That's right. The demon statue is right here, the black mask said excitedly. Hurry, before others notice. Kill all these trash and find the demon statue. After speaking, his magic energy surged, and a large, hot fireball condensed on his staff, shooting toward the area with the most goblins. Boom! The fireball suddenly exploded, instantly destroying the goblins at the center of the blast. The powerful shockwave and hot flames swept outward, burning countless goblins to charcoal. Under the firelight, no one saw a goblin turn into a blue-purple glow and vanish, leaving a mess of strange things behind. It was instantly burned and charred by the flames. As the goblin merchant died, the blood sacrifice skeleton let out a sad sigh. The red glow in its eyes faded quickly, and the blood mist surrounding it also slowed down significantly. What's going on? Why did the guidance suddenly disappear? The black mask's fingers clenched tightly, as if about to crush the blood sacrifice skeleton. Master! Hearing the shout from his subordinate, the black mask suddenly snapped back to reality. He gritted his teeth and said, "The demon statue can't just disappear suddenly. It must still be here, just disturbed by something. Search. Check every monster and every corner carefully. Dig 3 feet into the ground if you have to, but find that thing." With one hand, he held a crystal staff, and with the other, he grabbed a magic crystal from a goblin spellcaster's house as he ran. Turning around, he looked at the towering flames emerging from the goblin nest, faintly hearing the desperate roar of the goblin leader. He couldn't help but sigh. This was the boss he just found, and now he's gone again. Late at night, Taihao Hotel. Zhao Huan was lying on the bed, using her phone to search for information about fishing in polluted areas. Surprisingly, the fish in these polluted zones seemed quite valuable. The Special Affairs Bureau had many bounty missions, offering high prices for various strange-shaped fish caught in different polluted areas. Some are for eating, some for viewing, and others for research. The better the taste, the stronger the fish, and the rarer the species, the higher the bounty. Among the products from the dragon volcano are lava catfish, flame loach, and fire-eating eels that can survive in magma. These items are generally quite expensive, because they are so hard to find. A single fish can sell for tens of thousands, or even hundreds of thousands of yuan. However, these creatures are more like monsters than regular fish, and they can't be caught by normal fishing methods. In comparison, Zhao Huanshe was more surprised to find a strange mutated fish in the poison mist swamp that looked similar to the trial dream creatures, and the buying price was also quite high. According to the mission bounty, these creatures are bought by biotech companies and research institutes in the Western District for study. Those trial dream monsters look even more amazing. They must be worth more money, Zhao Huanshe muttered regretfully. As he looked around, he got lost in the various sharing posts from fishing enthusiasts. Some posts are just for showing off their catches, mostly talking about how big or rare their fish are. But others share strange experiences in polluted areas. It's well known that some talented fishermen can catch all kinds of things besides fish. Magical relics from other worlds, old chests with treasures, powerful water monsters, skeleton soldiers tangled in seaweed, and more. Many stories are exaggerated or false, and Zhao Huanshe just enjoys reading them. Especially the comments below, where talented internet writers or clever thinkers turn cold words into a joyful ocean of fun, making Zhao Huanshe unable to stop reading. Suddenly, he felt a strange sensation. He flicked his finger, and the cracked card, Goblin 3 Troublemakers, appeared in his hand. Huh? How did it come back so quickly? Zhao Huanshe stared at the card, checking the items in his greedy space. It seemed like something was missing. For safety, he noticed that the multi-purpose folding knife in the goblin's space was gone. It looks like the trader went out, so it's not surprising he came back dead. But why is this broken statue still in the space? Did I forget to take it out when I left? He said with a slight regret. If not for the fear of mental contamination when taking it out, I would have just casually thrown it somewhere in the Emerald Forest. Forget it. Anyway, the Goblin tribe in the Emerald Forest won't be cleaned up anytime soon. If one attempt fails, I can try again later. When the time comes, I'll just explain to the Goblin merchant and get rid of this junk. However, I was interrupted by the Goblin 3, which snapped Zhao Huanshe out of his online trance. He remembered he wanted to look for fishing spots near the Emerald Forest to see if fishing could help the Fishman Hunter level up quickly. At that moment, Zhao Huanshe heard faint shouting and scolding outside the hotel door. He turned around in surprise. The hotel's soundproofing is pretty good, so normally he wouldn't hear anything from the next room or the street outside. The sounds from the corridor only came through because the shouting was very loud and harsh. Sounds like that idiot Li Guangcai again. Could he be this unlucky? Zhao Huanshe instinctively tiptoed to the door, quietly opened a small, and peeked outside. He saw Li Guangcai standing in the room next door, angrily yelling at the hotel staff in front of the room. The staff member looked like a gentle young girl, probably in her 20s. She looked scared, flustered, and helpless. Faced with Li Guangcai's scolding, she could only cry and keep apologizing. Hey, this is really bad luck. Zhao Huanshe muttered silently, then frowned again. Coming here to bully a young girl. He's really no good. He didn't know what the story was, or if the girl had done something to anger Li Guangcai. He didn't recognize the staff or know much about Li Guangcai. If that guy really had some leverage, he would have caused trouble at the hotel long ago. It's impossible he'd just be scolding a girl here, bragging about his noble explorer status, and criticizing her for not serving well. That idiot really thinks too much of himself. Come on, rich people pay for service, and they can do whatever they want. You don't even want a tip, yet you expect VIP treatment like in a luxury suite? Maybe this guy was just attracted by how good-looking the staff is and had some bad thoughts? Zhao Huan was thinking quietly and secretly recorded a video on his phone. That annoying thing. I'll post it online later. He had already come up with a title. arrogant trainee soldier, abusing his status as an awakener to force love, rejected, and then doing worse than an animal to a fragile girl in public. The title included themes of gender conflict, class differences between awakeners and ordinary people, and the popular, worse than an animal, phrase that netizens love. Zhao didn't need to do much editing or guiding. Just listening to Li Guangsai's repeated words was enough to make online viewers furious, cursing his ancestors. Soon, the hotel manager received a call and arrived with security. Seeing this, Zhao quietly closed the door and planned to create new accounts on several websites to upload the video. Little Li, your dad is making you a star online. That's also a way to repay you. I spent so much effort helping your dad get out of the Special Affairs Bureau. Zhao typed on his phone, feeling emotional. Huh? Why is the upload so slow? The internet is fine. After a while, the video finally uploaded. Zhao clicked to view it and thought it looked fine. Just as he was about to switch to another platform, he saw a similar video suggested next to his post. Li Guangsai, the useless warrior from Dongchuan City, humiliated in the hotel lobby, then went berserk, publicly insulting an innocent girl for. Zhao was stunned and unconsciously clicked on it. The first half showed Li Guangsai arguing with a yellow-haired man, being kicked away, and then reluctantly accepting the hotel manager's forceful mediation, looking unwilling as he paid compensation. The second half was from another angle, showing Li Guangsai scolding a waiter. It was clear someone had filmed the scene and edited it professionally, adding close-ups of his angry, fierce face and cold, resentful eyes, with matching background music, making him look sinister, ruthless, and evil, like a criminal who should be immediately sentenced to death on live TV. Zhao Huanshe feels that there is probably no need to continue uploading videos. To the southeast of the lush forest, there is a small lake. It has fish, but not many types or in large numbers. Fishing here is difficult, and there are many monsters around. As a water source, monsters in the jungle often come here to drink. The area around the lake is humid, with many blue pure water slimes and green sticky slimes wandering nearby. There are also monsters lurking in the water, ready to attack animals that come to drink. Fishers who go into polluted areas to fish usually do so only if they are strong enough or if they pay a team to protect them. Most avoid these places because they are too hard and not worth it. After tree monsters arrive, fewer people go there. Zhao Huanshe feels this place might be suitable for him. Fishmen hunters can fish, goblin warriors can fight monsters, and there are no very strong monsters nearby. In the morning, he bought a new map at the explorer's town. Based on information found online, he roughly marked a route and entered the lush forest. After exploring for over 2 hours, he found the small lake. He carefully observed after stabbing a saliva-spitting acid slime to death with a stick. The small lake is actually quite big, about the size of half a football field. Besides the wriggling slimes, Zhao Huanshe didn't see other monsters. On the opposite bank of the lake, there was a large, lush old tree that looked like a low-level tree monster in disguise. But low-level tree monsters are not dangerous as long as you don't get too close. They are lazy by nature, move slowly, and hunt by waiting for prey. They usually won't chase after animals unless attacked. Zhao Huanshe summoned all the card monsters. The fishman hunter's eyes lit up when he saw the lake. When Zhao Huanshe told him to fish in the lake, his eyes widened in surprise. Without hesitation, he shouted excitedly and rushed toward the lake. He stabbed several slimes, blocking the way with his fishbone spear, exploding and knocking them away. He then used his claws to dig out a thick, menacing shell worm from the muddy shore. The worm opened its mouth to bite, but the fishman hunter held it tight and pushed a fishhook into its mouth, piercing through its body and forming a curved shape. Hey, how does it know there's a bug hidden there? Don't fish sense only water flow and moisture? Could it be that the soil is too wet? Or is it just because the experienced outdoor fishing expert is nearby? Zhao Huanshe looked up in surprise and spoke to the goblin warrior. After evolving, the goblin warrior's height increased from 1.67 meters to over 2 meters. When they are too close, Zhao Huanshe has to look up to talk to it. The goblin warrior looks confused. Huh, you're asking me? Yeah, forget I said anything. You go play over there. Don't go too far, and don't bother that tree monster on the other side. Zhao Huanshe patted the glowing vine on the goblin warrior and waved his hand. The goblin warrior nodded and moved toward the slimes wriggling by the lake with its fishbone spear. At this moment, the merman hunter stood at the shore, 1 foot in the water, sensing something. The lake's surface rippled faintly, as if something was moving underwater. The merman hunter pursed his lips, looking impatient, and raised his fishbone spear, stabbing forcefully into the water. Suddenly, the lake boiled as if something was struggling violently beneath the surface, with red blood spreading out. The merman hunter grabbed the fishbone spear and lifted it with force. Splashes of water flew as a large black-scaled snake was flung out of the lake, crashing onto the shore. The merman hunter stabbed the snake's head repeatedly with his fishbone spear, smashing it, then threw it aside. The snake thrashed wildly on the grass by the lake, kicking up dust and leaves. Zhao Huanshi ordered the land bird to step on the snake's body, then drew his steel sword, peeled off the snake's skin, and examined it carefully. Finding nothing useful, he cut the snake meat into pieces and let the land bird eat it as spicy strips. Turning around, he saw the merman hunter had used his sense of smell to find where the fish were active in the lake and moved to a better fishing spot. He cast his line, knocking 2 water slimes that were blowing bubbles at him away. The merman hunter bent down, fiddled with the bait, and pushed the struggling insect back onto the hook. He then flicked his fishing rod, tossing the bait into the lake. The merman hunter's feet dipped into the water, and he gently pulled the line up and down. Soon, the fishing line suddenly tightened, and the rod bent sharply. Zhao Huanshi was stunned. Isn't it said that it's hard to catch fish in this place? This doesn't look too difficult. I feel like I can do it too. The fishman hunter excitedly grabbed his rod and made a series of quick moves. Finally, he shouted with excitement, pulled the fishing rod hard, and caught a fish. At that moment, another splash exploded on the lake's surface. A dark shadow suddenly leapt out of the water, biting the fish with its 4 large teeth. It shook its head forcefully, tearing the fish off the hook. After falling back into the lake, the shadow dove out of the water again. Zhao Huanshi looked carefully and realized it was A with prominent teeth. The creature was holding the stolen food in its mouth, lying on its back in the water, patting its belly with both hands, and making chirping sounds that seemed like teasing or mocking. Wow, this guy is really sneaky. Zhao Huanshi, just watching from the side, felt it was hard to tolerate. He almost wanted to jump in and stop that mischievous creature. As for the fishman hunter, who was the victim, he must have been even more annoyed. The fishman hunter growled low in anger, then jumped into the lake with a long spear made of fish bones, shooting out like a torpedo. Seeing that the dared to go into the water, the paused briefly, then its eyes flashed with fierceness. Its face turned fierce, and it dove underwater. Seeing this scene, Zhao Huanshi's mind raced. He muttered to himself in surprise. Hey, could it be that the has never seen a fishman before and thought it was a land animal? Provoking the enemy into the water to fight on its own turf might be the way of hunting. But this time, it clearly chose the wrong opponent. Zhao Huanshi couldn't see what was happening at the bottom of the lake, but he saw bubbles rising constantly, indicating a fierce fight below. Soon, the fishman hunter dragged the corpse of the, covered in seaweed and full of resentment, out of the lake. It looked like a water ghost. This place really isn't good for fishing. Maybe we should find another spot? Zhao Huanshi suggested. The fishman hunter shook his head, threw the body on the ground, and then reached into the mud to pull out a worm. He decided to keep fishing right here, eager to see who else would dare to disturb his fishing. After fishing for a long time, I kept catching lizards and newts. Even water spiders came over to watch, but I couldn't catch a single fish. The goblin warrior poked all the slimes by the lake until they burst. Finding no new targets, he felt bored and leaned against a tree to take a nap. The treasure chest monster disguised as a wooden box waited with its lid open, hoping the fish hunter would come and put fish inside. A yellow land bird wandered around, searching for bugs in the grass pile, then chased after a black beetle. Zhao Huanshi glanced at it briefly but didn't pay much attention. Compared to other card monsters, especially those goblins, the land bird was quite easy to deal with. Also, the way the land bird levels up seems to be just by riding around or wandering freely. After riding in the lush green forest a few times, it has already reached level 3. Zhao Huanshi looked at the steel greatsword in his hand. It was scratched and dented in many places, making him wonder if he should change to a new weapon. Should he buy a standard weapon or spend a bit more to have someone customize one for him? And his leather armor, after patching it up for so long, probably needs replacing too. Just as he was thinking, he suddenly heard the urgent cry of the land bird from afar, as if something was chasing it. Zhao Huanshi quickly stood up, turned around, and held his steel greatsword. The goblin warrior also woke up from his sleep, hurriedly grabbed his weapon and shield, and moved closer to Zhao Huanshi. Looking up, he saw the land bird rushing out of the woods in a panic, chased by a large, fierce-looking wild boar with sharp tusks and dark fur. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened, and a question arose in his mind. Though wild boars in the green forest are usually aggressive and bump into people, their heavy bodies and the dense jungle plants often make it easy to lose their targets. Usually, wild boars don't chase enemies very far, especially not fast-moving creatures like the land bird. But this wild boar looked exhausted, clearly having chased the land bird for a long distance. What did the land bird do to make the wild boar so angry? While Zhao Huanshi was pondering this, he saw a mother wild pig and two piglets emerge from the bushes. One of the piglets had a clear bird claw mark on its head. Judging by the size, it was obvious that the land bird had attacked with a poisonous claw. No wonder, he suddenly went and kicked the children, which explains why the parents were so angry. Zhao Huanshi handed the steel sword to the goblin warrior and exchanged weapons with it. Go, warrior, it's time to show your true strength. The goblin warrior nodded firmly and roared as it charged at the wild boar. The wild boar was large and tough-skinned, charging around like a small tank. It quickly shattered the turtle shell of the goblin warrior. Without the shell to protect it, the goblin warrior became even more fierce. It relied on the bright light vine to heal itself, carefully dodging the sharp tusks while fighting the wild boar, exchanging blows in a tiring battle. While the wild boar and goblin warrior fought fiercely, the yellow land bird circled around and ran back, dodging the mother boar's attacks. It looked for a chance to kick the piglets hard. Zhao Huanshi was confused, suspecting that the piglets might have secretly pulled out the bird feathers from the land bird's rear when it wasn't paying attention. Why would they do that? The merfolk hunter impatiently looked back. So annoying. Can't you fight somewhere else? You're disturbing my fishing. I really want to poke holes in you all and throw you into the lake. The goblin warrior was slightly stronger than the black-haired wild boar. It seemed like a one-on-one fight, but actually, it was fighting the boar and the bright light vine together. Soon, it wore down and killed the wild boar. Meanwhile, the piglets were also kicked to death by the land bird. The mother boar, seeing her piglets dead, tried to run away but was blocked by the land bird. In the end, the goblin warrior caught and killed her too. Seeing the entire family of wild boars lying neatly on the ground, Zhao Huanshi thought that these two big boars couldn't fit into a treasure chest monster. It would be too troublesome to carry them back, so he decided to just cook them directly. And how to cook them? Isn't there a treasure chest monster? Zhao Huanshi directed the goblin warrior to start. They dissected both big boars, cutting out the tender-looking meat, then washed it in the lake. During this, the fishman hunter rolled its eyes in annoyance. They put the meat into the treasure chest monster's body, filled half the chest with water, added some simple seasonings from their supplies, covered it, and let the treasure chest monster heat up at full power. Zhao Huanshi wasn't sure if this method would cook the meat properly. Try it anyway. He's not very interested in wild boar meat, so if it tastes bad, the goblin warrior can eat it all. It can even gnaw on raw wild boar meat. The treasure chest monster's lava crystal core glowed faintly, and its body emitted a hot, fiery light. Soon, the inside of the chest made bubbling sounds as if boiling water was inside. But the chest monster's structure is special. No matter how much it boils, no steam escapes from the cracks in the chest. Zhao Huanshi was worried it might burst from holding in the steam, so he asked it to open a little and let some steam out. The chest monster slightly opened its lid, revealing a small gap. A lot of hot steam shot out from the opening, like a pressure cooker releasing air with a sharp hissing sound. The merman hunter was very angry and turned around to scold loudly, almost throwing the rod he was holding. Can we still let the merman fish peacefully now? After about half an hour of simmering, Zhao Huanshi told the chest monster to stop heating and open the lid to let it cool down. The smell of the meat was surprisingly good. Zhao Huanshi tried a piece. Hmm, it really doesn't taste good. The wild boar meat wasn't processed much, and the seasonings used were too simple, unable to hide the wild boar's strong, gamey smell. Maybe meat from piglets would taste better, but piglets aren't very big. Zhao Huanshur planned to take some back to the hotel in the chest monsters box when he left, to sell or have the hotel kitchen cook. Zhao Huanshur thought the wild boar meat was not tasty, but the goblin warrior enjoyed it quite a lot, even drinking the meat broth inside the box. After eating the cooked meat, the goblin warrior also ate some raw meat, and suddenly it didn't feel as satisfying to chew. He went into the woods to gather some dry wood, built a small fire, borrowed fire from the chest monster, and started roasting the wild boar meat himself. Maybe because the environment finally calmed down and he could relax, the merman hunter finally caught a fish from the small lake. The fish glowed faintly green, with scales shaped like leaves. Qingye fish contains a small amount of healing magic. Eating it can slowly repair injuries and remove toxins. It's a common type of otherworld fish. Zhao Huanshur was holding his phone. Are you still studying otherworld fish? The voice of Zhao Lejia came from the phone. Not really. The research institute next door studies these otherworld creatures, and sometimes I go over out of curiosity. I heard that green leaf fish taste especially delicious because of their healing magic. Really? Healing potions also have healing magic, but they don't taste good at all, probably because of how they're made. Anyway, plants and animals with healing effects usually taste pretty good. All right. I have 3 green leaf fish here. Want me to give you 2 to try? Forget it. I've been busy with research lately and don't have time for that. I remember the research institute next door is offering a bounty for these green leaf fish. Yeah, I saw that. Over $3,000 each. It's not even as good as what the hotel offered me. After all, they're common otherworld fish. Even with healing effects, they're not as useful as just drinking the line-produced healing potion. By the way, where did these green leaf fish come from? Did your good green friend send them to you? Zhao Huanshur touched his nose. That's not it. Another new friend, who's good at fishing and has a head that looks like a fish's, caught them in the Emerald Forest. Apart from some messy water lizards and water spiders, the merfolk hunter only caught 3 green leaf fish, reaching level 2. He felt he could level up to 3 soon. Although that small lake isn't a great fishing spot, Zhao Huanshur felt that as long as the merfolk hunter could catch something, he could gain experience. It didn't necessarily have to be fish. The goblin warrior had been poking slime all afternoon and fighting wild boars, and with the bright vine, they both leveled up to 2. On the way back, they also ran into 2 cat demons out hunting. Seeing the goblin warrior, they immediately turned and ran away. The land bird was wandering around near the small lake, kicking wild boars, chasing rabbits, and even digging out a skeleton hiding underground from the sun. When they got back, they found they had also leveled up to level 4. With a couple more days of wandering, they could evolve and strengthen. Looking at it this way, it seems like I don't have enough evolution points. Before, I didn't realize that not evolving the cards wasn't a big deal, but now that the cards keep leveling up, Zhao Huanshur found he only had a little over 200 evolution points left. If he used them to evolve the land bird, he'd only have a tiny amount remaining. Later, as the number of card monsters increases and their quality improves, the need for evolution points will grow. The few points given by the trial dream are not enough. I wonder if there are other ways to get more evolution points. Zhao Huanshur thought for a while, then called the hotel lobby. He sold 2 green leaf fish for 8,000 yuan and paid for processing. He asked the hotel to help process the wild boar piglet and the remaining green leaf fish. While eating braised wild boar and steamed green leaf fish, Zhao Huanshur looked at his phone. The video of Black Li Guangxi was full of angry comments. There were over 10,000 comments in the comment section. Besides insulting Li Guangxi in various ways, people also revealed many true and false secrets from his childhood to now. From the popularity of the video, Li Guangxi seems to have gained some fame. Unfortunately, he can't do live streaming sales now. Maybe he could have made some money if he could. With fewer living spaces and resources, and the difficulty of transporting goods between cities, live selling is no longer possible. But if Li Guangxi is willing to face the criticism bravely, he might even get some small benefits by asking for favors. Zhao Huanshur liked a few hot comments, then opened the Special Affairs Bureau app to see if there were any important news or announcements. Suddenly, he saw some bad news. The large goblin tribe that migrated into the Emerald Forest has been destroyed. Huh? What is this? Zhao Huanshi's eyes widened. Who the heck is this? Going to do such thankless work for no reason. He was thinking that tomorrow at noon, after the Goblin 3 are repaired, he would try his luck again and send them out to AFK. But now the Goblin tribe was destroyed, and the probability that the 3 would run outside the contaminated zone when summoned is a bit too high. Q's Chojo, part of Q's biotechnology exploration team. Last night, during an emergency mission, they encountered the Goblin tribe and completely wiped them out. Received a reward from the Special Affairs Bureau, Zhao Huanshi saw the broken Goblin 3 in his hand and checked the remaining repair time. Last night, so the Goblin merchant wasn't killed by monsters, but the Q's exploration team just took him away when they fought the Goblin tribe? Clack, clack, that fool. I was trying to do business with him kindly, and he actually threw a fireball at me. The next day at noon, by a small lake in the lush green forest, a purple toxic slime slowly wriggled, moving close to a silly water slime blowing bubbles by the water's edge, preparing to swallow it. Suddenly, a goblin merchant's frantic shouts startled the water slime, causing it to jump like a bouncing ball into the lake. A fisherman hunter, who was fishing nearby, turned around with a look of annoyance. It had been a peaceful morning with the green-skinned creature and the big yellow bird, but now another noisy one had appeared. Zhao Huan didn't pay attention to the fisherman's mood. After the goblin merchant finished waving his arms and telling his story, Zhao Huan asked for confirmation. You mean, a group of humans, all covered up, destroyed the goblin tribe, and among them, there's one holding a skull, who seems to be connected to a demon statue. The goblin merchant nodded and babbled on. He said that the human's connection to the demon statue was even stronger than the one between the wealthy female human and the pig-nosed mushroom last time. If the deal goes through, they could make a big profit. Zhao Huan shot a sidelong glance at him. I think it's more likely he'll just eliminate you. I mean, after he sees the demon statue. He frowned, thinking deeply. But according to the official notice, it was the Jiushi Changsheng exploration team that wiped out the goblin tribe. With their strength, there's no need to risk claiming extra credit just for the reward from the Special Affairs Bureau. Maybe those people are actually from the Changsheng exploration team, just planning to hide their identities at first, doing bad things. But they didn't succeed in doing the bad things later. Zhao Huan looked at the goblin merchant, a sudden idea flashing in his mind. Instead of saying they're connected to the demon statue, it's more accurate to say they're after the demon statue. These people might be demon worshippers hiding in Dongchuan City. After getting familiar with the small lake environment, the fishman hunter's fishing business improved quickly. In just half a day, he caught over 10 fish. Only about half of them were actual fish. The rest were water snakes, insects, frogs, toads, and so on. Most of these were roasted and eaten as snacks by the bored goblin warriors. Not only the animals in the lake were unlucky. Animals living nearby come to the small lake to drink water. They dare not approach Zhao Huanshi and the intimidating goblin warrior, so they go around to the other side of the lake to drink. Unluckily, some are pierced by the roots of a low-level tree monster disguised as an old tree and dragged underground. There are also goblin thieves. Zhao Huanshi told them to stand guard outside, so they can warn him if anyone approaches. Sometimes, these goblins get bored and sneak off to steal bird nests. They sometimes steal eggs, hatchlings, or even catch adult and young birds together. But I must say, these strange birds and fish from another world make a pretty good soup. Zhao Huanshi sits with a few card monsters around a treasure chest. Using sticks he carved into chopsticks, he scoops a piece of bird meat from the hot, steaming soup and slowly chews it. He thinks about going back and making a pot for his little sister, using a thermos to bring it to her. Maybe she will share it with her teacher and colleagues. It's better to cook more, buy a large pressure cooker, and send it over. He also plans to talk to her about the demon statue. The Jiushi Changsheng exploration team seems suspicious, and Jiushi Biotechnology probably has issues too. The research institute where Zhao Lijiao works seems to be funded by Jiushi Biotechnology. He needs to remind her a little, so she doesn't get tricked without knowing. 2 days later, the yellow land bird and the fishman hunter both level up to level 5. The land bird's enhancement ritual was simple. After feeding it some food and riding it through the lush forest for an hour, the card upgrade was complete. Card upgrade complete. The yellow land bird has grown, with slightly increased leg strength and running speed. Zhao Huanshi hesitated, but finally used over 200 evolution points he had. He upgraded the yellow land bird's card from white to green quality. The bird's appearance on the card didn't change much, but it looked taller now. Its once gentle and clear eyes now showed sharpness and confidence. Green monster card, Swift Land Bird. Compared to a normal land bird, the Swift Land Bird runs faster, jumps better, and can adapt to more complex environments. Also, it now kicks harder. Speedy land bird's legs are stronger, allowing for great jumping and cushioning ability, which greatly reduces impact damage from falling from high places. Sharp eyes. The speedy land bird has very keen eyesight and perception, enabling it to see terrain and obstacles clearly while running fast, allowing quick adjustments and evasion. It can also quickly notice abnormalities and dangers in the environment. After completing its evolution, Zhao Huanshi asked the speedy land bird to demonstrate the differences. The bird's eyes twitched, and it ran to the opposite side of a small lake to provoke a tree monster. It skillfully dodged the tree root's attacks while circling the tree monster, squinting and making happy calls. The tree monster realized its attacks couldn't hurt the yellow bird, so it played dead and ignored it. Seizing the moment, the speedy land bird stepped on the monster's nose and kicked its face. After kicking, it immediately turned and ran far away, watching the tree monster stand there in frustration and roar even louder. Why has this guy become so mischievous? Has it been influenced by spending too much time with goblins? Zhao Huanshi wondered, stroking his chin with some doubt. The goblin thief and goblin warrior looked at each other with confusion. What does the summoned bird have to do with us? Compared to the land bird, the ritual to strengthen the fishman hunter is more complicated, and the material requirements seem a bit strange. LV5. The fish sensibility of the shallow sea fishman hunter has been slightly enhanced. Fishman hunter card enhancement ritual. Carry tightly woven materials, over 1 kilogram of metal, and a low-level water or ice magic crystal. Ice works better, such as a magic gem, crystal, or high-purity monster core, then sleep in water for 8 hours. Fortunately, the ritual doesn't require sending the fishman hunter into the sea. Otherwise, in this situation, Zhao Huanshi wouldn't know how to get to the seaside. There is a small lake nearby where the fishermen could be soaked, but many monsters live in the lake, making it unsafe to sleep there. Moreover, Zhao Huanshi doesn't have the materials needed for the ritual and would need to return to the city to buy them, just by weaving materials and metal at the store. For magic gems, send a message to the mouse to ask if he has any for sale. Once I gather all the materials, I'll try using the bathtub at home first. If that doesn't work, I'll have to go to the park's artificial lake at midnight, or find a river in the southern district, and have the fishman hunter take the stuff underwater. Originally, there was a big river running through Dongchuan City, but since the illusion appeared, the water stopped flowing and the riverbed was changed. Now, only a few tributaries and lakes in the southern district remain, preserved by human intervention. Zhao Huanshi packed up his things, recalled all the card monsters, and decided to leave only the goblin warrior and the swift land bird outside. One would lead the way, and the other would carry him slowly. When he recalled the purple venom slime, he noticed it silently swallowed 2 days' worth of slime and had already leveled up to level 2. He thought, I thought this guy leveled up by exploding grenades, but it turns out it eats its own kind. Maybe I should leave it here to train? Come back in a few days. After some hesitation, Zhao Huanshi shook his head. If this creature ran around on its own, or got stuck in a rock, or was captured and locked up, it might never come out, or worse, die without being able to escape. He didn't have a remote way to recall the cards, so losing a monster card would be pointless. Although he hadn't used the venom slime to explode a person yet, having experienced the power of the purple toxic fog himself, Zhao Huanshi thought this venom grenade should be pretty useful. Forget it, there's no rush to level up. There's no need to take such risks. He put away the purple venom slime and summoned the Goblin 3 scoundrels. Since I'm going back anyway, and the trial dream won't appear for a couple of days, why not let them go have some fun? But, with my current position, if I summon them, there's only a 30% chance they'll go outside the contaminated zone. 30% isn't low. Maybe I should be more cautious. Zhao Huanshi looked at the 3 sneaky goblins on the card, hesitating for a moment. in the central area of the Emerald Forest. The shame of the Dongchuan Gao family, a beginner blacksmith, Gao Qiguang. He, along with the wind god Lin Qingfeng from Dongchuan, walks through the jungle with a team of professionals. Lin Qingfeng is surrounded by a gentle breeze, and there is a faint sense of danger around him. The trees and carnivorous plants nearby are unusually quiet now, pretending to be dead, as if they are ordinary plants in the forest. Isn't this enough materials? Lin Qingfeng speaks calmly, but there is a hint of worry in his voice. Gao Qiguang grins and says, "It's only been half a day. Nothing bad will happen in the city. Brother Lin, if you're really worried, you can go back first. I have enough people to protect us." Lin Qingfeng shakes his head slightly. "I asked you to help me find materials to make a magic staff. I can't let you stay in such a dangerous place. But Brother Lin, even for Xiao Shuang's 10th birthday, there's no need to give her a real magic staff, right? This is what she wants most. She wants a real magic staff, one with magic power, just like the one used by the magical girls in cartoons. Only you, the blacksmith of Dongchuan City, can do it, so I have to rely on you. All right, I get it. You're a devoted father. Only you are the wind god of Dongchuan. Otherwise, who would dare to give such orders to me? Knowing I am a disgrace to the Gao family and still asking me to craft equipment. But since it's Lin Qingfeng's request, Gao Qiguang can only grit his teeth and accept. It's a good chance to visit the Emerald Green Forest, pick some good materials, and then go back to the workshop to craft a magical toy girl. Honestly, although Gao Qiguang's ability to craft equipment isn't great, when it comes to making a cool-looking toy magic wand for kids that can cast some small spells, Lin Qingfeng really chose the right person. Hey, that tree looks pretty good. Gao Qiguang points to a large tree with a strong magical aura. As soon as he finishes speaking, two beams of light intertwine, and a sneaky goblin carrying a sack appears in front of the tree. Lin Qingfeng's eyes narrow. He waves his staff, and a blue wind blade shoots out instantly. "Spare the goblin." "No, the goblin," Gao Qiguang suddenly shouts. Lin Qingfeng's staff flicks, and the blue wind blade slightly veers off, slicing past the goblin merchant and smashing the magic vines that were secretly trying to attack from behind the goblin. The goblin merchant was startled by the sudden change and turned to run. Just then, a gust of wind howled past, transforming into chains that bound him tightly. Gao Qiguang approached the goblin merchant and looked him over carefully. "Brother Lin, there's no mistake. This is the goblin who tricked my sister out of a healing ring." Upon hearing this, the goblin merchant immediately started chattering loudly. "What do you mean tricked? It was a fair trade," both sides agreed. "Fair trade? Do you know how much that healing ring cost? You wanted to exchange it for a broken mushroom? Goblin, you don't understand anything. The value of an item depends on demand. The female human buyer really needed that mushroom. She agreed to the trade willingly, but then she tried to back out." You might be right. Qi Qiong did try to cheat at the time. Lin Qingfeng looked at Gao Qiguang, who was having a seamless back and forth with the goblin merchant, and his eyes were full of doubt. "Qiguang, can you understand the goblin's language?" "Huh?" Gao Qiguang looked confused. "I don't know. As soon as it speaks, I understand what it means." "Don't you guys understand?" He turned to ask, but saw everyone in the team shaking their heads and looking at him strangely. "Huh? Do I have the talent to tame goblins?" Gao Qiguang wondered silently. At this moment, perhaps sensing the presence of nearby living beings, the demon statue in the goblin merchant's bag started acting up again. It emitted mental waves, transforming into confusing whispers that echoed in everyone's minds. "What's talking?" Before Gao Qiguang could react, his magic ring lit up, forming a semi-transparent shield of magic around him. The magic necklace around his neck trembled slightly, with the sound of trickling water. A cool aura flowed into his mind, helping him break free from the demon's whispers and instantly wake up. "No wonder my sister said you could influence the mind. It's possible, but not like this." The goblin merchant sneered and glanced at his pocket, saying nonchalantly, chirping and chattering. "Just a silly broken statue. Nothing to make a fuss about." Gao Qiguang looked back in confusion, only to see the team members all looking serious. Even Lin Qingfeng had sharp eyes. "What is it saying?" "It says it has a silly little broken statue in its pocket." "A statue?" Lin Qingfeng waved his staff, and a gust of wind sliced through, cutting the goblin merchant's bag in half. The items inside spilled onto the ground. There were double-hole mushrooms, a small metal knife, a monster crystal core. Among the clutter, the brightly colored, ominous-looking demon statue stood out. Sure enough, it's a demon statue. Is this a demon statue? Why is it painted in bright colors? Jitsawala. Seeing the bag torn open and everything fall out, the goblin merchant struggled fiercely and cursed loudly. What is it saying? Lin Qingfeng looked sharply at the goblin merchant and asked Gao Qiguang nearby. It's calling us poor ghosts and bandits. Saying we steal because we can't afford things. Lin Qingfeng showed a bit of disdain in his eyes. A monster stealing is one thing, but calling me a bandit is fine. But calling me a poor ghost, I can't accept that, Gao Qiguang said excitedly. Lin Qingfeng turned to look at Gao Qiguang, lips moving as if to ask if he hadn't taken his medicine before leaving, but he swallowed the words instead. Ask it where the statue came from. Oh. Gao Qiguang tried to communicate with the goblin merchant, but the goblin cursed loudly and refused to talk. Lin Qingfeng raised his staff, ready to use the wind blade to make some cuts on the goblin to make it understand the situation. Gao Qiguang quickly stopped him. Don't, Brother Lin. Cici said this goblin is weak and will die if touched, and if it dies, it will disappear. Let me talk to it first. Lin Qingfeng frowned immediately. Are you sure? Don't worry, I know how to handle it. Without saying more, Lin Qingfeng summoned a strong wind to lift the demon statue into his hand, then waved his staff, releasing the goblin merchant from its restraints. The goblin merchant carefully picked up the torn bag and scattered goods from the ground, feeling sorry. He looked up angrily at the few humans in front of him and opened his mouth to curse again. But then Gao Qiguang reached out, took off a rustic-looking bracelet glowing with magic from his wrist, and threw it aside. He lifted his head and looked at the goblin merchant with a commanding gaze. Who were you insulting just now? You poor thing. The goblin merchant was slightly stunned, as if he saw a shining golden light radiating from behind Gao Qiguang. The goblin merchant picked up the bracelet, brought it close to his nose, and sniffed. His eyes suddenly lit up. He reached out to put it into his torn sack, only to find the bag had already torn into 2 pieces. He muttered a curse softly, then slipped the bracelet onto his wrist and tightened it around his forearm. A sly smile appeared on his face. Gobo date. Although the value of this bracelet was only average, this goblin was quite generous. He decided to forgive you this time. Gao Qiguang's expression almost couldn't hold back. Do you even know what you're doing? This bracelet was dug out from an otherworldly ruin. I spent over 80,000 on it. The goblin merchant curled his lips, thinking that if the last guy hadn't refused to give him a chance to speak, he could have sold that broken statue for a higher price. Seeing the goblin merchant's disdainful expression, Gao Qiguang was about to argue further, but Lin Qingfeng couldn't stand it anymore. Qiguang, don't waste time. Ask where the statue came from. Fine. Gao Qiguang thought for a moment, then reached into his clothing pocket, took out a small piece of gold, and threw it toward the goblin merchant. Hey, little green skin, tell me, where did you get this demon statue? The goblin merchant's eyes lit up. He grabbed the small gold piece, shoved it into his mouth, and bit down hard. Seeing the teeth marks on the gold, he grinned, revealing a mouth full of uneven teeth. He picked up half a piece of cloth from the ground, wrapped the gold in it, and clipped it onto his belt. Upon hearing Gao Qiguang's question, the goblin merchant frowned and thought carefully. The origin of the demon statue seemed vaguely familiar, as if the summoner had mentioned it before. The scavenger found it in the lush green forest. If he couldn't deal with it, he planned to find a place in the woods to discard it, to avoid causing trouble. Although it was the summoner's order, the goblin merchant definitely wouldn't throw away the statue recklessly. He simply pretended not to hear. Thinking of this, the goblin merchant casually pointed and said the demon statue was found right there. Over there. Gao Qiguang looked in the direction the goblin merchant indicated. Beyond that, it's the territory of the Lord-level tree monster. So it ran there. No wonder we couldn't find the demon worshipper who escaped, Lin Qingfeng said suddenly, realizing. The goblin merchant blinked, thinking to himself that he only said the demon statue was found in this forest. The rest was just their guesswork, and it had nothing to do with him. Suddenly, there was a noise from afar, as if something was rushing quickly toward them. A gentle breeze surrounded Lin Qingfeng, magic energy surged to the top of his staff, making a howling wind sound, ready to turn into an attack spell at any moment. Whoosh! Several fierce-looking warriors charged out from the bushes, glaring with savage eyes, as if ready to attack anyone in front of them. But when they saw the faces of the people before them, especially Lin Qingfeng, their expressions changed instantly. They shouted in surprise, "Wind God, why are you here?" Their panicked shouts caused the noisy sounds behind the warriors to suddenly stop. Half a minute later, Jiuzhe led members of the Jiushi Changsheng exploration team out. Seeing Lin Qingfeng, they looked very surprised. "Wow, it really is the Wind God. You left Donchuan City? Did something happen in the lush green forest?" As he spoke, his gaze briefly fell on the demon statue in Lin Qingfeng's hand, and his eyes twitched slightly. "No, just some personal matters." Lin Qingfeng dispelled the magic energy gathered on his staff, his expression cold. "But you all, what are you chasing after with such looks? No way, we are all law-abiding citizens. How could we do something like murder? It was just that we encountered a mutated moonlight jungle deer earlier. I wanted to catch it for research, but that beast played tricks on us. So, everyone's anger is a bit high now," Jiuzhe explained with a smile. "Oh, I hope so," Lin Qingfeng replied calmly. Jiuzhe still smiled brightly. "Looks like we've been played again by that beast. Wind God, Gao Xiao, we're in a hurry to chase that jungle deer. We'll go ahead first and find a chance to apologize to both of you when we return to Donchuan City." Gao Qiguang looked in the direction where Jiuzhe and the others left, feeling confused. "Why do I feel these people are a bit strange?" The goblin merchant nodded, also feeling something was off. He felt like he had seen them somewhere before and found them a bit annoying. Lin Qingfeng looked down at the demon statue in his hand and thought for a moment. "I need to take this back to Donchuan City first. Qiguang, you. Ling Gu, you go ahead. I'll walk back slowly with them." Gao Qiguang waved his hand and said. Seeing this, Lin Qingfeng didn't say much. His magic power surged around him. The blue wind swirling around suddenly turned into a howling gale, wrapping around his body. He shot up like a missile toward Donchuan City. "Ling Gu, every time you fly like this, it's so grand. No wonder they call you the East River Wind God's Great Missile, or East Wind Missile for short." Gao Qiguang sighed. When he turned his head, he saw that the goblin merchant was already gone. "Huh, where did that goblin go?" A subordinate said. When the wind god took off just now, the goblin was blown by the wind and tilted to the side. His head hit a tree and exploded into a bunch of light, disappearing. "Really? Is this guy that weak?" Gao Qiguang looked surprised. He looked down and saw a small gold piece with goblin teeth marks on the ground, but the magic bracelet was already gone. Just like what Cici said, even if you die, you can still take things with you. Meanwhile, Jiuzhe heard the howling wind, looked up at the sky, and his face turned very grim. He had finally found the demon statue, but it was now in Lin Qingfeng's hands. Wind God doesn't leave Donchuan City easily. Why is he in the Emerald Forest? His subordinate asked doubtfully. Jiuzhe's eyes narrowed sharply. This is bad. Lin Qingfeng clearly seems to be fishing. Of course, fishing requires bait. Even if my friend is a bit crazy and not very scientific, some basic rules still can't be broken. Zhao Huansher sat on the hotel bed, talking on the phone with Zhao Lijia. "Don't worry, I asked the hotel chef to help prepare it. It will be very clean, and you won't find strange bugs in the soup." At this moment, Zhao Huansher suddenly had a thoughtful look. He pinched his left finger, and the broken card, Goblin 3 Scoundrels, appeared in his hand. "Huh, already back so soon?" "No, nothing. A good friend of mine needed to talk." "Well, I'll send the soup to you tomorrow morning, then tell you some other things." After hanging up, he looked down at the card. Special Blue Monster card, Goblin 3 Scoundrels. LV5. New skill. Basic expansion. Basic expansion. Greedy space gains extra capacity, increasing space by 10%. The monster card has been upgraded to level 5. It cannot level up further without completing a card enhancement ritual. Goblin 3 Scoundrels card enhancement ritual. Feed the goblin scavenger a pot of colorful mushroom and fresh meat soup. Craft a pure gold big front tooth for the goblin merchant, and prepare a shadow magic crystal for the goblin thief. Completing each task will strengthen the Goblin 3 Scoundrels. After all three are done, the monster card can get an extra boost. Colorful mushroom fresh meat soup, made with 7 different brightly colored, deliciously toxic mushrooms and various meats, resulting in a vibrant, tasty soup. Pure gold front tooth, an important item for goblin merchants to show their status. Looks realistic or not doesn't matter, but the gold purity must be high. Shadow magic crystal, a rare gem or crystal rich in shadow magic. Colorful, toxic mushroom soup? It sounds strange, but gathering 7 different colored poisonous mushrooms isn't hard. The condition about it tasting good. Who would bother eating that kind of stuff? Zhao Huanshi muttered, then picked up his phone again to send a message to his sister. Since she studies plant materials and enjoys playing with poisonous mushrooms, she might know which mushrooms are tasty and safe. Zhao Lejia immediately sent back a string of question marks. Zhao Huanshi only said he was asking for a friend's sake. Zhao Lejia didn't ask further, just explained that most delicious-looking poisonous mushrooms lose their toxicity after cooking, which is why people eat them. Those mushrooms whose toxins can't be destroyed by cooking usually cause death to those who try them, so no one knows how they taste. The only way to analyze is by examining the extracted ingredients, which show that brightly colored, highly toxic mushrooms might taste quite good. Seeing the series of high-quality mushroom pictures and descriptions sent by his sister, Zhao Huanshi thought that was enough. As long as he recalls quickly enough, the goblin scavenger won't die from the poison. After about 7 or 8 hours, he can summon a healthy, green-skinned goblin again. If one attempt fails, he can try several times, just using a bit more materials. Getting the goblin merchant's pure gold teeth is easy, just spend some money. But the shadow magic crystals from goblin thieves seem much harder to get. Zhao Huanshi thought for a moment and sent a message to the black market middleman, Zhou Liaoshu. This guy has many contacts and receives all kinds of black goods daily, so he might have shadow magic crystals. He does have some, but the price. I really want one. Zhou Liaoshu first replied with a question mark, then sent another message. The problem is, I don't have that much money. Zhao Huanshi sighed, thought for a moment, and sent another message. Wow, are ice gems really that expensive? He couldn't believe it and searched online for a long time. Sure enough, as Zhou Liaoshu said, most are sold at similar prices, sometimes even more expensive. Zhao Huanshi used to think he was pretty rich, but now he realizes a single ice magic gem costs half of his savings. Maybe I should just use water magic gems. The goblin thief brought back some water crystals before. Or, take a risk and sell that demon statue. Pushed by money, Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but have some evil thoughts. The result was that the greedy space was scanned around, and the $50,000 demon statue was gone. Huh? The statue is missing? Could it have been taken away by the goblin merchant? Zhao Huanshi looked around carefully again. He didn't see the demon statue, but found a simple-looking bracelet in the corner of the greedy space. With a thought, the bracelet appeared in Zhao Huanshi's hand. Feeling the faint magical energy coming from the bracelet, Zhao Huanshi looked puzzled. This thing, I think I've seen it somewhere before. He tried searching with keywords on a web search engine and quickly found what he was looking for. The shame of the Dongchuan City Gao family. Again, the fool who paid too much at the auction for the giant demon power bracelet. Zhao Huanshi compared the bracelet in his hand with the picture on his phone carefully. The patterns, details, and even tiny scratches were exactly the same. So, the goblin merchant sold the mushroom to Gao Qiqiong and then went to sell the demon statue to Gao Qiguang. Why does this guy keep targeting the Gao siblings? No, it's not just targeting the Gao siblings. He's clearly trying to trick me. When this gets exposed, the Gao family will probably dig a hole and bury me. When Zhao Huanshi saw the news on his phone that Gao Qiguang had spent 2.8 million to buy this giant demon power bracelet, he couldn't help but complain. Big spender, serves him right for being tricked. Then he felt a bit regretful. This bracelet shouldn't be out in the open. If I could sell it for 100 or 200,000, I wouldn't have to worry about the shadow magic gem. Forget it. I should stay calm and earn slowly. First, I want to see what it feels like to wear a whole house on my wrist, Zhao Huanshi said, putting the giant demon power bracelet on his wrist. The moment he wore the bracelet, Zhao Huanshi clearly felt his strength increase significantly, and his muscles became very firm. The giant demon power bracelet, when worn, grants 15 strength and about 10 constitution, making the skin and muscles firm and tough like a monster, greatly improving resistance to physical blows and piercing attacks, and reducing damage from magic attacks. This was the auctioneer's introduction at the auction, providing information about the giant demon power bracelet. According to other people online, adding attributes to the bracelet is fine, but the so-called large increase in defense is only meaningful for ordinary people. Changing from fragile skin to 3 layers of tough cowhide does improve defense quite a bit, but for professionals, it's just average. Magic resistance is an important and rare trait, but the giant monster power bracelet doesn't boost it much. Most importantly, wearing the giant monster power bracelet greatly speeds up stamina consumption, which ordinary people cannot handle. Professionals can endure it, but they can't wear it all the time because it drains their energy quickly and they need to eat often to keep up. The next morning, at the entrance of Research Area West 4, Zhao Lejia checked out and walked out of the research zone. She immediately saw the silly person holding a large pressure cooker in the distance. She resisted the urge to turn around and walk away, clenched her teeth, and walked over angrily. Zhao Huanshi, are you deliberately trying to make me lose face in the research zone? Zhao Lejia said through gritted teeth. My dear sister, what nonsense are you talking? I would never think that way, Zhao Huanshi said, removing the pressure valve from the top of the cooker. A slight burst of air came out, and a rich aroma of fresh fish and bird meat filled the air. Suddenly, Zhao Lejia felt her mouth watering a lot. Gulp. It smells so good. What did you put inside? Just some fish from the small lake in the green forest, some birds and eggs I found in the woods, plus a few simple seasonings. Zhao Huanshi whispered. No wonder the people at the neighboring research institute got criticized for stealing ingredients. Zhao Lejia muttered softly. Zhao Huanshi smiled and said, I have a bowl in my bag. Want to try some? Zhao Lejia quickly shook her head. No. Sitting at the gate drinking soup looks too strange. By the way, you said there was something else. Zhao Huanshi looked around, then waved her hand, signaling Zhao Lejia to come closer. Is it really necessary to be so careful? No one's around. Zhao Lejia complained, but obediently turned her head to listen. I don't know why, but lately I feel like the surveillance cameras and patrol drones on the street are paying special attention to me, Zhao Huanshi whispered. Zhao Lejia frowned slightly. If you're not up to something sneaky, maybe you're now a target of the city's monitoring system. Could it be related to your job? Is the Special Affairs Bureau suspicious? It's probably not that. It's just that when I was upgrading the treasure chest monster, I accidentally blew up the park near our neighborhood. Zhao Lejia paused, then gave Zhao Huanshi a thumbs up. Don't worry, once you're inside, I'll find time to visit you. Zhao Huanshi rolled his eyes. TCH. Unkind guy. I even made soup for you. The ingredients alone cost at least 10,000 yuan, Zhao Lejia chuckled. Haha. It's okay, big brother. If I really thought you had a problem, I'd have caught you already. Probably, I just found you suspicious because you were acting sneaky at the time, so I added you to the monitoring list. I think so too. After all, who would expect it? Even I didn't see it coming. Zhao Huanshi sighed softly, then quietly shared his suspicions about the demon statue, his doubts about the Jiushi Chang Sheng exploration team, and how the goblin merchant exchanged the demon statue for a giant beast power bracelet. A few minutes later, Zhao Lejia squatted on the ground, drank the hot fish soup in her bowl in one go, and sighed happily. Then she looked at the empty bowl in her hand, puzzled. Huh? When did you give me this? While you were lost in thought, Zhao Huanshi took the empty bowl from her. How was it? Tasty? Want another bowl? No, Zhao Lejia hesitated. Forget it. I've already drunk it. I've lost face enough, so I might as well have another bowl. You're a scientist. Don't worry about these trivial things, Zhao Lejia pouted. I'm just a junior researcher. She looked around. No one was nearby except the guards at the research area gate in the distance. Zhao Lejia always felt like they were hiding a smile in their eyes. She glared fiercely at Zhao Huanshi, took the bowl he handed her, sipped the soup, and her mood instantly brightened. The behind-the-scenes power of the Q's biotechnology conglomerate has always wanted to find a way for ordinary people to become awakened without side effects, or to avoid contamination zones. Maybe they do this to secure their own future. Although that's the goal, it would be good if their research could be shared with everyone. Zhao Lejia sneered. Huh? So naive. Those powerful families wouldn't be so kind. Even if the method is shared, they'd hide it and only release it after draining everyone's benefits. Zhao Huanshi also sneered. Huh. So naive. Once the research is done, whether they release it or not isn't up to them. Huh. So naive. Do you think those powerful families are just weaklings? Zhao Lijiao lowered his voice. Not to mention, many awakened people who committed crimes recently are publicly executed, but most are secretly taken to tech companies or biolabs for experiments. Publicly? Do you mean the executions are fake? Who knows? I just overheard someone talking about it. But the data from those experiments definitely isn't fake. Forget it, let's not talk about this. You should get back with that big pot of soup. Hearing this, Zhao Lijiao looked down at the large pressure cooker in front of him and suddenly realized he still had to carry it back to the research institute. Zhao Huanshi, you little troublemaker. You did this on purpose, Zhao Huanshi grinned, showing his teeth, and gestured with his hands. Actually, I was planning to use a big rice cooker like this, but I was worried you couldn't carry it. Zhao Lijiao clenched his teeth, picked up the pressure cooker, and turned to leave. Wow, my sister is so strong, amazing. Get lost. Watching Zhao Lijiao rush off quickly, Zhao Huanshi smiled, then looked a bit worried. Could she pass security? That's over 10,000 yuan. But thinking about it, just over 10,000 yuan is only what a fishing enthusiast earns in half a day. Once the fishman hunter is upgraded and they find a good fishing spot, that 188,000 magic black gemstone will be earned in less than a week. A confident smile appeared on Zhao Huanshi's face. He took a few steps and waved his hand. Immediately, a luxury car worth nearly 10 million yuan drove up and stopped nearby. The driver eagerly opened the door. Zhao Huanshi smiled faintly and stepped into the car. Beep. Insufficient balance. Please recharge. Zhao Huanshi was momentarily stunned. Seeing the bus driver's slightly impatient look, he hurriedly took out his phone and opened the electronic bus card. At the same time, in Research Zone West 4, the pollution area, goblin feeding spot, Gao Qiguang squatted on the ground, looking at the lazy goblins in front of him. He muttered to himself with a puzzled expression. Strange, could it be that the breed is different? Why can't I understand what the goblins are saying anymore? Zhao Huanshi left Research Zone West 4 and went to the black shop again, spending 58,000 to buy a small piece of low-grade ice crystal the size of a fingernail. I thought the cheapest was only 46,000. Zhao Huanshi looked at the transparent crystal in his hand, which felt cool and looked almost like ice, but his eyes showed pain from the cost. Zhou Liaoshu casually glanced at him. Oh, that one. It was bought by someone before you came. Hopefully, it was really bought by someone. You black shop is no good. I won't come back again, Zhao Huanshi said angrily. Zhou Liaoshu sniffed. Aren't you selling the stuff you're carrying? Huh. These are all legit goods from the Emerald Green Forest. Of course, I sell them through proper channels. Zhao Huanshi said proudly. Zhou Liaoshu nodded. Oh, then come in through the front door. Huh. Zhou Liaoshu looked at him strangely. Don't you know? The shop at the back street, which deals only in legitimate goods, is also mine. Fair prices, honest dealings. Zhao Huanshi was slightly stunned. Honest dealings? Just trick honest middle-aged people? Huh. Recently, Zhao Huanshi had been fighting low-level monsters in the Emerald Green Forest. He didn't have any valuable materials on him. All the miscellaneous items he gathered only sold for over 5,000 yuan, just enough to buy a fish for the fisherman. He then went to a nearby shop to buy weaving materials and a steel ball weighing over 2 jin, gathering the materials needed for the fishman-hunter ritual. An hour later, Zhao Huanshi returned home, filled the bathtub with water, and had the fishman-hunter lie in it with the ritual materials. 10 minutes later, they stared at each other in silence. Why haven't you fallen asleep yet? The mermaid hunter opened his big, innocent eyes and blew a bunch of bubbles underwater. The bathtub was too small, the water too shallow, and lying there was uncomfortable. He didn't feel sleepy. Is upgrading with a bathtub really not working? Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself and looked up at the window. Outside, the rain was pouring heavily. When he returned from District 5 in the north, it had already started raining. Zhao Huanshi borrowed an umbrella from the security guard, Mr. Huang, so he wouldn't get soaked. Now, the rain was getting even heavier. It was just before 4 o'clock, and it should be getting dark soon. Perfect. At this time, no one will be wandering in the park. With such heavy rain and dark skies, drones and street cameras would be affected. Maybe some strange things would come out of the dark corners. Except for the patrol team working overtime, most people had already gone home to stay dry. But Zhao Huanshi was clearly not normal. Are you crazy? Going to the park to watch the rain at this time? Watching Zhao Huanshi walk out of the community with an umbrella into the rain, Mr. Huang looked at him with a mixture of disbelief and confusion. After thinking for a moment, he realized that as a normal person, he couldn't understand the mind of someone with a strange obsession. He lowered his head and continued carefully cleaning his double-barreled shotgun with a cloth. I said exploring isn't a good job. A handsome guy like him, all sunburned and looking dull, and his mind's gone too. Zhao Huanshi didn't know that Mr. Huang was secretly mocking him. The rain was too heavy, the air was cold and damp, and his nose was starting to itch slightly. He said he was going to the park to watch the rain, but with his left hand holding an umbrella, his right hand wearing a soul-devouring glove, and gripping a steel sword, it was obvious he was heading out to fight monsters. Wow, that's really fast. Looking at the park, which had been reduced to ruins earlier, it was now completely repaired. Actually, it wasn't just repaired. The construction team had rebuilt the entire park. They had reportedly dug up the foundation and then refilled it, claiming it was to check for hidden dangers. But really, they were just looking for that non-existent dangerous monster. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshi hesitated a little, feeling a bit guilty. Last time, when the treasure chest monster was upgraded, it blew up the whole park. Now, with the mermaid hunter upgraded, he wondered if something unexpected might happen again. TCH, just scaring myself again. Last time, the treasure chest monster only exploded when using a high-level item like a lava crystal core. This time, it was just a small ice crystal. Could it really freeze the entire artificial lake? Zhao Huanshi shook his head and walked to the middle of the park's artificial lake. He casually looked around in all directions. There was no one nearby, no patrol drones, only a few cameras in the corner of the park, mostly covered by the heavy rain, almost useless. Zhao Huanshi lightly flicked his finger, and an invisible monster card silently shot into the lake, transforming into a golden treasure chest that spat out a bundle of woven materials. When the chest opened, many bubbles immediately rose to the surface, but as they floated up, they were shattered by the heavy rain. Because the rain was so heavy, Zhao Huanshi couldn't see where the treasure chest monster was underwater. He relied on his sense and shot another card to the same spot. The card hit the treasure chest monster's body. The treasure chest instantly turned back into a card and flew away. The merfolk hunter picked up the woven materials from the bottom of the lake. The metal balls and ice crystals needed for the enhancement ritual were wrapped inside the woven materials. As soon as it grabbed the materials, the merfolk hunter suddenly felt something and slowly closed its eyes. Before, Zhao Huanshi had told the merfolk hunter that if the lake could be strengthened, it could stay at the bottom without coming up. When the enhancement was finished, Zhao Huanshi would come to pick it up. He waited by the edge of the lake for a while. Seeing no movement on the surface, he knew the merfolk hunter had probably started the enhancement. He took out his phone to check the time. It's 4:45 now. The enhancement will be done by almost midnight. It's suspicious to be wandering in the park in the rain, and even more strange to come out in the middle of the night. But staying here all the time isn't normal either. If only I had invisibility or a remote card retrieval skill. Muttering to himself, Zhao Huanshi turned and walked toward the street outside the park. Thinking too much won't help. While the shops on the street are still open, he decided to go get dinner first. While eating, a message suddenly popped up on his phone. Zhao Huanshi opened it and saw it was a support mission from the Special Affairs Bureau, asking explorers to patrol densely populated areas, check for dangers, and reduce the pressure on patrol teams during rainy nights. Participation is entirely voluntary, and the pay is not very high. Rather than calling it a reward for a task, it's more like a subsidy and bonus for explorers who actively participate in defending. For Zhao Huanshi, this really is a perfect excuse. When there's a defense task, it's not surprising if he wanders outside tonight. Moreover, the appearance of the defense task also reminds him that he can often go out at midnight for a walk. It's best to try to take down a few monsters hiding in the corners. If someone asks, he can say he's just bored at home and is patrolling as a volunteer, creating a brave, youthful image. In the future, when he wants to do something secretly at night, it won't seem so strange anymore. Zhao Huanshi accepted the defense task and operated on the Special Affairs Bureau app, marking the area around Lichuan Garden Community, including the park, as his patrol zone. Following the app's instructions, he connected his phone to the Dongchuan city security system. If he spots a monster during patrol, he can immediately alert the system for backup. While following the instructions, Zhao Huanshi muttered, "They could just take over my phone directly, but they still make me agree and restrict permissions. It's really frustrating. I could cry." Once everything was set up and the system showed the defense task had started, Zhao Huanshi took out his umbrella and held his steel sword, stepping into the rain. Whether lucky or unlucky, he wandered all night, but didn't encounter any monsters, only getting soaked in the rain. He took out his phone to check the time. It was about 5:50. He needed to walk half an hour back to the park to pick up the fishman hunter from the artificial lake. Suddenly, a scream of terror and the sound of glass breaking came from the rain. Zhao Huanshi turned his head and saw a faint shadow in the rain, quickly climbing over the community wall and jumping out. Under the streetlight, he saw that the monster looked like a monkey, soaked with wet fur, and was holding a silent child about 7 or 8 years old. What is this thing, a water monkey? His eyes sharpened. He threw his umbrella aside, stepped quickly through the rain, and flicked his fingers to shoot 2 monster cards. A card spins quickly through the rain and lands on the ground, transforming into a tall, green-skinned monster. It holds a turtle shell in one hand and a wooden spear with a mushroom on top in the other. The monster lets out a loud roar and stabs the water monkey forcefully with the spear. The water monkey dodges skillfully, showing sharp teeth and letting out a harsh scream, but it quickly looks around for a way to escape. Suddenly, a large crab with a box on its back appears on the left, waving its big claws. Its body is hit by the rain and steams hotly. On the right, a human with a metal sword rushes forward aggressively. In a panic, the water monkey throws the child on its back to the ground and quickly climbs over the fence, jumping back into the neighborhood. The goblin warrior wants to chase after it, but isn't as quick or agile as the water monkey, so it can only watch helplessly as the monster disappears behind the wall. Zhao Huanshi sees the monster run away, but doesn't chase after it. Instead, he orders the goblin warrior to stay alert, uses his phone to send a warning to the security system, and crouches down to check on the child. He sees that the child's throat is cut, blood is everywhere, and the child's face is pale with weak breathing, almost unconscious. Without hesitation, Zhao Huanshi uses a healing ring to cast a healing spell, then takes out a bottle of medicine from his leather armor pocket and feeds it to the child. The wound on the child's neck slowly heals. Although the face remains pale, the child's breathing gradually stabilizes. Zhao Huanshi breathes a sigh of relief. At this moment, the neighborhood becomes noisy with people. Many are holding sticks, knives, or guns, shouting and rushing toward the scene. Zhao Huanshi quickly gathers the goblin warrior and the treasure chest monster. He's not afraid of the monsters revealing themselves, but he's worried that residents might see them and shoot them down, which would be unfair. It's late at night, and it's raining heavily, making it hard to see clearly. He doesn't want a random gunfire to accidentally hit him. Over here, Zhao Huanshi waves and shouts. He vaguely sees a few dark gun barrels pointing at him from the crowd and quickly adds, "The monsters have run away. Put away your guns and be careful with accidental shots." Hearing this, the crowd reacts. Several people with guns put their weapons away and re-engage the safety. "Hey, just now, I was too nervous and forgot to turn on the safety. When you said that, I realized I forgot to load bullets into the gun." Zhao Huanshi listened to their conversation and suddenly looked worried, feeling a chill down his spine. "Your gun permits must have been bought on the black market." At this moment, a young couple hurriedly ran out of the crowd. Seeing the child in Zhao Huanshi's arms covered in blood, the mother suddenly felt weak in her legs and nearly fainted. Fortunately, her husband, though shaken, remained somewhat rational and quickly supported her. "Don't panic. I gave him some medicine, and his wounds are healing. He's not in immediate danger. First, let's clean him up and change his clothes, then take him to the hospital," Zhao Huanshi said quickly. Hearing this, the mother relaxed and hurriedly took the child from Zhao Huanshi. Under the streetlight and the flashlight from the crowd, she saw that although the child's eyes were tightly closed, his breathing was steady, and there was a visible healing scar on his neck. She was overwhelmed with emotion, crying and laughing at the same time. The father, moved, thanked Zhao Huanshi profusely and wanted to express his gratitude properly. Zhao Huanshi told them to go home quickly and reminded the crowd, who were watching in the rain, that monster left the child behind and ran back into the community. Maybe you should go look inside. Hearing this, everyone's expressions changed dramatically, especially those with family members at home, and they hurried back in a rush. At this moment, a motorcycle roared as a fully armed patrol team arrived after receiving the news. After exchanging information with Zhao Huanshi and confirming the type of monster, the patrol team took a few police dogs into the community to search for the creature's trail. With the patrol team here, Zhao Huanshi didn't need to stay any longer. Worried about what might happen after the merman hunter's upgrade, he picked up his umbrella from the ground. Since he was already soaked, whether he used the umbrella or not didn't matter, so he just walked into the park in the rain. Water-dwelling monkey, a water-type monkey monster, usually lives in rivers and lakes. It has the natural ability to hide using water currents, rain, and fog, and may also possess other water-based magic powers. It is vengeful and good at ambush attacks. Walking in the rain, Zhao Huanshi muttered to himself, recalling the information provided by the patrol team about the monster. It probably ran away after being scared. Could it really be coming back to seek revenge on me? Although he said so, Zhao Huanshi felt it was probably just his mind playing tricks. He always thought something was hiding in the rain, secretly watching his back. After thinking for a moment, Zhao Huanshi took out the giant demon power bracelet from his pocket, put it on his left wrist, and hid it inside his sleeve. He was cautious for a long time, walking into the park, but the expected attack never happened. Zhao Huanshi shook his head slightly and said, I'm just scaring myself. At that moment, the rain nearby seemed to be struck by something, splashing everywhere. Zhao Huanshi didn't have time to react. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his throat, as if blades were cutting through it all at once. He secretly observed the surroundings. Seeing the enemy enter this deserted area, the water-dwelling monkey finally couldn't hold back and made a move. The great sword cut through the rain, but the attacker struck successfully and quickly escaped. The water-dwelling monkey stood 10 meters away, licked the fresh blood on its claws with its tongue, and viciously stared at Zhao Huanshi, showing a fierce smile. Its body slowly disappeared into the heavy rain. If he had known this guy liked to show off, he would have poisoned the blood. A wild thought suddenly appeared in Zhao Huanshi's mind. 2 cards fell to the ground, transforming into a goblin warrior and a treasure chest monster, guarding him on both sides to prevent monster attacks in the rain. He held his throat with his left hand, and his magic turned into a cool spring water, covering the wound. As the wound healed quickly, the pain disappeared. Luckily, I put on the bracelet just now. Otherwise, that claw might have really torn my throat apart. Zhao Huanshi summoned the bright vine, wrapping it around his shoulders and neck. Although it was pouring rain and the moonlight couldn't reach him to provide energy, it could serve as a scarf to block some damage. The treasure chest monster tried to ignite its body with flames, but the heavy rain kept the fire from catching, instead creating a lot of water mist. The goblin warrior vigilantly watched the rain around him, but saw nothing. Suddenly, the rain nearby trembled sharply. A monkey paw appeared suddenly, reaching for the goblin warrior's vital parts. The goblin warrior reacted quickly, using his shield to block and strike back at the enemy. This scared Zhao Huanshi quite a bit. He hurriedly held his great sword at an angle in front of him. Monkey stealing peaches? This sneaky monkey can even do such insidious tricks. Seeing the enemy escape from the goblin warrior's pursuit, the goblin warrior sneered again and disappeared into the rainwater. Zhao Huanshi immediately felt a shiver down his spine. Even if the goblin warrior gets hit, at most he would rest for a while and come back stronger. If that guy targets him, he might end up being on par with Zhao Lijia and her sisters in the future. Fishing guy, don't hide. Come out and fight it, Zhao Huanshi shouted towards the artificial lake. Boom. The lake suddenly exploded, and the fishman hunter leapt out quickly, stepping on the rainwater and rushing forward at high speed. Although another enemy appeared, the aquatic monkey remained calm. In this dark, open environment filled with rain, its ability to hide and become invisible made it unbeatable. But why does that fish-headed creature look so fierce, staring straight at this side, as if it can see through my invisibility? Seeing the fishman hunter holding a bone spear and charging straight at it, the water monkey suddenly sensed something was wrong. Before he could think further, the rushing water beneath him swirled into a faint monkey shadow. His figure hurriedly ran away into the distance. Meanwhile, he quietly retreated backwards. The goblin warrior saw the transparent shadow and immediately brightened his eyes, shouting loudly and chasing after it. But the fishman hunter remained unfazed, full of disdain. Just a broken monkey, playing tricks in front of a fishman? Are you crazy? Take this, salty fish spear attack. He stepped on the splashing water and charged directly at the water monkey's true form, fiercely stabbing with a fishbone spear. Seeing the attack coming, the water monkey quickly abandoned any last hope, sidestepping to avoid the strike. It roared angrily and swung its claws to attack the fishman hunter. But the fishman hunter kicked off the ground, leaping backward. He grabbed a fish basket-like object from his waist and threw it forcefully forward. The fish basket instantly exploded in midair, transforming into a large fishing net that covered the water monkey. The water monkey threw itself into the net, losing all chance to escape. It was wrapped up and fell to the ground, struggling desperately. However, once the net trapped its prey, it released a burst of cold air, freezing the water monkey's limbs and making them numb. Even the surrounding puddles formed a thin layer of ice. Seeing the situation, Zhao Huanshe first understood why reinforced materials needed ice-type magic crystals. Then he thought, this fishing net is really convenient, perfect for catching and freezing fish quickly to keep them fresh. Zhao Huanshe was daydreaming because there was no longer a need to go into battle. After the fishing net controlled the water-dwelling monkey, the fishman hunter stabbed at the net with a fishbone spear. The goblin warrior also came over to join the fun. The water-dwelling monkey screamed and struggled for a while, but soon stopped moving. Zhao Huanshe stepped forward and used his steel sword to poke at the monster's body. After confirming the water-dwelling monkey was dead, Zhao Huanshe let the soul-eater gloves go back into hiding. He took off and hid his giant demon bracelet, then recalled the monster card. Finally, he sent a report to the guard system. While waiting for the patrol team, Zhao Huanshe took out the Shallow Sea Merman Hunter card to check the upgraded features. Card upgrade complete. The Shallow Sea Merman Hunter has grown stronger, with improved scale defense and a little more resistance to cold fish sense. The merman's skin is special, allowing it to sense water flow changes around it. It also has good awareness of air currents, especially moist ones. Fish sensibility slightly increased. Fisherman. The Shallow Sea Merman enjoys fishing. Besides a fishing rod made from deep-sea fishbone, it has woven an ice frost net bag to keep caught fish fresh. The rod is tough, with barbs at the tip, usable as a spear or throwing spear in battle. The frost net can be thrown out and will automatically spread into a net that traps enemies. When hitting an enemy, the net releases cold air to freeze and paralyze them. The metal wires and hooks woven into the net will tighten when the enemy struggles. Because it comes with its own weapons and tools, this monster card occupies 2 equipment slots and cannot equip other fishing nets or long-handled weapons. As a summoner, Zhao Huanshe should focus more on the growth of his summoned creatures in battle. But when he saw the card information, he was thinking, the fisherman now has a frost net. In the future, caught fish can be frozen first, then sent into the greedy space. This guarantees maximum freshness, and he can probably raise the price when selling, right? After a short while, another patrol team nearby, checking for danger, arrived quickly. They examined the water monkey's body and learned the general situation but didn't ask much about Zhao Huanshe's fight with the monster. They only noticed that Zhao Huanshe looked pale and seemed weak. They thought he was exhausted from the battle and suggested he finish his patrol, go to the hospital for a checkup, or rest at home. Zhao Huanshe was indeed very weak now, and his stomach was growling loudly. This was mainly because he had been wearing a giant demon power bracelet during the return to the park, and after being attacked by the water monkey, he awakened the soul-devouring ability. Although Zhao Huanshe didn't participate much in the fight, the 2 pieces of equipment together drained his stamina, making him feel terrible. The fishman hunter also withdrew. There was no need to stay outside and keep pushing himself. Of course, Zhao Huanshe followed the patrol team's advice. He used his phone to submit a task completion request on the app. Once the system approved the request and confirmed that Zhao Huanshi had finished his patrol duty and would receive extra rewards. He said goodbye to the patrol team and returned to Lichuan Garden community. For safety, Grandpa Huang closed the community gate. While he was being cautious, a figure suddenly appeared in the heavy rain, pressing a pale face against the window and staring inside with wide eyes. Grandpa Huang was so scared he jumped. He raised his double-barreled shotgun, ready to fire. Fortunately, although Zhao Huanshi was weak, his instincts were still sharp. Seeing the dark barrel, he reacted quickly, shrinking back behind the wall. Grandpa Huang, don't shoot. It's one of us. When Zhao Huanshi returned home, it was already around 3 or 4 a.m. He was very hungry, feeling like he would die from starvation any second. He didn't even have time to cook instant noodles and grabbed some snacks from the fridge that could be eaten immediately. After eating, his energy started to recover. He took off his wet clothes, took a hot shower, and after drying off, he didn't bother to put on underwear. He just rolled into bed and fell asleep. Just before losing consciousness, he remembered to send out the treasure chest monster as a guard. When Zhao Huanshi woke up, it was already noon the next day. The heavy rain had stopped, but the sky was still cloudy, and occasional drizzles fell from the sky. Zhao Huanshi was still sleepy and groggy. He glanced at the bedside table, where a treasure chest disguised as a sandalwood box sat. It was clearly the most valuable piece of furniture in the room. He looked at his phone to check the time, but saw a notification from the Special Affairs Bureau app. He opened it and saw a message about the settlement and reward for a support task. Besides the basic task reward, there was an extra reward for killing the aquatic monkey, and a citizen appreciation money of 38,000 yuan. Below the appreciation money, there was a note explaining that the money came from the parents of the child Zhao Huanshi saved. Actually, the couple wanted to thank Zhao Huanshi in person, but he didn't leave his contact info, and the bureau wouldn't share his contact details. In the end, the young couple handed the money to the bureau, which combined it with the task reward and sent it to Zhao Huanshi. He looked at it and felt justified in accepting the money. He didn't mention risking his life to save the child from the monster, nor using a healing ring to cast a healing spell on him. He also didn't mention that the healing potion was a laboratory product brought out by Zhao Lejia from the Research Institute, something most people couldn't buy. Doing good deeds shouldn't be for rewards, as that can make you angry. But since they actively thanked him, Zhao Huanshi felt a little happy. Task reward, 19,362.70 yuan. What's with the decimal points? How do they calculate that? He muttered while looking at the reward amount, then chuckled. 19,000 plus 38,000 could buy a third of a shadow black gemstone. He got up, washed up, ate breakfast, and headed out for lunch. Walking in the rain with an umbrella, Zhao Huanshi thought that yesterday had been quite dangerous. If he hadn't had his merfolk hunter, things could have gone badly. Maybe even the monkey would have snatched Peach. Thinking of this, he shivered. No, this world is still too dangerous. He must improve his strength quickly. He set aside the black gemstone from the goblin thief. The goblin scavenger's rainbow mushroom soup, collected by the goblin himself and stored in his greedy space, along with the 6 different colored poisonous mushrooms Zhao Huanshi bought from Zhou Liao's book, was ready. The remaining color has also been entrusted to Zhou Liao to watch for a few days, and there should be news soon. The goblin merchant's big gold tooth needs to be custom-made at a jewelry store. The cost of craftsmanship plus the value of the gold itself will likely be several $1,000s. Fortunately, there are 2 pieces of gold jewelry in the space of greed, which can be taken to the jewelry store for melting and refining, saving a lot of money. Zhao Huanshi returned home and looked up the goblin merchant. He first asked about the origin of the giant demon bracelet, and as expected, it was exchanged for a demon statue with Gao Qiguang. However, Zhao Huanshi was very surprised when he heard that the goblin merchant said Gao Qiguang could communicate with it. Magic equipment effects, special talents. Or maybe because he's too stupid, he can be in sync with the goblin. He shook his head and pushed this matter aside. Open your mouth. Let me see your teeth. The goblin merchant was confused but obediently did as told. Zhao Huanshi looked at the goblin merchant's big yellow teeth, thinking, according to the meaning of the reinforcement ritual, it should be to replace the goblin merchant's teeth with the big gold tooth. To make the gold tooth fit perfectly, it would be best to take the goblin merchant to the hospital for an X-ray. But that's obviously not possible. After the goblin merchant's deal with the Gao family siblings, Zhao Huanshi was even more reluctant to reveal his connection with it. If we don't take an X-ray, whether we measure with a ruler or make a plaster or rubber mold, we can only get the outside of the tooth, not the root shape. Unless we take the whole tooth. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshi's eyes lit up. The goblin thief's severed hand can heal, so losing a tooth isn't even a minor injury. Just pull out its tooth and scan a 3D model at the jewelry store. Thinking of this, Zhao Huanshi turned and found a large pair of pliers from the toolbox, pressed down on the goblin merchant's head, and was about to extract its front tooth. The goblin merchant immediately screamed in fear. I've bled for the organization, earned money for the organization. Even if I lost some goods during business, it's normal wear and tear, not enough to punish me. Zhao Huanshi was somewhat speechless. What punishment? You want to replace your gold tooth with the reinforcement ritual? I won't pull your tooth. If I don't know the internal structure, how can I find someone to make a fitting gold tooth? Wait, what tooth? The goblin merchant was momentarily stunned, doubting whether he had heard correctly. He widened his eyes and eagerly looked at Zhao Huanshi, seeking confirmation. Yes, gold tooth, a 24K pure gold front tooth. Actually, Zhao Huanshi suspected that pure gold teeth are too soft and can't replace real teeth properly. But since the card enhancement ritual required it, Zhao Huanshi decided to do as asked. After all, the monsters in the card world don't follow normal rules. The goblin merchant confirmed and immediately became excited. Why didn't you say so earlier about changing to gold teeth? Removing a tooth and hesitating for so long. Are your pliers not big enough? Isn't there a bigger tool in the toolbox? If not, let the treasure chest monster come. Its pliers are large. What? You're afraid of pain? Struggling a lot? Don't worry, I'm just doing a simple tooth extraction. I'm not afraid at all. This guy, just a moment ago, looked like he was about to die, but as soon as he heard about the big gold tooth, he perked up instantly. Zhao Huanshi couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and frustration. But since the goblin merchant was cooperative, things went much more smoothly. Holding the goblin's head, Zhao Huanshi clamped the pliers onto the front tooth and pulled hard. The bloody tooth was forcibly pulled out. Just as Zhao Huanshi relaxed, he saw the goblin merchant's eyes roll back, and he collapsed softly. Wow, just pulling a tooth and you almost die? Is the Lin and Goblin Lin like Lin Dayu? Zhao Huanshi muttered, tossing a healing spell over. If this guy died, the teeth in Zhao Huanshi's hand would also disappear, making the effort pointless. Fortunately, after being healed, the goblin merchant finally regained consciousness. Worried that he might cause trouble again, Zhao Huanshi told him to stay in the room, close the door and windows, lock the main door, and hurriedly left with the goblin's tooth to the jewelry store. Although it saved some materials, the costs for scanning, modeling, and making the mold for the goblin's tooth added up to over 8,000 yuan. It would take about 5 days to make the gold tooth, and there was no news about the colored poisonous mushroom for now. Zhao Huanshi was not in a hurry. He relaxed at home, adjusting his state, waiting for the trial dream to arrive. Trial goal: find and bury the skeleton of the Watchman Knight. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and found himself inside a dilapidated building. The walls and floor were made of uneven stone bricks. He had seen this style of building in many games. It looked like a castle or a watchtower, at least it used to be. He looked up at the bright sky above and thought silently. The top or upper part of the building was gone. Surrounded by broken walls, dusty bookshelves, and old tables and chairs, the place was covered in dust. Cobwebs were everywhere, and in the dark corners, there were faint rustling sounds, as if something was crawling inside. After confirming that the goblin warrior's weapon was a mushroom poison spear, Zhao Huanshi used 2 bottles of poison coating solution to poison the weapons of the goblin thief and the fishman hunter. He summoned 3 monsters and tied the glowing vine around his arm. He wasn't in a hurry to leave. He pulled out the Soul Eater sword from the ground and curiously wandered around the ruins. He approached a crooked, old bookshelf. Using his sword, he pushed aside the cobwebs and reached out to take a book from the shelf. The building had no roof, and after long exposure to sun and rain, the books were badly damaged. As soon as he opened the book, yellowed, moldy pages and fragments fell apart and scattered on the ground. He looked down at the fragments, which still showed a few characters, but unfortunately, Zhao Huanshi didn't recognize any of them. He felt a bit disappointed. He had wanted to try guessing the content from the pictures and see if he could find useful information. Suddenly, something startled him with a noise, and it quickly darted out from the dark corner behind the bookshelf. The goblin thief was quick. He raised his rusty knife and shot it out, hitting a fierce-looking black beetle that was trying to escape. The beetle struggled but was knocked to the ground. The goblin thief grabbed it and brought it close to his mouth. "Hey, you can't eat that. Your knife is coated with poison," Zhao Huanshi hurriedly warned. The goblin thief wrinkled his nose, noticing the strange smell. He thought the beetle was a special species and that it might taste different. Seeing the beetle's wound was rotting with poison, the goblin thief drew his rusty knife again. He looked at the blue gleam on the blade with a disgusted expression. Looking around, I saw a rusty short sword among the scattered debris in the corner. My eyes lit up, and I hurried to pick it up. Zhao Huanshi searched for a long time and finally found something useful among the trash. It was a simple map made from what looked like animal or monster fur. Zhao Huanshi, used to using his phone for navigation, usually carries detailed maps when entering contaminated areas. Seeing this map with its lines and strange symbols, he thought it looked just like a child's doodle. Although the map was marked with strange symbols from another world, Zhao Huanshi couldn't read any of them because he was illiterate. However, on one part of the map, there was a dark red skull drawn with paint. According to common game rules, this should be an important clue, maybe the location of the mission target. But unfortunately, this is not a game. Zhao Huanshi didn't even know where he was on the map, and he couldn't mark his position to check it. As for the trial objectives, he could only go with the flow. When the time is right, they will appear naturally. He thought about wandering around more, killing monsters along the way to earn more evolution points. Upgrading cards from gray to white costs 100 points, from white to green costs 200, and from green to blue costs around 300 or 400. Just upgrading the monsters he had to blue quality would need over 1,000 points, but Zhao Huanshi only had about 30, which was not enough. He could only kill more monsters in his dreams to earn some points. Suddenly, dust fell from above. Zhao Huanshi looked up sharply and saw a large, spotted, yellow cat with pointed ears quietly lying on a broken stone wall. Its eyes shone with a fierce light as it stared at him, seemingly looking for an attack opportunity. Wow! Their eyes met, and Zhao Huanshi was startled. He quickly raised his sword to defend. A goblin warrior shouted loudly and raised his shield to stand in front of Zhao Huanshi. A fishman hunter adjusted his stance, looking for an opening to shoot his spear. Seeing this, a giant lynx realized it had missed its chance to ambush. It let out a roar, then turned and leapt off the wall, disappearing instantly. This thing was lying there when I looked again, even though it wasn't there just a moment ago. Zhao Huanshi felt a bit scared, mainly because the big cat's gaze was too frightening. I almost faced another way to die. To keep the monsters alert, Zhao Huanshi sped up the search. He didn't find any new clues, but discovered an old leather helmet and a thick wooden shield covered with animal hide. Zhao Huanshi didn't mind. He wiped the helmet and put it on his head. He grabbed the animal hide shield with his left hand and left the ruins with his summoned creature. Outside the ruins, he saw endless green fields. The grass was tall, and bushes grew everywhere. Zhao Huanshi sighed. The grass here is so tall. Where the heck am I supposed to find the knight's bones? He paused for a moment, then thought, maybe I should let the treasure chest monster burn all this grass. The trial only said to bury the knight's bones. Burning them should work just as well for burial, right? And if there's enough ash from the grass and plants, maybe it will bury the bones completely, saving me the trouble of searching again. This vast grassland could burn many monsters, and the ashes might give me dozens of evolution points. The more Zhao Huanshi thought about it, the more convinced he was. He immediately threw out the treasure chest monster. It's you, treasure chest monster. Release your fury and turn everything into ashes. He pointed forward and shouted loudly. The goblin warrior looked confused at the goblin thief. What was the summoner doing? The goblin thief thought for a moment, guessing he was casting some powerful spell. The treasure chest monster stared with its ruby eyes, trying to look fierce. It was covered in red flames and walking on 8 legs, ready to rush into the nearby grass. Suddenly, the grass shook violently, and a huge rooster over 2 meters tall suddenly jumped out. The big rooster opened its mouth, showing sharp teeth, and let out a loud, harsh cry. Zhao Huanshi felt like his head was hammered, his ears buzzing, and everything around him was turning black. He felt dizzy and wanted to. Not only Zhao Huanshi, but the goblin warrior and the merman hunter were also affected by the rooster's cry. However, the treasure chest monster, which was very close to the big rooster, wasn't affected because of its special body structure. Eight-legged creature kicked hard, flying forward with flames all over its body, and bit into the rooster's chest. The flesh was pierced by sharp steel teeth, and the hot body of the treasure chest monster seemed like a large hot iron, burning the rooster with thick smoke and loud screams. Flames quickly spread along the rooster's feathers. The big rooster hurriedly flapped its wings and pecked with its beak, making the treasure chest monster clang loudly. But the monster refused to let go, biting tightly. The goblin warrior, regaining consciousness from dizziness, roared angrily and rushed behind the big rooster, aiming to stab its vital parts. Suddenly, a blue snake head appeared behind the rooster, glaring and biting toward the goblin warrior. The goblin quickly raised his shield to block. But with a sound, the turtle shell was hit by the snake head and shattered instantly like a thin, crispy cookie. The goblin's chest hurt first, then he quickly lost consciousness. He stepped back a few steps and looked down. The area bitten by the blue snake head had hardened muscles turning gray, as if turned to stone, and this strange phenomenon was rapidly spreading around. "Wow, such a big snake-tailed chicken," Zhao Huanshi exclaimed, and the glowing vine in his hand turned back into a card. He flicked his finger, and the card spun quickly, hitting the goblin warrior. Vines wrapped around, sprouting small yellow flowers that shimmered with a golden glow in the sunlight. The petrification spreading on the goblin warrior gradually stopped. The already stone parts slowly crumbled into powder, revealing fresh green flesh underneath. The fishman hunter saw flames spreading on the snake-tailed chicken and hesitated, not throwing the frost net, but staying outside the attack range of the blue snake head, constantly poking the snake-tailed chicken with a fishbone spear to limit its movement. After the goblin warrior recovered, he joined the fight, focusing on attacking the blue snake head behind the snake-tailed chicken. Watching the snake-tailed chicken scream as flames engulfed it, struggling on the ground until it finally stopped moving, Zhao Huanshi stood nearby without making a move. Sooner or later, they would need to follow the official summoner battle route, so it was good to find opportunities to experience and get familiar with it in advance. At this moment, the grass again shook violently, as if something was about to emerge from inside. The goblin warrior, who was trying to find something to put out the fire or to roast some chicken to taste, quickly turned around to be on guard. The merfolk hunter also pulled down the fish basket on his waist, ready to throw it at any moment. Suddenly, a green claw pushed aside the weeds, and a sneaky goblin thief peeked out. They saw that the fight was over and a large bird's nest made of dry grass was dragged out. Inside the nest, there were 5 or 6 big oval eggs, clearly belonging to a large snake-tailed chicken. Zhao Huanshi suddenly understood, so the eggs are hidden in the nest. No wonder it came out fighting us. But there's only one nest, and I don't see a mother hen incubating the eggs. The goblin thief shook his head. Did it run away, go out to find food, or is the snake-tailed chicken actually a hermaphrodite? Although Zhao Huanshi knew about snake-tailed chickens, he had never dealt with such monsters and didn't know much about them. He guessed randomly, then waved his hand to tell the treasure chest monster to keep setting the fire. The treasure chest monster shoved the snake-tailed chicken's head into the box, retracted its steel teeth, closed the lid, and rushed into the bushes in 2 steps. In less than a minute, a big fire ignited in the bushes. The weather was clear and dry, with countless dried leaves piled on the ground. As the fire spread quickly, it turned into a raging blaze, threatening to swallow the entire grassland. Zhao Huanshi felt the scorching heat and prepared to retreat with the card monsters back into the ruins. The ground around the ruins was covered with large rocks, with few plants growing, so there was little worry about the flames coming back. Suddenly, a loud, piercing eagle cry split the sky from afar. Zhao Huanshi instinctively looked up and saw a golden figure soaring into the sky. With a powerful flap of its wings, it suddenly created a gust of wind, which roared toward him. There's not even a small hill here, So why is a storm griffin appearing out of nowhere? Just to guard against me setting fire? While complaining, Zhao Huanshi quickly gathered the card monsters. The whirlwind lifted the flames on the ground, forming a fiery tornado that seemed to reach the sky, wrapping Zhao Huanshi inside. Zhao Huanshi felt like a rotisserie chicken placed at the restaurant entrance, spinning quickly. His body was evenly roasted by the flames, sizzling with oil. Occasionally, gusts of wind brushed past him, slicing off pieces of cooked meat. Fortunately, this pain didn't last long. After about 10 seconds, Zhao Huanshi's mind was fried. No, I mean, his brain was cooked. Trial failed. Gained evolution point, 1. Current evolution points, 35. Zhao Huanshi opened his eyes and stared blankly at the ceiling. As the monsters in the dream grew stronger, his death methods became more and more elaborate. He took a moment to steady himself, then reached for his phone beside the pillow. He typed, Storm Griffin, and clicked search. Storm Griffin, a highly dangerous advanced monster, with a strong body and the ability to control storms. It may be a mutated evolution of a powerful griffin, usually living on mountain peaks or cliff edges. Zhao Huanshi rubbed his chin. Sure enough, I must have been set up by the trial dream. They clearly predicted I would set fire on the plains and deliberately placed a boss there. Otherwise, how could a storm griffin suddenly appear in such a flat plain? He searched for the weaknesses of the storm griffin. The results showed that, despite its fast flight and storm shield, it couldn't withstand the heat and impact damage from missile explosions. Why didn't you say that the fire dragon at Mount Dragon couldn't withstand a big nuclear blast? This big boss, like the giant rock golem that once crushed him into a meat patty, is not something a small fry like me can handle. Better to stay far away and focus on my trial targets. Thinking about the big boss in the trial dream, Zhao Huanshi remembered the rock giant that had previously smashed him into a meat pancake. That was indeed a painful and unforgettable experience. With a blink and a sigh, a day passed. After sleeping at night, Zhao Huanshi entered the trial dream again. Although he had already searched through the ruins once, he didn't leave immediately. He summoned the goblin thief, made it go invisible nearby, and watched the area above. Zhao Huanshi took out the tan wooden shield and held it in his hand. He continued to look down, searching through the broken papers on the ground, ignoring the old wooden box embedded with gems in front of him. To search more quickly, he also sent the goblin warrior and the merman hunter to the other side. Soon, he heard a prompt from the goblin thief. Zhao Huanshi's eyes sharpened. He still bent down, quietly searching among the torn papers, but he clenched the handle of his shield tightly. Suddenly, there was a cracking sound above his head, and the goblin thief shouted urgently. Zhao Huanshi quickly turned around, holding the leather-covered wooden shield in front of him. A sharp claw struck the shield fiercely, tearing the leather and cracking the wood. A giant lynx lunged forward with great force, aiming to hit Zhao Huanshi and knock him down, then bite his neck and jump onto the wall to escape with the body. But Zhao Huanshi, with quick thinking, blocked the attack of the giant lynx. Although the impact was surprisingly strong, knocking him to the ground and making him roll several times like a rolling pin. It was not a big problem. Everything was under control. At the moment the giant lynx paused, the old wooden box suddenly transformed into a golden treasure chest. When the lid opened, it revealed a mouth full of steel teeth, covered in flames, biting down the lynx's hind leg. A rusty dagger with a faint green glow appeared out of nowhere, shooting rapidly toward the lynx's eyes. Because they were so close, the lynx had no time to react and was pierced through the eyeball. Meanwhile, the goblin warrior roared and charged forward, while the merman hunter, not as fast as the goblin, simply threw his weapon like a spear. Under attack from several card monsters, the giant lynx couldn't make any counterattack. Its hind leg was bitten by the treasure chest monster, making escape impossible. It lay on the ground, barely breathing, and Zhao Huanshi stabbed its throat with a sword. Since he couldn't set the world ablaze, Zhao Huanshi needed the soul-eating monster to absorb more life force, so he could use a powerful move at a critical moment. After turning the giant lynx into a dried corpse, Zhao Huanshi led the monsters away from the ruins and went into the grass to find trouble for the snake-tailed chicken. He turned the snake-tailed chicken into a dried chicken, and a few monsters shared the eggs. Zhao Huanshi put away the fishman hunter and treasure chest monster, then summoned a swift land bird and rode on it. He explored the plains with a goblin thief and a goblin warrior. The grasslands, full of tall, wild grass, looked like a huge maze. You could never tell what might jump out of the bushes at any moment. Zhao Huanshi pulled out the Soul Eater sword from the shriveled goblin's body and looked up at the sun in the sky. The sun is right overhead. So which way did we come from just now? The goblin thief looked at the worm struggling inside the rusty short sword, trying to taste it, but worried that the tiny hairs on the worm might scratch his mouth. Maybe, he thought, the big guy nearby should try first? Hearing Zhao Huanshi's question, the goblin thief looked around confused. The goblin warrior standing next to him had blank eyes, seeming indifferent. Fortunately, Zhao Huanshi didn't have high hopes for them. The land bird tilted its head and let out a soft call, indicating they had just come from that direction. Then we should head this way. Zhao Huanshi regained his sense of direction and was about to move forward when the land bird suddenly raised its head high, eyes shining brightly, and looked in another direction, making a curious call. Huh, is there something over there? Zhao Huanshi waved his hand, signaling the goblin warrior to lift him onto its shoulders. From 3 meters above the ground, beyond most of the grassland plants, his view suddenly opened up. He looked in the direction the land bird was gazing and saw a lush, tall tree in the distance, surrounded by a blue whirlwind. Occasionally, lightning flashed around it, and distant thunder could be heard. Zhao Huanshi paused, softly muttering. Could it be that, for the storm griffin's appearance, the trial dream deliberately planted a big tree in the center of the grassland to gather storms and lightning? Although he wanted to stay away from the storm griffin, he decided to go see it. It would be good to broaden his experience, and after leaving, he could brag to his little sister. Plus, maybe the skeleton of the Watchman Knight, the trial's target, was there too. A few hours later, Zhao Huanshi hid in a thick patch of grass, secretly watching the dense tree surrounded by whirlwinds and thunder about 100 meters away. At the top of the tree, a huge nest made of intertwined branches and leaves was built. The wing of the storm bird flapped, creating a powerful gust that turned Zhao Huanshi into a swirling storm of fire and wind. The storm griffin was now resting on a huge nest, eyes closed. Wow, they even built a nest. Are they incubating eggs on this storm tree? With so much lightning around, won't the eggs get cooked? Zhao Huanshi looked down at the goblin thief. Maybe you should sneak over and check. The goblin thief's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you serious? Do you know how small I am? I can't even pass through the hurricane around the tree, let alone carry lightning strikes and climb to the top. Zhao Huanshi chuckled. Just joking, but I noticed there are lots of bones scattered around the tree. Maybe our target is among them. You can sneak over and see if there are any human bones. That sounds doable. The goblin thief nodded, lowered his body, and hid his shape, ready to approach the storm tree. Zhao Huanshi quickly warned, leave your 2 metal weapons behind, or you'll get struck by lightning when you get close. The goblin thief didn't quite understand, but he followed the advice and threw his rusty dagger and short iron sword onto the ground. Carefully, he moved outside the storm's reach, examining the scattered bones on the ground. Most of the bones looked like leftovers from the storm griffin's meals, with some showing scratches and bites. The closer he got to the storm tree, the more bones he saw. So many they formed a small pile. He looked up and saw the storm griffin sleeping soundly. He relaxed and quietly started digging through the bones. While searching, he found a torn human arm wrapped in a piece of worn leather armor. His spirits lifted, and he searched more eagerly. After a while, he dug out a shiny metal helmet from beneath the bones. The helmet was bright and shiny, but its shape looked strange. The skull inside was blackened and charred, as if it had been burned. The goblin thief held the helmet carefully, full of doubt. Suddenly, the storm rumbled again, lightning flashed, and thunder roared. The goblin thief instinctively looked up, but a flash of white light struck him, and his mind instantly sank into darkness.